Chapter 241 Addicted Orochimaru. Grandmother. When Uzumaki Midori's chakra burst out, Tsunade, who was in the Senju clan's territory, sensed it for the first time and turned her head in confusion, not understanding why her grandmother would burst out that level of chakra. Then she sensed that her uncle Senju Orange Water's chakra was also there, so she ignored it. She knew that her uncle must have said something to make her grandmother angry again, and he was probably being scolded at the moment. At this time, she didn't want to go over and be scolded. "Did you see anything just now?" Turning her head, Tsunade asked seriously. Before, they had been hiding in the dark to observe the traitor, and even followed the kid back to the Shimura clan's territory, and then followed Shimura Suingshu back to the Senju clan's territory. "I didn't see anything." Scratching his head helplessly, Jiraiya said that he didn't see anything. There was no way. The chief disciple was wearing a set of heavy gold armor, which was also integrated with sealing crystals. Even the Sharingan and the Byakugan could not see anything under the influence of that kind of radiation energy, let alone them. The physical fitness of Xianding Jun seems to have improved a lot compared to last time. Licking his lips, Orochimaru said an uncertain discovery. "Do you have this feeling too?" The face became more solemn, because Tsunade had the same feeling, which was a very vague feeling. "I was not sure before, but since Orochimaru had the same idea, it was obviously not an illusion. So his trump card is the 7th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu after his physical fitness has improved." Thinking, Tsunade roughly guessed the trump card and confidence of the traitor. The 8 gates of ninjutsu is an enhancement of physical skills. The stronger the physical fitness, the stronger the combat power after the enhancement. The physical fitness of the traitor has improved a lot. After the 7 gates of the 8 gates of ninjutsu are released, the combat power will definitely exceed the state when attacking the evil demon's eyes. This is indeed a bit tricky. "Tsunade, what Shimura Gengaku just escorted should be the Shimura family's C-level body strengthening secret technique, right?" Licking his lips again, Orochimaru spoke with a hint of meaning. Not long after Shimura Gendok went back, Shimura Gendok came out and went straight to the Senju family, obviously delivering something. And the thing that could be personally escorted by a quasi-cage level strongman like Shimura Gendok must be extraordinary. After thinking about it, it is very likely to be the Shimura family's C-level body strengthening secret technique. I think that the adult traded the body strengthening secret technique from Shimura Gendok through some kind of bargaining chip. "Look, I'm useless. Now it's my uncle who is in charge of the Senju family, not me. And my grandmother will not allow us to pass on the Shimura body strengthening secret technique we traded." Tsunade rolled her eyes and naturally understood Orochimaru's little thoughts and could understand it. She also practiced the D-level body strengthening secret technique, and then found that it was addictive to practice, which was even more terrible than her gambling addiction. Unfortunately, she dared not tell anyone about this, even though Orochimaru and Jiraiya were her classmates and teammates. Otherwise, the grandmother would be the first to not forgive her, and she would definitely be hung up and beaten. Orochimaru. Seeing that his teammates wanted to speak, Jiraiya scolded them. It was wrong to ask this question, and forcing it would only make things worse. In addition, they were sorry to the Shimura family. The Lulin evil demon incident made them no longer qualified to ask for their body strengthening secrets. Besides, it was their family's secret, why should they give it to them? The last D-level body strengthening secret was also exchanged for the immortal arts that they might cultivate in the future. It was an equal transaction. Not to mention the promise of the last transaction, they haven't delivered yet. Seeing that both teammates objected, Orochimaru was gloomy. "Since practicing the D-level Shimura body strengthening secret technique, I have realized the power of that kind of practice method. It is a secret technique to improve the essence of the body, and the meaning is very different. As early as 4 months ago, he practiced that set of D-level body strengthening secret techniques to the limit, and then he was stuck and could not continue to improve. After experiencing that kind of orderly and rapid improvement, it feels very uncomfortable to stand still. It's like a young couple who are contributing to the reproduction of mankind, and suddenly when they are feeling comfortable. That feeling can definitely make people crazy. During this period, he was almost crazy, and his heart was like a cat's claw scratching. He also regretted offending the Shimura family in Lulin. If he had known this would happen, he would never return to Lulin. Not only did he not get any substantial benefits, but he also got into trouble. Regret. How regretful Shimura Xianding was here didn't know. As soon as Orochimaru returned to the clan, he asked someone to bring high-quality nutrient solution made with grayer energy liquid as raw material, and put the Tobirama cells collected and sealed under the skin into the nutrient solution for cultivation. Use the immortal force thread to guide the combination, and then induce the Tobirama cells to divide, and finally form a thumb-sized meatball. Hey! Seeing that the Tobirama cells finally stabilized, Shimura Xianding breathed a sigh of relief. Whose cells are these? Shimura Keiko, who was standing by, asked curiously. Before, her little man had been tinkering here as soon as he came back, but he didn't expect to cultivate a group of cells in the end. Whose cells are worth this little man's attention? Could it be the cells of the first-generation Hokage? It's the second-generation Hokage. Without hiding it, Shimura Xianding put the cultivated Tobirama cells into a glass bottle and handed it to his fiancée copyright sister beside him. When Dad comes back, let him purify it, and then send it to Lilin. Half of it will continue to be cultivated into clones of the second generation, and the other half will be made into cancer cells to maximize the division and proliferation. It may be used in the future. Do you want to reincarnate the second generation? Taking the glass bottle and looking at it, Shimura Keiko knew that her father-in-law had obtained the technique of reincarnation. Now her little man went to the Senju family to trade for the cells of the second generation of Hokage. It is very likely that he wanted to use it as a medium to perform the technique of reincarnation. No, we have done experiments in Lilin before. Some special beings cannot be reincarnated, such as our first-generation Hokage. With a gloomy face, Shimura Gendo shook his head slightly, feeling very bad. At the beginning, he and his father had tried it in Lilin, and even used Hashirama's living cells as a medium to perform the technique of reincarnation, but he could not summon the soul of Hashirama Senju from the Pure Land. Even the three Uchiha Kagami were able to succeed in the impure world reincarnation mainly because they were placed together at the beginning to communicate with the spirits. Afterwards, none of them succeeded in performing the spells with the scrapped Manjikaya Sharingan as the medium. It should be that the six-path sage who may be hidden in the Pure Land reacted and sealed up some important dead souls, including the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. It is estimated that the soul of the second Hokage should also be sealed. This abnormality indirectly proves that there is indeed a problem with the Pure Land. At least there is an owner. As for whether the owner is the six-path sage, it is not clear. After all, the legend of the Pure Land exists in those myths and legends. Even the ancient murals from my grandfather Yanren Jianhao last time also vaguely mentioned the existence of the Pure Land. Obviously, the existence of the Pure Land is far earlier than the six-path sage. In that mythological era, there was an owner. The six-path sage was just a latecomer and may not be able to control the Pure Land. Of course, these are just speculations. As for the actual situation, it is not clear for the time being, but it is certain that the Pure Land is definitely not simple. Do you want to study the spatial talent of the second generation? Thinking, Shimura Keiko could probably guess what her little man was up to. After all, the biggest advantage of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama is his powerful Forbidden Technique development ability and Flying Thunder God technique. Although the Forbidden Technique development ability is good, it is nothing compared to the evildoer of her little man. The only thing left is the Flying Thunder God technique, or the unique spatial talent of Senju Tobirama. I have some ideas, although I am not sure yet, but let someone study it first. Nodding, Shimura Gento was envious of Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique. That is a necessary skill for killing, setting fire, and running away. As long as he learns the Flying Thunder God technique, plus the two secret techniques that restrain the Raise Nan Jinden, even if he fights alone with Senile Spot, there will be no problem. It's a pity that if you want to practice the Flying Thunder God technique, you not only need a strong foundation, but also a quasi-shadow level, and you need a strong spatial talent. The latter is more difficult to do, otherwise the Senju family would not have no one who could learn the Flying Thunder God technique and reproduce the speed of the second-generation Hokage in the ninja world. Originally, he was going to find Namikaze Minato to see if the boy's spatial talent had been developed, but who would have thought that Uzumaki Mido gave him the opportunity, and he would not be polite. Are you going to give the sea-level body strengthening secret technique to the Uzumaki family? Recalling that Shimura Gengaku came to him and asked for 2 body strengthening secret scrolls, and even drew a vortex pattern on one of the sealing scrolls with a pen on the spot. At that time, Shimura Keiko guessed that the little man was plotting against the Uzumaki family. How can it be called a gift? Miss Mido gave it back as a gift. He picked up the sealing scroll that Shimura Gengaku brought back and shook it. Although it had not been opened yet, he already knew what was sealed inside, which was also within his plan. When you come into contact with people like Miss Mido, as long as you take the initiative to give enough, they will feel guilty and want to compensate. Miss Mido married into Konoha, and she didn't have many personal bargaining chips in her hands. The resources of the Senju family were not easy to use. She could only use some of the sealing techniques brought from the Uzumaki clan. These are all treasures. In this way, it was the young lady who took the Uzumaki sealing technique inheritance on her own initiative to exchange, rather than someone like him coveting the young lady's dowry. Hishimura Shiending is a gentleman of his generation. In addition, passing on the sea-level bodybuilding secret technique to the Uzumaki clan was already in his plan. After all, in the next World War II, the old father Nabe Cage would fight against the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Cloud Village in the land of whirlpools. At this stage, strengthening the strength of the Uzumaki clan as an ally as soon as possible would also be beneficial to their Shimura family, so that they would have a group of powerful cannon fodder to drive. As for whether the Uzumaki clan can survive or be destroyed as in the original novel, it is hard to say. Even if they are destroyed, it is the fault of the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village, and has nothing to do with the Shimura family. Can't you provoke some normal's woman? This puts me under a lot of pressure. Complaining resentfully, Keiko Shimura really couldn't understand why her little man always flirted with older girls. Is it because he lacked maternal love since childhood? Don't worry, no one can move your position as the first wife. Shimura Shiending promised with a smile, then carried his fiancée copyright horizontally to the bed. What are you doing? It's broad daylight. She screamed and wanted to break free and jump out, but unfortunately she was held tightly and even tied up by the immortal force thread, which made her blush. This little man is getting more and more lustful. He could be suppressed when he was weak before, but now he is stronger and more unscrupulous. What are you thinking? I just want to get you a new set of chakra circulation circuits. When your father comes back to purify your chakra, you can use this set of circuits to practice. Explaining seriously, Shimura Gentoi said that he was a serious person. How could he do such a thing in broad daylight? Is it necessary to take off your shoes to teach me the new chakra circulation circuit? You even have to take off your stockings. Shimura Keiko was getting more and more embarrassed. Was this little man really going to embarrass her to death? I made you a special chakra circulation circuit, specially customized. How can I customize it for you without a detailed inspection? Explaining confidently, Shimura Gentoi started to update the young lady's body data. Although it was updated after I came back last time, Sister Keiko was injured internally at that time and her condition was not very good. After more than a month of recuperation, and with the help of Greyer's energy liquid, she has recovered, and the overdrawn part of her lifespan cannot be replenished. Since the condition has recovered, it is natural to update a wave of complete body data. Sister Keiko, your toes are getting more and more cute, especially this big toe. Looking at his fiancée's silkworm-like jade toes, Shimura Gentoi said with a smile. It would be a shame not to use such a cute big toe for back massage. Don't look. Huize's pretty face flushed with shame, and she wanted to retract her feet, but found that her ankles were tightly grasped. 243. Chapter 242 Perfect Body. A little to the left, a little more to the left, yes, that position, press hard. Lying comfortably on the bed, he instructed his fiancée copyright to perform a back massage. Compared with the palm of the hand, the sole of the foot can provide stronger and more even power, and the strength of the massage can also be transmitted to a deeper level. So the back massage method is very effective in health preservation. He almost experienced it in his previous life. When he went there with his friends for a massage, he wanted to enjoy a wave of back massage services, but when he saw that the master who gave him a back massage was a 200-pound uncle, he said that he had chest tightness recently and was not suitable for a back massage. No matter how the 200-pound uncle expressed his superb skills, he did not agree. From then on, he understood that what was shown on TV was a lie, and all the massage services were provided by young ladies. Anyway, he did not experience the high-quality service of the young lady at the beginning, but suffered a great shock, and even had a psychological shadow. Now that he has traveled through time and space and become the eldest son of the Shimura family, he can finally enjoy the legendary back massage service of the young lady. Why are all the sweat hairs on your body gone? Keiko Shimura asked curiously while learning this shameful massage technique. Last time, she discovered that her little man's skin had become extremely smooth and delicate. Except for the eyebrows and hair, there were no pores on the other surface of the skin. A long time ago, when we humans had not invented clothes, we had hair like other animals to resist damage and cold. That was a major foundation for our ancestors to survive. However, with the continuous evolution of humans, those thick hairs are no longer needed, so they gradually degenerated into the current sweat hair. Although sweat hair itself has some functions, it is not very useful. After practicing to my level, I no longer need sweat hair and sweat glands to assist the balance of body functions, so I have to remove them naturally. Your current physical fitness is still far behind. When it grows 2 or 3 times, I will also help you remove the sweat hair and sweat glands on the surface of your body to become more perfect. After patiently explaining in detail, Zhikan Xianding had long wanted to remove all the sweat glands on his body. Sweat glands are used to assist the balance of internal body functions. They are naturally important for ordinary people, but they are basically useless for those who have cultivated to his level. Useless things must be removed naturally to make oneself more perfect. Who asked you to help shave? Glazing at him in shame and anger, Huizi immediately asked curiously, the body bones seem to be a little different. Did you also modify them on your own? She has an incomparable understanding of the human body structure. Through this massage, she vaguely discovered that her little man's bones seemed to be somewhat different from those of normal people, especially the spine. We humans should have been similar to monkeys and gorillas a long time ago. We did not walk upright, but evolved later. But this evolution is not perfect. This imperfect body structure, especially the bones, prevents us from obtaining a perfect force structure. In addition, there are many hidden dangers, such as the spine is prone to disease, cervical spondylosis, lumbar spondylosis, etc., and the waist will be sprained if you are not careful. In addition, the pressure on the heart and blood vessels is not small. It is not easy to push the blood flowing to the legs and feet back to the heart. In view of these shortcomings, I made subtle adjustments to my body. The amplitude was not large, but it made the body structure more perfect. While enjoying the massage service of my fiancé, copyright E. Shimuragento explained in detail. Whether it is the humans in this other world or the humans on Earth in the previous life, the body structure is not perfect, and it is easy to make oneself sick. This is caused by the imperfection of the body. In response to this, he used medical skills and the power of the corpse bone vein in the black cauldron space to continuously adjust himself, and finally obtained the most perfect body structure, which is what it is now. Previously, the cosmetic surgery and body shaping services in the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Mist Village were mainly to obtain more human body structure data and to conduct some simple experiments. This is the main purpose. As a selfish person, he never forgot that cultivation and strength are the foundation of everything, and everything must serve oneself. He can't do things that harm himself and benefit others or selflessly dedicate himself. Everything he does must have a clear purpose. It seems to be this reason. Thinking, Shimura Keiko had some insights. Compared with some animals, the human body is sometimes very fragile, especially the spine, which can be damaged or even life-threatening if not carefully. Even in the ninja's physical skills, there are many brutal moves targeting the spine, and there are also problems with the heart and blood vessels. With the same physical fitness and size, humans can't run faster than some animals in nature. Thinking of this, Huiza used chakra to sense the changes in her little man's body, especially the spine. Has it become so thick? Sensing the spine that is 3 times the diameter of a normal human spine, she was surprised, but she could also imagine that the force that this kind of spine can bear must be far beyond the normal human spine. Just watch, but don't stop massaging, continue to press with your big toe. Realizing that the young lady stopped the massage service, Shimura Gentoi hurriedly complained, while thinking about the sparring battle with the fat sheep teacher tonight. Just as Shimura Gentoi was relaxing himself with the massage service and actively preparing for the battle, Konoha also became lively. After more than half a month of hype, everyone in the village is now looking forward to the next battle between master and apprentice. Especially those who had seen Shimura Gentoi and Tsunade fight in the ninja school were more excited, and wanted to know how strong Shimura Gentoi had become after more than a year of growth. Is the reinforcement done? In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a low voice while smoking. An Anbu ninja appeared, knelt on one knee and replied respectfully, the reinforcement task has been completed with the barrier technique, which is enough to withstand the battle of the Zhengying level. It can only withstand the battle of the Zhengying level. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little annoyed because he was dissatisfied. His original idea was to let Tsunade and Shimura Gentoi fight in the big playground of the ninja school. The geology there was hard enough, and it was reinforced by the powerful sealing barrier arranged by the second Hokage himself, which was enough to withstand a strong battle. But the kid chose to place the battle on the Hokage cliff, which made him feel full of malice. Go down! Looking at the confused Anbu ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand to signal him to retreat. At this point, he could only bite the bullet and hope that Boy and Tsunade would not destroy the Hokage cliff. Hiruzen, do you really want to let those two juniors mess around like this? At this time, the door of the office was pushed open, and Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato-en walked in one after another. Yuditen Koharu looked dissatisfied. How could such a sacred place as the Hokage cliff allow those two juniors to mess around? What she couldn't understand the most was that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even object. If something really happened to the Hokage cliff, who would be responsible? Who could bear this responsibility? This is an opportunity to observe the background of the Shimura family in depth. Turning around and looking at the village under the afterglow of the sunset through the window of the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. Although he successfully traded for a sea-level body strengthening secret technique from Azang, and the training effect was very satisfactory, even a pleasant surprise, but this made him even more uneasy. As long as the sea-level body strengthening secret technique is practiced to the extreme, it can have the physical strength of an elite jonin, which is a significant improvement even for a strong man like him at the level of a positive shadow. You should know that ninja is a very fragile profession. Compared with the powerful attack power of ninjutsu, physical fitness is too fragile, and it has even become a fatal weakness of itself. And it is difficult to improve physical fitness, so ninjas at this stage basically choose dodge training to avoid this weakness to a certain extent. But once the physical fitness can be improved quickly and effectively, the improvement of the ninja's strength is not as simple as 1 + 1, but a geometric increase. For example, if he can have the physical fitness of the third generation of Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, his comprehensive combat power can be at least increased tenfold. And how many elite jonins have the Shimura family cultivated through this set of secret techniques? I'm afraid that what was shown in the Wind Country incident last time was not all that the Shimura family had. Just like he thought that the D-level divine power technique was all that the Shimura family had, but then a whole set of D-level body strengthening secret techniques emerged, and now a C-level body strengthening secret technique has popped up. He even doubted whether the Shimura family had higher level body strengthening secret techniques, such as B-level or even A-level body strengthening secret techniques, or S-level body strengthening secret techniques. At this stage, the C-level body strengthening secret techniques he has obtained can already cultivate elite jonin, so how strong can higher level ones be cultivated? Quasi-cage level, regular cage level, or super cage level? It's terrifying to think about it, it's terrifying to think about it. Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato-en in the back looked at each other, with both joy and worry in their hearts. The joy is that Sarutobi Hiruzen is increasingly wary of the Shimura family and has been deeply on guard, which is a good thing for them. The worry is that the Shimura family's background is too deep and unfathomable. Last month, when they held a meeting in the Hokage building, they felt a sense of extreme palpitations in Shimura Danzo, just like the feeling they felt in their teacher, the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. Obviously, Shimura Danzo may have reached the level of his teacher Senju Tobirama back then, that is, in the ninja system divided by the master Yaiwei Dujiang Yinzong Diao, he is infinitely close to the super shadow level. This makes them very uneasy. Also, where is the Shimura family's Zero Research Institute? They have sent a lot of people to investigate over the past year, but unfortunately they have found nothing. Have you obtained a stronger bodybuilding secret technique from Danzo? Maitaman Yan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly asked. He also sensed that Sarutobi Hiruzen's aura had greatly increased in the past few months, which was very abnormal. You also know Danzo's temperament and work style. I can't share that C-level bodybuilding secret technique with you. After taking a puff of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed helplessness and once again blamed his good friend, saying that it was not that the old man didn't want to give it to you, but that he was afraid that Danzo would turn against him and send someone to assassinate you. At the same time, he secretly cursed Mito Kato-en's greed. This set of C-level bodybuilding secret techniques was exchanged for his family's Houin secret technique plus the impure world reincarnation technique. Why should he give it to you? If you want it, go to Danzo to ask for it. Anyway, without Danzo's consent, I dare not pass on the C-level bodybuilding secret technique, otherwise it would be harming you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's refusal made Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato-en's faces darken at the same time, but more of it was helplessness. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen has enough capital to make a deal with Shimura Danzo, but the two of them and the family behind them do not. Even if they are envious, they can only stare blankly. As for stealing from the Shimura family by shady means, just look at the Sand Village collapse plan last year to know how sharp Danzo's knife is. They don't want to provoke that madman too much, after all, they are not called Sarutobi Hiruzen. What exactly does Danzo want to do? So high profile now when the plan is about to start. Suppressing the depression in her heart, Yudin Koharu changed the subject, and she was even more puzzled. Originally, according to the plan they had agreed on earlier, they only had to wait quietly for the start of the Second Ninja World War, but since last year, Shimura Danzo and his son have been doing things in a very high-profile manner. If this continues, it is likely to affect their plans. Not to mention Yudin Koharu, who was wondering, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very puzzled, and he also couldn't figure out what his good friend wanted to do. 244. Chapter 243, The Peak of the Hokage on the Night of the Full Moon. Who finally made it? Stopped at the entrance of Konoha village, Ting Shui lay on the ground without caring about his image, panting heavily, but he was very grateful in his heart. Ever since he received the information that his confidant Shimura Gento was going to have a peak showdown with his teacher Princess Tsunade in Konoha, he asked his teacher to come quickly. Because time was tight and the journey was long, and he was not qualified to use the sacred bird enshrined in the daimyo mansion of the Land of Water, he could only run hard on his feet. Fortunately, he has recently switched to cultivating immortal energy, which has greatly improved not only his physical fitness, but also his immortal energy reserves, so he can hold on. You can't run for such a short distance, you need to train your body more. The Black Panther carrying the Shengtang sword looked down at the panting and pale Ting Shui, curled his lips in disdain, and was not interested in such a woman-like man. Why don't you go in? Ting Shui was not angry, but was just curious why Black Panther didn't enter Konoha, but stood at the gate waiting, and Shiwahuahu next to him also closed his eyes and knelt waiting. Waiting for you. He replied. Black Panther looked at the end of the road, waiting for the arrival of others. He knew that those guys would definitely not miss this opportunity to see the progress of Xiandingjun during this period. Without saying anything else, Ting Shui sat cross-legged and practiced the immortal energy cultivation method, absorbing the surrounding natural energy to restore consumption, while waiting for the arrival of others. Not long after, a figure like a gust of wind appeared at the end of the road, and soon arrived at the gate of Konoha, and then lay down like Ting Shui before. Another man-woman. Looking at Yuji's embarrassed look, Black Panther curled his lips in disdain. He liked the kind of real man who could fight him head-on, such as Xiandingjun in Konoha village. Yuji said nothing, raised two middle fingers to the Black Panther, and practiced the immortal energy cultivation method like Ting Shui to absorb natural energy and restore his own consumption. Another hour later, a tall figure appeared at the end of the site, running at a fast speed, and soon came close. Before the person arrived, the bang 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 footsteps seemed to shake the earth, which showed how exaggerated the opponent's size was. They are all here. Huang Yan stopped and smiled. Ting Shui and others looked at Huang Yan's new image, and they couldn't help but twitch their faces. Although they had seen the transformed Iron Swordsman last time because of the evil demon incident, who would have thought that Huang Yan had also transformed his body? And the size of the swordsmanship school of the Land of the Earth is quite powerful. Now Huang Yan is probably the strongest among the five of them. But this image is too pitfall, as big as a monster. After a brief exchange, Huang Yan also did not enter Konoha. Like Black Panther and others, he recovered his energy while wait. In the Warring States period, there were 6 great nations, and 6 great swordsmen who protected the nation. In addition to the current 5 great nations, there was also the Iron Country. Although the Iron Country has the smallest land area among the 6 great nations, the samurai spirit is the most prevalent. It is also the only great nation that completely eliminated ninjas, and it is also the birthplace of samurai after the mythological era, which is of great significance. They are all the inheritors of the swordsmen who protected the nation, so naturally no one can be missed. I heard that the Holy Blade Swordsman of the Iron Country is preparing to establish a new lineage of swordsmen who protect the nation outside their lineage. Yuki, who was the most eccentric, looked around and asked in a low voice. This was the secret revealed by his teacher, the cloud-slashing swordsman, and he was also very surprised by this. He didn't expect that the Iron Country general would be so cruel. The previous Mifune was not qualified, but the current Mifune has a little hope. Ting Shui expressed his own opinion while stroking the golden snake soft sword wrapped around his waist, and the others also stroked their new weapons. They have been studying the 6 sword techniques they got from Shimura Gentoi for a while. The more they study, the more they understand the profoundness of the techniques. They are the epitome of all sword techniques, enough to become the cornerstone of all sword techniques, or even the main vein. Because there are traces of all sword techniques in the 6 sword techniques, they can be used to integrate the essence of all sword techniques and evolve all sword techniques. As long as they can be pushed to the peak, it is not impossible to create a new lineage of national sword masters, and it may even surpass the existing 6 national sword masters. Of course, it is difficult to achieve that, as difficult as ascending to heaven, but fortunately there is a little hope. As inheritors valued by the 6 national sword masters, since the Iron Country General Saint Blade Sword Master has placed such high hopes on Mifune, how can the 5 of them be worse? What's the name of your Naginata? After a moment of silence, Huang Yan looked curiously at the strange Naginata that Shihuahua placed flat on her legs, and the others also turned their eyes to it. They had wanted to ask this question a long time ago. At the beginning, Shimura Xianding showed a total of 6 new sword techniques and had 6 new swords, but Shihuahua now seemed to be using a strange long-handled weapon similar to a Naginata instead of the 9 rings mad blade that he had fought against. There was a straight 3-edged spike at the tip and 2 crescents on the side. It was obvious that it was a powerful weapon. Fang Tianhuaji. After speaking indifferently about the name of her new weapon, Shihuahua looked up at the end of the road. Another figure appeared at the end of her sight, and it was also very fast. It arrived in front of everyone in a short while. Fortunately, I'm not late. After stopping, Sanchuan spoke slowly and felt relieved. He had received the news a long time ago, but he had been assisting the general to recover and govern the kingdom of Taki until a few days ago, and then rushed here. Fortunately, he did not miss the peak duel. Mr. Mifune has improved again. Sensing that Mifune's momentum had greatly improved compared to the last time they met, Huang Yan said with envy. Among the 6 people, he and Mifune are the oldest and the strongest. With the help of his growth, his strength has greatly improved, but he did not expect Mifune's progress to be slow. It seems that there were many battles in the process of recovering the kingdom of Taki, otherwise there would not be such a huge improvement and that fierce murderous aura. Thanks to the swordsmanship given by Xianding Jun, I have made some progress recently. Mifune said modestly, stroking the 8-sided Han sword on his waist, but the smile on his face could not be concealed, and he was obviously very satisfied with his growth in recent times. Don't wait any longer, the duel is about to begin. Looking at the full moon in the night sky, Mifune signaled everyone to move forward, and the time was almost up. The few people had no objection and stood up to enter the gate of Konoha. The Konoha ninja guarding the gate had already received orders from the superiors, and did not stop the few people. He even sent people to help lead the way to the viewing position that had been arranged long ago. Although Mifune and others were all samurai and did not get along well with their ninjas, the 6 people came as envoys of the daimyo's mansion this time, so they could not be careless. The 6 people were taken all the way to a location on the Hokage cliff, which was a good place to watch the battle. At this moment, the area around the Hokage cliff was full of people, and even some rooftops in Konoha village were full of people, and some people even set up telescopes to watch. You are indeed worthy of being Xianding Jun. Stroke his short beard, Mifune yearned for this grand scene. This kind of open and above-board competition was the honor that their warriors were fighting for. Ninjas, the dark rats, were only worthy of living in the shadows and could not be on the stage. Would you like to place a bet? Just then, a young man came over and asked with a smile. A few people looked at the smiling young man, and then looked at the family emblem of the Shimura family on his clothes, and their faces could not help but twitch. Is this also arranged by Xianding Jun? Can I buy on credit? Touching his shriveled wallet, Yuki asked weakly. No. The young man Shimura was stunned. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. After a brief silence, he decisively refused. Then I bet 97,361 taels, betting on Xianding Jun to win. With disappointment on his face, Yuki took out all the coins in his wallet, counted them, and bet them all. Looking at the pile of coins in front of him, the young man Shimura couldn't help but twitch his face, but he finally accepted the coins and issued a certificate. 100,000 taels, bet on Xianding Jun to win. 100,000 taels, same as above. 100,000 taels, same as above. Same as above. I'll bet on the same as above. The 5 people on the 3 boats also took out there with a bet of 100,000 taels. They didn't care whether they could win the money or not. It was mainly about attitude and the duel with Shimura Gentoi. Because in their eyes, this battle was a duel between samurai and ninja, which was of great significance. As samurai, they naturally had to support Shimura Gentoi. Please keep these notes. You can exchange them at our Shimura family later. After writing down 5 voucher notes very quickly, the young man Shimura kindly reminded him and then walked towards the next wave of outsiders. This was the task given to him by the family. There were many clan members like him. This time, he must take all the small money from those people. You are worthy of being Mr. Gentoi. Mifune expressed the same emotion again, and he was full of admiration for Shimura Gentoi, who could use even a duel to such an extent. I am not as good as him. However, several people could understand that, after all, as a ninja, it was difficult to do big business and make big money under the restrictions of the daimyo, and they could not compare with them in terms of financial resources. Even now, the Shimura family can only make money from the ninjas. Even if they come up with the food patent, they can only get the equivalent of a large sum of money from the daimyo as profit. They do not oppose the Shimura family's business in the ninja village, and even support it. They can squeeze the small money in the hands of the ninjas through this way, and further weaken the war potential of the ninja village. Anyway, the money earned by the Shimura family at this stage is basically used to buy heavy gold, energy metals, and high-quality sealing crystals. It happens that these 3 are in the hands of their daimyo, so those liquid funds will eventually enter the pockets of the daimyo, which is very beneficial to them. Your Excellency, the Flame Blade Swordsman seems to intend to train Princess Tsunade as a successor. What is her final choice? Looking at the golden armored figure standing on the head of the statue of the first generation of Hokage, Mifune asked in a deep voice, and the eyes of several people also turned to Shiwohuahu. She is not qualified to make a choice now. Speaking coldly, Shiwohuahu did not take Tsunade seriously at this stage. It's not a question of strength, but the other party is still a ninja, at most a ninja who has learned the inheritance of the Flame Blade Sword Master. If you want her to take him seriously, you must at least destroy your chakra and turn to cultivating immortal energy. You are indeed not qualified yet. Huang Yan nodded, agreeing with Shiwohuahu's words. Here. Suddenly, the strongest Sanchuan seemed to have a sense and looked up to the south. Many shadow-level masters on the Hokage cliff also felt it and looked up to the southern sky. Not long after, a figure flew rapidly from the southern sky at a very fast speed. In a blink of an eye, it rushed into the inner boundary of Konoha and finally fell on the Hokage cliff. Didn't they say that a sword came from the west and Shimura flew to the immortal? Why did it come from the south? The youngest Yokichi looked at the figure wrapped in the wind and spoke in confusion. 245. Chapter 244, A sword comes from the west, Shimura flying immortal. The person who came was naturally not Shimura Gendo, but his father Shimura Danzo, who flew back directly from Lulin with the blessing of the wind escape chakra mode. Originally, it was impossible for him to fly so far with his chakra reserves, but after becoming the second generation chakra tree Jinchuriki, his chakra volume increased sharply. The most important thing is that he found that the chakra he released could actually be absorbed back by the second generation chakra tree, and the absorption method was very special, just like the chakra of the shadow clone returning to the main body, ignoring the distance and space. A perpetual motion machine. It was because of this discovery that he had the confidence to rush back alone and catch up with his son's duel. Azang, you have become stronger again. Seeing Shimura Danzo coming, Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to remain calm, but he felt very uncomfortable and more fearful. I originally thought that after obtaining the sea-level Shimura strengthening technique, I could catch up with or even surpass my best friend with my talent of all attribute chakra, but who would have thought that I would be slapped in the face so quickly? At this stage, he has reached the level of Mr. Tobirama back then, infinitely close to the super shadow level, but Shimura Danzo still gives him a sense of oppression. It is very likely that he has already reached the super shadow level first, which is not good news for him. You are making progress, and I am not slow either. Maintaining the high and cold male god style, Shimura Danzo sat in the chair next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, glanced at the moon in the west, and realized that it was about to start. Sure enough, Shimura Danzo guessed correctly. Not long after he returned, a golden figure suddenly rose rapidly from the Shimura clan. Soon, it overlapped with the setting moon in the west in everyone's sight, and then flew towards the Hokage cliff, like a fairy flying down from the moon, full of momentum. S-bag little pervert. Muttering unhappily, Tsunade felt that she was a bit careless. She should have arrived after the traitor and made a gorgeous appearance. Finally, Shimura Gentoo slowly floated down on the head of Sarutobi Hiruzen and stood opposite Tsunade. This scene made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes twitch and felt a strong malice. Did that kid want to step on him? On the night of the full moon, the top of the Hokage, a sword came from the west, Shimura Fixian. So that's what it means. Minato Namikaze, who was in the spectator area of A the ninja school, stared blankly at Shimura Gentoo who seemed to be walking on the moon. He muttered a sentence that was widely circulated in the village before, and then he understood the deep meaning. Then a pair of eyes lit up, full of admiration, and wanted to be treated like this in the future. Not only Namikaze Minato, but all the ninja school students who were brought here specially were full of envy and excitement. This high-end appearance alone made their trip worthwhile. The crowd watching from the outside were full of envy and jealousy. This way of appearance was so cool, and it would definitely be an unsurpassed peak. Clang! A silver light flashed, and Shimura Gentoo took off the big silver sword behind him, and said devoutly, "The sword is called Dayan, which I made by mixing the perfect energy metal of meteorites from outer space with sealed crystals and natural fairy fire. The sword tip is 188 centimeters and the net weight is 108,000 kilograms." As soon as this high-profile opening statement came out, the atmosphere was immediately raised to a peak. And this big silver sword does weigh 108 tons. Although it is far less than Miss Yu Guan's big Guandao weighing thousands of tons, it is not weak. If it weren't for the anti-gravity technique to reduce the weight, he couldn't lift it at all. And this weight shocked everyone watching, even Tsunade on the opposite side was moved by it. Although she had seen this big silver sword when she fought against the evil last time, she didn't pay much attention to it. In addition, the boy didn't seem to be struggling to use it at that time, so she thought it was not heavy, but who would have thought it weighed 108 tons? Is it really a weapon? Originally, she thought that the 3-ton giant sword in her hand was very crazy, but she didn't expect it to be even more exaggerated. 108,000 kilograms, that is, 108 tons, is it true? Is there such a high-density material in the world? That guy can't lie in this situation, but I don't believe he can lift such a heavy sword with one hand. He must be using some kind of ninjutsu to assist. 108 tons. The onlookers around whispered, all of them were shocked. 108 tons is not light, equivalent to a stone with a length, width, and height of 3 meters and 3 meters. Even among ninjas, few people can lift it with one hand. Brother Qufeng, I think your title as the strongest man in the ninja world is going to be lost. Senju Orange Water smiled and looked at Akimichi Qufeng beside him. After all, even the steel axe that Akimichi Qufeng made for himself was far less than 108 tons. Of course, the smile on his face was just a disguise, and the murderous intent in his heart was even stronger. This also shows the terrible potential of the Shimura family's bodybuilding secrets, and the Shimura family cannot be allowed to develop any further. There are many people who have similar ideas to Senju Orange Water. The power foundation shown by the Shimura family makes them feel uneasy. In the long run, it will surely grow into an unimaginable behemoth. At that time, the 3 major families in the village will be younger brothers in front of it. It is estimated that only the Senju family when the first generation of Hokage was still alive can suppress it. No one wants such a powerful behemoth to appear in the village again. Not to mention what the onlookers outside thought. Tsunade, who was standing on the head of the statue of the first Hokage, also spoke out a very cool opening statement. The sword is called Jubeo, and it was made by Ziitai, the first sword-making master of the Fire Country, with a mixture of heavy gold, perfect chakram metal and sealed crystal. The sword tip is 1.8 meters long and weighs 3,000 kilograms. Take off the giant sword behind her, Tsunade introduced it coldly, and this data shocked the onlookers around again. Although the weight of the giant sword is far less than the big silver sword in Shimura Gentoo's hand, it also weighs 3 tons, and a 1-meter square stone weighs that much. Is this really a weapon for people? After the high-profile opening statement, the two stopped talking. Tsunade stood with the sword in her hand, but Shimura Gentoo hung the big silver sword in his hand on his back and picked up the huge heavy gold war bow hanging on his body. Without any nonsense, the wings behind him pierced into the rocks behind him to stabilize his body. His right boot stepped on the handle of the heavy gold war bow and fixed it tightly with the immortal power thread. He pulled the bowstring with both hands, and his arms under the heavy gold battle suit became several times stronger. The immortal power thread took out a special heavy gold arrow from the quiver behind him. You are a scoundrel. Seeing this scene, Tsunade's cold goddess style could not be maintained, and she was so angry that she wanted to curse. He did not dare to delay, and hurriedly carried the giant sword in front of him as a shield, and at the same time performed the earth escape hardening technique to improve his body strength to the extreme. Ding! A golden line flashed, followed by a deafening roar, and Tsunade, holding the heavy gold giant sword, slashed back more than 10 meters. This is not over yet. Shimura Gendori continued to bend the bow and shoot arrows, shooting all 9 arrows in the quiver behind him in one breath. On the other side, Tsunade, holding the giant sword, was bombarded and retreated continuously, and finally retreated more than 50 meters. If there was not a stone wall behind, she would have retreated at least hundreds of meters. Even so, the huge force also collapsed the stone wall, and Tsunade's whole body was bombarded into it. Earth escape heart beheading technique. At this time, a pair of arms wrapped in heavy gold armor suddenly rushed out from the ground under Shimura Gento's feet and grabbed his legs. But Shimura Gento seemed to have noticed it long ago and took a step back. Tsunade didn't think that she could take down this traitor with one move. Without waiting for him to make further moves, she rushed out of the ground and punched him hard. The earth escape hardening technique continued to strengthen her physical fitness, and the strange power technique was running, and the terrible power that burst out blew up the air. This is not over yet. The yin seal between Tsunade's eyebrows was unlocked, and the chakra accumulated for several months gushed out, making her combat power soar to a higher level. On the other side, Shimura Gento threw away the heavy gold bow in his hand and raised his left hand to meet Tsunade's violent punch. He deflected her wrist with his palm, making the punch miss, and at the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist and hit her neck. This was not over yet. The wings behind him stabbed out to assist the attack, but Tsunade also used chakra threads to control the heavy gold wings behind him to stab out. Ding ding! The 2 pairs of heavy gold battle suits collided with each other, stirring up a harsh sound of metal clashing. Then the master and apprentice launched a high-intensity battle. In the physical battle, Shimura Gentoi relied on his thickened arms and divine power to continuously fight against Tsunade. Tsunade also had amazing explosive power under the dual blessing of Yin Seal Chakra and strange power. The 2 fists kept fighting, and the exciting collision sound made the surrounding spectators numb. What surprised them even more was the physical skills displayed by the 2, which were wonderful to the peak. Whether it was the internal force of the body, the external fist and foot moves, or the avoidance of the body, they were like your art, full of a violent beauty, which made people pleasing to the eye. But under this pleasing to the eye, there was a terrifying power that made people palpitate. No one present had the confidence to use their body to withstand that kind of explosive power. Brother Qifeng, can you block it? Qian Shao Cheng Shui asked in a deep voice, and was also shocked by the physical power of Shimura Gentoi. Although he was confident that he could easily dodge that kind of attack, it would be very difficult to resist it with his body, even with the help of super strength. In terms of physical skills and super strength, he was worse than Tsunade, who exploded with the Yin Seal. I just don't know if Akimichi Tsukuru can withstand it. You should know that Akimichi Tsukuru is not only the strongest man in the current ninja world, but also has a strong body defense. The thick fat plus the Akimichi secret technique has amazing defense, enough to resist the attack of A-level ninjutsu. You have to use secret techniques and earth escape. With the same solemn response, Akimichi Tsukuru was also shocked by the power of the 2 juniors. They were not worse than him. Of course, this refers to the normal power explosion. If you use the super multiplication technique and transform into a giant form of dozens or nearly 100 meters, it is enough to easily resist the explosive power of the 2 juniors. His title of the strongest man in the current ninja world is not exaggerated. He is a rare existence in the ninja world who can compete with the tailed beasts head-on. The art of multiplication. Looking at Shimura Suinding's arms that were several times thicker, Chudaya Kufeng was puzzled. He felt that it was a bit similar to the art of multiplication of their Akimichi family, but it was not. Moreover, it only enlarged the muscles, and the bones did not seem to change. However, this secret art was definitely related to the secret art of their Akimichi family, which made Chudaya Kufeng look very unhappy. Could it be that the Shimura family had stolen our secret art a long time ago and then developed a similar secret art? Looking at Shimura Denzo not far away, Chudaya Kufeng thought secretly. He didn't think that the Shimura family relied on the secret art that was traded last time to develop this secret method. You must know that the development of secret art is not achieved overnight, and it requires a lot of foundation. And the secret art that was traded at the time only had a little bit of the technique of multiplication, which was nothing, and was not enough to develop a secret art of this level. Besides, the time was too short. It was only a little over a year. He didn't think that the mysterious Zero Research Institute of the Shimura family could develop such a secret technique so quickly with such a little bit of the multiplication technique. Obviously, the Shimura family had already secretly obtained their Akimichi secret technique through dishonorable means and then studied it. This is not a good thing. 246. Chapter 245, The Powerful Kirin Arm Technique. That's right, what Shimura Gento is using now is the powerful Kirin Arm technique developed on the basis of that little bit of the multiplication secret technique, and it also incorporates some of the secrets of the Hoshui arm technique, which can greatly increase the volume of muscle cells and thus enhance strength. It is because of this that he was able to withstand Tsunade's strange power technique. Painful sky kick. Suddenly, Tsunade jumped up, and her right leg wrapped in armor chopped down like a battle axe, with extremely fierce power. At the same time, she tied Shimura Gento's feet with chakra threads to prevent him from retreating and dodging. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it in a short time, Shimura Gentoi raised his hands and resisted the heavy kick. The posture between the two people instantly became extremely ambiguous, but Shimura Gentoi, who was in sage mode, did not have any emotional fluctuations. After the power was exhausted, he grabbed the slender leg armor with his backhand, and swung the fat sheep teacher to the ground without any mercy. But at this moment, a silver sword light flashed in front of him, and he instinctively jumped away, while protecting the heavy gold wings behind him. Clang! The silver sword light slashed down, cutting the heavy gold wings apart, and leaving a sword mark on the breastplate. If he hadn't reacted in time just now, I'm afraid his whole body would have been split in half. It's quite sharp. Holding the big silver sword with most of the sword body cut into the rocky ground, Tsunade was surprised. The sharpness of this big silver sword was indeed far beyond her imagination, and it could even cut the heavy gold battlesuit. It was just too heavy. She had just taken the opportunity to pull out the big silver sword from the boy's back, and then she almost twisted her waist when she slashed it down. Obviously, even if she now has the Yin Seal Chakra, the triple power of Earth-style hardening technique and super strength technique, it is still difficult to control this big silver sword. Unless she can obtain the Earth-style secret technique similar to the light and heavy rock technique of the Hidden Rock Village, or the multiplication technique of the Akimichi family. Yang-style armor. Seeing that it was difficult to control the big silver sword in her hand with the power she had at this stage, Tsunade decisively used her trump card. She raised her hand to form a seal, and the Yang-style chakra spread throughout her body, boosting her own self-healing ability to the limit, paving the way for the next 8 gates of ninjutsu. 8 gates of ninjutsu, Jingmen, open. She opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu in one breath, and the powerful power increase finally allowed her to control the big silver sword in her hand with both hands. Ziken Xianding on the opposite side looked at the severed heavy gold wings, and the immortal energy thread extended over, and the broken wings fell off the carapace. That's right, this pair of heavy gold wings can be removed. However, the mechanism is inside the battle suit, and only Shimura Gento can remove it with his own immortal energy thread. It cannot be removed from the outside, which can also be regarded as a tactical application. He looked at the big silver sword held by Tsunade on the opposite side, and held his right hand empty. Several immortal energy threads extended into the stone wall that Tsunade had smashed before, and pulled out a golden big sword, which was the giant sword left inside. The big silver sword is extremely sharp, and it is absolutely a suicidal act to fight with bare hands. Although the material of this giant sword is not as good as the big silver sword, it can withstand it for a while with its huge size, and it also decisively uses a big move. Transfer your own immortal energy into the meridian acupoints of Shimura's big mouth tattoo on your chest, and use the power of Shimura's big mouth to temporarily transform your acquired Yang attribute into innate Yang attribute immortal energy, and then spread it all over your body to activate the cells in your body. Yang Dun Armor. 8 Gates Ninja Cage Mona open. It was also Yang Dun Armor and 8 Gates Ninja, but he did not use the Chakra version of Tsunade, but the Senjun Li version. With the dual blessing of Yang Dun Armor and 8 Gates Ninja, the power and speed increased dramatically. He rushed forward without any delay to launch the attack. Shimura Gentoi split the giant sword into 2 pieces, held it in both hands, and launched a violent attack like a storm, covering Tsunade's entire body in the violent golden sword light. Good swordsmanship. Mifune and Hitaki Sakumo, who had the highest swordsmanship skills on the scene, could not help but cheer, their eyes flashing, and they saw the exquisiteness inside. Although Shimura Gentoi's double sword swordsmanship attack was violent, the angle of the sword was perfect. Not only was it the best way to exert force for its own structure, but the landing point of the attack was also Tsunade's weakness that was difficult to exert force. Not only did he exert his own strength to the fullest, but he also focused on Tsunade's weaknesses, which can be called an artistic swordsmanship. The other spectators were also delighted. Even though they did not have the swordsmanship skills of Mifune and Hotaki Sakumo, they were conquered by this artistic swordsmanship. Of course, some were happy and some were worried. Some of the onlookers looked ugly. The two brothers Hyaga Hayashi looked at the swordsmanship attacks launched by the two warring parties, and then looked at their own hands. They immediately gave up the idea of a euro using soft fists to fight hard, and even doubted their own so-called absolute defense Kaden. Can Kaden really withstand the attack of that humanoid monster? On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku used his 3 Magatama Sharingan to the limit, desperately copying and memorizing the swordsmanship moves of the two. Of course, it was just swordsmanship moves. After all, the heavy gold battle suits of Shimura Gentoi and Tsunade are both integrated with sealing crystals, and the radiation energy they possess can even isolate the perspective of Hyaga Byakugan, not to mention the Sharingan. However, even if it is just simple swordsmanship, Uchiha Fugaku has benefited a lot. Tsunade, who has been suppressed by swordsmanship, suddenly bursts out the 7th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and swings the sword with absolute power. Ding! Another violent sound of metal and iron clashing was stirred, and a figure flew hundreds of meters before landing. It was Shimura Gentoi. Looking at the gap in the right hand's secondary sword that was cut into most of the sword body, Shimura Gentoi expressionlessly inserted the secondary sword into the main sword, restoring it to a 3-ton giant sword, and also opened the 8 gates of ninjutsu to the 7th gate. Holding the heavy giant sword, he jumped forward and fought with Tsunade, who had burst out 7 gates. The swordsmanship displayed by the two this time was extremely fierce, all relying on powerful strength and speed to fight head-on, extremely brutal. The rock ground under their feet, which was blessed by the barrier technique, kept cracking and exploding, and the entire Hokage cliff was constantly shaking, which showed how terrifying the power of both sides was. Kyufeng, are you sure you can hold on? At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen separated a shadow clone and came to his friend Akimichi Kyufeng, asking in a deep voice. The eyes of the people around also turned to listen to the opinions of Akimichi Kyufeng, the current top ninja world. After exerting the super multiplication technique to the extreme, my strength can crush them, but my speed is far less than theirs, and the most important thing is that the quality of my axe is not as good as the swords in their hands. After a silence, Akimichi Kyufeng expressed his own views. He is still stronger in pure strength, but he is far behind in speed. The most important thing is that the quality of the steel axe he made is far inferior to the 2 swords of others, even if the earth escape ninjutsu is added to increase the hardness. And this is only the power to open the 7th gate. According to the information Sarutobi Hiruzen said last time, Shimura Gentoi seems to be able to open the 8th gate of death. Even if the power of the 8 gates of ninja array is not as powerful as the instantaneous explosion of the extreme, it is still terrifying. Not to mention that the two are still very young. Among them, Shimura Gentoi is less than 15 years old and has a lot of room for growth. It seems that his title of the strongest man in the ninja world cannot be kept. It's really the waves behind the sea that push the waves in front. Secretly sighing, Akimichi Tofu is a little lonely. Is the era of their generation finally over? Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone looked at his disciple Orochimaru not far away. Some things are not easy to ask there, after all. Shimura Danzo is sitting next to his original body. The sharpness of the Kusanagi sword is stronger than that heavy gold sword, but not as good as that big silver sword. Knowing what the teacher was asking, Orochimaru licked his lips in response, and his heart was also extremely shocked. He had tried it before. His top-grade Kusanagi sword was stronger than Tsunade's giant sword in terms of edge hardness, but it was not enough to cut the giant sword. After all, the Kusanagi sword was much bigger. If it really fought against the giant sword, it would definitely be his Kusanagi sword that would be broken. In this comparison, the sharpness of the big silver sword was much stronger than that of the giant sword. You can imagine. This answer made Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone feel depressed, because his summoned beast, Uromon, once said that the monkey clan's diamond body has its limits, and the top Kusanagi-ryu sword can break the diamond body. In other words, the big silver sword can kill Uromon and cut off the diamond stick transformed by Uromon, so his physical strength is useless in front of it. It would be strange if Sarutobi Hiruzen could be in a good mood when such a divine sword that restrains his own tactical system appeared. After making a seal to remove this shadow clone, Sarutobi Hiruzen's main body was silent after receiving the information, and raised his hand to make a seal. Summoning technique. A burst of mist dispersed, revealing an upright monkey, which was Sarutobi Hiruzen's summoned beast, Uromon, and the king of the contemporary monkey summoned beast clan. The revealed Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around, and finally his eyes fell on Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him. After receiving the eye signal, he looked up at the battle not far away, and his eyes were instantly attracted by the big silver sword, and his expression became solemn. The fierce battle between Shimura Gentoi and Tsunade was extremely fierce, all hard-hitting moves. After fighting for a full minute, the broad giant sword finally couldn't bear it and was cut in two. But at this moment, Shimura Gentoi rushed into Tsunade's chest, performed the Shimura-style grappling and locking technique, and further suppressed Tsunade with the gravity technique. The two of them instantly entangled in an extremely ambiguous posture. Asshole! Tsunade, who reacted, was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood, and wanted to chop it down with the big silver sword, but the big silver sword blessed with the gravity technique was 10 times heavier, and it was difficult to shake it, and the two bodies were too close. The most uncomfortable thing is that this posture is really shameful, not to mention that it is in such a public place. Tsunade is so angry that she wants to burst out the death gate and punch this traitor to death. At this time, Shimura Gentoi extended the immortal energy thread through the gap of the battle suit, pierced into Tsunade's 8 gates, and sealed them one by one with the 8 gates collapse technique that the Hyuga family gave in the original exchange, forcibly interrupting the outbreak of the 8 gates. Then he sealed all the acupoints in Tsunade's body one by one, and in the end even the strange power technique and earth escape ninjutsu were difficult to perform. Do you admit defeat? Shimura Gentoi, who maintained the sage mode, asked without emotion. No. Tsunade stubbornly refuted. This battle was too aggrieved. Do you admit it? With an expressionless face, relying on the powerful force of the 8 gates, he pulled up one of Tsunade's legs and pressed it on his chest, and asked again. No. The attitude was still stubborn and resolute, and then Shimura Gentoi raised the other beautiful leg wrapped in armor and pressed it against his chest with an expressionless face, folding Tsunade's entire body in half, making it more difficult to exert force, and making the postures of the two more ambiguous. And this kind of yin and yang style made Tsunade recall the humiliation she had at the beginning, and her mentality collapsed immediately, with bloodshot eyes and murderous intent. She wanted to hammer this traitor to death. The original passionate battle instantly turned into this kind of ghost-like painting style, which made the onlookers almost break their waists and their expressions became weird. Humph! The lustful nature has not changed. With a cold snort, Uchiha Mikoto, who was watching the game, was so angry that her teeth itched, and she couldn't help but recall the experience of being humiliated by that bastard in Lulin. Okay, I'll get up. As the referee, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't stand it anymore, and performed the instant body technique to step forward and scolded. The two's attitude was too low, it was simply a discredit to their Konoha. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, the referee, come forward, Shimura Gentoi decisively let go of the fat sheep teacher and took the big silver sword away to prevent the woman from going berserk. The previous humiliation made Tsunade almost crazy. After getting away, she immediately pounced on the traitor and was pressed to the ground again. Sarutobi. Seeing that Tsunade's emotions were a little out of control, Sarutobi Hiruzen helplessly shouted to his own summoning beast. He didn't dare to go up and dissuade them personally. With the strength of the two, he would be broken if he was not careful. It would be better to let Sarutobi, who has an indestructible body, go up to stop the fight. 247. Chapter 246 The Secret of Vajra Indestructibility. After taking a deep look at the big silver sword hung on Shimura Gentoi's back, Sarutobi stepped forward to pull the two apart and grabbed Tsunade, whose emotions were still out of control. Uncle Hokage, please announce the result. Ignoring the ferocious look of his own fat sheep teacher who wanted to clear him out on the spot, Shimura Gentoi signaled Sarutobi Hiruzen to announce the result. After all, this is a bet involving thousands of small goals, so it can't be sloppy. Now I announce in the name of Hokage that the winner of today's duel is Shimura Gentoi. It is naturally difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen to be sloppy in public, so although he was heartbroken for the money he bet, he could only announce that Shimura Gentoi won. This is the Monkey King Yuroko, nice to meet you. After Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the results of the battle, Shimura Gentoi came to Yuriko and grabbed his hand without saying anything to shake hands, which was quite enthusiastic. He has been coveting Yuriko's diamond body for a long time. This thing can better supplement the Earth Escape Chakra mode, and this opportunity naturally cannot be missed. The confused monkey demon looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in astonishment, giving him an inquiring look, not understanding what this junior wanted to do. Uncle Hokage, I have something else to do, so I won't bother you anymore. After copying the monkey demon's palm, Shimura Gendo didn't stay for long, and used the anti-gravity technique to fly to his family's land. Prepare to take the obtained monkey demon epidermal cells back for cultivation as soon as possible, lest they lose their activity. That's right, just now he pressed the immortal energy thread against his palm and made a sawtooth structure, and got some epidermal cells of the monkey demon. I want to report, this is a fake match, I want to report you. I also want to report, there is definitely something wrong with this fight. There is a conspiracy, there must be a conspiracy. The spectators who just reacted exploded, throwing everything in their hands to the ground, with excited and ferocious expressions. You should know that more than 99% of the people present bet on Tsunade to win, but in the end it was such a result. If they lost completely, they would accept it, but in the end Tsunade clearly cut off the giant sword in Shimura Genteng's hand, but lost inexplicably. How could they be convinced? Tsunade, you go back first. Seeing that the spectators were getting more and more excited, Sarutobi Hiruzen signaled Tsunade, who was still ashamed and angry, to run away first, so as not to stay here and attract public anger. Teacher Sarutobi, thank you for your help. Tsunade calmed down and apologized to her teacher, then jumped off the Hokage cliff and returned to the clan. She lost this battle very aggrievedly, and she really didn't expect to be tricked by that kid. That's right, she was tricked just now. The rebel deliberately sent the biggest gap of the giant sword to her for cutting, and after cutting it off, the inertia made her body slightly out of control, and then he caught the flaw and captured her at close range, and then she was humiliated and defeated. It's worthy of being Xianding. Mifune in the crowd sighed again, he didn't expect the final result to be like this. In terms of swordsmanship, Xianding is indeed the winner. Huang Yan spoke solemnly, acknowledging Shimura Xianding's victory. Tsunade took advantage of the big silver sword, otherwise she would have been defeated long ago if she had used her own giant sword. The gap between the two in swordsmanship is not small. Tsunade was affected by the radiation of the battle suit, and it was difficult for her to perform large-scale ninjutsu, and she also failed to exert her peak combat power. Shiwohuao put forward a different view. When Tsunade was learning swordsmanship from Yanren Jianhao, she had fought with her several times and knew very well how strong that woman was. Moreover, as a ninja, the strongest means is still ninjutsu, especially large-scale ninjutsu. Today, Tsunade did not show her full strength. Although the battlesuit provided her with strong defense, it also greatly restricted her performance. Should we also practice some boxing and physical skills? Black Panther's focus was very different. He was very interested in the Shimura Styles body-locking technique that Shimura Gendo performed at the end. After all, they, the samurai, did not carry sabers all the time, and the sabers were not unbreakable. In case of an emergency, knowing some close body skills was also a trump card, so that they would not have to close their eyes and wait for death. These words made several people think about it, and they were also a little moved. Let's not talk about the situation on the Hokage cliff. On the other side, after Shimura Xianding returned to the clan land, he immediately sent people to send high-quality nutrient solution to cultivate the palm epidermal cells of the ape demon, and finally obtained a lump of meat by inducing division. Seeing that the lump of meat stabilized, Shimura Xianding breathed a sigh of relief and began to check himself. The current Yang Dun armor is still barely able to withstand the burst of the 7th gate. After checking the damage to his body, Shimura Xianding felt a little relieved, but he also saw that the Yang Dun armor at this stage was indeed a bit reluctant. After all, it was temporarily transformed through the tattoo of Shimura's big mouth on his chest. It was not the innate Yang attribute immortal energy in the true sense. It could not perfectly match himself and could not be regarded as a real Yang Dun armor. Only when he truly condensed his own innate Yang attribute immortal energy and completed the cleansing of his body, could he use the real Yang Dun armor. Now this is at most a semi-finished product. The degree to which the semi-finished Yang Dun armor can activate cells can only offset the 6th gate of the 8 gates, and the 7th gate is a bit reluctant. It doesn't matter in a short time, but it will still cause serious damage over a long period of time. As for the 8 gates, it is necessary to further sublimate the innate Yang attribute immortal energy into Yang Dun immortal energy, forming a Yang Dun immortal energy mode, and promoting the activation of body cells to the extreme. Put the Yang Dun armor aside for the time being, and take a look at the diamond body of the ape demon first. With a thought, the consciousness entered the black cauldron space, and the eyes were fixed on the replica of the ape demon's hand. Enlarge and analyze. Control the ability of the black cauldron space to enlarge the replica of the ape demon's hand and directly observe the cell level. It is indeed an extreme application of the earth escape hardening technique. Looking at the layer of earth escape chakra outside the cell wall, Shimaragento secretly said that it was indeed the case. He had long guessed that the diamond body of the monkey clan was the ultimate application of the earth escape hardening technique, and now it is indeed the case. The principle is to attach a layer of earth escape chakra to the outer wall of the cell, forming a structure similar to the cell wall of plants, enhancing the body strength, and then forming the so-called diamond body. Knowing the essence, it will be much easier to deal with it next. Just take the earth escape hardening technique as the foundation, and optimize and improve it with the diamond body of the monkey demon as the goal. It happened that I got a lot of earth escape secrets from the Hidden Rock Village from Miss Yu Guan. There are hundreds of hardening techniques, and even one has reached the A level. It must be said that the Hidden Rock Village is the expert and master of earth escape. There are all kinds of earth escape for various purposes, even gravity control. I can only say, awesome. But this foundation just happened to benefit him, Ji. At the same time, after learning that Shimura Xianding had indeed won, all the Shimura tribesmen who went out returned to their ancestral land and made preparations to prevent some people from losing their money and jumping off the wall to make trouble. After all, this gambling market has gathered more than 150 billion yuan in banknotes, even with the daimyo can be exchanged for heavy gold, which can be worth 1.5 tons. However, the Shimura family did not intend to use this money to exchange heavy gold with the daimyo this time. After all, they have accumulated a lot of heavy gold, and the energy metal reserves of various attributes are quite scarce in comparison. After practicing for a while, he brushed his teeth and washed his face under the service of his fiancé copyright and then went to the living room to meet several guests. Mr. Xianding, thanks to you this time, we all made a small profit. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Huang Yan grinned. Although he was not short of money with his status and could mobilize hundreds of millions of taels of funds from the daimyo with just one sentence, the money he made this time was different. It was a duel between ninjas and samurai, and Shimura Xianding, who represented their samurai, won, which was of great significance. Mifune and others were also happy, and they were very satisfied and happy about it. It was just a lucky win. With a modest smile, Shimura Xianding was not complacent with yesterday's results. Tsunade is actually very strong, especially after the 8 gates of ninjutsu, when the huge vitality of the Thousand Hands Sage body was released, her strength was quite abnormal. The power of the 7th gate of her 8 gates of ninjutsu is no less than that of Might Guy in the original work. She even developed the Yang Tun armor to activate her body cells, and combined with her own Thousand Hands Sage body, she can offset the damage caused by the 7th gate, and maintain the 7-gate state for a long time, and her combat power is suddenly a mess. If she hadn't been blessed by the Sage mode and could exert her combat power to the limit, she would have lost. There is no way, it's not that he is not strong enough, but that the Thousand Hands Sage body is too awesome. This is the difference in innate physique, and it is difficult to catch up through acquired means. Of course, if he were to go against the innate and transform the 7 innate attributes to cleanse and transform the essence of the body, he would definitely be able to put that woman in various positions at that time. Thank you for your help in Taki country. We, the Iron Country, are grateful. With a serious look on his face, Mifune stood up and bowed to Shimura Gentoi to express his gratitude. It was because of the news that Shimura Gentoi brought that day that they were able to make preparations in the first place and recover Taki country in one fell swoop. And because of the river and reservoir project, the daimyo prefecture of the land country sent a samurai army to station at the border of the rain country to intimidate the hidden rain village and assist them in recovering Taki country. Otherwise, they would have to pay a huge sacrifice. After all, the demigod of the hidden rain village is not a good person. He is particularly good at using poison and has a large-scale killing method, which is too restrained for their samurai. Shimura Gentoi accepted Mifune's gift calmly and did not refuse it hypocritically, because it was a respect for Mifune and the Iron Country. After Mifune bowed, he smiled and said, "The ninjas of Takigakuer don't care about the lives of the people of Takigakuer. Keeping them here is a disaster for Takigakuer. The best result is for Iron Country to take back to Kigakuer. In this way, the trend of Iron Country, our Fire Country Daimyofu, and Fire Temple to contain Konoha can be restored to a certain extent, which can deter some people with ulterior motives. Does Xianding hate Konoha Ninja Village? This made Ting Shui and others feel very strange. Although they had guessed that Shimura Xianding seemed to prefer them, they didn't expect that he would hate Konoha so much and even suppress Konoha in various ways. Without responding immediately, Shimura Xianding signaled to the big bodyguard Shimura Zhengxiu standing outside the living room. After receiving the signal, Shimura Zhengxiu used the chakra purified by the clan leader last night to cast an isolation barrier and guarded outside, raising his perception to the maximum limit to prevent others from eavesdropping and snooping here. Since you are able to come here this time, it is obvious that you have been recognized by the 6 great national swordsmen. I should let you know some things. Signing everyone to sit down, Shimura Gentoi organized his words and said, "You should know something about the conflict between us samurai and ninjas, but you don't know that the ancestor of ninjas, the 6-path sage, is likely still alive, hiding in a corner of the world and plotting something. Even the extinction of Onmyoji thousands of years ago may be related to the 6-path sage. At the same time, I have received reliable information that the 6-path sage is not from our world, but a descendant of a person from outer space, and chakra is not a power system created by our world. In addition, the 6-path sage has been devouring the world through chakra and ninjas. The natural energy in the world will inevitably be exhausted in the long run. All our cultivation systems rely on natural energy and will inevitably perish. As the inheritors of local samurai, we will have a battle with the 6-path sage in the future, and most of the ninja systems he created will also be our enemies. If we want to survive and protect our world, we must prepare in advance. Suppressing and shocking the 5 major ninja villages is a key step, which can buy us more time. We must unite in this regard. The samurai is a major force he can win, and he must treat it with caution. Even if he cannot fool them into loyal minions, he must at least become a friend and ally to fight against the ninja world and the 6-path sage in the future." 248. Chapter 247 The Great Warrior serves the country and the people. You just said that most of the ninja systems are our enemies. After a long silence, after digesting the shocking information said by Shimura Xianding, Shuohuao looked puzzled, and the others were also puzzled. The foundation of a ninja is a kind of chakra bloodline, and many of these chakra bloodlines can be cleared. For example, I used the radiation power of the sealing crystal to clear the chakra bloodline inherited from my father. The difficulty is different at most, and those ninjas who can clear the chakra bloodline are the goals we can strive for. In the final analysis, these are the same as us humans. Cells, but they are polluted and used by the chakra bloodline passed down by the 6-path sage. We can try to win over these people, and the previous ninja warrior plan is an attempt. Remember that our ultimate goal is to protect our human beings in this world. Killing is only a means, not an end. We should reduce killing as much as possible within our ability. When he said the last sentence, Shimura Xianding looked extremely solemn and serious. He attached great importance to the ninja warrior plan, and even the 2nd-generation chakra god tree was mainly for this purpose. He had asked his old father to try before, and the 2nd-generation chakra god tree could devour the chakra bloodline in the ninja's body, but it would be very difficult. The main reason is that the old father and the 2nd-generation chakra god tree are still too weak now. When they become stronger in the future, they can devour the chakra bloodline in the ninja's body and restore the purity of their bodies. This statement made everyone think about it, and they agreed with it. Xianding Jun, if we really defeat the 6-path sage in the future, will we become enemies? At this time, Black Panther spoke, and his aggressive eyes swept across the crowd, and finally fell on Shimura Gentoi. The reason why the 5 major daimyo prefectures have a relatively harmonious relationship with each other is mainly because of the existence of the powerful enemy, the ninja village. Once this powerful enemy is eliminated in the future, there will be a war between the 5 major countries. Not an enemy, but I will unify all countries as soon as possible, establish a new regime to lead all human beings and other intelligent life forms, and minimize the scale of the war. By then, we will all be our own people, and many resources can be mobilized for more reasonable use, such as breaking through the mountains in the southwest of the rain country and transferring the excess water from the rain country to the wind country. At least a piece of land suitable for living can be created in the north of the wind country. He showed his ambition without concealment, or ambition. In this regard, Shimura Gentoi never thought of hiding it, and there was no need to hide it. This is a good idea, I support it. Yuki, who was born in the wind country, was the first to agree. If the water flow of the water country could be guided here, the benefits to their wind country could not be described in words. Although the idea is good, those nobles will not agree to it. Ting Shui, who was more rational, shook his head slightly and did not think that Shimura Gentoi could succeed. Do we need to care about their opinions? Looking sideways, Shimura Gentoi said domineeringly, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. In front of the overall will of our human race, the will of the individual is not important. He really didn't trademark care about those nobles. There were many ways to deal with them. He could even imitate the infinite Tsukuyomi and use an infinite Kota Amatsukami to transform those extravagant and corrupt nobles into the forehav newcomers of the new era to mine and build roads. This was also the main reason why he attached so much importance to Uchiha Kagamiya trademark S pair of Mangekyo. Once he merged with his grandson Uchiha Shisuiya trademark S Mangekyo into the Eternal Eye in the future, it would be enough to clear many unnecessary enemies for him. The war of unification is not easy to fight. With worry, Sanchuan realized for the first time the ambition of this junior, or the ambition. It is unclear whether such a person is a blessing or a curse for the whole world and mankind. If it is not for the great unification of the human race, not for the permanent end of war, not for bringing about long-term peace, not for protecting and developing the world, why do you learn swords? You must know that the greatest martial arts should be for the country and the people. The solemn and deep questioning made Shimura Gento feel as if his ancestor Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the Prime Minister, and Guo Juxia were possessed at this moment. His acting skills were explosive and domineering. This question that seemed to penetrate the soul made Mifune stunned. The people around him were also shocked and fell into deep thought. Without disturbing their thoughts, Shimura Gento picked up the milk tea next to him to moisten his throat. There is no way, this is a good habit spoiled by Miss Yueli. He didn't expect Miss Yueli to play so big and make her own milk tea. No wonder she lost so much weight at the beginning. Of course, his milk tea now is real milk tea, using the most authentic milk and the best tea. This way, you can not only drink tea, but also milk, killing two birds with one stone. Sure enough, you are worthy of being Lord Xianding. I am not as good as you. After pondering for a long time, Mifune took a deep breath and sighed, but the light in his eyes became brighter, as if he had found his life goal. Originally, he was still confused about his future in kendo, but after listening to Xianding Jun's words today, he suddenly realized his previous narrowness and the breadth of the future. He also vaguely understood why he learned swordsmanship and wielded swords. Xianding Jun, I will become a general of the Iron Country in the near future. If I really defeat the ninja and the Six Path Sage, please fight me personally, a battle representing the future of the Iron Country. Mifune solemnly made a request and made his own decision. He wanted to become the general of the Iron Country, and finally represent the entire Iron Country to fight against Shimura Gentoi. If he lost, the Iron Country would be incorporated into the Grand Unification Plan of Xianding Jun to minimize casualties. The Grand Unification would be of great benefit to the entire human race. There was no need to let those warriors and people die for it. It was not worth it. I accept this challenge, but there are still many capable people in the Iron Country. It is not easy for Brother Mifune to represent the entire Iron Country with himself. After solemnly accepting this challenge, Shimura Gentoi was secretly happy, knowing that this big brother had been initially fooled and became a like-minded person. Just like the martyrs of the Dazonghua family in the previous life, they united all the forces that could be united, and finally had the Dazonghua family that all Western powers feared in the future. That some predecessors have already given the correct answers and processes, and you just need to copy the homework. Clang! My sword will let me do it. The eight-sided Han sword on his waist was unsheathed, and Sanchuan was full of confidence. For the Iron Country, for countless people, and for this world, he will definitely succeed. How can such a good thing be without me, Black Panther? Black Panther grinned wildly, and had the same idea as Sanchuan, and this concept plan was too exciting. First suppress the entire Thunder Country, and then as the top existence of the Thunder Country, represent the entire country to fight, and use the sword in hand to decide the future of the country and countless people. It's exciting to think about it. And me, my soft sword is not weaker than you. Ting Shui also showed his arrogant side when he drew out the golden snake soft sword from his waist. In this respect, he was not inferior to others. My sword is also thirsty. Huang Yan was also full of expectations and excitement as he stroked the blade of the big guandao in his hand. I want to fight you too. Shihuahua was also unwilling to fall behind, and spoke up, and the fighting spirit rose. Xianding Jun, can I join forces with others to fight you at that time? Yuji, the youngest, spoke weakly, not very confident in his own strength. There was no way. Although his qualifications were not bad, and he was more confident that he could reach the level of his teacher Zanyun Jianhao, he really had no confidence in facing a monster like Zikan Xianding. This made everyone present fall into silence, and the atmosphere became awkward. This proposal seems to be quite good. Huang Yan was the first to break the silence, somewhat agreeing with Yuji's proposal. Last time in the Yanren Jianhao mansion, he lost the most miserably, and was almost castrated. Recalling the knife that Zikan Xianding burst out at the limit, he still felt a lingering fear. Although that knife did not have the sword intent, it had absolute speed and power, which was really difficult to resist. It's a good idea indeed. We can have a sword fight at that time to decide who is the best in the world. Shimura Gento didn't refuse, nor was he afraid. As a cheater with a golden finger, does he need to be afraid? Let alone the future, he can beat these people with his 8 gates now. Anyone who is surpassed by him will never be able to overtake him again. Of course, if someone is cheating, that's another matter. After all, there are many cheaters in this world. Think about the exaggerated strength improvement of Uzumaki Naruto and Harudasuke in the Fourth World War, which is really heartbreaking. But fortunately, the people in front of him are not the kind of cheaters with a few good fathers, but belong to the category of normal humans. Sword fight, the best in the world, a good idea. Grinning, Black Panther was full of fighting spirit, and the others nodded in approval. By the way, Brother Mifune, please advise the Iron Country General when you return this time, and ask him to order the full-scale mining of energy metals. We don't have much time. With a change of expression, Shimura Gento spoke solemnly, they really didn't have much time. What do you mean? Seeing Shimura Gento's serious words, Mifune and others also looked solemn, not understanding why he said that. After our investigation, the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara who opened up the ninja village era are likely to be related to the Six-Path Sage. They both have a high-quality chakra in their bodies, which is the source of their strength. It is very likely that the opening of the ninja village era was planned by the Six-Path Sage, and the ninja village system brought together loose and hostile ninja clans, greatly increasing the overall strength of the ninjas. Next, it will inevitably further gather the power of the ninjas, or more accurately, the power of the ninja village. The last 5-Cage conference was a sign. If there is another existence like the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara in the ninja community in the future, it will inevitably further integrate the ninja village and open up the ninja country era, making the power of the ninjas unprecedentedly concentrated. Such a ninja community plus a Six-Path Sage, the power they possess is simply unimaginable, and we don't have much time left. After revealing this information, Shimura Gentoi was also very helpless. If he could travel back to the time of Kaguya-sama, he could capture her directly, and then make the old scoundrel of the Six-Path Sage disappear. By then, with the convenience of the Golden Finger, he would have the confidence to flatten the Otsutsuki clan in the universe after thousands of years of cultivation. If it really doesn't work, he could travel back to the time of Senju Hashirama, but it's a pity that he didn't catch up with those good times. Fortunately, it's not too late now, at least he hasn't traveled to the time period when the plot begins, otherwise he would cry to death. But time is still very tight, he needs to maximize the development and enhance the overall strength of the samurai force. And the samurai rely more on the swords in their hands. If you want to forge a good sword, energy metal is indispensable. I will report to the general and persuade him. His face changed, and Mifune made a promise. This information is really deadly. When the time comes, you will release the trading share of energy metals, and we will exchange them with the materials you urgently need. Huang Yan spoke up immediately, and he also attached great importance to this matter. If the situation is really so serious, then their land of Earth will have to actively prepare for war at all costs. Black Panther Ting Shui and others also spoke up one after another. This is a major event that concerns the entire samurai group and all the people, and must be treated with caution. 249. Chapter 248 Sheep in the Tiger's Mouth. After using his mouth to trick Sanchuan and others, Shimura Xianding personally sent them out of the gate of the Shimura clan. These people will naturally not live in the Shimura clan, that is not appropriate, but will live in the exclusive mansion set up by the Fire Country daimyo in Konoha. And the few people who had just been not long after the person left, someone else came to visit him, and it was to look for him. "Brother Zhang, I haven't seen you for more than half a year, you have aged a lot again." Warmly welcoming Ebizo in, Shimura Gentoi was very happy about the arrival of this big brother. "It's called having a friend from afar. No, I don't know you well, and it's not your fault that I'm getting old so fast." Ebizo dodged Shimura Gentoi, who wanted to put his arm around him, and he really had no way to deal with this shameless guy. He regretted it so much now that he shouldn't have kidnapped this kid to the Wind Country. The two father and son almost made their Sand Village collapse plan. There were a lot of problems left after the incident. During this period, he got up earlier than the chickens and slept later than the dogs, and he had dark circles under his eyes. The same thing happened to Luosha. But that kid is even worse off. In addition to the dark circles under his eyes, he also looks a bit weak. There is no other way. The daimyo government has cut off so many financial grants and task commissions. If he wants to maintain the financial operation of his grandson, he can only work hard on Luosha. Who made his magnetic escape so unique? "Brother, I don't like what you said. I am also a victim. Don't talk as if I have harmed your sand village. You should talk with evidence. And I am also a glorious sand ninja now. It is against the village rules to slander and defame fellow ninjas." Shimura Gentoi righteously corrected his elder brother's mistake and said that he was a law-abiding citizen and was innocent. And these words and attitudes made Ebizo and the several sand ninjas who followed behind him feel very distressed. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? You two, father and son, one is cruel and ruthless, and the other is thick-skinned and invincible. The essence of thick black studies has been taken by you. Do you want to let people live? I came to you for two things this time. One is to invite you to our village to appease the One Tail. The other is to invite you to be the dean of our Sand Village Ninja Samurai Academy, just in name. Not wanting to waste time talking to this kid, Ebizo got straight to the point and stated his intention. "I can understand that you want me to be the dean of your Sand Village Ninja Samurai Academy, but what about appeasement of the One Tail?" Rubbing his chin, Shimura Gentoi didn't understand what this big brother meant. "There is no problem with being the dean of the Sand Village Ninja Samurai Academy, and I have known about it for a long time." After talking about business with Mifune and others, Yokichi told this matter. It turned out that the Wind Country Daimyo and Sand Village started to cooperate again and established a Ninja Samurai Academy in imitation of the Rock Village. Both sides had a vice dean, but neither side could convince the other in the choice of the dean. They had been arguing for several months and finally thought of him, Shimura Gentoi would naturally not refuse such a good thing, and he had long expected that the Sand Village would send someone to mediate the matter. But he really didn't understand the matter of appeasing the One Tail. What was there to appease that fat cat? And the first generation of the One Tail Jinchuriki of the Sand Village seemed to get along well with Shikaku. "It's all your fault. Now the One Tail is asking us to make a split body for him all day long." Staring at the kid again, Ebizo felt that this kid was the nemesis of their Sand Village. Originally thought that sending this kid away would be the end of it, but he didn't expect that the other party could continue to harm their Sand Village even if he was not in the Wind Country. In the past few months, the One Tail has gone berserk dozens of times, and it has to make a fuss almost every day, which has exhausted them and tied up a lot of people in the village. There was really no other way, so he came to ask Shimura Gentoi to go over and make a split body for the fat cat quickly. Originally, such a secret about the tailed beasts should not be easily revealed, let alone told to the people of the hostile ninja village, but the noise of the One Tail was too loud to be concealed. Since it can't be concealed, just don't hide it. It can be done, but I need Karura's assistance, and you have to agree to one request of mine. Nodding in understanding, Shimura Gentoi knew that this was a good opportunity to capture Shikaku, the fat cat, and at the same time further cultivate Karura, the high-quality sponsor, so that he can grow faster. By the way, see if there is a chance to check Miss Yakang's body, the kind of very detailed one. What request? Instantly alert, Ebizo felt that this kid might want to cheat their Sand Village again. As for asking Karura for help, he didn't care much. Unlike Xionjiu and his own sister, Karura seemed to be very repulsive to this kid and should not be fooled. There are too many requests. I haven't decided which one to use yet. I'll tell you when I've decided. After thinking about it, Shimura Gentoi did not give a positive response, and this request could only be raised in Sand Village, and see if the seal book of Sand Village could be obtained. Looking at the golden armored boy in front of him speechlessly, Ebizo wanted to leave. This kid really doesn't intend to be a human being. We will set off in 3 days and take the Desert Eagle directly to the village. Leaving a word, Ebizo got up and left. He really didn't want to see the hateful face of that kid again. I don't know how my sister was fooled by this hateful kid. I'll take you there. Shimura Gentoi enthusiastically escorted the elder brother to the gate. Before he could leave, several people came over. Judging from their forehead protectors, they were the elder brothers from the Hidden Cloud village. Behind them were several Anbu ninjas from Konoha who were responsible for monitoring them. They were treated the same as the elder brother Ebizo before, and were obviously also a group of envoys from the Hidden Cloud village. Several elder brothers, brother, please come in and sit down. Enthusiastically approached the young Kumo ninja who was leading the group, and invited him in, leaving Ebizo and the others standing alone at the gate of the Shimura family, feeling the warmth and coldness of human nature. Why do I suddenly feel a little sympathetic to the Hidden Cloud village? Looking at the Hidden Cloud ninjas who were enthusiastically brought in by Shimura Gentoi, Ebizo always felt that this was a bit like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Not to mention that Ebizo was developing a man's sixth sense. On the other side, Shimura Gentoi enthusiastically welcomed several brothers from the Hidden Cloud village to a martial arts arena. Dealing with different people requires different ways, and as the Hidden Cloud village is an absolute fighting faction, if you want to talk about things, you either have to do it at the wine table or on the battlefield. The wine table has been prepared, so let's have a fight first to get closer. Brothers, who will come up first to show off your skills? Picking up a heavy money Tang Dynasty sword number 2, also made by Master Zisha, from the weapon rack nearby, Shimura Gentoi signaled several brothers who had come from afar to take action. The several Cloud Village ninjas who were directly pulled to the martial arts arena were confused, and really couldn't understand Shimura Gentoi's operation. Are all Konoha's ninjas so manly? But I like it. Several Cloud ninjas looked at each other and laughed, very happily. Immediately, a bald man stepped forward, but when he saw the 2.5 meter long Tang Dynasty sword number 2 in Shimura Gentoi's hand, and then looked at the less than 1 meter long ninja sword in his hand, he fell silent. The disadvantage is too big. Yours is a toy for girls, try mine. He threw the number 2 Tang sword to the bald man opposite him generously, and Shimura Gento took out the number 3 Tang sword from the sword rack, indicating that everyone should practice with it. The bald man opposite him raised his hand to catch the number 2 Tang sword. Shimura Gento did not mean to show off his power, and did not use much force, but the number 2 Tang sword itself was not low, a full 74 kilograms. Such a heavy weapon was thrown with great force, but the bald man was proficient in the thunder release body refining technique, had a strong physique, and with the strength of an elite ninja, he did not make a fool of himself with the blessing of chakra, and caught the Tang sword steadily. Be careful. Shimura Gentoi thrust forward with the number 3 Tang Dynasty sword, and the bald man on the opposite side was not polite either. He used the thunder release armor to stimulate the cells of the whole body with the thunder attribute chakra, bursting out with stronger power and speed, and swung the sword to deflect the number 3 Tang Dynasty sword that thrust forward. Then the two began a sword duel. Shimura Gentoi naturally used the Tang sword, and the bald man used the Yunliu sword, which belonged to the Hidden Cloud village. In fact, the Yunliu sword was evolved from the major samurai schools of the Land of Thunder, and was somewhat similar to the Tang sword that Shimura Gentoi combined with the well-known sword school of the Land of Thunder. But in terms of sword techniques, the Yunliu sword was a little worse, and it would only show amazing power with the blessing of the thunder attribute chakra. With the explosive power stimulated by the thunder release armor, the bald man brother quickly adapted to the number 2 Shang Tang sword in his hand, and fought back and forth with Shimura Xianding. It's a pity that the gap in strength between the two sides is a bit big, and the bald brother was gradually suppressed. You should know that the effect of practicing the immortal energy version of the body strengthening secret technique is several times stronger than the chakra version. After practicing the C-level chakra version of the body strengthening secret technique, you can have the physical strength of the elite Jonin level. Shimura Xianding practiced the immortal energy version of the body strengthening secret technique. After practicing, his physical strength is comparable to that of a quasi-shadow level ninja. This is just the strength under normal conditions. Even so, it is not something that the bald brother on the opposite side can contend with, even if he uses the lightning armor. It took less than half a minute from the start of the battle to the end, and Shimura Xianding's blade was pressed on his shoulder. Who's next? After taking back the number 3 Shang Tang sword in his hand, Shimura Xianding looked at the remaining cloud ninjas. I'll do it. A dark-skinned cloud ninja stepped forward unconvinced, and was about to draw his sword when he was stopped by the bald guy who handed over the number 2 Shangtang sword in his hand. Having had the previous confrontation, he naturally realized the solidity and sharpness of the long sword in his hand. The ninja swords in their hands could not resist at all and would be cut off in one blow. The battle started immediately, but unfortunately the dark-skinned cloud ninja could not last more than half a minute, and then the third person came on the field. The battle continued until only the last young man was left. Forget it, I am not a combat-organized ninja. The leading cloud ninja youth saw Shimura Gentoi looking over, and hurriedly waved his hand to indicate that he was a civilian and not good at fighting. That's a pity. With a sigh of regret, Shimura Gento threw the number 3 Shangtang sword in his hand onto the knife rack, and walked over enthusiastically to the young cloud ninja and put his arm around his shoulder. Let's go, the banquet should be ready, let's have a drink. By the way, what's your name, brother? My name is Dode, and I'm the envoy of the village to Konoha this time. The young cloud ninja smiled and introduced himself, but didn't say much. After all, ninjas have to keep their own information confidential, especially now they are still in a hostile ninja village. Even with the identity of an envoy, it is not safe. Dode. Surprised, he glanced at the other person's eyes, and after finding that both eyes were intact, he realized that this person should not have become a one-eyed dragon. As the man who saw the end of Naruto, he was naturally familiar with Dode. The other person looked to be about 20 years old, and was still a ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village. He was able to become an envoy, so his status in the Hidden Cloud Village must be high. He should be Dode, the assistant of the 3rd Raikage and the 4th Raikage in the original work. 250. Chapter 249 Shimura Urkiwatu. You call this a cup? Looking at the huge wine glass in front of him, Tutai felt a little dizzy. Although the men in their cloud village are good at drinking and have a large alcohol tolerance, yours is too exaggerated. This wine glass in front of him can probably hold a liter of wine. The cups I drink water at home are not this big. You drink wine with this at home. Brother Tutai, come, fill it up for you. Shimura Xianding held a 20-liter large glass bottle under his ribs, filled the wine glass in front of Tutai, and then filled his own, then put the large wine bottle on the table and looked at the other cloud ninjas. Brothers, don't be polite, drink as much as you want. The bald man and the others were naturally not polite, and picked up the huge glass wine bottle and filled the large wine glass in front of them. Come on, drink one. Shimura Xianding stood up, held a 1-liter bottle of wine and clinked it with Tutai and the others, then gulped it down. Seeing Shimura Xianding drink the wine, everyone felt relieved to drink together, but as soon as the wine entered their mouths, the spicy feeling went straight to their heads, almost making them spit it out. Spicy, it was really too spicy, it was very intoxicating. But seeing Shimura Xianding drink a glass without changing his expression, the few people couldn't admit it, so they had to bite the bullet and drink it. The feeling was so sour and refreshing. What a pure vitality! Tutai's eyes lit up after taking a sip. Although his tongue was numb from the spiciness, the pure vitality in the wine was very good, which could nourish the body. It was a good drink and could even be used as a precious medicine. The Shimura Urkiwatu specially brewed by our Shimura family is not bad. Seeing Tutai taste the mystery inside, Shimura Xianding laughed. These drinks are all highly distilled liquors, and a drop of grey or energy liquid is dropped into each large bottle to dilute them. They are top-grade medicinal liquors and are also named the water of life. As for why it is called Urkiwatu, it is mainly because the name Urkiwatu is more suitable for the surname Shimura. Those who know will understand. It is indeed a good wine, but it is too spicy. It feels almost like medical alcohol. Tatoi said regretfully after taking another sip. The vitality inside is indeed good, but the degree is too high, far exceeding ordinary sake. It is almost the same, about 65 degrees. Nodding with a smile, this copycat Urkiwatu is 65 degrees, which is stronger than the Red Star Urkiwatu that was transformed in the previous life, and is similar to the early Urkiwatu. Most people can't get used to this kind of wine. The face couldn't help twitching, and Tutai couldn't understand whether the Shimura family had a brain stuck in the door or what, and they actually made such a strong wine. Medical alcohol is only 75%, and sake is only 15 degrees. You made it 65 degrees. Aren't you afraid of sending people to the hospital? It is indeed not for ordinary people to drink. We use it to assist in cultivation in the Shimura family. Genin and Chunin levels can only apply it externally, and only when you reach the Jonin level can you drink it directly. Shimura Xianding explained without any hesitation. The purpose of making this Shimura Urkuatu is not to show off, but to assist in cultivation. High-proof alcohol can stimulate body cells to better absorb the grayer energy liquid, and it can also be combined with other medicinal materials to form medicinal wine, which is very effective in assisting cultivation. Of course, it is okay to drink it directly at his level. All the people present are Jonin. Although they will feel a little uncomfortable after drinking it, they can basically bear it. What did you come to me for this time, brother? Put a piece of braised beef in his mouth and asked curiously. He really couldn't understand why the Hidden Cloud Village sent someone to find him at this time. We also want to build that kind of ninja samurai academy. We have discussed it with the daimyo prefecture before. We are going to invite you, Xianding, to be the dean of the Ninja Samurai Academy in name only, and to guide the construction and curriculum arrangement of the Ninja Samurai Academy. Doutai did not hide it and told the purpose of this visit. This made Shimura Xianding pause his chopsticks and asked curiously, you, the Hidden Cloud Village, also have our Shimura family's D-level bodybuilding secret technique? Who gave it to you? He was very puzzled about this. He had not yet done a deal with the Hidden Cloud Village, so how come they had a D-level bodybuilding secret technique? This is not something I can know. With an awkward smile, Doutai really didn't know about this. After all, he had just entered the village's high-level circle and was not qualified to know those things. This is the reward our village gave to Xianding. Tottori took out a long-prepared secret scroll from the ninja tool bag and put it on the table, indicating that this was their sincerity. No need for this, you can change the reward. Forget it, I will talk to Uncle Raikage in person when I meet him. Glancing at the scroll with the name of the Thunder Release Armor, Shimura Xianding did not take it. This thing is of no use to him and the Shimura family, after all, he has developed the Thunder Release Chakra mode. This refusal made Chuchita's eyes narrow slightly, and he realized the horror of the Shimura family. This time, they took out the Thunder Release Armor to practice the secret technique as a reward, but also a test to see if the Shimura family has also developed the Thunder Release Armor, or even the Thunder Release Chakra mode. According to the news sent back by their undercover in the Sand Village, the ninjas of the Shimura family can perform a Wind Release Armor similar to the Thunder Release Armor, plus the Wind Release Chakra mode used by Shimura Danzo. It is obvious that the development ability of the Shimura family is far beyond their expectations. And this test is enough to prove that the Shimura family has indeed developed the Thunder Release Armor, which is not good news for them. Since Mr. Xianding has an idea, then we will discuss it with Lord Raikage in detail. We in the Hidden Cloud Village are very sincere about this. Putting away the scroll of secret techniques, Doutai followed suit. He came here just to invite Shimura Xianding to the Hidden Cloud Village. As for what the other party wants as a reward, it is not important. Anyway, it is not something that a young man like him should consider. Of course I believe in your village's sincerity, but you just saw that the invitation from the Hidden Sand Village came before yours. I have to go to the Hidden Sand Village first, and then I can go to the Hidden Cloud Village. Shimura Xianding did not doubt the sincerity of the Hidden Cloud Village. After all, this was an open invitation. In addition, he had a relationship with the Purple Lightning Swordsman of the Daimyo of the Land of Lightning. As long as he did not cheat on the third Raikage, nothing would happen in the Hidden Cloud Village. Then we will wait for Xianding Jun's arrival in Kumagakur. Come, let's toast to our cooperation. Seeing that Shimura Xianding finally agreed, Doutai picked up the wine glass in front of him and clinked it with his hands. Then he drank it all in one gulp. The sour taste made his face green. Then his head felt a little confused, and his body seemed to float up. Come on, let's drink a glass. Shimura Xianding also signaled to the other Kumagakur ninjas and drank the Urkuatu in the glass again. The Kumagakur ninjas were unwilling to be outdone and drank the second glass in front of them. Soon, the 20-liter large wine bottle was empty, and Doutai and his men also lay under the table. How dare you say that you are from Kumagakur with such a high alcohol tolerance? With contempt on his face, Shimura Xianding signaled to Shimura Xianshui who was standing guard outside. Soon, several Shimura clansmen came in, carried Doutai and his men on their backs and left the Shimura clan land to live in the hotel. After all, they are from other villages. It doesn't matter if they come here to discuss things and make deals, but once they live here, the nature of things will be different, and this aspect cannot be discussed. Who gave the D-level bodybuilding secret technique to the Hidden Cloud Village? After Doutai and others left, Shimura Gento frowned and thought. If you want to open a ninja warrior academy, you can't just have an E-level bodybuilding secret technique. Although you can also have the physical skills of a genin level after practicing the E-level bodybuilding secret technique to the limit, the training efficiency will be quite touching. If you don't have good qualifications and don't have enough medicinal resources to assist, even if the food is good, it will take more than 10 or 20 years to practice to the genin level. This efficiency is obviously difficult to accept. The daimyo of the Land of Thunder can't invest so much time. If you use the E-level bodybuilding secret technique as an enlightenment and then study the D-level bodybuilding secret technique, the training efficiency can be doubled, and people can practice to the genin level within 10 years, and there is no need for precious medicinal materials. Therefore, if you want to open a Ninja Warrior Academy, the D-level body strengthening secret technique is the top priority. But who gave the D-level body strengthening secret technique to the Hidden Cloud Village? After thinking for a while, Shimura Gentoi still didn't know who gave it, mainly because he suspected too many targets. Now, except for the Hidden Cloud Village, he has traded the D-level body strengthening secret technique to all the 5 major ninja villages. Those people may do this, and even the ninja forces in Konoha are not impossible. It doesn't matter, it saves me from trying to turn the Hidden Cloud Village into a leak field, but I have to be on guard later. Shimura Gentoi, who couldn't think of it, simply didn't want to think about it, but he also planned to guard against the Hidden Cloud Village. For ninjas, the attraction of secret ninjutsu that can improve themselves is quite large, and the temptation from instinct will make them do anything. Look at how many crazy things Orochimaru did in the original work to become stronger and break his own limits, and the practice of these body-strengthening secret techniques is addictive. If you don't take precautions when facing a group of drug addicts, it will be very dangerous. You may be gang-raped if you are not careful. In the final battle at the Hokage Cliff, he glanced at Orochimaru at last. The guy's eyes were so hot and scary, like a pervert, which made people feel nervous. Obviously, they have set their sights on the C-level body-strengthening secret technique of the Shimura family. It is definitely impossible to obtain it through normal channels, and Orochimaru does not have enough chips at this stage. Even the only valuable Dragon Earth Cave Immortal technique was used in the last transaction. Since it can't be obtained through normal channels, it is natural to use some crooked means. We must be on guard against this. At the same time, in the Hokage's office on the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen received a report from his men, and he was a little confused. Are you saying that the envoys from the Hidden Cloud Village were drunk and carried out? The corner of his eye couldn't help twitching. Sarutobi Hiruzen really couldn't understand what those people had experienced in the Shimura family. They were drunk and carried out less than half an hour after entering. Except for the leader Dode who was pretending to be drunk, everyone else was really drunk. The Anbu ninja replied respectfully, telling the information he had seen. He was ordered to monitor the Kumigakure delegation. He had been squatting outside the gate of the Shimura family. After Dode and others were carried out, he went up to check in person and confirmed that they were really drunk. Only the leader of the Kumigakure ninja was still conscious to a certain extent, but he was also very uncomfortable. Obviously, the banquet of the Shimura family was not delicious. Go down. Taking a puff of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand to signal his younger brother to go down, and turned his head to look at the village outside the window, feeling very puzzled. He really couldn't figure out what that good friend wanted to do. He did things so high profile, which was very different from the plan they had agreed on earlier. Could it be that Azang turned to the daimyo's mansion? Thinking of a possibility, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became more and more solemn. If this was true, the matter would be serious. But then he thought it was unlikely. He knew very well that the daimyo prefecture was against ninjas. Even if the Shimura family is willing to join the daimyo prefecture, the daimyo prefecture will not accept them, lest they be infiltrated. You should know that the daimyo prefecture does not even trust the Senju family and those guardian ninjas, who are related by marriage, and it is basically impossible for the ninja forces to join them. Not to mention that with Azang's personality, he would never trust the dignitaries in the daimyo prefecture. They are not good people. If he really joins them, he might be swallowed up without leaving any bones. But what does Azang want to do? He always feels that his best friend is doing something, quietly doing something big, but he can't know what it is, which makes him very uneasy. 251. Chapter 250 Planning Red Hair. After 2 days of cultivating at home, Shimura Xianding came to the Senju clan to assist Miss Uzumaki Mido in practicing the condensation of the Raise Nan Jinden. You must strictly follow this chakra circulation circuit to condense the Raise Nan. The speed must be perfectly matched with the chakra's circulation circuit. There must not be any conflict, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Putting his palm on the young lady's vest, he designed a set of exclusive chakra circulation circuits according to her physical condition, and Shimura Gento solemnly warned. This is not a joke. The condensation of the rays Nanjindan is extremely complicated, just like a 361-digit combination lock, and every number must be matched. Everyone's physique, meridians, acupoints, etc. have subtle differences, and must be matched. And the whole set of rays Nanjindan cultivation method is like the formula to unlock this combination lock. The speed of the rays Nanjindan of each acupointment needs to be strictly calculated. Any mistake will cause the entire cultivation system to collapse. At that time, so many rays Nanjindan will explode in the body, even if the six-path sage comes, he will probably feel very sour. So absolutely no carelessness. It's really too complicated. Rubbing her swollen forehead, Uzumaki Midori was also deeply shocked by the complexity of this rays Nanjindan. It was countless times more complicated than the most complicated sealing technique she had learned, and it was also more dangerous. This is the foundation for subsequent cultivation. The perfect rays Nanjindan will form a formation diagram in the body with the acupoints as the foundation and the meridians as the veins, promoting stability. In this way, even if it is attacked by external forces, the rays Nanjindan can withstand it. Otherwise, if someone destroys the rays Nanjindan in the body in the future, we will explode on the spot before the enemy can make further moves. He patiently explained that Shimura Gento attached great importance to this point. Uzumaki Midori is a major trump card used to balance Uchiha Madara at this stage, and there must be no mistakes. I feel that there is something wrong with your Shimura family's thinking. The cultivation method is always unconventional. It is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be disabled. Isn't this not good? After hesitating for a while, Uzumaki Mito kindly reminded that this unconventional cultivation system is not good, very bad. The first two levels of ED bodybuilding secrets are extremely dangerous. They use various sound waves to exercise various parts of the body. If you are not careful, you will leave incurable injuries. The previous C-level bodybuilding secrets are more focused on the acupoints. This is even more dangerous. If you are not careful, it will be fatal. She was shocked to see it. She didn't know how much sacrifice the Shimura family had made to create this kind of cultivation secret. This is also a means of preventing theft. If someone gets our cultivation secrets through dishonorable means, as long as there is a little defect, they will not be able to practice normally. He smiled. Shimura Xianding deliberately came up with this unconventional cultivation method. It is a perfect means of preventing theft. This is also learned from Master Jin's writing. Look at the 72 unique skills of Shaomu Temple written by Master Jin. Even great people like Xiao Yuanshan, Murongbo, and Jimazai have to kneel after practicing them. Even his own people have to kneel after practicing too much. This anti-theft method can be called the best in the world. It is really worthy of being the leader of the martial arts. Of course, this is more of a helplessness. Using the trial and error method to create secret skills can only create this style. After all, it was developed based on countless wrong deaths, so it is naturally extremely dangerous. But he has avoided those dangerous mistakes. As long as there is a complete practice method and practice according to the class, there will be basically no danger. You are even on guard against me, your sister. Smiled, Uzumaki Mei didn't care about it, and thought it was normal. After all, many ninja forces use similar anti-theft methods, and the Senjua family also uses them. It's just that the series of secret practice methods of the Shimura family are much more dangerous. This is mainly because I don't want to embarrass you, sister. And you must not pass this exclusive training method to others, otherwise the mortality rate is as high as 99.99%. With a smile on his face, Shimura Gento was indeed on guard against Miss Mito, or more precisely, against the Senjua clan. He didn't want the overall strength of the Senjua clan to be too strong. Trading the C-level body strengthening secret technique to them was already the limit. Alas! Those people are becoming less and less competitive. When it comes to this topic, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but sigh. The Senjua clan, which lost her husband and brother-in-law, has weakened a lot. It is not only weak in hard power, but also in thought. She can't stand many things. Originally, according to the brother-in-law's plan, those high-ranking powers in the village were abandoned, and the power of the Senju clan was contracted and developed quietly until another super shadow level existence appeared. It's a pity that those people were too greedy and reluctant to give up the high power in their hands. Now, the Senju clan has become the target of public criticism in Konoha. This is why she has been reluctant to leave all these years. The main reason for going there was that the source of malice that almost covered the entire village made her feel frightened. I suggest you write a letter to the Uzumaki clan, asking them to use all their skills to intensify their training at all costs. In the next Second Ninja World War, the Uzumaki country may become one of the main battlefields. The sadness of the young lady made Shimura Gentoi's heart move, and he felt that he could start to plan ahead. These words made Uzumaki Miyadu's heartbeat stagnate. He raised his hand to set up an isolation barrier and asked seriously, "Did you get any information?" Based on her understanding of this little brother, he is definitely not a person who shoots without a purpose. Since he said so, he must know something. I suspect someone has revealed the secret of your sealing of Kurama to other ninja villages. If other ninja villages want to make better use of the power of those big guys, they will definitely focus on the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Speaking solemnly, Shimura Gentoi needs to form an alliance with the Uzumaki clan in the future Second Ninja World War and must gain the trust of those red-haired people in advance. This is a good opportunity. And according to the information revealed by the centipede and Lushan, in the future they will use the lives of the entire Uzumaki clan to perfect the Bagua Immortal Furnace, so they must prepare for this aspect. What's wrong? Suddenly finding that the little sister's eyes became weird, Shimura Gentoi looked at himself in confusion and found nothing wrong. Did the little monkey leak this? After hesitating, Uzumaki Miyadu asked in a tactful way. What she really wanted to ask was whether Shimura Danzo deliberately leaked this, but it was not good to say that, after all, he was the father of this little brother. Damn, is a woman's sixth sense so accurate? A Euro trademark. His heart skipped a beat again, and Shimura Gentoi became more and more wary of the mysterious sixth sense of women, but he did not show any panic on his face. Sister wants to ask if it is a side story from my father, who wants to use the Second Ninja World War to kill the Senju clan and then truly take power in the village, right? Shimura Gentoi asked calmly, with a stable mentality and no panic at all. Anyway, it was his old father Tuan who did this, what does it have to do with him? Don't get me wrong, it's mainly because your father's style of doing things is to do whatever it takes, and the malice of the little monkeys can't be hidden from me at all. With a sad face, Uzumaki Mito shook her head slightly. There was a reason for her suspicion. After all, there were not many people in the village who had this motive, only a few. And most of these people were disciples of her husband and brother-in-law, which made her feel very uncomfortable and confused. Is the ninja village system established by Hashirama right or wrong? Sister, do you think my father Shimura Danzo and our Shimura family need to use such unpresentable means to suppress and plot against the Senju clan? His face remained calm, and Shimura Gento was not panicked at all. Although this was indeed done by his father, who can testify? It's just that his father's style of doing things is indeed problematic. Miss Mito was the first to put the blame on him, and the name of Pot Shadow is really well deserved. I will write to my father and ask them to step up preparations for war. Uzumaki Mito did not doubt Shimura Gento's words, and nodded to indicate that the Uzumaki clan would be on guard. The fact is indeed as the little brother said. With the foundation shown by the Shimura family, there is no need to do such tricks. They can directly suppress all disobedience with their tyrannical strength. Just like when her husband and Uchiha Madara subdued those ninjas to join Konoha, the Shimura family has this confidence. The most important thing is that she also split a shadow clone last time to go to the Hokage cliff to watch the duel between her granddaughter and this little brother. At that time, Shimura Danzo gave her a sense of oppression, which was similar to the oppression her husband Senju Hashirama gave her back then. Obviously, Shimura Danzo's strength is not as good as it appears, and he has a bigger trump card. With such strength, would he resort to such tricks? In this way, it seems that the one who leaked this secret should be Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men. What are you doing sneakily? Suddenly, her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and Uzumaki Mito removed the isolation barrier, extending a diamond chain to pull a figure in from the outside. No. I didn't do anything. Tsunade, who was dragged in, was a little panicked, and forced herself to calm down and said that she did nothing, but she cast a cold look at the traitor. She had sensed that this traitor had come again, and she hadn't taken it seriously, but her grandmother suddenly set up an isolation barrier, which made her feel uneasy, fearing that she would really have a younger uncle. I almost forgot, at the end of the last battle of the Hokage Cliff, I checked the physical condition of teacher Tsunade, and found that she had been practicing overload during this period, leaving herself with a lot of hidden injuries. I suggest that she go to our Shimura family for recuperation. Recalling Tsunade's bloody misunderstanding of the relationship between herself and Miss Midori in her memory, Shimura Xianding decided to adjust the price of this fat sheep teacher. And this woman has grown a lot in more than a year, and it's time to update the data. Don't even think about it. Tsunade was furious. With the previous experience, how could she not guess the true intentions of this traitor? She would never go to the Shimura family in her life, even if she died. You damn girl, did you really ignore my words? Uzumaki Miyato was furious. As someone who had lived through the Warring States period, she knew very well how cruel the overloaded training method that was eager for quick success and instant benefits was. That was also the main reason why the lifespan of ninjas in the Warring States period was no more than 30 years. She originally hoped that her granddaughter would have a good future, but who would have thought that this girl would practice like that behind her back? Lien, it's really infuriating. Grandma. Seeing her grandmother angry, Tsunade panicked. Shut up. After scolding, Uzumaki Miyato flashed forward and slapped her granddaughter's abdomen with her palm. The complex sealing technique spread out and imprisoned the chakra in her body. Little brother, thank you for your trouble. After sealing her granddaughter, Uzumaki Miyato indicated that Shimura Gento could take people away. Don't worry, little sister, I will definitely use the best means and the best medicine to help Tsunade teacher recover. Given a solemn promise, Shimura Gento didn't let Tsunade speak again, and the immortal energy thread stretched over to tie up her delicate body, even tied up her mouth tightly, and finally carried her on his shoulders and walked out. Whew! Tsunade struggled hard, but without chakra, she couldn't break free from the binding of the immortal energy thread with her physical fitness. She could only be carried away from the Senju clan by Shimura Gentoi in humiliation, and then through the busy streets, under the strange gazes of countless people, she was carried into the Shimura clan. 252. Chapter 251 Controlling Tsunade. I said that the two of them were working together to do something shady. Now you see, Tsunade was carried back by Shimura Gentoi. I also heard that the daimyo of our fire country betrothed Tsunade to Shimura Gentoi. This couple is too insidious. Say less, they are both great ninjas. One Senju and one Shimura are not something we can shake. The ostentatiousness of Shimura Gentoi and Tsunade caused countless Konoha villagers to talk about it, and they were full of hatred, confirming the shady dealings of the last dual gambling game. This is the Senju and Shimura clans joining hands to cheat the villagers of Xingdu out of their small money. He didn't care what the villagers said about Shimura Gentoi. After carrying the fat sheep teacher back, he threw him on the bed. Teacher Tsunade, let's do a detailed examination first. Showing a gentleman's smile, Shimura Gentoi cut off his clothes and skirts under Tsunade's furious gaze, making him an open-minded patient, and then the hand of the traitor reappeared. I think it's better to knock Tsunade Sr. unconscious before checking. Shimura Keiko, who came with a bottle of grayer energy liquid, looked at the perverted behavior of her little man and reluctantly said a better suggestion. Tsunade's eyes are so scary now. If her body was not sealed, she would probably open the 8 gates formation to hammer her little man to death. This is not the way to commit suicide. It's okay, Tsunade-sensei is very broad-minded and won't care about these little things. Waving his hands indifferently, Shimura Gentoi is very optimistic about this fat sheep teacher, but in fact he is quite helpless. There is no way. When copying the body data last year, the method was a bit rough, so he let her see through his true face. Now it doesn't matter whether he knocks her out or not. And this woman seems to have set up some curse seals in her mind based on the yin seal. It is estimated that she can't be knocked out, just like Miss Kizuna Mizura of the Hidden Mist Village. So just start the most detailed inspection. The meridians and acupoints have been damaged many times, and the body cells have divided many times, and the lifespan has been reduced by at least 10 years. You ninjas really don't treat your body as your own. Retracting the immortal energy thread that pierced into Tsunade's body, Shimura Gentoi felt a little headache. Tsunade is a very high-quality sponsor. He hopes that she can practice according to the schedule and reach the limit of her own qualifications. Although such a quick success and quick benefit overload training will greatly improve strength in a short period of time, it will overdraw the body and future. He didn't want this high-quality sponsor to ruin himself, which would be a great loss. Teacher, come on, open your mouth. Taking the grayer energy liquid handed over by Sister Huizi, Shimura Xianding signaled the fat sheep teacher to open his mouth, and at the same time loosened the immortal energy thread tied to his head so that he could open his mouth. "Damn little pervert, you'd better kill me now, otherwise I will beat you to death." Tsunade, whose mouth was free, opened her mouth angrily and vowed to clean up this traitor. After saying that, she shut up and stopped talking. This time she did fail, but she would never be cheated like this again in the future. "So you want me to feed you mouth to mouth, teacher? I will feed you medicine right now." Seeing that the fat sheep teacher was not cooperating, Shimura Gentoi chuckled, drank a little of the grayer energy liquid in his hand and held it in his mouth, and was ready to feed the fat sheep teacher medicine himself. "No, I'll do it myself." Tsunade couldn't hold it anymore, and hurriedly said that she could drink it. "That's good." After drinking the grayer energy liquid in her mouth, Shimura Gentoi put the bottle to her mouth and let her drink it in small sips. After a while, a small bottle of grayer energy liquid was finished. "Sister Huizi, use the energy wire to restrict the teacher's spinal cord, and then make a fixed curse seal on the back of her neck. From now on, you will take care of teacher Tsunade until she recovers." Stepping aside, Shimura Gentoi signaled his fiancé copyright-e to take action. Tsunade's problem is indeed not small, and she needs to recuperate for a period of time, and cooperate with some small experiments at the same time. Without saying a word, Shimura Keiko stepped forward and turned Tsunade over, with her back facing up. She used the perfect energy metal wire that she had prepared long ago to penetrate from the coccyx, close to the spinal cord and directly penetrate to the neck. Finally, she used her own yin and yang attribute chakra to plant a body-fixing curse seal on the back of the neck and connect it to the energy metal wire. With this body-fixing curse seal and energy metal wire, she only needs to make a seal to cut off Tsunade's control over her body and fix her body. Even if the other party opens the 8 gates, she can't get rid of it. After Sister Keiko completes the operation, Shimura Gentoi gently turned the teacher over, pressed his palm on the navel of his lower abdomen, first untied the seal set by Miss Midu, and then used the immortal force thread to construct a complex chakra circulation circuit in his body. Remember this meridian acupointment reconstruction technique, and transform the meridian acupoints of the body according to this operation in the future. After the transformation is completed, I will come back to teach you the method of practicing the Reisnan Jinden. Miss Midu is also practicing this now. Smiling and motioning the fat sheep teacher to remember, Shimura Gentoi is ready to let this woman also learn the Reisnan Jinden. In case this woman really opens the 8 gates of Dunjia formation and fights with him in the future, once he has the Reisnan Jinden, he will have the means to counterattack. If one day in the future, this fat sheep teacher really insists on cleaning up the house, then he can only be cruel and become a ruthless disciple who kills his teacher. Anyway, this is also a fine tradition of the Naruto series, isn't it? What do you want to do? Tsunade, who had regained her freedom, wisely did not take action, but she was very confused. What exactly did this traitor want to do? "I promised Miss Mido that I would not let you die in the next Ninja World War, but you are too weak, and the 8 gates can only be used as a trump card. It will be fatal if you use it frequently, and it will last too short a time. Your own strength is the most important thing," he explained sincerely, but unfortunately Tsunade did not believe a word. As a woman, her sixth sense told her that this traitor must have bad intentions. However, she did not say anything else and memorized the complex chakra circulation circuit. No matter how sinister the traitor's intentions were, since my grandmother was also practicing this method, there should not be too much of a problem, otherwise it would be impossible for her to not see it with her eyesight. Reform slowly, don't be impatient, because you only have acquired yin attribute chakra, the speed will be slow, it will take several months to practice and transform. Seeing that Tsunade had memorized the chakra circulation circuit, Shimura Gentoi took away his palm and reminded. This set of meridian acupointment reconstruction technique requires the use of yin and yang attributes to practice, and the acquired yin attribute chakra is a bit lacking. Of course, the reason why it is so slow is mainly that this exclusive chakra circulation circuit is set up on the basis of sacrificing most of the practice efficiency. It will be much slower to practice than the complete version, but it is also much safer. Unless Tsunade has the strength of age spots, it will be quite slow. Dad is coming? Sister Keiko, go get a set of your dresses. Suddenly sensing the chakra of his father, the pot shadow, approaching, Shimura Gentoi gestured to Sister Keiko beside him. It's useless to take it, just use this for now. Looking at Tsunade, who is now extremely tall and domineering, especially the pair of peerless weapons, Shimura Keiko was full of envy and jealousy, and at the same time took a sheet off the bed and signaled Tsunade to wrap it around her. Tsunade naturally would not refuse this, and hurriedly took the sheet and wrapped it around her body to make a simple long skirt. Shimura Danzo walked in and looked at Tsunade's long skirt, and then looked at the pieces of clothes on the bed, and his expression couldn't help but become more weird. What did his son do to this girl just now? Dad, please. Make way and signal his father to take over. What are you going to do to me? Being alert, Tsunade's eyes moved between Shimura Danzo and Shimura Gento, father and son, and felt that the two fathers and sons must be doing something bad again, and they were targeting her. Before Tsunade could resist, Shimura Keiko cast a seal to immobilize her and make her lose control of her body. Then the current flowed and made her consciousness temporarily fall into a drowsy state. In a daze, Tsunade felt as if something had pierced her body. When she regained consciousness, Shimura Gentashi and his son had disappeared, and Shimura Keiko was kneeling beside the bed. What did you do to me just now? She hurriedly checked herself, especially the layer of chastity, and when she found that it was intact, she cast a puzzled look. Try to circulate your chakra. Without further explanation, Shimura Keiko signaled Tsunade to refine and circulate the chakra in her body. After looking at Shimura Keiko suspiciously for a while, Tsunade circulated the chakra in her body as she said, and instantly found the difference. The chakra in her body seemed to have undergone some changes, and it was easier to control. What did you do to me? She asked again, and she was even more confused. She didn't understand how Shimura Gentashi and his son did it. You don't need to understand the inside story. Just know that this is a good thing for you. There are clothes prepared for you in the closet. Stay here and recuperate and practice peacefully during this period of time. Don't make things difficult for me. After giving a warning, Shimura Keiko got up and left. With the immobilization seal, she was not afraid that Tsunade would make a fuss or leave. What is that little pervert planning? Tsunade frowned, and became more and more puzzled. She couldn't figure out what the traitor was going to do. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't figure it out. She simply stopped thinking about it. She got up and went to the closet to open it. When she saw the clothes inside, especially the underwear, her pretty face couldn't help but darken. The size of those underwear was exactly what she was using now. Obviously, these clothes were tailored to her body. Needless to say, it must be the work of that little pervert. How well does that little pervert know about her body? Damn you little pervert! After swearing fiercely, Tsunade suppressed her anger and took out a set of clothes to put on. After all, it was not a good idea to always be wrapped in a bed sheet. In this way, Tsunade stayed in the Shimura family, while Shimura Gento secretly discussed with his old father about the Uzumaki clan. Planning. From the information revealed by Inlushan at the beginning, if we want to further improve the 8 trigrams furnace to form the 8 trigrams immortal furnace, the Vajra chain of the Uzumaki clan is the key. We have to make some operations and let the Uzumaki clan cooperate with us to improve the 8 trigrams immortal furnace. In the underground secret room, Shimura Gento spoke out his own opinions in a sinister tone. Father will start to arrange this matter. Nodding to take over the matter, Shimura Danzo was also looking forward to the 8 trigrams immortal furnace that made Inlushan extremely frightened. At that time, Inlushan, who had the puppet armor on his body, was really powerful. This was because that guy had little practical experience and his combat talent was not very good. Otherwise, if he really wanted to use the power of the puppet armor to the maximum limit, even if he became the second-generation Chakra God Tree Jinchuriki, he might not be able to defeat the opponent. Even Inlushan, who had such combat power, was extremely frightened of the future 8 trigrams immortal furnace, which shows how powerful it is. Also, old man, you should quickly modify your memory. For example, it is not us who leaked that the key to Miss Mido's sealing of the 9 tails lies in the Uzumaki sealing technique. You are just a pure scapegoat if you put the blame on Sarutobi Hiruzen or the Senjua family. Thinking of Miss Mido's amazing sixth sense, Shimura Gentoi hurriedly spoke to correct this flaw. There are too many strange ninjutsu secrets in the ninja world. If one day the old father is restrained and forced to tell the truth with illusions, he will be in trouble once he tells it. Dump it on the Senjua family. With a puzzled look on his face, Shimura Danzo did not quite understand his son's proposal. It is easy to understand that the blame is dumped on Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, but what does it mean to dump it on the Senjua family? You must know that the Uzumaki family and the Senjua family have been in-laws for generations and are absolutely ironclad allies. How to dump it without even a motive. 253. Chapter 252 The Seal Book of Sand Village. The people of the Senjua family are too greedy for power, but the Senjua family has weakened greatly after losing the first and second generations, and Miss Mido is not young anymore. They need to win over a strong ally to strengthen their own strength. The Uzumaki family is a good choice. The Senjua family will definitely start to plan against the Uzumaki family, and use the war to make the Uzumaki family abandon the Uzumaki country and join Konoha, or even directly abandon the name of Uzumaki and integrate into the Senjua family. This process it will certainly kill countless Uzumaki clan members. Dad, you have to keep a close eye on them and don't let those innocent Uzumaki clan members be killed by those old silver coins of the Senjua family. Find some evidence in this regard and let Miss Mido know the true face of the Senjua family. Recognize that the ninja village system created by the first generation of Hokage is wrong, and only our Shimura family is the future of the ninja world and the world. Seeing that his old father was still not enlightened, Shimura Xianding explained with concern, expressing his concern for the big brothers and sisters of the Uzumaki clan. How could those simple little sisters and big brothers be the opponents of those old silver coins of the Senjua family? At this moment, Shimura Danzo's face couldn't stop twitching, and he was full of admiration in his heart. Look at this brain hole, awesome! With such a son, why worry about Shimura's prosperity? After discussing some details with his father, the old father of the pot shadow, Shimura Gento prepared some things and went to the hotel where Ebizo lived, and flew directly to the sand village on a desert eagle. Along the way, Ebizo was in a state of silence, and did not respond to Shimura Gento. In desperation, Shimura Gento could only maintain the anti-gravity technique to reduce his own weight while sitting on the back of the desert eagle to cultivate immortality. In this way, after a week, he finally arrived at the sand village. Thanks to the pursuit of the fastest speed this time, the sand village sent out all the large desert eagles, one for each person, to increase the speed to the fastest. Obviously, the sand village was really tossed by Shikaku. It's really spectacular. Stopped over the sand village, Shimura Gento looked at the sandstorm in the desert in the distance and sighed. He could sense a strong-tailed beast chakra from it. Obviously, the sandstorm was not naturally generated, but was made by the one-tailed Shikaku. That fat cat is really noisy. With a gloomy face and no words, Ebizo stood on the back of a desert eagle and looked at the huge sandstorm in the distance. From the outside, it was just a sandstorm, but he knew that the core part must be a terrifying sand wave or sand vortex. This is why he was able to suppress his anger and murderous intentions towards the third Kazekage, not to turn against him, and chose to keep it secret. Because the combat power of the one tail in the desert is too strong, and it has a sealing attribute, and ordinary sealing techniques are ineffective against it. Facing such an existence, ordinary ninjas can't fight at all. Only the third Kazekage with magnetic escape can resist the one tail, which is also the main reason why the third Kazekage was able to sit on the position of Kazekage. The sand village needs him. Here, Shimura Gento admired the beautiful scenery of the sandstorm until nightfall, and the old acquaintance, the third Kazekage, flew back with a monk, who should be the first one-tailed Jinchuriki monk Banfuku. Chakra? Isn't he a monk? How can he have chakra? Sensing the chakra in monk Fanfuku's body, Shimura Gentoi asked curiously, don't monks practice magic power? The sand temple in our sand village was built by ninjas, and they practice the way of monks, which is different from the monks in the wind temple. Ebizo next to him gave a brief explanation, saying that monk Fanfuku was not an orthodox monk, but a monk who practiced chakra. You guys are really fun. Shrugged, Shimura Gentoi could barely accept this statement, and at the same time wondered whether to create a group of ninja monks in the 5 major ninja villages, and then the ninja warriors would the 3 systems of ninja monks and ninjas are fighting for supremacy in the ninja village. The more he thought about it, the more he thought about it. Shimura Gentoi decided to go to the sand temple in the sand village to learn from them and see how they did it. After handing the resealed monk Banfuku to the Anbu ninja to take him back for custody, the third Kazekage looked at Shimura Gentoi and couldn't help but feel murderous. Last year's sand village collapse plan pitted him badly, and he hasn't recovered yet, especially the lost leg. Uncle Kazekage, long time no see. With a sunny smile on his face, Shimura Gentoi enthusiastically stepped forward to shake hands with the third Kazekage, then skillfully put his arm around his shoulder and walked towards their home, Sand Village. This scene made Ebizo's face twitch, and he felt that it was a wrong decision to invite that kid over. Although the third Kazekage was disgusted by Shimura Gentoi's enthusiasm and even struggled hard, he was unable to break free and could only enter the village helplessly and finally sat down in the Kazekage's office. What reward do you want? Sitting down, the third Kazekage was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly asked Shimura Gentoi what he wanted. After all, they took the initiative to ask for help, so they must pay an equal reward, just like the ninja's employment mission requires a reward. I just hope this kid doesn't ask for too much, because they really have no other choice. During this period of time, he frequently resisted the runaway tale, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He couldn't handle official business at all, and even his body became a little weak due to excessive chakra extraction, and he had dark circles under his eyes. I want to learn the forbidden technique of human puppets. Crossing his legs, Shimura Gentoi said the conditions he had thought of long ago, which made Ebizo and the third Kazekage frown. Haven't you learned the human puppet making technique? Ebizo was very puzzled. According to the report from the spy they planted in Uegakure village, this kid seemed to have made a Kagaya puppet in Uegakure village, and even used it to start a beauty and body shaping business, making a lot of money. What is this kid doing? The secret technique I got is incomplete, and the human puppet I made does not have actual combat capabilities. Shimura Gentoi explained briefly, dispelling the doubts of the two, and at the same time understood that Cho still had reservations about this disciple and did not pass down all the forbidden human puppet techniques. After completing the brainstorming, Ebizo and the third Kazekage looked at each other and felt that this deal could be done. After a wave of eye contact, the third Kazekage stood up and walked to the wall behind him, raised his hand to form a series of complex seals, and a portal appeared on the wall. After entering for a while, he walked out with a scroll, which was the scroll that recorded the forbidden human puppet technique. I want the one you recorded in the Book of Seals. Glancing at the scroll in the hands of the third Kazekage, Shimura Gentoi gave them a look that showed distrust. With a dark face, he suppressed his anger and turned back to the secret room, then brought out a huge scroll, which was the Book of Seals of their sand village. After all, they were asking for help, and the human puppet forbidden technique itself had many problems and was not perfect. If this kid could make Yaiwei stay quiet, they would have made a profit. Put the Book of Seals on the desk, unfold it to the part that recorded the human puppet forbidden technique, and signaled Shimura Gentoi to come forward and read it. You haven't perfected this forbidden technique either. After quickly reading the human puppet forbidden technique recorded in the Book of Seals, Shimura Gentoi frowned and asked while stroking it. You also know that it is a forbidden technique, how can it be perfected so easily, and we have long sealed it away for no research. Staring at him unhappily, Ebizo looked at Shimura Gentoi's stroking palm and frowned, have you touched enough, kid? No. He responded very confidently, and then his expression changed, and he smiled and suggested, Uncle Kazekage, you see, I am also a glorious sand ninja, why don't you give me the sealed book? We are all family. Not so good. With a dark face, the third Kazekage decisively refused, but looking at the sand ninja on the head of the boy in front of him, he felt very uncomfortable. Why did he design a brainless design to kidnap this kid to the Kingdom of Wind? What a sin! Really? With a reluctant look on his face, Shimura Gentoi's palm stroked more frequently. Unable to bear it any longer, Ebizo stepped forward and rolled up the sealed book. If the boy touched it again, it would be worn out. Stingy. Shimura Gentoi curled his lips and was secretly happy. The sealed book of Sand Village was in hand. That's right, he proposed to read the forbidden technique of human puppets just to have the opportunity to touch the sealed book, and then copy it into the space of the black tripod. This copying method is quite mysterious, there is no energy fluctuation at all, and it will not be detected by others. Take me to find a Luo, and notify me when you are ready. After completing the copying of the sealed book, Shimura Gentoi did not stay any longer and indicated that he would go to find a Luo's sister as soon as possible. Take him to Karura's apartment. Ebizo opened his mouth and ordered the Anbu ninja guarding outside to take the boy to find someone. He stayed to discuss some things with the third Kazekage. After Shimura Gentoi followed the Anbu ninja and left, the third Kazekage clenched his fists and said viciously, we must get the whirlpool sealing technique as soon as possible, and we must not be passive like this. Can the third Rakich's words really be trusted? With hesitation on his face, Ebizo was more conservative and did not think that the third Rakich told them this news out of kindness. Not long ago, they traded with the Hidden Cloud Village with the D-level body strengthening secret technique, and learned from the third Rakich about the general situation of the battle to kill the evil demon. The key point is that Shimura Gentoi seems to be able to order the tailed beasts to do things. This is more terrifying than the first-generation Hokage and that Uchiha Madara, and the threat to them is also greater. Imagine that if that kid in the future directly ordered the One-Tail to go berserk, it would be disastrous for their sand village. They can't be passive like this. They must take the initiative against the tailed beasts, but the One-Tail is too special, and ordinary sealing techniques are useless. They have to use the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. It should be correct. Konoha's first-generation Nine-Tail Jinchuriki is the daughter of the Uzumaki clan leader. The Nine-Tail has not gone berserk for so many years. It can be seen that the Uzumaki sealing technique is indeed very targeted at the tailed beasts, just like the restraint of wood release and Sharingan on the tailed beasts. The third Kazekage certainly knew that the third Raikage must have no good intentions in telling this information, but he believed more in his own judgment that the Uzumaki sealing technique would be their next goal. You are the Kazekage, you make the decision. Seeing that the third Kazekage had made up his mind, Ebizo stopped trying to persuade him. On the other side, Shimura Gentoi, led by the Anbu ninja, quickly arrived at the apartment where Karuro lived. Unfortunately, Karuro was on a mission and not at home. He skillfully used the lock-picking technique to open the door, walked in and found that it was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house, which was not bad, but just good. After opening all the doors with the lock-picking technique and checking, Shimura Gentoi untied the sealed scroll he brought out from home and walked out with 2 large boxes. Anbu big brother over there, here are 1 billion taels. Let all the residents of the apartment building within 100 meters move out within an hour. Is there any problem? Throwing a box at the Anbu ninja who was monitoring outside, Shimura Gentoi decided to build his own home in the sand village. The Anbu ninja caught the money box thrown over with a confused look on his face, weighed its heavy weight, looked at the apartment buildings within 100 meters around, and after an estimate, he decisively waved to a younger brother behind him and started to handle the matter. There are not many residents in the apartment buildings in this area, and 1 billion taels are enough for everyone to move out happily, and they can also get a lot at the same time. There is no reason to refuse such a good thing. After all, ninjas also need to eat, so there is no need to be stingy with money. Use this 1 billion taels to build me a super luxurious villa here, and use lava to melt it outside as a whole. Finally, ask Uncle Kazekage to move it in and assemble it for me with magnetic escape. Throwing over a big money box again, Shimura Gentoi generously said that he would let the third Kazekage work for him. 254. Chapter 253, Karuro leaks secrets. The ninja's work efficiency is very high. After hearing that Shimura Gentoi gave a salary of 1 billion taels, the third Kazekage did not say a word and went directly to the battle himself. Using more than a dozen solar furnaces built around the village to melt sand into lava, according to the drawings given by Shimura Gentoi, a cylindrical high-rise building with a diameter of 200 meters and a height of 600 meters was built. Finally, the high-rise building was split into 10 parts, and all the magnetic ninjas in the village were led to transport it by air to the apartment where Garura originally lived. The apartment had been demolished long ago, and it was demolished by the original residents who lived there, and they demolished it happily. There was no way, Shimura Gentoi threw down another 10 billion taels, and no one could resist the temptation of such money. A large pit with a depth of 100 meters and a diameter of 200 meters was dug out at the original site as the foundation, directly connected to the underground rock layer. In just one day, the 600-meter-high building was completed. Although it was assembled layer by layer, there was a lava column with a diameter of 30 meters inserted in the center, connecting all the floors into a hole. The next step was the decoration work, which was still done by the original residents of the apartment in this area. After all, the 1 billion taels were not spent in vain. 3 days later, Karuro and his group, who had returned from the mission, stood at the foot of the high-rise building in a daze. We didn't go wrong. Yeking looked back at the familiar street, feeling puzzled. He really didn't understand why he just accompanied Luo Sha out of the village to dig for a wave of minerals, but when he came back, his home was gone and turned into such a high-rise building. It's that bastard. Luo Sha, who was traveling with him, looked at the gold plaque on the gate of the villa and gnashed his teeth at the name on it. Yeking, Karuro, Yashimaru, Shimura Gento's home. After reading the line of words on the door plate, Yeking roughly guessed what was going on. It must be that beast who came to the sand village and built this high-rise villa. Yeking, Luo, welcome home. At this time, the door opened, and a young man in golden armor welcomed the return of the 2 women with a sunny smile. Asshole, where are the original residents here? What did you do to them? Luo Sha asked angrily, hating this asshole. Look at what you said. I am also a member of the Sand Village. How could I persecute the people in the same village? I gave them 1 billion taels of relocation fees before, and they all moved to other places happily. By the way, this building was still decorated by those people, and the effect is quite good. Expressing his identity as a sand ninja, Shimuragento stepped forward and grabbed the wrists of the two women and dragged them into the villa. As he walked, he smiled and reminded, I built this villa for the 4 of us. I will basically not stay in the village in the future. You have to take care of the house. Karura, whose wrist was grabbed, naturally resisted with all her strength, but unfortunately her strength was far from someone's opponent, so she could only be dragged into the gate of the villa. Asshole, don't leave. Luo Sha, who had just reacted, was furious and hurriedly got up and chased after him, but unfortunately he was blocked outside the gate in the end. He tried to break through but found that a large barrier had been set up here, covering the entire villa building. This discovery made him so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Luo Sha Chunin, Lord Kazekage has ordered that during the time Shimuragento stays in the village, please do not disturb him. He and Karura Jonin have a special mission to perform together. An Anbu ninja appeared and stopped Luo Sha from using magnetic escape to attack the villa building, and conveyed the order of the 3rd Kazekage. How long will that bastard stay in the village? Luo Sha asked with a gloomy face, and finally calmed down after a while. Although he didn't want that bastard to be alone with his goddess Karura, since it was the order of the 3rd Kazekage, he could only accept it. Now I just hope that the bastard won't stay in the village for too long. Not sure. After replying with 3 words, the Anbu ninja continued to hide in the dark, guarding the villa building from outsiders while monitoring Shimuragento inside. The top floor is divided into 3 areas, including the bedrooms of the 3 of us, and the living room is on the rooftop. After going all the way to the top floor, Shimuragento briefly explained and dragged the 2 women to the rooftop, where barbecue and various delicacies were already prepared. These ingredients were frozen foods he brought from home, specially frozen with ice. After all, Sand Village is notoriously short of resources, and even eating is a problem. As a spoiled young master, he doesn't want to come here to suffer. That is a large cold storage with a set of refrigeration equipment. It relies on solar power generation, so you don't need to worry too much, but you have to remember to maintain it regularly. While dividing the cut barbecue on the plates in front of the 2 women, he pointed to the large cold storage not far away and explained. Refrigerators have actually been around for a long time, but they have not been popularized, mainly because there is not enough electricity supply. Only the nobles and the daimyo can enjoy them and have special power generation devices. His power generation device relies on solar energy, but it is not photovoltaic power generation. Instead, it uses mirrors to reflect sunlight to a steam boiler to heat it, and uses water vapor to drive it to generate mechanical energy, and then drives the generator to generate electricity, and finally makes the refrigeration equipment in the cold storage run. Facing the barbecue handed over by Shimura Xianding, Karuro ignored it, and even her bright eyes were full of defense. She has not forgotten the beastly things this guy did to her, and she also knows his true face. Now that appearance is just a disguise. Sister, you eat too. The barbecue made by brother Xianding is delicious. Yashimaru, who was holding a deer leg and chewing it happily, looked at his sister beside him and didn't touch the barbecue, and gave her a puzzled look. Yashimaru, go downstairs to eat. I have something to say to him. Touching her brother's little head, Karura gently gestured for him to go downstairs to eat. Some things must be asked clearly. Oh. Goodbye, brother Xianding. Nodding obediently, Yashimaru politely said goodbye to Shimura Xianding, then picked up his plate and went downstairs. So obedient. Looking at Yashimaru, who looked more like a little loli, Shimura Xianding felt very fond of this little brother. This kid's future is really miserable. His sister was cheated to death by his brother-in-law, and he was also cheated to death by his brother-in-law Luosha. It is said that Luosha is really a big swindler. In the original book, he cheated his wife to death, cheated his brother-in-law, and finally cheated his son into a psychopath. Karura didn't know if he was blind to fall in love with that guy. When I came here before, the boy was not in the apartment, but lived in the school. Whenever Jiaoyuo went out on a mission, the boy would stay in school. He was a very well-behaved little guy. Just as I was thinking about the miserable end of the little boy in the original book, a ball of scorching fire was thrown over. I raised my hand and easily extinguished it, looking at Yakeng, who summoned several burning fireballs. Beast, Die! In anger, Ye King threw out the condensed burning fireballs one after another, blocking all the hiding space of the beast. Jiao Yuo also took action, and a piece of yellow sand flowed out of his clothes and attacked. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between the two sides was too huge. The two women only felt a flash of golden light in front of their eyes, and then their waists tightened and they were hugged into a solid embrace. As a girl, you should be gentle, otherwise you won't be able to get married in the future. Gentaiing the soft and smooth waists of the two women, Shimura Gentoi suggested with a smile, and then looked at Karura with a complaint. Aluo, this is your fault. I have said that it was just a misunderstanding. I was simply checking you. How can you slander me here, Akira? From Ye Kang's reaction just now, it is obvious that he already knew that he had checked Karura. It seems that this woman is not someone who can keep a secret. The two women naturally didn't want to be hugged like this, but when they wanted to struggle, they found that the acupoints in their bodies were blocked, and they couldn't use chakra to perform ninjutsu at all. Fortunately, Shimura Gentoi didn't really want to fight with the two. After showing his absolute strength, he returned to his original position and enjoyed the barbecue he had just grilled. This kind of barbecue grilled directly with the concentrated sunlight is quite delicious, without the smoke of charcoal grilling at all. No matter what your purpose is in coming to the Sand Village, you will not succeed. We will keep an eye on you. After restraining her best friend who wanted to attack again, Karura glared at someone hatefully, got up and left, leaving here with her brother below. Ye King also glared at a certain beast in human form, and then left the top floor. Shimura Gentoi was not concerned about the departure of the two women. He knew that the two would come back soon. After all, he had already issued a security mission of 1 billion taels at the Kazekage building, and specifically hired the two girls to be bodyguards, and also gave the Sand Village an opportunity to send people to monitor closely. Sure enough, an hour later, Karura and Ye King returned again, but did not come to the rooftop, but lived on the top floor. Although they didn't want to come and see that hateful guy again, this was the order of the Kazekage, and as ninjas, they had to obey. After enjoying a sumptuous meal made by himself, Shimura Gentoi lay down on the reclining chair to sunbathe, thinking about his plan in the Sand Village, and didn't go down until night fell. Get out! Ye King, Karura and the two girls, who had just taken a shower and changed their clothes, looked at someone who walked into the room and scolded with a cold face, and became alert at the same time. I think Uncle Kazekage has already told you that I need a Luo to help the big guy split into a split body. In exchange, I will persuade the big guy's main body to be quiet. In the future, unless there are special circumstances, it will basically not go berserk again. Before that, I need to check a Luo's physical condition in detail, so that I can formulate a plan for merging and splitting with the big guy. He stated the purpose straight to the point, but unfortunately he was met with angry eyes. Shameless! Ye King gritted his teeth in anger, and was really angry at this guy's shamelessness. Do you really think you are a gynecologist? Alas! You are still a sand ninja, don't you know how to sacrifice for the village? With a sigh of regret, Shimura Gentoi felt that the two girls had problems with their ideological awareness. As a ninja of the Sand Village, they must have the awareness of devoting themselves to the village at all times. Don't even think about it. Also clenching his teeth, Karura formed a seal and performed magnetic escape, preparing to turn the lava ground under his feet into sand as an attack, or a means of self-protection. On the other side, Ye King also condensed a scorching escape fireball again, but unfortunately the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and before he could react, his body was controlled by Shimura Gentoi with the immortal energy thread. Compared with the chakra thread, the immortal energy thread can be perfectly hidden in the natural energy because of the natural energy inside. Except for the eyes of the pupil technique, ordinary people can't see it at all, and it is difficult to perceive it. 255. Chapter 254, The Tattoo of the Character of Righteousness. You have misunderstood me too deeply. I am really just checking your body. How can you think that a pure person like me is so shameless and dirty? By the way, don't bother shouting. I have added soundproofing measures to the rooms here. No one will hear you even if you shout your throat out. While complaining, he walked forward to undress the two women. Shimura Genteng still said that he was a pure person, a gentleman who had gotten rid of vulgar tastes. This action was really just for the mission, and he had absolutely no dirty thoughts. Shameless! Beast! The two women cursed again. If their bodies were not restrained, they would have wanted to fight to the death with him. Then they all gave up their futile struggles, closed their eyes and let him do it, just as if they were bitten by a dog. Didn't I tell you to stop that overloaded training method? After carefully checking the bodies of the two women, Shimura Xianding felt dissatisfied. Compared to the results of the last examination, the physical condition of the two women was worse. It was obvious that they were still insisting on that overloaded training method, further squeezing the potential of their bodies. These two girls are very high-quality sponsors, and they can't be allowed to play themselves to death. Put on your clothes, I want to work out a treatment plan for you. Retracting the immortal power thread to signal the two women to put on their clothes, Shimura Xianding sat on the small chair in the bedroom and thought about how to regulate the bodies of the two women to avoid damage to their growth potential. Seeing that Shimura Xianding really just checked with his hands and did not take any further action, the two girls of Jiaoluo looked at each other in confusion. Is that beast really just doing an examination? Although they were confused, the two women quickly put on the clothes they had taken off, holding kunao in their hands and prepared for defense. Are you eager to get stronger quickly? After thinking for a while, Shimura Gentoi asked. Physical injuries are not difficult to treat, but if the two women's ideas are not changed, and they are allowed to continue to practice overload and overdraw their bodies, no matter how good the treatment is, it will be useless. These people still use the thinking mode of the Warring States period, which is too eager for quick success, or it can be said that the entire Sand Village is the mainstream thinking, which is also forced by the environment. The two women did not say anything, still vigilantly on guard. The strength is a little bit weak, not enough to practice the Raise Nan Jindan, but we can start with their blood limit, just in time to do some small experiments with them. I've said it before, don't be prejudiced against me, I'm a very upright doctor, there is no difference between men and women in my eyes. Looking up at the two women who were still full of vigilance, Shimura Gentoi was helpless. Why did these people misunderstand him so deeply? Luo, come here first. I will teach you how to condense another kind of magnetic escaping bloodline limit. Signing the girl to come over, Shimura Gentoi was ready to develop a second bloodline limit for Karura. Karura had good qualifications and possessed 4 chakra attributes, namely Yinfen, Earth and Thunder. He could use the 2 attributes of Thunder and Earth to practice the electromagnetic escaping of the hidden cloud village. Seeing that the girl was still alert and did not move, Shimura Gentoi had to do it himself. His figure flashed and he came to Karura's side at a speed beyond the visual capture limit of the two women. He picked him up by the waist and threw him onto the bed, and by the way, he put on the clothes he had just put on. The dress was taken off, and this series of actions was done in one go, quite skillfully. Don't move. Seeing that the girl instinctively wanted to struggle and fight back, Shimura Xianding used the immortal force thread to temporarily cut off her body control, and also restrained Yekeng who was about to attack and threw him onto the bed. He took out another sealed scroll brought from home, unwrapped it to reveal a large number of sealed items inside, and finally found a bottle of blood. This is a bottle of dark red blood, which has obviously been sealed for a long time. And this bottle of blood came from a magnetic ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village, and was the spoils of the battle between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village during the last Ninja World War. Originally, the body of the magnetic ninja was sealed in Konoha and belonged to public property, but fortunately his old father had some power and used his power for personal gain to get some body parts back for research, and this bottle of blood was extracted from it. Although it has been mixed with Greyer's energy liquid for nourishment, it is not as good as fresh blood after all. It was enough to carry out the next plan. His eyes scanned the girl's torso and limbs, and finally fell on her legs. The meridians here should be able to better carry the chakra of electromagnetic escape. Aiming at an A-cup ointment on the left leg, Shimura Gentoi used the immortal energy thread as a needle and the blood of the magnetic escape ninja as ink, piercing 360 blood spots around the A-cup ointment, and then used it as a foundation to perform the meridian A-cup ointment reconstruction technique to create a set of temporary meridian acupoints. It was just like the big mouth tattoo on his chest, but the shape of the tattoo for Karura was a bit weird. Why does it look so much like a pound character? After the work was completed, Shimura Gentoi looked at the tattoo on the girl's leg and always felt that the shape was not very serious, and it was very similar to the A pound character in Chinese characters. Transfer your lightning chakra and earth chakra to this curse tattoo. Released the blockage on the girl's meridians and acupoints, and signaled to try to transfer the chakra. You bastard! After angrily cursing, the girl hurriedly pulled the thin blanket to cover her body. There was no way. The difference in strength between the two sides was too big. She didn't even have the strength to fight back, so she could only let him do whatever he wanted. Resisting the shame and anger in her heart, Jialuo followed the instructions and mobilized the lightning chakra and earth chakra cultivated in her body to enter the positive curse tattoo on her leg. Ah! The intense pain came from her leg, and it felt like a branding iron fell on it. Even with the girl's tenacious will, she couldn't help but cry out in pain, but she soon gritted her teeth and endured it. The two attributes of thunder and earth chakra flowed into the curse tattoo, activating the acupoints made of the blood of the magnetic escape ninja inside, and then transformed into electromagnetic escape chakra. This principle is the same as the development of the wood-release chakra crystal of the first Hokage. At that time, as long as the three attributes of yang, earth, and water were input into it at the same time, wood-release chakra could be fused through it. The same principle applies to human puppets. The puppeteer provides chakra, and uses the blood limit human puppet as a medium to transform the unique chakra of the blood limit, and then perform blood-related ninjutsu. Blood limit. Resisting the pain in his legs, Garura sensed the chakra that was fused inside and found that the quality was the same as his own magnetic chakra. It was obviously also a blood limit chakra, and it was fused by the thunder attribute and the earth attribute. There are two types of magnetic escape in the current ninja world. One is the wind, earth, and magnetic field escape that your sand village obtained from that big guy, and the other is the thunder and earth electromagnetic escape of the cloud village. I personally think that these two types of magnetic escape can complement each other or merge directly. And the complete magnetic escape should be the product of the fusion of the three attributes of wind, earth, and thunder. It is a bloodline elimination, which will have the characteristics of magnetic escape and electromagnetic escape at the same time, and it must be more powerful. The previous bottle of blood came from the blood of an electromagnetic escape ninja, but that electromagnetic escape ninja was only a senior ninja and did not develop his own electromagnetic escape to a deep enough level, but it was enough for you to experience this electromagnetic escape. After a brief explanation, Shimura Gento placed great hopes on Karura. This girl was born with the three attributes of wind, earth, and thunder. If she works hard, she can practice electromagnetic escape and become the owner of double bloodline limits, just like the 5th generation Mizukage in the original work. If possible, the two related bloodline limits can even be further integrated into a 3-attribute bloodline elimination, which is the real magnetic escape. But the chakra that can be converted and contained in it is too little, not enough to perform ninjutsu. Sensing the electromagnetic escape chakra that can be converted and contained in the curse tattoo on his leg, Garura was not very satisfied. This amount of chakra could not perform ninjutsu at all. The most important thing is that this electromagnetic escape chakra seems to be able to only remain in the curse tattoo. Once it is guided out, it will collapse and disperse into thunder and earth attribute chakra. What's the use of this thing? Who said you can use it to perform bloodline ninjutsu? I let you use it to experience electromagnetic escape chakra and lay the foundation for your own fusion of electromagnetic escape bloodline limit in the future. Don't always think about taking shortcuts, that will make you fall into the ditch. He knocked on the girl's fair forehead unhappily. Shimura Gentoi had never thought of giving the other party a bloodline limit directly, and he didn't have the ability at this stage. Just give it a small plug-in to familiarize it with electromagnetic escape chakra in advance, and then merge it autonomously after understanding the mystery inside. In fact, there is a way to directly give you the ability to use electromagnetic escape, but it will permanently change your body. Thinking of another plan, Shimura Gentoi changed his tone and smiled maliciously. What will it become? Garura asked uneasily, holding the blanket tighter on his chest, feeling that it might be serious. It will stimulate those blood cells to erode your body, and make your body transform into the body of the electromagnetic escape ninja. You don't know how awesome that guy is. His skin is as black as ink, and his legs are covered with hair. Smiling and talking about the side effects, Shimura Gentoi also has great expectations for this plan. In fact, to put it bluntly, this plan itself is imitating the Heaven's Curse Seal of Orochimaru in the original work, using the Curse Seal to change other people's bodies. Orochimaru's Curse Seal uses the chakra and part of the cells that belong to him to transform other people's bodies, so that they fit with Orochimaru himself, and finally complete the rebirth of possession. Orochimaru used this to transform Uchiha Sasuke, wanting to turn him into his perfect container, but unfortunately he was tricked by Uchiha Sasuke in the end, and then he was calculated by Uchiha Itachi and was sealed. They also studied some mysteries of similar curse seals, but the side effects were greater and the erosion was more severe. Those mice finally became deformed monsters, which were obviously far from the heavenly curse seal of Orochimaru. In fact, the transplantation of Hashirama cells is basically the same, which is also an erosion of the body, and even forms a Hashirama face. I don't want it. Shimura Gentoi's narration made Karura's pretty face pale, and she decisively rejected this method. Although ninjas can endure what ordinary people cannot endure, and can sacrifice a lot to gain stronger power, she really can't endure or accept this aspect. If this leg really becomes dark and covered with leg hair, it's better to chop it off. Girl, you are not aware enough. After sighing, Shimura Gentoi continued to explain, this is actually the same as your sand village sealing the chakra of that big guy in your body to adapt, and then using it as a guide to synthesize the magnetic field escape bloodline limit. Now you need to repeat what your father did, adapt to this electromagnetic escape chakra, and then use your own thunder and earth chakra to fuse it. Moreover, the two bloodline limits are related to each other, and have the same chakra attribute. Theoretically, there will be no rejection, and then you will be a double bloodline owner. So, stupid girl, you have to work harder. He is serious about helping Karula become stronger. Who made the physical data of those copies in the Black Cauldron space fixed, and it cannot be updated at any time like his own copy, and it cannot be improved through practice. It requires the real person to practice and improve, and then copy and update the data through him, so the practice of the original body is very important. 256. Chapter 255 Bloodline Elimination Magnetic Fusion Method. After helping Karura cheat, Shimura Gentoi turned to the other side of the bed and started to make Yakeng a straightforward and upright person. Seeing this scene, Karura on the other side wanted to say something but stopped herself, but finally did not speak to stop it. Firstly, the gap between the two sides was too big, and even if she took action, she could not stop it. Secondly, that guy did not seem to be so dirty. Although the inspection method was a bit vulgar, it was indeed an inspection. Moreover, it would be a good thing if she could take this opportunity to enhance the strength of her good friend Yakeng. After all, the Ninja World War is getting closer and closer, and even the cage-level strongmen are not sure they can survive, let alone the Jonin like them. At this time, if we can enhance our strength by 1 point, we will have one more chance to survive in the future Ninja World War. This is why they are still overloading their bodies to practice. After all, if they can't survive the next Ninja World War, no matter how high their potential is or how long their lifespan is, it will be useless. After all, people have to pay more attention to the present. Who can guess what will happen in the future? His eyes wandered over the girl's limbs and torso, looking for a suitable place to insert the needle to make a curse tattoo. Finally, his eyes fell on the two burdens of the girl, feeling that this was a good place. What are you going to do? Yakeng couldn't hold back when he noticed the gaze of a beast in human form, and glared at him. She didn't want to be tattooed there. The chest cavity has the most acupoints, which is most suitable for making a curse tattoo. Would you consider it? Seeing the girl's determination, Shimura Gentoi kindly persuaded. It's not that he has any evil thoughts, but this place is really suitable for making a curse tattoo. There is one wind attribute and one fire attribute, which can correspond to the two chakra attributes of Scorch Release and assist in practicing Scorch Release. Don't think about it, it's definitely not possible here. The rejection was decisive, and Yakeng had no room for negotiation on this point. Well, okay, let's tattoo it on the back. Seeing the girl's insistence, Shimura Gentoi didn't force it. He turned Yakeng over, revealing the white and delicate pink back, and then took out 2 bottles of blood to start tattooing Yakeng with wind and fire. Your 2 bloods are different from the ones you just gave me. After putting on his clothes and walking over to watch curiously, Jiaoluo asked in confusion. When he tattooed himself with the orthodox curse seal before, the blood was dark red, but the 2 bloods he gave Yakeng now were bright red. That electromagnetic escape ninja died in the last Ninja World War. His blood has been stored for too long and is not fresh. The 2 parts given to Akira come from 2 quasi-cage level ninjas with wind and fire attributes. They are fresher, but the effects are similar. With a brief explanation, Shimura Gentoi carefully tattooed the girl in front of him, but the words he said made Karura feel everyone is in trouble. Use corpse blood. With anger on her pretty face, Karu really wanted to pounce on this bastard and bite him to death. When she thought of the guy who had just put the blood of a dead body that had been dead for more than 10 or 20 years on her skin, she wanted to cut off that piece of skin. What's wrong with corpse blood? It works. Others can't even ask for it. After completing the creation of the curse tattoo, Shimura Gentoi rolled his eyes and immediately unblocked the acupoints on Yakeng's body. Use your wind and fire attribute chakra to infuse it into the wind and fire curse seal on your back, and use the blood inside to temporarily transform the chakra into wind escape and fire escape chakra, and experience the mystery inside. If you don't be lazy in the future, you can cultivate your own wind and fire escape chakra in 3 years at most, and become a quasi-shadow level cannon fodder. Signing the girl to try it herself, Shimura Gento gave instructions. With this training goal and shortcut, I believe these two prodigal women should not be so overloaded to train. What is your purpose in helping us like this? After trying the effect of the curse tattoo on his back, Yaking was still vigilant, even more vigilant. You have to know that this guy is not a good person. She doesn't believe that he will really help them become stronger. After all, they are hostile to the ninja village, and they must have some huge plot. I do have some ideas, but you are too weak now and you are not qualified to know. There is nothing to be shy about in this regard. After all, everyone is smart, and there is no need to insult other people's IQ. And sometimes it is more beneficial to put your intentions on the surface than to hide them in the dark, at least it can reduce the other party's vigilance. Why are you wearing clothes? Seeing Yaking put on his dress silently, Shimura Xianding looked puzzled. What else do you want to do? The two women became alert instantly, and even jumped to the opposite side of the bed, feeling that this bastard seemed to be doing something bad again. Take it off quickly, it's not over yet. Signing the two girls to stop making trouble, Ziken Xianding turned around and searched through the pile of items he brought. He soon found a bottle of blood from him, which was specially prepared for the two girls. After all, it was a sponsor he valued. If it developed too slowly, it would be a waste, so he thought of some ways to speed up the practice without overdrawing the other party's physical potential. The previous curse tattoo was just one of them, and the next one was the highlight. Why don't you take it off? Turning around, seeing the two girls still standing so vigilantly, he couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. Just like this, he is still a ninja. I'll take it off. After hesitating for a long time, Yaking couldn't help his desire for powerful strength, and gritted his teeth to take off the dress he had just put on again. Without saying much, Ziken Xianding used his own blood to point 360 blood points around the acupuncture point of the girl's navel, and then performed the Meridian A cup ointment reconstruction technique to create 360 euro temporary acupoints. Finally, he injected his own immortal energy into it to form a closed loop, constantly absorbing natural energy to strengthen himself, and transferred the excess immortal energy into Yaking's navel acupuncture point. Continuously circulate your own chakra according to this set of operation circuits, and use my immortal energy curse seal to absorb natural energy and convert it into your own chakra in the future, and don't use your own mental power and vitality to synthesize it. Using immortal energy silk threads to build a set of exclusive operation circuits in Yaking's body, he opened his mouth and told the other party to remember this set of operation circuits. This is imitated from the immortal spell seal of Orochimaru, and the effect is naturally far less powerful than that of the immortal spell seal of the Snake Uncle. It can neither erode and assimilate others, nor form immortal chakra to increase strength, but it can refine natural energy through immortal energy and convert it into its own chakra. In this way, there is no need to consume one's own mental power and vitality to refine and synthesize chakra, which will greatly improve the efficiency of cultivation. Of course, the speed of refining this immortal power seal is not fast, which is equivalent to the immortal art seal made with the claw arm of the Libra clan, but at least it is enough for Yaking to practice normally. After Yaking basically memorized the complicated circuit, Ziken Xianding looked at Jiaoyuo and signaled that it was your turn, girl. Biting her pink lips tightly, Jiaoyuo couldn't resist the temptation of improving her strength, and gritted her teeth to take off the dress she had just put on. He also made an immortal power seal for Jiaoyuo's lower abdomen, so that she could absorb and refine natural energy. Why did you put on your clothes again? After busying Jiaoyuo, Ziken Xianding looked at Yaking who had put on his clothes again, and felt that these two patients were too disobedient. It has been emphasized before that as an upright doctor, there is no distinction between men and women in his eyes, and I don't know why these two girls are shy. What else do you want to do? Yaking felt that this bastard must be playing with them. It's not over yet, take it off. He scolded coldly. Shimura Suan signaled Kururo to adapt to this set of chakra circulation circuits that absorb and refine immortal energy first, and came to Yaking to prepare for the next stage of the tattoo plan. You'd better not have any bad intentions towards our sand village, otherwise I will definitely roast you to 7/10 in the future. Glazing at someone hatefully, Yaking once again suppressed the shame in his heart and took off the dress he had put on, closing his eyes and letting this guy do it. Ignoring the girl's threat, Shimura Suin's eyes fell on the straight and white legs. It would be a pity not to add a positive character to such a good leg. After a while, a positive character curse tattoo was engraved on the right leg. 2 attributes of Feng Shui, Ice Escape Bloodline. Transferring his own chakra to the positive character curse tattoo on his leg, Yaking found that the wind attribute Wash Chakra reacts to water chakra, and the bloodline limit formed by the 2 attributes of Feng Shui in the ninja world is the Ice Escape of the Hidden Mist Village. I am just a holder of the Burning Escape bloodline, so is it appropriate for you to make an Ice Escape bloodline seal that just offsets it? Arena Euro trademark. You afraid that I will explode on the spot? There are currently 2 ways to fuse 3 attribute bloodline elimination. One is to use a single dual attribute bloodline limit chakra to devour and fuse a chakra attribute, and finally form a 3 attribute bloodline elimination. The wood style of our Konoha's first generation Hokage used water, earth, and wood styles to devour the yang style and fuse it into the kind of bloodline elimination wood style with life. The dust style of the Hidden Rock Village also used this method, but this method is too difficult. The second and third generations of the Tsuchikage may have relied on some external force, otherwise they would never succeed on their own. The first generation of Hokage itself is not referenceable, so our Shimura family has developed a second bloodline elimination fusion method. Using 3 interrelated 2 attribute bloodline limits for fusion, this bloodline elimination based on 3 bloodline limits will be more powerful. In theory, it can not only have the ability of 3 bloodline eliminations at the same time, but also promote and enhance each other, and will have both offense and defense, unlike the extreme dust style of the Hidden Rock Village. Shimura Gentoi did not hesitate to reveal this secret, and he placed high hopes on these 2 women. That is to say, you are using us as experimental subjects for your Shimura family to try this fusion method. The always smart Karura heard the key point and thought that this guy really had bad intentions. You can refuse if you want. Shrugged indifferently, Shimura Gento knew that the 2 girls would not give up. In the original work, the whole ninja world knew that Orochimaru was not a good guy, but why were there still so many people willing to join him? The purpose was naturally to make themselves stronger, even if this kind of strength required a heavy price. Sometimes ninjas would pursue short-term glory, and from this point of view, it was indeed a bit vain. The 2 women did not speak, but they acquiesced. Although they knew there were pitfalls and risks in this, they still did not intend to give up. After all, judging from their qualifications, they could only grow to the peak level of the quasi-cage level at most. If they were at the level of the real cage, they might break through, but the possibility was not great. After all, it was not so easy to break through to the level of the real cage. The most important thing was whether they could live to that time. The major ninja villages have always regarded the geniuses of the hostile ninja villages as their first targets for killing. In the last Ninja World War, many young talents in their sand village were killed by the enemy before they grew up. 257. Chapter 256, Advanced Burning Style. You already have the burning style of wind and fire, plus the Feng Shui and ice style in your curse tattoo, the remaining is the boiling style of water and fire. Looking at the positive curse tattoo on his leg, Yaking roughly guessed what bloodline he would need next. She has 3 chakra attributes of Yang, Fire, Feng, and Water. Yang is more special and the most difficult to integrate. It can be temporarily excluded from the 3 attributes eliminated by bloodline, so the remaining 3 attributes are Wind, Fire, and Water. Among them, Wind and Fire are the burning style she inherited from her father. Feng Shui has ice style, so the remaining Fire and Water are naturally boiling style. Smart. Giving her an admiring look, Shimura Gentoi stepped forward and tattooed another positive character curse seal on the other beautiful leg of the girl, which was exactly symmetrical with the previous one. The blood of this positive character curse seal tattoo came from a quasi-shadow level strongman of the Terumi family, who died in the last Ninja World War. His body was brought back to Konoha and sealed until now, and then his old father was asked to use his power for personal gain and got some body parts back for research and processing. After completing this positive character tattoo curse seal, Shimura Gentoi turned Yaking over and tattooed another curse seal at the tail vertebrae, using the blood of a quasi-shadow of water attribute, which can help Yaking better practice water attribute until he practices water escape chakra. After finishing Yaking's side, he started to carve a single attribute curse seal tattoo for Karura. Aren't you going to tattoo it here too? Looking at the girl who was tightly protecting her chest, Shimura Gentoi kindly persuaded that from an experimental point of view, tattooing there was the best choice. No. Karula refused decisively, and took the initiative to turn around and lie on the bed, revealing her fair and delicate back. What a pity. With a sigh of regret, Shimura Gentoi carved a double-winged curse tattoo on both sides of the girl's vest, and then on the tail vertebrae. The 3 curse tattoos formed a stable triangular structure on the back, and were connected to each other, connected to Karulo's own magnetic field escape bloodline limit and the electromagnetic escape bloodline positive character curse tattoo on the leg. The 2 attributes of wind and thunder should be able to combine to form an electromagnetic wave escaping bloodline limit, not the wind and thunder escaping that the ninja world has now. It is an electromagnetic radiation wave, and sunlight is essentially an electromagnetic radiation wave. You should know that sunlight itself has no heat, but when it shines on an object, it turns into heat energy. This is the effect of electromagnetic radiation waves. You can feel the electromagnetic radiation waves of sunlight more. After completing all the plug-in settings, Shimura Gentoi expressed his guess about the last bloodline limit. Although he was not a top student in his previous life, he was not a poor student. He knew something about electromagnetism and understood that there was another kind of magnetic wave besides magnetic field. And electromagnetic waves are very common in life, such as sunlight. Some microwave ovens, remote controls, ultraviolet rays, etc. are all applications of this thing. So the composition of perfect magnetic escaping should be there should be a magnetic wave escape with 2 attributes of wind and thunder, but this kind of bloodline limit does not exist in the current ninja world, and it seems that it has never appeared in history, so we can only innovate it independently. This is also the main reason why he came to help Karura cheat. After all, even if he has the Black Cauldron space, it is difficult for him to develop an unprecedented bloodline limit. He has to let Karura do it, and then he can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. While putting on her dress, Karura was thinking about the magnetic wave escape. Although she became the guinea pig of this guy, it was indeed an opportunity for her. Even if she could not fuse the 3 attribute bloodline elimination magnetic escape in the end, it would be a good thing to get 1 or 2 more bloodline limits. Why did you put on your clothes again? I haven't done the final inspection yet. Aren't you afraid of defects? You will ruin yourself one day. Looking at the 2 women who quickly put on their clothes again, Shimura Gentoi was very dissatisfied with this. I have said that he is an upright and ethical doctor. There is no difference between men and women in his eyes. Why are these 2 girls shy? This made Jiaoyuo, who was getting dressed, freeze, and then silently took off the half-dressed dress. Anyway, she has been seen and touched many times, so this one time is not a big deal. On the other side, Ye King hesitated, took off the dress he was wearing again, closed his eyes and signaled Shimura Xianding to take action. Just think of it as being bitten by a dog. Satisfiedly updating the data of the 2 women again, Shimura Xianding did not stay long and turned to leave to his room to cultivate immortality. Before leaving, he left a sentence that made the 2 women angry. Practice hard, come to my room for examination every night in the future, so that I can make adjustments at any time. As a doctor with style, you can't come to see patients every time, and it is right to let patients take the initiative to come to the door. Asshole! Ye King gnashed his teeth in anger. If he could beat the asshole, he would definitely beat him so hard that the ninja would not recognize him. I am a girl. It is not enough for you to touch me so many times. You have to touch me every day. If this gets out, how can I get married in the future? What exactly does the Shimura family want to do? With her eyebrows slightly frowned, Karura thought about the ultimate intention of the Shimura family. She learned some information from Senior Ebizo and understood that the Shimura family had spread the set of body-strengthening secrets to the 5 major ninja villages. With such a big sacrifice, there must be a bigger plot. But what is the plot? In my opinion, they must want to turn the entire ninja world into a test field to provide them with stronger training secrets. Ye King spoke his thoughts hatefully. He had no good feelings towards the Shimura family. The main reason was that the Shimura family's dark style was too unacceptable. Look at those secret methods of strengthening the body, which are extremely dangerous. To create such a style of practice, unimaginable sacrifices must be made, and at least millions of experimental subjects must have died. Although ninjas are accompanied by killing, this number is too crazy. It can be seen that the people of the Shimura family have long lost their humanity. This existence is a fatal threat to the entire ninja world. Facing such a group of people, they can't bring up the slightest goodwill, even if that guy helps them practice this time, not to mention that that guy also treats them as guinea pigs for experiments. I don't know how Senior Cho and Senior Zionjiu are now. Suddenly thinking of Cho and Zionjiu who were trapped by Shimura Xianding, Jiaoyuo was worried, and even wondered whether the two had been cut into pieces by the Shimura family and soaked in formalin or nutrient solution for research. With the bloody, cruel, dark, evil, and terrifying style of the Shimura family now, it is very likely to do such a thing. In such worries, Karura and Yekura slowly fell asleep. During this period of time, they escorted Luasha to a gold mine to mine gold. They had not had a good rest and were already very tired. They had accompanied Shimura Gentoi for so long before and were already exhausted. One night passed quickly, and Shimura Gentoi went to the Kazekage building first to discuss the construction and course arrangements of the Ninja Samurai Academy. This kind of scimitar is the most suitable for our Sand Village Ninja Samurai students. It can form cutting attacks with a large blade arc, and maximize the flow and cutting characteristics of the wind. At the same time, the large arc blade can also better unload force and avoid being injured by the force rebound. In addition to the rapid double blade flow, we can also use it with a shield, a prototype shield with a sharp edge, which can attack and defend, and can also cover the scimitar in the other hand to attack, and can squat and focus on the lower three roads. The tactics are quite flexible. In the office of the Wind Shadow, Shimura Gento waved two pure heavy gold crescent scimitars while waving and explaining. In the end, he combined the two crescent scimitars into an S-shaped single hand and held them in his left hand. He picked up the circular inner shield in his left hand and changed his job to a sword and shield warrior. The circular inner shield in the left hand can attack and defend, and the scimitar in the right hand can be hooked with the reverse blade and back, and can also be cut and slashed with the blade. The tactics are extremely flexible. The third Kazekage and Ebizo looked at the flashing golden sword light, especially the sword light that hit their foreheads several times, and they were speechless. This kid must have done it on purpose. This set of swordsmanship is indeed very suitable for the use of wind attribute chakra. Even if it is used with non-attribute chakra, it will be very effective. After Shimura Gento finished a full set of curved swordsmanship, the third Kazekage gave his affirmation. This set of swordsmanship is indeed perfect. Although there is no killer move, it should not be underestimated. It is stronger than the basic swordsmanship of their Sand Village Sand Flow swordsmanship. Quite a lot, perfect for teaching those ninja warrior students. In this way, a batch of tens of thousands of genin cannon fodder can be created, which is quite cost-effective. Even the set of curved sword techniques can be slightly modified and integrated into their sand flow sword techniques. This wave of transactions with that kid is not a loss. The only trouble is, do you have to have so many text descriptions? And you have to use this kind of Chinese characters. Pinching the bridge of his nose tiredly, Ebizo looked up depressed. In front of him was an oversized scroll with a width of 1.2 meters and a diameter of 1.2 meters. It recorded the curved sword technique, and it was written in a brand new Chinese language. Although this kind of Chinese characters has many similarities with the current common language, it is more complicated, and even many of the same characters have multiple meanings. He had a hard time comparing it with the Xinhua dictionary, and it was very brain-consuming. I can't help it. This is what our Shimura family's Zero Research Institute produced. Moreover, it is difficult to translate perfectly into two languages. If you want to learn it well, you have to learn Chinese. Shrugging, Shimura Xianding said that he would not take the blame and directly threw it to the so-called Zero Research Institute. Anyway, I have given you the swordsmanship. It is your business whether to learn it or not. Not to mention that he has figured out the pinyin strokes and can be used directly as an enlightenment textbook. If you still can't learn it, then don't practice swordsmanship. By the way, you should also learn this Chinese version of the ED-level bodybuilding secret technique. It is a little different from the one you got before. Suddenly remembering that Shimura Xianding took out two scrolls, one large and one small, from a small sealed scroll, which recorded the two-level ED bodybuilding secret techniques, and they were in Chinese. He did not fool people in this regard. As a traverser from the Dazonghua family, he was still used to using Chinese, so the bodybuilding secret technique was originally recorded in Chinese, which was the most original and complete version. I believe that with enough benefits, the people in Sand Village will definitely learn Chinese well, so the plan to make everyone in this other world speak Chinese will be one step further. As a time traveler, he knows very well that it is better to open than to block. Forcing others to learn a new language is the dumbest way, and they must be driven by benefits. As long as the benefits are enough, nothing is impossible. Uncle Kazekage, has the monk Fanfu recovered? I want to go to the Sand Temple to talk to him. As soon as the voice changed, Shimura Gentoi made a request, which made the atmosphere of the scene condense. 258. Chapter 257 The Strongest Tailed Beast. The third Kazekage thought for a long time, and finally did not reject the proposal to let Shimura Gentoi contact Fanfu, which was also a preparation for the next split of the tail. Under the leadership and surveillance of a group of Anbu ninjas, Shimura Gentoi came to the sand temple located inside the sand village. He was very curious about this kind of monk who practiced chakra, and even decided to help these monks strengthen a wave. So small. Looking at the temple in front of him, Shimura Gentoi was disappointed. This was just a small house with a length and width of less than 50 meters, which was not as good as the new home he built in Sand Village, and there were not many people inside. According to his sensing results, there were less than 10 groups of chakra in the temple, and the strongest one reached the level of the main shadow, which should be the first generation of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, monk Fanfuku. This number is really too small, and it seems that Sand Temple is not doing well. Sand Temple had already received advance notice from the Anbu ninja, and monk Fanfuku came out to greet him in person. Mr. Xianding, I have been waiting for a long time. Looking at the golden armored boy in front of him, monk Fanfuku was full of emotion. Since sealing the one tail into his body, he has been trying to communicate with it over the years, and it has been somewhat effective. At least the fat cat is willing to communicate with him. But who would have thought that the one tail suddenly went berserk a few months ago, yelling that it wanted to create a split body to travel, and it would go berserk and make trouble almost every day. Unfortunately, their sealing technique was only average, and coupled with the special nature of the one tail, it was almost impossible to suppress it. This situation gave him a headache, and it was the golden armored boy in front of him who caused all this. The other party actually completed the communication with the tailed beasts one step ahead of him, and communicated with multiple tailed beasts, and gained the trust of those tailed beasts. It's really incredible. The junior has also admired Master Bonfa for a long time. It is said that the master is a rare monk with a very high state of mind. I hope to communicate with the master this time. Shimura Gentoi was also very polite. After all, people came out to greet him. Could he still pretend to be awesome and slap him in the face? And the next ninja monk plan would fall on this monk. After all, he was not trusted by the Sand Village, and he couldn't do it even if he wanted to. Mr. Xianding, you are too kind. I just read more scriptures than others, but I am not a high monk. He smiled modestly, but he couldn't hide his complacency. It was obvious that Fanfu was very proud of this. After all, he almost moved the one-tailed one, and he did what the previous abbots of the Sand Temple could not do. Mister, please. Fanfu invited Shimura Xianding to come in, and Shimura Xianding did not act pretentiously and followed Fanfu into the temple. The many Anbu ninjas behind him dispersed to monitor the entire Sand Temple, and the focus was on monitoring Shimura Xianding to prevent that kid from causing trouble. Mr. Xianding, when do we start to deal with that split body? As soon as Fanfu sat down, his left eye turned into a strange pupil, and a harsh voice came out of his mouth, and a scarlet chakra appeared. Apparently, the beast couldn't wait to take over part of monk Fanfuku's body. The appearance of the one-tailed Shikaku's chakra made the Anbu ninjas outside feel like they were facing a great enemy, and some even went back to report to the third Kazekage. We have to wait for a while. Aloe's strength is not enough. She only has the yin attribute. With my help, she has cultivated an acquired yang attribute. It needs to be improved before it can cooperate with you to perform the mixed transformation technique and the split technique. This time I brought Aloe here, and I also want to ask you to help her speed up the cultivation of the two attributes of yin and yang, so that she can carry your chakra to perform the technique. While explaining, he motioned to Carula who was following behind to come forward. Compared with Yu Guangui Deng Shuiro and others, Carula is much weaker, just a little stronger than Bai Tu. The most important thing is that this girl only has yin attribute, not yang attribute, and the acquired yang attribute cultivated alone is far from enough. This aspect requires the assistance of the one-tailed Shikaku. The sand appeared, condensing into a claw arm to grab Carula. Shikaku sensed the situation in Carula's body, especially the acquired yang attribute chakra. Do we have to choose this chicken woman? Shikaku was a little dissatisfied. Although he could help Carula temporarily enhance yang escape, it would take a long time to adapt. He wanted to split into a split body immediately, and then fly over to meet up with Sun Wukong and others to travel the world. He didn't want to delay for a day. Chicken woman. This title made Carula's pretty face dark. Although she was not a strong person, she was also a jonin. In the desert, she could compete with ordinary elite jonin. How could she be a chicken? However, when she thought of the natural disaster-like movement caused by the rampage of the One-Tail in the past few months, Carula was frustrated and did not refute. There was no way. She really had the capital to say so. You all have great power, so you can't easily share it with others. At least your character must be good enough. Karuro is kind-hearted, and most importantly, she is young and has not formed the inherent thinking mode of a ninja. If she is guided, she will definitely turn over a new leaf and return to the right path. With an extremely serious expression, Shimura Gentoi said that Karuro still has a chance to be saved. Okay, let's choose this noob woman. After thinking for a while, Shikaku agreed with this statement. He didn't want to give his power to those dirty ninjas. It doesn't matter if it takes a month or two longer. Arrow has great potential, and happens to have 3 chakra attributes, wind, earth, and thunder. I plan to develop a thunder and earth electromagnetic escape for her in addition to the wind and earth magnetic field escape, as well as a wind and thunder magnetic wave escape, and finally fuse the 3 2-attribute bloodline limits to form a 3-attribute bloodline elimination magnetic escape, which will also be a real magnetic escape. I hope you can help Karura in this regard, and it should also be of great benefit to you. I believe that if you obtain the perfect magnetic escape of bloodline elimination, your strength will definitely be able to reach a higher level, and even become the strongest among the 9-tailed beasts. Seeing Shikaku agree, Shimura Gentoi continued to work hard and said with full temptation. Karura's own practice of electromagnetic escape is the limit. If she wants to develop the unprecedented magnetic wave escape and fuse the bloodline elimination magnetic escape, she must get the help of Shikaku. Perfect magnetic escape? Bloodline elimination. Thinking about Shimura Gentoi's words, Shikaku's round eyes in the sealed space became brighter and brighter. Combined with his own background and knowledge, he felt that this idea was very feasible. The most important thing is that the strongest tailed beast is very tempting. As the one-tailed beast, Shikaku is naturally the big brother of the tailed beasts, and his magnetic seal can restrain all tailed beasts. Even if the stinky fox wants to break his magnetic seal, it will take some effort. If the magnetic seal can be further improved from the dual attribute bloodline limit to the 3-attribute bloodline elimination, its own combat power will definitely be improved to a large level. This must be done, and it must be done. Little monk, quickly change a Jinchuriki for me. I want that chicken woman. Thinking of it, Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, clamored for the monk Fanfu to change people quickly. He, Shikaku, wanted to start researching the perfect magnetic seal immediately and become the strongest tailed beast. This made the monk Fanfu's face darken, and he was very resentful. I have been with you for more than 40 years, and you just want to separate, and the tailed beast is bound to the life of the Jinchuriki. If the one-tailed beast is really separated from the body, he will die. After living together for so many years, don't you have any feelings at all? Don't be too anxious. At this stage, Aloy is still very weak and has no strength. She has not even been able to truly develop the magnetic field escape that she inherited. At the same time, she also needs time to adapt to and comprehend the electromagnetic escape chakra, and then fuse her own electromagnetic escape. Magnetic wave escape is unprecedented and requires a long time of research. Even if you are compatible with Aloy now, it will be difficult to make progress. Patiently persuading this impatient fat cat, although Shimura Gentoi is very envious of the perfect magnetic escape eliminated by the bloodline, he is not in a hurry. There is no use in being anxious. After all, magnetic wave escape is an unprecedented bloodline limit, and there is nothing to refer to. It is even unclear which characteristics of the wind and thunder attribute chakras should be used to fuse. You should know that each attribute of chakra has many characteristics. For example, thunder escape can stimulate its own cells, and it can also manifest the ultimate sharpness to penetrate the enemy. It can also be transformed into a strong stimulation, destroying and paralyzing the enemy, enhancing pain, etc. Different characteristics will produce different blood limits after fusion. For example, the 2 chakra attributes of earth and water can be fused into wood escape, and can also be fused into melting escape that dissolves everything. This aspect needs to be explored bit by bit, and you really can't be impatient. Okay. Shikaku reluctantly agreed, and there was nothing he could do. By the way, my name is Shikaku. Remembering that he had not yet given his real name, Shikaku spoke. Although it was the first time he had seen this human boy, he could sense that he was very different from the others and did not have the greed and fear of their tailed beast's power. In addition to the idea of a euro the 3-attribute bloodline eliminating magnetic escape, he was also sure that this was the person the old man predicted before his death. After waiting for thousands of years, they finally waited. "Hello, Shikaku!" he greeted solemnly, showing his courtesy and respect for the tailed beasts. "Hello, Xianding!" Shikaku also greeted solemnly, expressing his respect and acknowledging this close friend. "Newbie woman, first fuse this ball of chakra, and come tomorrow and I will give you another ball." Shikaku released his own chakra and sealed it into Karula's body. Karula was too weak after all. Most importantly, he had no yang attribute. He had to cultivate and increase it slowly. He couldn't be impatient. "Thank you, Lord Shikaku." Karula thanked Shikaku very politely. She was smart and naturally understood that whether she could develop an unprecedented magnetic wave escape and fuse blood to eliminate magnetic escape would depend on Shikaku. The foundation of the tailed beasts is indeed not comparable to that of humans, not to mention that their sand village has only been studying Shikaku's local magnetic field escape for more than 20 years, and they have not accumulated enough in many aspects. If they can get Shikaku's active help, many things will become much simpler. "You still know how to thank me. You are indeed a little better than those dirty ninjas." Karula's thanks made Shikaku slightly satisfied. This rookie woman did have hope of being saved. "Master, I believe you are also aware of the current situation of our sand village. The mainstream atmosphere in the village is very bad. I hope you can keep a Luo in the sand temple to teach her in the future, and don't let her be infected by the bad atmosphere in the village." Looking at the other side of the eyes belonging to the monk Fanfu, Shimuragento sighed and asked sincerely. "The atmosphere in the village is indeed not very good. I will tell the third generation about this matter." Nodding, monk Fanfu agreed to this matter. It was not a difficult task anyway. With his identity, it was no problem for him to ask the third Kazekage for a person, and he was also very interested in the perfect magnetic escape that Shimuragento just mentioned. If it can be developed, it will be of great benefit to the entire sand village. This is a good thing. 259. Chapter 258 Checks and Balances of Powers. "Master, what do you think of the current ninja village and ninja world?" After arranging the affairs of Karura, Shimuragento's face became serious and asked a key question. "The ninja village and ninja world are the product of a mistake. You ninjas have abandoned the ninja sect and chakra, and have become the cancer of the world. You will definitely be eliminated in the future." Without waiting for monk Fanfu to speak, Shikaku expressed his disgust for ninjas. In the past few months, the nine-tailed beasts have communicated many times in the spiritual space, and they all agree with Shimuragento's point of view, believing that ninjas have become the cancer of this world, and they must be eliminated, the purity of chakra must be restored, and even the ninja sect must be rebuilt. Not paying attention to Shikaku's words, monk Fanfu thought about this problem seriously, and after a long silence, he gave a two-word evaluation. Not good. If nothing else, at least the occurrence of the Ninja World War is the most powerful proof that the ninja village system is not good, and this is a hurdle that cannot be bypassed. Senior Fanfu Yakura, who had been following and had been silent, really couldn't accept this evaluation. This was a denial of their ninjas and the sand village. The most important thing is that the person who denied it is still the one-tailed Jinchuriki, and he is also the disciple of the second generation, and he is a fellow apprentice of the third generation Kazekage. This is fatal. There are many things that you young people have not yet come into contact with. The dark side of the ninja village is not as simple as you think. Shaking his head slightly, monk Fanfu looked at Yekeng and Jiaoyuo kindly. Although he has been staying in the sand temple, he is not completely ignorant of the outside world. For example, he has heard about the incident last year, and vaguely guessed that the departure of Zhou and Zionjia was not simple, and it might be involved in the power struggle in the village. This is not what he wants to see. Seeing that monk Fanfu is indeed a wise man, Shimuragento is more confident in fooling the monk, and solemnly fooled him. The existence of ninjas is not necessary for the entire human race and the entire world, and it is even redundant. The chaos of the Warring States period was largely fueled by ninjas, but the ninjas of the Warring States period killed continuously as a family unit, and mainly targeted the ninja group. However, the establishment of the ninja village system brought together the forces of the ninja clan, especially the second generation of Hokage opened a ninja school, trained a large number of civilian ninjas, and completely transformed the ninja into a war machine. The casualties and losses caused by the last Ninja World War are incalculable, bringing pain to countless people. And this is just the beginning. As the ninja villages continue to grow, the Ninja World War will inevitably break out frequently, and even the scale will become larger and larger until the world is destroyed. If you want to solve this problem from within the ninja villages and the ninja world, there must be superstandard existences like the first generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara again, further gathering the ninja group and integrating the major ninja villages to form a ninja country. But this involves two problems. First of all, the existence of ninja villages is absolutely not allowed by the daimyo. There must be a war between the two sides. It's either you die or I die. There is no third choice. Can't everyone coexist peacefully? Karuro couldn't help but speak, and didn't like this kind of argument. Isn't it that you, the Sand Village, can't coexist peacefully with Shikaku? You always greedily want to seize other people's power, and even come up with the setting of Jinchuriki. You should know that your Sand Village is the first to create Jinchuriki, and the first Hokage's wife just borrowed your approach. The question was asked in return, leaving Karura speechless. After all, even they can't coexist peacefully, how can they coexist peacefully with the daimyo? This is indeed an irreconcilable contradiction. Monk Banfu also fell silent. When he was very young, he was sealed into Shikaku by the previous generation of Sand Temple Abbot Shaman, replacing the sealing cauldron that needed to be supplied with chakra for blessing. At that time, the ninja village era had not yet appeared, and Shaman was not yet the second generation of the wind shadow of the Sand Village. Seriously speaking, he was indeed the first-tailed beast Jinchuriki in the ninja world. What is the second question? Yeking asked. Before, Shimura Gentoi said there were two questions, so what about the second one? If there is another super-powerful person like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in the ninja world, the possibility of ninja winning the final victory will be very high, and the establishment of the ninja country will become inevitable. This will lead to a fatal problem, which is also the fatal flaw of the ninja village, because ninjas are not a qualified ruling class. Can you imagine what a world ruled by ninjas would be like? This made the three people present fall silent again, and the expected results were not very good. Darkness, blood, killing, deception, cruelty, etc. are the essence of ninjas, which will bring a more terrible era than the Warring States period. Xian Dingjun raised this question. Have you thought of a solution? After a long silence, Monk Fanfu suddenly spoke, looking at the golden-armored boy in front of him with a burning gaze, with hope on his face. The two women next to him also turned their eyes and looked over, and were also very interested in what Shimura Xianding would say next. What solution will this guy have? I don't know if you know the structure of the daimyo's mansion. Nowadays, the daimyo's mansions of various countries are divided into three parts. In addition to the daimyo who is the prime minister, the three major forces below are the ministers, generals, and dignitaries. The three major forces check and balance each other, forming a relatively balanced and stable structure. This is the foundation for the daimyo's mansion to be passed down for thousands of years. Just like the triangle is the most stable structure in reality, a table with 4 legs will often be uneven, but a table with 3 legs can adapt to any terrain and is the most stable structure. If a ninja wants to establish a ninja country, he must also create a structure of separation of powers and checks and balances. The ninja is just one of the points, and the other 2 points are needed to check and balance it, so that it will not indulge itself and act recklessly. Is this the reason why you created that ninja warrior in the Hidden Rock village? Thinking, Karura probably guessed that the ninja warrior was a balance point he was fiddling with. Smart. He gave an appreciative look, but unfortunately he got a white eye from the girl, who was obviously still upset about what happened last night. You want to ask Senior Banfuku to be the third point? Yeking was also thoughtful, guessing that Shimura Gentoi's third balance point must be related to Senior Banfuku. Yes, and no. Nodding and shaking his head, Shimura Gentoi began to explain, the balance of power can only be supported by a relatively independent group, not by an individual alone, and the individual's thinking is too subjective, which is not conducive to the overall development. We need to take Master Banfuku as the starting point to develop a new system that can balance the current ninja system. For example, the ninja monk system of Sand Temple is very good. Shimura Gentoi did not hesitate to state the ultimate goal. He never thought of hiding these ideas, nor did he want to turn it into a secret conspiracy. A real man should do things openly, even if he has to use strategies, he must use open strategies, leaving others with no choice but to follow the route he set. He had already set a path for Sand Village and even the entire ninja world, and no one had any choice. Mr. Xianding's proposal is very feasible. I am willing to give it a try, but the Sand Temple does not have a complete inheritance and cannot have enough power to balance the ninja system. After thinking for a long time, Monk Fenfu was moved, but he was a little powerless. In order to balance the ninja system of Sand Village, the power required is not low. Without sufficient inheritance, it is impossible to cultivate so many powerful ninja monks. Without enough power, everything is just a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water. It doesn't need to be absolutely independent, as long as it is relatively independent. The ninja monk system can learn from some of the ninja's ninjutsu secret system and use it to improve itself, but the ninja monks must also have a unique inheritance system. I happen to have one in this regard. I wonder if the master is willing to learn it. Looking at Monk Fenfu in front of him with a smile, Shimura Xianding is quite optimistic about this old guy. He is not only the human pillar of Sand Village, but also the disciple of the second generation Kazekage and the senior brother of the third generation Kazekage. His status and position are sufficient. It is very suitable to use it to lead the development of the ninja monks. At that time, it will be very interesting to let the three systems of ninja warriors and ninja monks compete in the ninja village. I am willing to learn, but I don't know what Mr. Xianding wants. Fenfu Monk asked. He didn't believe that the young man would selflessly pass on the secret art to him. After all, the two sides essentially belong to two different and hostile ninja villages. I want to study that sealing cauldron. Pointing at the oversized sealing cauldron behind the monk, Shimura Xianding was very interested in it. I have been coveting this thing for a long time. If you want to make a storage ring, a necessary artifact for killing and robbing, you must have a reference. At this stage, the two six-path ninja tools in the Hidden Cloud Village, the red gourd and the amber bottle, have similar functions in the ninja world. The next is the sealing cauldron used by the Hidden Sand Village to seal the one tail. Although the sealing effect is not as good as the red gourd and the amber bottle in the Hidden Cloud Village, it also has its own special features, such as this sealing cauldron can be enlarged and reduced. In Boruto, this sealing cauldron is only the size of a spittoon, and it even seems very light. It doesn't matter if you seal such a big fat cat like Shikaku in it, but now the sealing cauldron is 10 meters high. If you can study the secret of enlargement and reduction clearly and then apply it to your own Bagua furnace, it would be great, perfectly solving the defect that the Bagua furnace is bulky and inconvenient to carry. You want to study that? Looking back at the huge sealing cauldron behind him, Monk Fenfu became alert. This is a powerful ninja tool that can seal the tailed beasts, but the one tail is too special. If other tailed beasts were sealed in it, they would definitely not be able to make trouble. The most important thing is that his current tailed beast seal is arranged according to the sealing technique on the sealing cauldron, which involves the safety of the entire Sand Village. We, the Shimura family, want to make a ninja tool that can store things freely based on the sealing scroll, without using the sealing scroll every time, and can be used repeatedly. Still speaking out his own ideas without hesitation, Shimura Zhandun really needs a storage ring, and it is too troublesome to always carry a pile of sealing scrolls. The noble's ideas are really wild and unconstrained. If such storage ninja tools can be researched, it will greatly promote the development of the ninja world. Admiring Shimura Zhandun's proposal, Monk Fenfu used chakra to control the huge sealing cauldron behind him to shrink, and handed it to the golden armored boy in front of him, while secretly sighing that his mind was narrow. Others want to use this sealing cauldron to research and make storage ninja tools that will benefit the entire ninja world, but he was thinking that the other party wanted to use it to make sealing ninja tools for war. It's too small, his vision is too small. Thank you for your understanding and support. If I really research and make storage ninja tools in the future, I will definitely give you one. Taking the shrunken sealing cauldron, Shimura Gento made a sincere promise. Of course, there are also yours. Glancing at the two girls beside him, Shimura Gento also made a promise. Who wants your storage ninja tools? Pouting and turning his head to one side, Karura and Yekura did not think that the Shimura family could succeed in the research. After all, the ninja world has been using sealing scrolls for thousands of years, and there must be a reason. Even if it is really researched, the materials used must be extremely precious and cannot be popularized, and it will not be of much use to the entire ninja world. 260. Chapter 259 The Secret of Blood Limit. You go back first and continue to monitor that kid. In the Kazekage's office, after listening to the reports of Karura and Hakura, the third Kazekage signaled the two women to go first. Yes, third Sama. Nodding their heads, Hakura and Karura left the Kazekage's office and returned to the villa to continue monitoring someone. Separation of powers, checks and balances, quite an interesting idea. After the two women left, Ebizo couldn't help but praise him. and was very interested in Shimura Gentoi's idea. If the ninjas really gather all the ninja villages to form a ninja country, the ninjas alone cannot govern the world. The structure of separation of powers and checks and balances can well supplement the shortcomings of the ninjas themselves. Will the ninja world really see an invincible person like the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara again? The third Kazekage and Ebizo had different focuses. According to that kid, if you want to gather all the ninja villages to form a ninja country, you must have another invincible person of the level of the first Hokage, just like the ninja clans gathered to form a ninja village, and the ninja villages gathered to form the only ninja country. So that kind of invincible person is the key point, otherwise the 5 major ninja villages will not be able to unite and gather, and will only use the ninja world war to weaken each other. I have read an ancient book that records a strange phenomenon of the Senju family and the Uchiha family. Every 100 years or so, the two families will each have a peerless strongman with a powerful force far beyond other ninjas. It may be difficult to see a peak strongman like the first Hokage again, but it should not be difficult to see a slightly inferior one. With a heavy heart, Ebizo revealed a piece of information. If he had not read that ancient book, he would not have known that the Senju family and the Uchiha family actually had such a secret. He had only thought that the bloodline of the Senju family and the Uchiha family was too powerful. That means that the invincible strong man will definitely be born in Konoha. His face became even gloomier, and the murderous intent surged in the heart of the third Kazekage. If the ninja country is really to be established in the future, it can only be led by their sand village. Once Konoha takes the lead, their sand village will definitely be swallowed up without even a bone residue left. He does not believe that Konoha will treat everyone equally at that time, not to mention that both sides have accumulated difficult to resolve hatred in the last Ninja World War, and the future Ninja World War will make this hatred deeper and deeper. In the future, both sides will only fight to the death, and there will be no third choice. Third generation, what do you think of the bloodline that eliminated the magnetic escape proposed by that kid? Without wasting time on this topic, Ebizo asked another question. Although what Karu and Yekara said just now was a bit vague, as if they were hiding something, they clearly explained the theory of bloodline elimination and magnetic escape. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed very feasible. It's difficult, at least in the next 20 to 30 years. There is no hope, and I don't have the lightning attribute like Fenfu. Thinking for a while, the third Kazekage said indifferently. That theory seems good, but it is difficult to do. Let alone the final 3 blood limit fusion, it is even more difficult to develop the unprecedented magnetic wave escape. There is no reference at all, and it is completely created from scratch. The difficulty inside is unimaginable for ordinary people. The most important thing is that he has no lightning attribute. No matter how much he thinks, it's useless. Similarly, Yakang's advanced plan for burning escape is also difficult, and he will not be able to see it in his lifetime. But he can continue to research and develop it. Maybe one day in the future it really worked. And he has found another way to enhance his own strength, without having to bother to study the so-called bloodline elimination magnetic escape. Let alone the discussion between the two in the Kazekage's office. After returning from the Sand Temple, Shimura Gento first studied and copied the sealing cauldron, and then used the paper and pen that the Anbu ninja found to start writing the training secret technique prepared for Monk Banfuku, a very awesome training secret technique. The next day, with the fruits of his labor all night, Shimura Gento once again came to the Sand Temple with 2 young female bodyguards. Are all the secret techniques recorded in your Shimura family so exaggerated? Looking at the oversized scroll in front of him, which was 3 meters wide and 3 meters in diameter, Monk Fenfu swallowed his saliva, feeling that this secret technique might not be easy to learn, and it would take a long time just to read it. The most important thing is that this thing still uses that kind of Chinese, and you need to learn this new language before you can understand it. This undoubtedly makes the difficulty even higher. The number of words is a bit more, but master, you have a lot of free time anyway, and you will be able to finish it sooner or later. Patting the oversized scroll, Shimura Gentoi has great confidence in Monk Fenfu. And the establishment of the ninja monk system cannot be successful overnight, it will take at least 10 years. It can't be rushed. That's right. Nodding in agreement, Monk Fenfu knew his identity very well. He couldn't go out and hang around. He had to stay in the Sand Temple all the time. He did have a lot of free time. But looking at the oversized scroll in front of him, he still felt terrified. I'm already so old, but I still have to study hard. What a sin. By the way, this is the sealing cauldron. Please keep it, master. Handing the sealing cauldron back to Monk Fenfu, Shimura had no intention of taking possession of it. The main reason was that this thing was too sensitive and too important to the Sand Village. After taking it back yesterday, the number of Anbu ninjas around his villa increased several times. He didn't want to be under such high-intensity surveillance all the time. Anyway, he had already copied it in the Black Cauldron space, and he could slowly study the secrets inside. So fast? Can't you study it for a few more days? Taking the sealing cauldron handed over, Monk Fanfu persuaded kindly. This thing itself does not have much technical content. It is mainly because it is too difficult to make and its own material is special. I have seen through the secret inside. There is no point in studying it again unless it is dismantled. Shaking his head slightly, Shimura Gentoi did not stay for long, and stood up and said, Master, I still have to guide the establishment and arrangement of the Ninja Samurai Academy, so I will not disturb you. I also ask you to guide a loyal more. Karura is from our Sand Village, and it is my duty to guide him. Nodding, Monk Fanfu stood up to see him off, until Shimura Gentoi was sent out of the Sand Temple, and then he returned to the hall with Karura. Monk, according to my idea, it is best to let that chicken girl be my Jinchuriki. You don't have the thunder attribute, which will hinder my development of the perfect magnetic escape. Anyway, you are already old. If you were in the Warring States period, you would have made a lot of money. It is better to die early and be reborn early, and there is nothing to regret. At this time, Shikaku appeared again and controlled part of Monk Fanfu's body to suggest that he used to think that this monk was interesting, but when he met Xianding Jun, he really thought that goods are worth throwing away and people are worth dying when compared. Not only did Xianding Jun seek freedom for their tailed beasts, he also provided a powerful training method. Now he even helped himself to advance to magnetic escape, and he did not ask for anything in return, and he had no greed for them at all. Sure enough, he was the person predicted by the old man before his death. Compared with him, Monk Fanfu was far worse. And these words made Monk Fanfu feel bad all over, and he was speechless. You made a lot of sense, and I was speechless. Karura, use your magnetic escape to show me. Suppressing his depressed mood, Monk Fanfu brought Garuru to the open space in front of the hall and signaled Garuru to perform magnetic escape. Garuru's magnetic escape is the most orthodox Shikaku magnetic escape, and it does not have the tendency of the third-generation Kazekage's sand-iron magnetic escape, and its application is more extensive. At the same time, just like his own magnetic escape, it can be used for all-round guidance. Yes, Senior Fanfu. Garuru followed his words and formed a seal to exert his own magnetic escape power, controlling the surrounding sand to dance. The foundation is good, as long as the wind and earth attribute chakras are reversed into the magnetic escape, then your magnetic field escape will be considered a small success. After watching for a while, Monk Fanfu nodded with satisfaction. Although Garuru's magnetic escape did not seem to be very powerful in his opinion, it was already very good at this age. Reverse fusion? Looking puzzled, it was the first time that Karura heard such a statement. Your bloodline limit is inherited, not self-integrated. You need to continuously improve the corresponding wind and earth chakra attributes to develop magnetic escaping bloodline. You should have also discovered that magnetic escaping can be applied after cultivating wind and earth chakras. It is easier and more powerful. Next, we need to integrate the two attributes of chakra into magnetic escape, and further develop and enhance the power of magnetic escape. After a brief explanation, Monk Fanfu began to formulate a training plan for this junior in his mind, so as to improve his strength as soon as possible, so as to prevent the fat cat from nagging and affecting his sleep. Then after cultivating the two attributes of wind and earth to the level of escape technique of the shadow level, should we also integrate them into magnetic escape in reverse? Karura was not stupid, and he quickly thought of the purpose of further training, and even thought of the ultimate purpose of that guy tattooing the two attributes of wind and earth on his back. I am afraid that guy also knew the secret of the training of blood limit, and the two wind and earth attribute curse tattoos were prepared for this. Yes, only after cultivating the two chakras of wind and earth to the level of escape technique and integrating them into magnetic escape in reverse can it be considered a great success. At this time, the magnetic escape is not much worse than that of the first-generation bloodline owner. Nodding slightly, Fanfu was very satisfied with the intelligence of this junior. It is much easier to guide such a smart child than that of a fool. Even so, is there still a gap with those first-generation bloodline ninjas who have independently fused bloodline limits? Not willing to give up, Karura herself has a little obsessive-compulsive disorder, and she hopes to improve her magnetic escape to the extreme. It's not a problem of bloodline, but a difference in the understanding of bloodline limits. Those predecessors who have fused bloodline limits have a more thorough understanding of it, and can use it to exert the greatest power with the least consumption. As long as you continue to study your own bloodline in depth in the future, it is not impossible to reach or even surpass those first-generation bloodline owners. He patiently answered this question, then thought about it, and asked solemnly, "Karura, are you willing to worship me as your master?" Through the brief contact, he became more and more satisfied with this junior and wanted to accept him as his disciple. He was also very interested in the bloodline elimination magnetic escape, but unfortunately he did not have the thunder attribute, but he could use Karura to study it. He even wanted to try whether he could really train a disciple with bloodline elimination, so that even if he died, he would have the face to see Mr. Shaman. Disciple Karura greets the teacher. Karura would naturally not refuse such a good thing, and respectfully stepped forward and bowed. "Good. Good. Good." He said 3 good words in a row. For having such a smart and promising disciple, Monk Fenfo was also very happy, and then he seriously warned, "Don't go to the Kazekage building to accept ninja missions in the future. If you are short of money, tell me." As the Jinchuriki of Sand Village, the head of Sand Temple, the disciple of the second Kazekage, and the senior of the third Kazekage, he is not short of money, at least not a lot of money, and it is not a problem to support a disciple. "Teacher, don't you think highly of ninjas?" Feeling depressed, Karura felt that their ninjas were still pretty good, and everyone was fighting to protect the village. Alas! There are some things you are not qualified to know now, and the village is not as good as you think. In the future, have less contact with those ninjas, and forget your previous ninja style as soon as possible. There is no future for such ninjas. With a sigh, Fenfo now doesn't know whether it was right or wrong for Mr. Shaman to cooperate with the first Kazekage to establish the sand village here. Although it provided a refuge for the ninjas of the Wind Country, it also pushed the ninjas to a dead end. It is really hard to judge whether it is good or bad. 261. Chapter 260, Burning Sword Chi. Like the original Rock Village, the Sand Village built the Ninja Samurai Academy outside the village, all made of hard lava melted by solar furnaces, and the foundation was directly built on the rocks hundreds of meters below. The terrain here in the Sand Village is good, the sand layer is not thick, and there are even rocks exposed. The rock belt around the Sand Village that looks like a city wall is the highlight of the foundation, which is also the main reason why Sand Temple and Sand Village chose to be built here. As a super-large academy that can accommodate 100,000 ninja warriors for training at the same time, the area it occupies is naturally not small, not inferior to Sand Village itself, and it can also expand outward. Of course, at this stage, this Ninja Warrior Academy has only built a simple teaching building, and the training ground is still under the scorching sun, so it has to be built slowly. Even the first batch of students recruited have to temporarily serve as construction workers, which can be regarded as a kind of training. Go and talk to Uncle Sande and ask him to create a flat road and a training track with various terrain environments and obstacles on the rocky area around the village. Let the students run and exercise on the flat road every morning, and conduct rapid advance training on various terrain obstacles on the training track in the afternoon. I don't need to tell you how to arrange the terrain of the training track. Looking at the rock belt outside the Sand Village, Shimuragento couldn't help but recall the school morning exercises in his previous life, as well as the training that the soldiers in the TV series did, and thought he could do it. By the way, when the students' swordsmanship training is on the right track, let the ninjas in our village put the training ground on it, and improvise to set traps and blockades, which can also be regarded as a kind of actual combat training. Giving guidance, Shimuragento felt that the conflict between the ninja system and the ninja warrior system should be increased, and there is no better choice than this confrontational training. Although confrontational training can cultivate the unique bond of ninjas, it may also cause grudges and even hatred. I believe that the vice president of the Wind Country Daimyo Mansion here will handle this matter well, and this is also the main task for the other party to be sent here. Not to mention the ninjas from the hostile ninja village, I believe that the dark tactics of those ninjas will definitely disgust these ninjas to death. Samurai. When the time comes, it will be enough to deepen the ninjas' rejection and even disgust of ninjas. That's a good idea. Nodding, Ebizo agreed with this confrontational training. After all, the 5 major ninja villages are now setting up ninja academies, and ninjas will inevitably go to the battlefield in the future, so it's good for the ninjas to get familiar with it in advance. Various types of scimitars and shields must be made as soon as possible, so that students can start practicing as early as possible, starting from the most basic moves, and deepening little by little. That will be their capital for establishing themselves in the future. Another point was raised, and he was not very worried about this. The Wind Country itself is not short of minerals, especially with the special bloodline limit of sand-iron magnetic escape. Iron ore mining is not difficult. In addition, the high temperature of 3000 degrees that the solar furnace can provide is enough to melt almost all metals. Anyway, the qualifications of ninjas are relatively poor, and chakram metal is not needed, so high-strength alloy steel can be used directly. We are already collecting various ores, and we will start smelting and forging in 2 days. Ebizo responded. He was more clear about this because he was the vice president of the Ninja Samurai Academy arranged by the Sand Village. He was also in charge of the production of those scimitar weapons and shields, and he would keep a close eye on every checkpoint. By the way, where is the guy called Jian? Transfer him to me as a teacher at the academy. Thinking of the old spy classmate, Shimura Gentoi felt that it would be a good idea to let that guy come as a swordsmanship teacher. Although the daimyo mansion arranged a lot of samurai to come as swordsmanship teachers, there are differences in the vitality and chakra of samurai after all. In this regard, the Sand Village needs to send people to cooperate, preferably those ninjas who are proficient in swordsmanship and physical skills. The Inyazuka sword last time was a good choice. I will transfer Xiao Jian here. After thinking for a while, Ebizo also felt that Jian was very suitable to stay in the Ninja Samurai Academy. Ninjas have always been very efficient. Ebizo immediately ordered the members of the Anbu following behind him to find Ajian. Akira, I won't stay in our Sand Village for long. In the future, you will cooperate with Brother Dianzang. I will let the people from the Daimyo Prefecture cooperate well. Looking at Yekeng who was brought over, Shimura Gentoi was also very optimistic about this woman and was ready to train her to be the leader of the ninja warriors. Originally, the best choice was Miss Zionjiu, but it was a pity that the third Kazekage was narrow-minded and forced Miss Zionjiu and Miss Jo away together. At this stage, he could only choose one of the short girls. He only recognized these 2 girls in the Sand Village. Karura was arranged at the Sand Temple, and Yekeng could only preside over the Ninja Warrior Academy. Me? I don't like swordsmanship. He was stunned when he heard it, and then decisively refused. Yekeng was not very interested in swordsmanship. Although he had learned some, he only learned the basics. You don't like swordsmanship? Turning around and looking at the girl with a half-smile, how could Shimura Gentoi not hear the other party's disdain for swordsmanship? Do you really think that blood limit is omnipotent? I won't give the enemy a chance to get close. With a proud face, Yekeng is very confident in his scorch release. Although his physical skills are a weakness, he also needs the enemy to be able to get close. At that time, he will directly spin a few scorch release fireballs around his body and see which ninja warrior can resist it. Even if the guy in front of him takes off his expensive battle suit, she has the confidence to roast him to 3/4 rare. However, Shimura Gentoi does not agree with the girl's confidence. In the original book, this girl's end is very miserable. She was betrayed by the village and became a victim. Then she was stabbed from the back, and then her whole body was stabbed into a hedgehog. She died miserably. This is the consequence of not paying attention to physical skills. If one's physical skills were stronger at that time, he would not have been unable to react until death. Clang! A silver light flashed, and the big sword behind him appeared in his hand and handed it to the girl in front of him. Hold it! After looking at the big silver sword in front of him and hesitating for a while, Yekeng finally reached out and found that the radiation inside was isolated by a force and did not affect the chakra in his body. Then he felt a strong hand grasping his palm, tightly grasping the heavy big silver sword, and even his whole body was hugged into a solid embrace. Use your burning escape chakra to infuse it into the big silver sword. A steady voice sounded from his ear. Resisting the shyness of this ambiguous gesture, Yekeng infused his own burning escape chakra into it. At the same time, Shimura Xianding used his own immortal energy to mix the burning escape chakra and circulate it in the big silver sword, using the perfect energy metal inside to amplify and condense the burning escape chakra, and strengthened it with his own sword intent, and then swung the sword. The burning chakra mixed with immortal energy, plus the amplification of the big silver sword and sword intent, a fiery white thin line was drawn, and it was as fast as lightning and cut into the newly built academy wall 100 meters ahead. The more embarrassing thing is that the academy wall did not move at all, as if the sword just now was just like a spring breeze. But the strongest Ebizo looked solemn, and he couldn't help but gasp when he jumped over to check. I saw a 5-meter-long fiery red thin line on this lava wall, and the lava on it was melted again. Even Ebizo jumped to the outside of the wall and found that there was also a 5-meter-long fiery red line on this side. Obviously, this wall was cut through by the sword just now. Yekeng also came to check and saw this amazing scene. You must know that this wall is made of hard lava, and the thickness reaches an astonishing 20 meters. What is the concept of cutting through 20 meters of hard lava with one sword? You must know that the earth escape wall of the current earth attribute ninjutsu earth flow wall technique is only 20 centimeters thick, that's all. Even the stronger earth flow wall is not 20 meters thick. This means that this sword is enough to kill any ninja below the level of Kage in seconds, at least the defense of the Jonin can't resist it. The most important thing is that this sword was just slashed from 100 meters away, and there are very few ninjutsu that can reach 100 meters away. This sword is so terrifying that the ninja system can never resist it, and can only find a way to dodge it. You have become much stronger. At this time, Inyazuka-ken, who was brought by the Anbu ninja, looked at the 5-meter-long sword mark on the academy wall and spoke coldly, with a lot of unwillingness in his heart. Originally thought that he had worked hard enough in the past year and made great progress, but who would have thought that this guy had made greater progress, and he had no confidence in being able to block the opponent's sword. Nodding to the spy classmate, Shimura Gentoi taught Yekeng, Scorch Release is a bloodline limit formed by the fusion of Wind Release and Fire Release, but Wind Release can not only amplify Fire Release, but its own sharp characteristics are very sharp. Using it can condense the power of Scorch Release and cut out an indestructible sword energy. The way you used to use the fireball form of Scorch Release is outdated and easy to defend. You need to use a new way to play this bloodline limit. So, girl, learn the sword. Although there are many ideas for the development of the limit flow in the previous life, such as the pursuit of extreme attack power, extreme speed, etc., but that kind of limit flow will leave many fatal flaws for itself. It is natural to be successful in killing rookies, but if you really face the existence that can restrain yourself, you will die without knowing how you died. So omnipotence is the real awesomeness, there is no weakness in itself, and it will not be targeted by the enemy. It was just that the words that belittled the burning release made Yekeng quite dissatisfied, but looking at Shimura Gentoi wearing the heavy gold battle suit, he had to admit defeat in the end. There was no way. Not to mention the radiation energy in the heavy gold battle suit, the thermal conductivity of the heavy gold itself was very poor. Even if she put the burning release fireball on it, it would take a long time to bake, not to mention the sealing crystal. If she really had to face such an existence, her burning release would basically be useless. Just like the previous encounter on the roof of the villa, her burning release fireball was easily caught and extinguished by others, without any effect at all. If the other party was an enemy, he would have died countless times. And this new way of using burning release is indeed very effective. How about practicing some swordsmanship? She really doesn't like the sand flow swordsmanship in the village, but she can try this curved swordsmanship of the Ninja Samurai Academy. My sword is in your hands. Seeing that the girl was indeed moved, Shimura Gentoi turned his head to look at the cold spy classmate, his eyes fell on the 2-meter-long sword behind him. At the beginning, he lost 2 valuable swords in the Wind Country, one of which was taken away by the old man Ma Yin, and then another was taken away by a sand ninja on the battlefield of Lulan, adding up to more than 20 billion. But he didn't expect that one of them would fall into the hands of Inyazuka Kaiba. It was a bit difficult to use at first, but after getting used to it, I found it unexpectedly easy to use. Pulling out the big sword behind him, Inyazuka-ken was very satisfied with this sword. It was worthy of being the work of the first swordsmith in the Fire Country, and it was infinitely close to the legendary swords. Brother Zhang, can I take back the big sword now? Looking at Ebizo beside him, Shimura Gentoi really wanted to take back the 10 billion. No. He said unhappily. Ebizo didn't have the habit of spitting out the fat meat in his mouth. Although the big sword was a bit of a rip-off, it was of good quality and had a great restraining effect on ninjas. In the hands of a sword fanatic like Aegeon, the combat power it could exert was far beyond imagination, and it could even be used to kill a shadow-level strongman. 262. Chapter 261 Flying with a Sword. Ding! In the Ninja Samurai Academy, Shimura Gentoi slashed with his sword, and sent Inyazuka-ken flying in front of him, and at the same time threw out his shield to send Kururo flying in the distance, and finally kicked Yekeng who was attacking from behind. You are too strong. Falling on the ground in a mess, Yekeng looked at the footprint on the alloy round shield and felt resentful. This alloy round shield has strong hardness and toughness, but even so, it was still kicked out by that guy, leaving a shoe print, and even his left arm was completely paralyzed. This is just my normal strength, not even the divine power, otherwise you would not be kicked away, but kicked to death. Take a break and fight again. Putting away the sword and shield, Shimura Gentoi signaled the three to rest first, and then continue to spar and train. You will be alone forever if you do this. Ebizo, who was watching the fight, looked at Yekeng and Jia Lu Luo, who were covered in sand and extremely embarrassed, speechlessly. The boy's attack was really fierce, and every time he beat Yekeng and Jia Lu Luo, he was embarrassed and rolled down. You, a single old man, are qualified to say this. Shimura Gentoi looked down on this old man with a look of contempt. He was obviously in a high position and in power, but he was still a single dog. If it were him, he would have had many wives and concubines and children and grandchildren. Stinky brat! Having been hit on the sore spot, Ebizo was so angry that his face turned black. He couldn't help but ask curiously, how many women have you hooked up with in the major ninja villages now? To be honest, he was in awe of this guy's ability to hook up with women. Even in the hostile ninja village, he could hook up with some beauties. Now it seems that the only village that has not been harmed is the Hidden Cloud village. I think it will be over soon. Thinking of the few envoys from the Hidden Cloud village he met at the gate of the Shimura family, Ebizo couldn't help but feel more sympathy. Sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. What do you mean by hooking up? I have nothing wrong with those girls. I just don't want to see them have a miserable life in the future. The contemptuous look is still there. Shimura Gentoi has no shame about this. He always thinks that he is righteous and is saving those girls. Tsunade is not to be mentioned. In the original work, she was in a very miserable situation. A large number of her relatives died in the war, her family was lonely, her younger brother and boyfriend died one after another, and she became an overage leftover woman and never got married. The two lowly teammates were also more miserable than each other. Uchiha Mikoto was stabbed to death by her own son, and all her family members were stabbed to death. After her death, the two sons also killed each other. Hyuga Suzune was not much better. That girl should be the mother of Hinata and Hanabi Hinata sisters, but in the original work, Hinata did not show up at her wedding. She did not show up at such important occasions. It is estimated that she should have died a long time ago. Miss Uzumaki Midori was also miserable. Her family and country were destroyed, her husband's family and sons and grandsons were also killed. Only one granddaughter, Tsunade, survived, and she became a gambler and an overage leftover woman. Then it was the Sand Village. Miss Jo was also miserable. Her son and daughter-in-law were stabbed to death by a certain White Fang, and her grandson became a paranoid psychopath, and even turned into a non-human, and there was no offspring. In the end, she and her grandson even staged a drama of killing each other, which was miserable. Miss Zionjiu needs no more explanation. She was stabbed to death by a certain White Fang, her husband was also stabbed to death by a certain White Fang, and her son, Scorpion of the Red Sand, also turned into a non-human. Karura was also miserable. She was killed by her husband, the fourth Kazekage Raza, and her youngest son was turned into a mental patient. Her younger brother was also killed by her husband. It was miserable. Yekeng also had a bad end. He was betrayed by the village he protected, became a victim, and was stabbed to death by the Kirigakure village. They were all stabbed into hedgehogs by Kunao. Miss Yuguan from the Hidden Rock village was also very miserable. She was selected as the second-generation Tsuchikage reproductive tool when she was only a teenager. She had an IVF test tube baby transplanted into her body for pregnancy, and then she remained a widow for more than 10 years. Her future grandson Deidara became a rebel ninja, joined the strongest terrorist organization in the ninja world, and finally blew himself up. As for Shiratsuki, she was okay. She gave birth to a daughter, Kuratsuki, who became the most famous leg shadow. However, she did not appear in the original work until Boruto, and it is estimated that she has already died. Miss Hojiki Mizuki from the Hidden Mist village was also very miserable. She became a widow just after getting married and before entering the bridal chamber. In the future, the Hojiki family seemed to be played by brother Tsuki, leaving only Hojiki Mizuki. It was very miserable. Miss Shuirong was not doing well either. Mei Terumi's mother did not appear in the original work, and it was estimated that she was dead. Miss Yueli Inlulan was also miserable. Her mother and husband were assassinated by Inlushan, and she herself was almost killed. Even in the original book, she was killed by Inlushan. Even her daughter was controlled like a puppet and almost died. It was so miserable. These young ladies he found were all poor people who needed to be saved. She, had absolutely no dirty thoughts in this regard. He was a true friend of women, a confidant of young ladies, and a gynecologist. The more he thought about it, the more he felt confident. Zhikan Xianding even had a sacred sense of mission. And looking at Zhikan Xuanding's holy appearance, Ebizo understood why this guy was so popular among women. With this face, he could do anything without any problems. Just as the master of Yaiwei Dujiang Yinzong Niao wrote in the book, people must persist and be shameless, and the most important thing is to persist in being shameless. This kid is a true portrayal of the three elements. When are we leaving? With a change of expression, Ebizo asked, which made Inyazuka-ken, Yekara, and Karura, who were resting nearby, turn their heads. This time, Shimura Gentoi has been in their sand village for a month and a half. The development of the Ninja Samurai Academy has basically been on the right track, and even the academy has been almost built. It's time to leave. Suddenly, Yekara and Karura were a little reluctant. Although they were still ashamed and angry about the guy's physical examination every night, they had to say that this guy was really good. During this period, their strength has increased several times, especially the physical skills, swordsmanship have improved the most. Arrow has adapted almost, and tomorrow he will cooperate with Shikaku to split the split body. After assisting Shikaku's training on the right track, I will set off for the Cloud Village. Looking at the dusty Karura, Shimura Gentoi also had the idea of a euro leaving. As a man who is determined to save all the poor little sisters, how can he be tied to one place? I don't know how many young ladies who meet the criteria need to be saved in the hidden Cloud Village. By the way, the second generation Rakage seems to be a black commodity, and his wife is not a black pearl. Such a young lady is not easy to save. Okay, it's almost time to rest, let's do it again. Standing up and stretching his hands and feet, Shimura Gentoi signaled the three to start fighting again. After a short rest, Kaoru and the other two had no choice but to fight, and then Inyazuka Kaiba was chopped off by a sword again, and Yakeng was knocked off by a shield. The worst was Kaoru, who was kicked hard into the sand by Shimura Gentoi, and her whole body was buried in the sand. In training, she, will never show mercy to women, otherwise he will harm the girls. Can't you kick somewhere else? Climbing out of the sand, Kaoru rubbed the painful erection, and tears almost fell. This is the 8th time I've been hit here today. Even with the help of the acquired Yang Attribute Chakra Repair and Earth Escape Hardening Technique, I feel like I've lost consciousness there. I guess it's all swollen. Then where do you want me to hit you? In the face, or hit the chest, or the belly? Rolling his eyes, it wasn't that he was taking advantage of the girl, but there was really no way to hit her. If it was a real enemy, he would do whatever he could, but this was just a training match, there was no need to be so ruthless. You can't hit the face, nor the chest. The liver, spleen, kidneys, and other organs in the abdomen are too fragile and too difficult to repair. The belly is the second heart of a woman, which is even more difficult to repair. After counting, the only ones who can be hit are those two. But it's true, Kaluo is really worthy of being the future. A fierce woman who could give birth to 3 children in just a few years, her size is quite amazing, and you can tell at a glance that she is easy to bear. Karu looked down at herself on the opposite side, and she really couldn't find a more suitable place to be beaten, which made her even more depressed. It's not that she is afraid of pain, but every day after being beaten there, the guy would apply medicine and rub it for a while, which made her feel so embarrassed that she wanted to go crazy. Yakeng was also embarrassed and annoyed, because she was also swollen there, and the guy had to apply medicine to recover after returning home at night. By the way, I'll teach you a little trick today, Luo. As if remembering something, Shimura Gentoi took the big sword from Inyazuka-ken's hand, used the anti-gravity technique to control it to float up, and then stepped on the sword with his feet, firmly absorbing it with immortal energy. You two come up. Gestured to Karu and Yakeng, Shimura Gentoi was ready to become a real swordsman. Karu was very smart. She guessed Shimura Gentoi's idea at a glance. She jumped onto the broadsword without hesitation, and then controlled the magnetic chakra to flow into the big sword under her feet, carrying the two of them and slowly flying up. Although there was radiation from the sealed crystal in the big sword, she had deeply integrated Shikaku chakra during this period, and could ignore the influence of this radiation. Yakeng hesitated, and also jumped behind Shimura Gentoi, grabbing the heavy pair tightly. Golden wings. In this way, under the dual effects of magnetic escape and anti-gravity, the big sword carried the three people flying higher and higher, and even tried to fly outward at a very fast speed. Soon they flew hundreds of kilometers, and Shimura Xianding suddenly reached out and hugged the two women into his arms, and the immortal force thread penetrated into them, building an extremely complex chakra circulation circuit for the two women. The two women, who had long been accustomed to it, cooperated very well with their own chakra to flow along the complex circuit. Soon a whirlwind appeared on the surface of the two people, covering their whole bodies. "This is wind escape armor," he explained briefly, and then changed the chakra circulation circuit. Soon, Karura's skin turned into a kind of earthy yellow, giving people a hard feeling, and Yakang's body surface appeared a layer of water film. "This is earth escape armor and water escape armor." After a brief explanation, Shimura Gentoi taught them the Yang Tun armor, Yin Tun armor, Fire Tun armor, and Lightning Tun armor one by one. "Get used to it today, and remember it in detail tomorrow night." After letting the two girls experience this chakra armor, Shimura Gentoi took back the immortal energy thread. It is not easy to remember the operating circuits of these chakra armors, and it takes a long time. This time, he just let the two girls experience it. "Why do you want to teach us such a precious secret technique?" Can't help asking in confusion. Both Karura and Yekura are not sure what this guy is doing. Although it's the first time they've seen other chakra armors, they've heard of the name of the Thunder Release Armor, which is a secret technique developed by the entire Cloud Village with the efforts of the entire village. And now Shimura Gentoi has taken out 7 different types of chakra armor secret techniques, which really shocked them and made them even more puzzled. This guy doesn't look like a fool. 263. Chapter 262 Sinister Plan. I prepared the ninja warriors and ninja monks for the future ninja country, not to directly put them into the war, especially the Ninja World War. I know the thoughts of the third Kazekage and his men very well, they just want to use those ninja warriors as cannon fodder. I need you to become strong as soon as possible and stop the third Kazekage and his men from pushing those children to the battlefield as cannon fodder. In exchange, I will prevent the ninja warriors of other ninja villages from going to the battlefield, including our Konoha. Of course, I will let the Wind Country daimyo cooperate with you. You just need to improve your own strength and the right to speak in the village as quickly and steadily as possible. The Ninja World War will not officially break out for another year or two. If you can ensure that other ninja villages do not send out ninja warriors to deal with our sand village, I can try to protect those children. After looking at each other, Karura was the first to express his opinion. She also did not want the scale of the next Ninja World War to become larger, which would not be good for everyone. But the premise is that the ninja warriors of other ninja villages do not go out, otherwise they can only let those children go to the battlefield to protect themselves. Me too. Yeking followed suit. If it was just this request, it would be fine to agree to it. Very good, let's go back. Seeing the two girls agree, Shimura Gentoi smiled. At this stage, the ninja warriors have just been established and are still very weak. They need a period of stable time to develop. In the next Second Ninja World War, he will not let the ninja warriors fight. At most, they will assist the 5 major ninja villages to protect the villages and let the 5 major ninja villages release more ninjas to participate in the war. What's wrong? Looking at the girl staring at him, Shimura Gentoi asked in confusion. What's wrong with this girl? I feel like you are hiding something from us. Staring at someone's eyes, Karura always felt that this guy had bad intentions. I have hidden a lot of things from you. Which one are you referring to? Smiling, he asked back with a narrowed eye, which made the girl feel frustrated. She flew back to the sand village with the big sword under her feet in a huff. At the same time, Shimura Gentoi realized again that women's sixth sense was unreasonable. This woman could actually feel that he had bad intentions. That's right, the main reason why he taught the two girls a complete set of chakra armor secrets was to force them to split from the sand village ninjas. The two girls are now loyal to the Kazekage. After returning, they will definitely tell the 3-generation Kazekage about the 7 types of chakra armor they passed down, and then the 3-generation Kazekage and others will definitely let the two girls develop chakra armor secrets that can be popularized. But what he gave was an exclusive version of the chakra circulation circuit that fits the bodies of the two girls. It is not impossible to develop a universal version based on it, but either wait until the two girls reach the 6th level to thoroughly understand the secrets of the human body, or die millions of people to experiment one by one. Both methods are unrealistic, but will the 3-generation Kazekage and others believe the explanation of the two girls? With the mentality of those old guys, they would only think that the two women were hiding something, and even doubt their loyalty, and the development of the next thing would become very simple. At that time, the third Kazekage and others would personally force Karura and Yekura to leave the ninja group and join the two major systems of ninja warriors and ninja monks, and become half of their own people. This is called an open conspiracy. Even if the third Kazekage and others fell into the trap, they would not think that it was the result of their own plan. Even if they had some guesses, there was no evidence. Although the plan was a bit insidious, it was very effective, wasn't it? Soon Karura controlled the big sword to fly back to the sand village, and the two women went straight to the Kazekage building to report, and honestly explained everything, except for the transaction with Shimura Gentoi. This matter should not be known to the third generation and others for the time being. Then the 7 secret techniques cannot be practiced by others. After listening to the report of the two women, the third Kazekage's old face flushed with excitement, and then calmed down, feeling that this matter might not be simple. That kind of chakra circulation circuit is very complicated, and it fits our body very well. It is difficult to develop a universal type of secret technique based on it. Looking embarrassed, Karura had no confidence in developing a universal version of the secret technique. They had already tried this, but unfortunately the secret techniques that Guy passed on to them were very strange. They fit their own body very well, but they could not be applied to other people. They even tried it with some ninjas not long ago. 8 of them died on the spot, 17 were disabled, and the remaining dozens of people were also injured. Obviously, that guy had been on guard against them for a long time. You should learn and adapt to these secret techniques as soon as possible, understand the secrets inside, and then develop a universal version of the secret techniques based on this. This is very important for the village. Feeling disappointed, the third Kazekage still gave the order and asked the two women to start developing it. If the universal version of this secret technique can be developed, it will be a huge improvement for their sand village. You have to know that the lightning armor secret technique alone has raised the overall strength of the cloud village to a higher level. This is an opportunity for the sand village to rise. Yes, Lord Sande. The two women, Karu and Yaking, took the order solemnly. Go back and have a good rest. Waving his hand to signal the two women to go back and rest, after the two women left the office, the third Kazekage looked at Ebizo. Hasn't the inheritance that Fanfu got been cracked yet? He was very envious of the secret inheritances that Shimura Gento took out, and had long been eyeing the secret technique for Fanfu. But that secret technique is very tricky, it requires a state of mind called the Buddha's realm to practice, and only Fanfu in the entire Sand Temple meets the requirements. And without this Buddha's realm as a foundation, there is no way to practice that secret inheritance, which is very tricky. The anti-theft method of the Shimura family is very tricky. With our background, there is no way to solve it unless we study it for dozens or hundreds of years, and we have to make a lot of sacrifices. Ebizo was also helpless. If it was another secret inheritance, it would not be a big problem even if it was a little incomplete, but the problem is that the secret inheritance developed by the Shimura family is known for its extreme and dangerous nature. A slight change can cost lives. In order to cooperate with Karu and Yaking to uncover the secrets of those secrets, many people have been sacrificed, but there is no result at all. This makes people feel very distressed. If we catch him again and interrogate him, what is the chance of success? The murderous intent appeared in his heart, and the third generation of Kazekage did not want to give up this opportunity. The chance is almost zero. Let's not talk about the 8 gates formation. We can't stop him when he opens 7 gates, not to mention that he can fly. The magnetic escape in our village can only fly at low altitude. We can't stop him if he wants to leave. Moreover, the radiation energy of the battlesuit on that kid is destined to be unable to be restricted by the barrier technique. That is an unsolvable existence. Helplessly speaking, Ebizo disagreed with the proposal of the third Kazekage. If it was just a low success rate, it wouldn't matter. They could give it a try, but that kid is now unsolvable, and the success rate is infinitely close to zero. He is no longer the kid who let them control him more than a year ago. Not to mention that the kid can also order the one-tail to do things. If the one-tail really runs wild in the village, it will be a pit. Use poison. The third Kazekage is a person who doesn't give up easily, not to mention that he has a trump card. No, there's no chance to poison him. That guy is always on guard. Shaking his head again, Ebizo really didn't want to face that guy. He's strong, but he has a lot of trump cards. The most important thing is that he's very cautious. Anyone would have a headache against such an opponent. Not to mention the Kazekage how to discuss in the building. On the other side, Shimura Xianding waited in the room for a long time and saw that the two girls did not come, so he could only helplessly take a bottle of Shimura Urquiata to see the doctor. We will do it ourselves this time. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Jiaoyuo saw Shimura Xianding coming, and hurriedly covered the quilt tightly, and her pretty face was flushed. Be good, don't make trouble. Walked over and opened the quilt, forcibly turned the girl's body over, put Shimura Urquiata on the red and swollen upturned, rubbed it with Shimura-style massage techniques, and let the high alcohol of Urquiata penetrate into it with the grayer energy liquid inside. The girl who was forced to treat again could only grit her teeth and bury her face in the pillow. Her pretty face was as red as blood, and even the jade skin of her whole body was pink. After a while, Yakang, who had also taken a shower, walked out of the bathroom and looked at someone who was forcibly treating his best friend, and couldn't help feeling helpless. This guy is too domineering. After giving Jiaoyuo a massage and healing service, and updating the data, Shimura Gentoi gave Yakang a massage and healing service. You should have a good rest today. You can learn the secret technique of chakra armor in a few days. Just like before, the swelling will subside and heal by noon tomorrow. After completing today's treatment, Shimura Gentoi maintained his gentlemanly smile, turned around and left, and returned to the room to continue practicing. Does that guy really have a terminal illness in that area? Lifting his head from the pillow, Yakang speculated maliciously. During this period, the guy only stopped at getting started and did not take any further actions, which was really weird. She didn't believe that the guy was a doctor with high medical ethics. Such self-control must have a secret that cannot be told. It may also be a pervert with special hobbies. Jiaoyuo made different guesses, and always felt that there was something wrong with the guy. Shimura Gento didn't know that the two girls were maliciously slandering him. After returning, he worked hard to cultivate and condense the Reisnan Jindan. There is a sequence for the condensation of the Reisnan Jindan. The first one to condense is the navel A-cup ointment. The navel A-cup ointment is the first A-cup ointment that humans are conceived and formed in the mother's belly. It is produced along with the umbilical cord, and then the 8 gates. After the 8 gates form a cycle, other meridian acupoints will be conceived. Humans have evolved for tens of millions of years. It is natural that there is a certain reason for such a gestation process that has been accumulated and evolved over tens of millions of years. So he strictly follows this order to condense the Reisnan Jindan, so that the condensed Reisnan Jindan fits perfectly with himself. After this period of hard practice, the left and right Reisnan Jindans are condensed in the navel A-cup ointment and the 8 gates acupoints. Next, a special A-cup ointment inside the brain needs to be condensed. A special A-cup ointment that was conceived at the same time as the 8 gates is located inside the pineal gland of the brain. The yin seal practice of the Uzumaki clan is also based on this special A-cup ointment. This A-cup ointment is between the Kaiman A-cup ointment and the Xiaoman A-cup ointment, and is directly connected to the 2 acupoints. In addition, it is also directly connected to the heart's Simon A-cup ointment. With this A-cup ointment, it is considered complete, so in a sense, the human body does not have 8 gates, but 9 gates. It's just that this A-cup ointment in the pineal gland will degenerate with the pineal gland after the body grows to a certain extent, and it is far inferior to the other 8 gates. In Shimura Gendo's Reisnan Jindan practice system, this A-cup ointment must be restored and reach the same level as the 8 gates, restoring the complete circuit of the 9 gates when the human body is born. 264. Chapter 263 9 Gates. The Reisnan Jindan in the pineal gland A-cup ointment condensed smoothly, and after the Reisnan Jindan condensed successfully, the 9 acupoints in the body formed a perfect circuit, which doubled the efficiency of cultivation in all aspects. Too strong. Feeling the Reisnan Jindan in the 9 gates, which doubled the speed, Shimura Xianding was extremely fascinated by this kind of improvement during cultivation. Finally, I can understand why those practitioners like to be otakus and practice hard. It's so cool. The feeling of soaking in a hot spring is not enough to describe. It's like a beautiful lady serving a big sword. Both the body and mind are refreshed. Is it still dark? Opening his eyes and looking at the dark outside the window, Shimura Xianding was puzzled. Although he had fallen into a deep level of cultivation before and had a vague perception of the passage of time, it was definitely not a short time. It shouldn't be still dark. He got up and walked out of the room, and found 2 girls waiting in the living room, fully armed. I thought you forgot. Hearing the noise, he turned his head and was full of resentment. That guy clearly said that he would help Kaoru and Shikaku perform the splitting technique today, but who would have thought that he would never come out? He was standing them all up. Sorry, I made a small breakthrough, and I forgot the time while practicing. Let's go to the sand temple now. Just realizing that he had practiced too much, Shimura Gentoi said apologetically, and hurried to the roof, performing the anti-gravity technique and flying towards the sand temple. Since he promised to help Shikaku split into a split body today, he must do it. His friend of the tailed beast is not in vain. Kaoru and the two girls also came to the roof, and Kaoru controlled the big sword to carry himself and his best friend Yakang to fly to the sand temple. Although she could manipulate the sand to form a sand cushion to carry the two people flying, the pure sand was far less useful than the big sword that was integrated with perfect chakra metal. The flying speed alone was far behind. Uncle Feng Ying actually gave you this sword. Turning his head and looking at the two in surprise, the big sword under the woman's feet was the one that was taken away by the old man Ma Yin. It was the big sword he used at first and was of great significance. Ordinary people can't use your sword. Looking sideways, Karura couldn't figure out how that guy's brain grew and how he could forge such a big sword. The sharpness of the big sword itself was perfect, infinitely close to the legendary top-level Kusanagi sword, but the radiation of the sealing crystal was very bad and extremely unfriendly to the ninja's chakra. Only she had merged a part of Shikaku's chakra, otherwise it would be impossible to attach magnetic chakra to it and fly suspended. It was precisely because of this that the third generation of Kazekage asked someone to give him this big sword that was tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. The three of them quickly arrived at the sand temple, and it was already full of people. Hundreds of Anbu ninjas, the third generation of Kazekage and Ebizo were all present, and there were also some shadow-level strongmen from the sand village. First, to watch the process of joint magic with the tailed beasts, second, to prevent Shikaku from going berserk, and third, to prevent a certain golden-armored boy from doing something. At this moment, the entire sand village was on alert to prevent any accidents from happening. Sorry, I made some progress in my training before and forgot the time. After falling down, Shimura Gentoi apologized. Originally, everyone was dissatisfied, but since the other party took the initiative to apologize, they could not be stingy and continue to pursue it. Master Fenfu, Shikaku, I kept you waiting for a long time. Walking into the hall with a smile, Shimura Gentoi apologized that it was indeed his fault this time. Hurry up and start. Shikaku couldn't wait to take control of half of Fenfu's body, condensed a claw arm to grab Karura, and divided a part of his own original power over. Open your mind and body to the maximum extent to accept this power, and merge it with your own chakra, it will be very beneficial to you. Shimura Gentoi on the side reminded him, he also wanted to see to what extent Garula could merge with Shikaku's chakra. Following Shimura Gentoi's instructions, Garula opened his mind and body, merged his own chakra with the original power transmitted by Shikaku, and instantly gave birth to a higher level of chakra. This is the fusion of the tailed beast chakra and the chakra inherited from the six-path sage by human ninjas, which will produce a wonderful transformation. And this fusion is pretty good. The yellow-bottomed blue-patterned chakra coat appears on Garula's body, but the light and dark are uncertain. Obviously the fusion of the two chakras is not perfect and stable. But even this unstable fusion also shows a terrible aura, which makes the third generation of Wind Shadows and others outside the hall feel depressed and startled. Follow this set of chakra circulation circuits. Hurry up, your body can't bear this state. Hurriedly stepped forward and put his palm on the girl's vest, and the immortal force thread penetrated into it, constructing an extremely complex circulation circuit in her body. Karuro also sensed the heavy pressure of this chakra mode on himself, and did not dare to delay. He controlled the fused chakra to run along the complex circuit, performed the hybrid transformation technique to make the two perfectly merged, and temporarily stabilized the unstable chakra coat. Use this set of circuits to perform the splitting technique. Another set of complex circulation circuits was constructed in Karuro's body, which was the circulation circuit of the splitting technique. Bang! Wa ga 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 ga! I am finally free! A burst of gas mist exploded, followed by a piercing laughter, which was the unique sound of Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. You are much slimmer. Looking at the new body of Shikaku's split body, Shimura Gentoi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shikaku's body shape didn't change much, he just became a little slimmer, and by the way, his limbs were closer to human form, which would make him more flexible. This new image is very handsome, isn't it? Shikaku showed off by doing a few bodybuilding movements. He was very satisfied with his new look. Finally, he didn't have to be the fat man before. Look at that stinky fox and call him Fat Cat. It's really handsome. Looking at Shikaku's humanized face, Shimura Gentoi affirmed that he had indeed become much more handsome. Of course, he was still at a non-human level, such as the big tail behind him. Let's go to your villa building and have a look. After adapting to the new body, Shikaku dragged Shimura Gentoi and prepared to go out and play. Wait a minute, there's something wrong with Arrow's physical condition. Signing Shikaku to wait, Shimura Gentoi helped the pale-faced Karula lie down, checked the girl's physical condition, and saw what parts were missing. Oh my god, the whole liver is gone. This examination immediately revealed that Karura's entire liver was gone, and it was obviously split into Shikaku's split body. Brother Zhang, quickly bring in the second brother that you asked me to prepare. I want his liver. Take the rest of the second brother and I'll treat everyone to barbecue. Greeting Ebizo who was guarding outside, Shimura Gentoi tore open the girl's dress on her abdomen, cut open the skin under the right ribs, revealing the empty liver, and transported the blood flowing out into the blood vessels. Fortunately, the liver was completely gone, and there was no debris left to pollute the abdominal cavity, so there was no need to clean it. Soon, the second brother who was knocked unconscious was carried in by two Anbu ninjas. Shimura Gentoi skillfully took out the liver inside and gave the second brother a quick death. After obtaining the memories shared by the other tailed beasts, Shikaku naturally stepped forward and used his own original power to turn the pig liver into half chakra, and finally Shimura Gentoi perfectly transplanted it into Karura's body. This operation made everyone feel happy. I was stunned. I didn't know why Shimura Gentoi had to prepare a domestic pig. Who would have thought that it would be used for such a purpose? Can pig organs be transplanted to humans? Not to mention that everyone was shocked, even Karura was shocked. When he came to his senses, he was full of resentment. I didn't tell her this before. Half an hour later, a group of people gathered in front of the fire and ate barbecue. They used the special seasonings and sauces that Shimura Gentoi brought from home. The taste was very good. Rookie girl, go out and travel with me. On the way, I will develop the blood-inherited elimination magnetic escape with you. While gnawing on a pig's hind leg, Shikaku tempted. Later, he would definitely go to meet up with those brothers to travel around the world, but he didn't want to give up the development of the blood-inherited elimination magnetic escape. Although he could develop it himself, if he could get Karura's assistance, the efficiency would definitely be much higher. You should know that the chakra of human ninjas comes from the Old Man of the Six Paths, and the Old Man of the Six Paths is from the Otsutsuki clan. The fusion of the Otsutsuki chakra and the tailed beast chakra inherited from the sacred tree will produce a qualitative change. In that state, all aspects can be greatly improved, which will be very conducive to the development of bloodline elimination. Karura, who was originally in a bad mood, was diverted by Shikaku's words. After thinking for a while, she couldn't help but look at her teacher Fanfu. She also wanted to see this world. After all, she had hardly left the sand village since she was born. Even if she went out to perform tasks, it was within 1,000 kilometers. She didn't know what this world really looked like, and she was very curious and eager about the mode that she had merged with Shikaku before in the bloodline elimination magnetic escape. It's good to go out and take a look. Tell me what the outside world is like when you come back. Kindly touching the disciple's head, Fanfu also hoped that this disciple could go out and take a walk to see the truest side of the ninja world and this world. Staying in the small place of Sand Village will only limit one's vision and development. This is how his life will be, but this disciple cannot be confined to Sand Village forever. The world is big, it's time to go out and explore. Yes, teacher, I will carefully record everything I see. Nodding obediently, Karura's eyes turned red. It was not until he really got along with this teacher that he understood his misery, being forever imprisoned in the small place of Sand Temple, and not even knowing what the outside world was like. It makes people feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. Remember this set of chakra circulation circuits, practice more, and try to shape the meridians and acupoints as soon as possible, and then you can start practicing the Raise Nan Jinden. On the other side, Shimura Gentoi was gnawing on roast pork while using the immortal energy thread to shape a set of chakra circulation circuits in Shikaku's body. Although Shikaku's current split body does not have meridians and acupoints, he can simulate a set of them first. He is very familiar with this matter and has already done it for the four-tailed son Wukong and others. Shikaku learned it very seriously and quickly memorized it, and then began to practice it with his own solid foundation. The first thing he practiced was to turn this split body into half flesh and blood, using the liver split from Karura's body as the foundation for the transformation. Without sacrificing the power of the original body, the transformation was successful in 3 days, and then it took a week to practice the Meridian acupointment reconstruction technique and create a complete set of meridian acupoints for himself. Finally, Shimura Gentoi took action and designed a set of exclusive Reis-nan Jinden condensation methods based on the physical condition of Shikaku's split body. 265. Chapter 264 Kumagaku Byakugan. After creating the Reis-nan Jinden condensation method for Shikaku's split body, Shimura Gentoi set off for Kumagaku village and rented a desert eagle from Sand Village. Although he knew the anti-gravity technique and could lift himself to a high altitude, his flying speed was a bit touching. It would be much faster if he used a giant desert eagle to assist. On the first night after Shimura Gentoi left, Yakang, who had completed a day of training, dragged his tired body back to the villa building. Looking at the empty room, he always felt empty in his heart. His best friend also set off with him. After all, the two were on the same route to a certain extent. Karura and Shikaku were going to the land of water, while Shimura Gentoi was going to the land of thunder, in a straight line. I'm the only one left. With a sigh, Yakang felt even more lonely. Then he thought of his best friend's little brother and felt that it would be better to bring him here to live, at least there would be more people to relieve boredom. After taking a shower as usual, he lay on the bed, and then he felt that the chakra in his body was out of control and ran wild. What is it? He got up and lifted the quill to see that it was a golden shield and a scimitar. The shield was exactly the circular inner shield of Shimura Gentoi, but the edge was shaped into a sharp blade by the acquired magnetic field attribute, giving it a certain attack capability. The scimitar was exactly the crescent scimitar, made of the same material as the inner shield, both made of perfect energy metal and heavy gold, and sealed crystal, and Shimura Gentoi took the time to make it during this period. What a bastard that makes people love and hate, it would be great if you were from the Sand Village. With a sigh, Yakang knew that this was a gift that the guy had left behind, and his feelings towards someone were more complicated. Although the bastard was a little perverted, he was indeed very talented, not only in cultivation, but also in politics and humanities, and was very attractive. In addition, he had been touched by that guy so many times, and it would be a lie to say that there was no strange feeling in his heart. It's a pity that the guy didn't really belong to the Sand Village, otherwise. Thinking of this, Yakang didn't dare to think about it anymore, and the blush on his face became more and more intense, and his eyes fell on him again, that set of round shield scimitars. It's a pity that I can only feast my eyes on it now. I felt sorry. Although I really wanted to use this set of round shield scimitars, it was a pity that the radiation energy on it was not something I could bear. If you want to pick it up and use it freely, you either have to fuse the tailed beast's chakra like your best friend to improve the quality of chakra, or you don't refine chakra for a year like Aegean, just to adapt to this radiation. The first method is not referenceable, so only the second method can be used. On the other side, Shimura Gentoi and his beast took a desert eagle to fly at high speed, and it took a full 3 days to reach the land of water. In terms of flying speed, the giant desert eagle cultivated by the Sand Village is not as good as the sacred bird worshipped by the daimyo of the 5 major countries. At the beginning, under the blessing of the super light and heavy rock technique, the sacred bird of the land of earth carried them from the rock village to the land of water in less than a day. Xianding, goodbye. Waving to Shimura Xianding, Shikaku's split body and Karura jumped off the back of the desert eagle and fell to the water country below. They needed to meet up with Yuguan Sun Wukong and his party as soon as possible, and then travel the world and practice together. Karura hesitated during the fall, raised her head and waved goodbye. Although that guy was a little perverted, he did help her a lot, and this favor had to be acknowledged. It's a pity that something happened in the hidden cloud village. I have to rush over as soon as possible, otherwise I have to talk to Miss Yuguan and the others about my heart, and do a detailed physical examination by the way to see if the body has been damaged by excessive practice. With a regretful sigh, Shimura Xianding signaled the desert eagle to continue flying. Originally, he planned to stay in the water country for a few days and change his job as a gynecologist to check the bodies of Miss Yuguan and others. It's a pity that my old father sent a message a few days ago, saying that something small happened in the hidden cloud village and needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. No time to waste. After flying for another 3 days, we finally arrived at the hidden cloud village, a village built on a high mountain. Apart from anything else, the high altitude alone made Shimura Gentoi feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, he had a strong physique and quickly adapted. At the same time, a team of Anbu ninjas was waiting at the gate of the hidden cloud village, led by Tutai, who was originally sent to Konoha. Brother Tutai, what happened to your eyes? Shimura Gentoi was quite surprised to see Tutai, who had become a one-eyed dragon. Although Tutai appeared as a one-eyed dragon in the original work and wore an eye patch with the word thunder, he was fine the last time they met, so why did he suddenly wear an eye patch? And there were no scars around his eyes, so it didn't seem like he was blinded by someone. I did it myself. He smiled indifferently. Tutai had a good impression of Shimura Gentoi. The last time he successfully invited him, the village remembered him for a great deed and rewarded him with a treasure. You didn't transplant any eye of pupil technique to yourself. After looking at the eye patch with the word thunder for a long time, Shimura Gento suddenly asked a question out of the blue, which surprised Chuchita. Really? Chuchita's reaction confirmed Shimura Gento's guess. After all, there were only two one-eyed dragons in the original work, one was Wavyukai and the other was Ching from the Hidden Mist village. One of them needed to cover the Sharingan and the other needed to cover the Byakugan. And Chuchita's eye patch seemed to be a sealing tool that could block others from detecting. Obviously, there was something shameful behind the eye patch. These factors combined together were enough to show that this guy had transplanted an eye of pupil technique. Tell me what kind of eye it is? Byakugan or Sharingan? Or Blood Dragon Eye, is it Red Eye? He asked curiously, and the four kinds of pupil technique blood inheritance he mentioned surprised Chuchita. You even know about Blood Dragon Eye? With surprise on his face, Chuchita really didn't expect that a young man like Shimura Gento actually knew this. You should know that the Blood Pond clan was exiled and imprisoned by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning many years ago, and has not appeared in the ninja world for many years. Few people know the name of the Blood Dragon Eye. It's not a big secret, and our Shimura family has a long history. Shrugging, Shimura Xianding really didn't lie this time. Their Shimura family did have records about the Blood Pond clan and the Blood Dragon Eye. However, the most detailed records in this regard are still the Uchiha clan, because the Blood Dragon Eye itself is a permanent mutation of the Sharingan. Not only the eyes have mutated, but also the attributes of that group of Uchiha clan members have been reversed from fire-based to water-based. It's just that the Uchiha clan has never admitted that the Blood Dragon Eye has anything to do with their family, and even regards it as a shame. Because of this, when the daimyo of the Land of Lightning issued a task to capture, exile and imprison the Blood Pond clan, the Uchiha clan ran thousands of miles from the Land of Fire to the Land of Lightning to attack the Blood Pond clan. I don't know how many people are left in the Blood Pond clan now. It's a Byakugan, but it's just a broken Byakugan. Tottori didn't hide it, stroking the sealed eye mask. This Byakugan is a bit broken, and its function is not as powerful as the real Byakugan. It only has the ability of perspective, and the ability of farsightedness and 360-degree field of vision has not appeared. Do you mind letting me see it? Showing that reassuring smile, Shimura Gentoi felt that this brother would be a breakthrough for him to integrate into the Hidden Cloud Village. Okay. After hesitating for a while, Tottori came to the ninja duty room inside the village entrance, untied the eye mask with the sealing technique, and revealed the transplanted Byakugan. Are you sure this thing is a Byakugan, not a Sharingan? Or a red eye? Looking at the bloodshot eyes that made the entire eyeball appear blood red, Shimura Gentoi was a little confused. Whose Byakugan can grow into this ghost model? How about this? This is the eye of a Hyuga clan ninja in the last Ninja World War. Unfortunately, the Hyuga clan ninja destroyed both of his eyes at that time. Only this eye was repaired with great difficulty. After briefly explaining the origin of this eyeball, Chuchita was not afraid that Shimura Gentei would pass it on to the Hyuga clan of Konoha, because the Hyuga clan knew about it. In addition, this kid guessed that he had transplanted pupil eyes when they first met, and the others were not fools. There are only a few pupil eyes in the ninja world, so it is easy to guess which one it is. After all, only the Byakugan, which has the ability of perspective, can be used without taking off the eye patch. Without saying anything more, he pressed his palm on Chuchita's eyes, inserted the immortal energy thread into it, and conducted a detailed inspection of the eyeball, while starting to copy it. After completing the preliminary inspection and copying, he sat on the chair in the duty room, pretending to close his eyes and meditate, but in fact his consciousness entered the black tripod space to magnify and analyze the Byakugan. After quickly figuring out the damage to the Byakugan, Shimura Gentoi exited the black cauldron space with his consciousness. How is it? Is there any possibility of further repair? Seeing Shimura Gentoi open his eyes and smiling, Tutai suppressed his excitement and asked. If this eye can be further repaired, it would be the best, not only for him, but also for the entire Hidden Cloud village. This eye is indeed seriously damaged, but it can still be further repaired, at least the ability of 360-degree vision can be restored. This is the truth. I zoomed in and analyzed it in the black cauldron space before, and found that it was indeed seriously damaged. The blood vessels are only secondary, and the key is the meridians and acupoints. A part of the meridians and acupoints in the Byakugan was directly damaged, the pupil circuit for farsightedness was directly scrapped, and there was a meridian break in the pupil circuit for 360-degree vision, which left this eye with only the ability of perspective. Please, Lord Xianding, repair this eye. I and the entire Union village will be grateful. Delighted, Tu Tai bowed sincerely. Although it was not the farsightedness he wanted most, it was good to have a 360-degree field of vision. At least he would not have to worry about being attacked in the future. It's a small matter. It will hurt a little. Bear with it. Pressing his palm on Tu Tai's eyes again, the immortal energy thread penetrated into them, first repairing the damage to the capillaries, unblocking the part blocked by blood stasis, and then warming and repairing it with the innate yang immortal energy. Then there was the unblocking of the meridians and acupoints. Fortunately, only one meridian was broken, so it was not difficult to repair. It was just that the meridians in the eyes were too thin, much thinner than cells. It took a full hour to extend the extremely condensed immortal energy thread to the blocked position. After repairing the broken meridian with the Meridian A Cup Ointment reconstruction technique and retracting the immortal energy thread, Shimura Gendo looked at the third Reikage who came to the duty room and asked Dode, "Try to see what's behind." "I saw it. I saw a big guy wearing big flowery shorts. He's quite sexy, hey? Why does this big guy look a bit like the third Reikage?" Adapting to the 360-degree field of view of the Byakugan, and adding the perspective ability, Dode was so excited that he couldn't help himself, and then he realized something was wrong. He turned his head stiffly, looked at the blackened old face of the third Reikage, and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Third Reikage, your training strength has increased 3 times, and don't use this eye indiscriminately in the future." The third Reikage, whose secret was revealed, had a hideous face. He saw that Dode had been reluctant to bring the boy over, so he came to see out of curiosity. Who wants to see the boy repair the Byakugan, and he even did it. Although the most valuable farsightedness ability has not been restored, it is also very good to have an additional 360-degree field of vision. 266. Chapter 265, Drinking the Reikage to Vomit. "Boy, come on, cheers." In a restaurant in the Hidden Cloud village, the third Reikage and Shimura Gento were eating beef hot pot and drinking fine wine, looking very cool. "Uncle Reikage, your wine is not good. Come and try our Shimura Urquiatu. This is the wine that real men should drink." Looking at the sake in the big wine glass in front of him, Shimura Gento took out a sealed scroll he carried with him, which was filled with a lot of glass wine barrels, all of which were 20 liters. "Is this the water of life that Dode mentioned?" The third Reikage looked at the pile of glass wine barrels curiously, and he didn't hesitate to pick up one and fill it up for himself, and then drank it all in one gulp. It would have been fine if he hadn't drunk it. Once he drank it, he felt like he had drunk a ball of fire. His entire oral esophagus and stomach seemed to be burning, and his old face was twisted and hideous. "Uncle, slow down. This Shimura Urquiatu will be very uncomfortable for non-real men." After a kind reminder, Shimura Xianding actually laughed secretly. This special Shimura Urquiatu is extremely spicy and stimulating, and some stimulating medicinal materials are added to it for brewing. The feeling is really no different from drinking a ball of fire. Ordinary people would have to be sent to the hospital directly after taking a sip. Even a ninja would feel very uncomfortable if he drank it for the first time. The taste of the third Reikage who drank a liter in one gulp must be sour and refreshing. It's really strong. After finally recovering, the third Reikage's eyes lit up and he realized the benefits of it. The pure vitality was of great benefit to him. It really deserved to be the water of life. "Come on, boy, drink it too. Today I will make sure you get drunk under the table." He filled up his own cup again, and then prepared to fill up Shimura Gentoi's cup as well. This time he was determined to get back at them. They are Union. The men of the village have never been drunk down by others at the wine table. What a shame. It's too small-minded. A real man should drink from a bucket, why use a cup? Blocking the overturned glass barrel, Shimura Xianding directly picked up a barrel and poured it into his mouth. After a while, 10 liters of the special edition of Shimura Urquiata were swallowed, and his stomach was bulging high. This scene made the third Raikage and Tutai standing next to him frown, but the third Raikage couldn't admit defeat. After all, he just made a bold statement to drink this guy down. He also picked up the barrel and drank half of it. He endured the burning sensation in his esophagus and stomach, and sat down calmly, pouring a whole plate of cut beef into the boiling hot pot soup. You Shimura family really know how to enjoy life. The hot pot you invented is perfect for our beef from the land of thunder. Since this hot pot was introduced to the hidden cloud village, it quickly became the mainstream diet in the village, completely replacing the previous way of grilling meat, and basically anything can be put into it for cooking, but the best is still the beef roll. That taste is so refreshing. Life is only a few years, if you don't enjoy it, you will live in vain. After saying a wise saying casually, Shimura Xianding unceremoniously picked up the chopsticks to pick up the meat, dipped it in the sauce and put it into his mouth, with a look of enjoyment on his face. It must be said that the beef from the land of thunder is really awesome, and it is perfect for hot pot. I heard that you are doing research on bloodline elimination in the hidden sand village. After stuffing a few pieces of shabu-shabu beef, the third Raikage asked meaningfully. They have planted spies in all major ninja villages, and not long ago they got information from the hidden sand village that they were studying bloodline elimination. Although there are no details, and we don't even know what bloodline elimination is being studied, this kid happened to be in the sand village at the time, so he must have something to do with it. It's a study of perfect magnetic escape. Without being shy, Shimura Gentoi briefly explained. He never thought of keeping these secrets, and even wanted to use them to let the 5 major ninja villages engage in an arms race, focusing on the research of bloodline limits and developing more bloodline limits. In his conception, the Rei's Nan Jinden in the 361 acupoints in the body must add unique attributes, but the basic attributes are only yin and yang, wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth, and the remaining Rei's Nan Jinden must be fused with various bloodline attributes. Not only 2 attribute bloodline limits, but also 3 attribute bloodline elimination, as well as 4 attribute, 5 attribute, 6 attribute bloodline, and even 7 attribute bloodline collection. In other words, he needs more than 300 bloodline attributes as a reference, and finally integrates them into his own Rei's Nan Jinden system. It is difficult to do this. After all, in the thousands of years of history of the entire ninja world, there are no more than 30 kinds of blood inheritance, which is more than 10 times less than the 300 kinds of blood inheritance. This part needs to be created from scratch now, turning the entire ninja world into its own leak field test site to supply the growth and improvement of its own Rei's Nan Jinden training system. Perfect magnetic escape, what do you mean? Seeing that Shimura Gendo had no intention of hiding it, the third Raikage asked. There are 2 types of 3 attribute bloodline eliminations in the current ninja world. One is the wood style of the first Hokage of Konoha, which is a bloodline elimination of the 3 attributes of yang, earth, and water. The other is the dust style of the Tsuchikage of the hidden rock village. Both types of bloodline eliminations first fuse a 2 attribute bloodline limit, and then use the bloodline limit to devour and fuse the 3rd chakra attribute, and finally form a 3 attribute bloodline elimination. It's just that it's too difficult to do this. Unless you have the strength of the first generation Hokage, we estimate that the dust style of the hidden rock village should have relied on some external force, otherwise it is impossible to devour and fuse successfully by yourself. And the bloodline elimination fused in this way is not very stable and cannot be passed on to future generations. Swallowing the shabu-shabu beef in his mouth, Shimura Gento began to explain in detail. I see. The 3rd generation Raikage suddenly realized that he had been wondering why the descendants of the 2nd generation Tsuchikage, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage and even the 1st generation Hokage could not inherit the bloodline elimination of their fathers. It turns out that the root is here. Other people's 2 attribute bloodline limits can be perfectly passed on to their offspring, and at most they need an awakening process, but the 3 of you have stronger 3 attribute bloodline limits, but none of them have been passed down, which is too cheap. You want them to use that magnetic escape to absorb the 3rd attribute to upgrade the bloodline to 3 attributes in the sand village. I asked more curiously. The 3rd Raikage took it a little seriously, but didn't care much. If the bloodline limit was so easy to integrate, the entire ninja world would not only have the dust escape of the rock village at this stage, and the wood escape of the 1st generation of Hokage would have been discontinued. Although the magnetic escape of the sand village is good, it's just so-so. No, I used another method over there. There are 2 kinds of magnetic escape in the current ninja world. One is the wind and earth magnetic escape of the sand village, and the other is the thunder and earth electromagnetic escape of your Kumagakur. In addition, according to our Shimura family's calculations, there should be a wind and thunder magnetic wave escape. The fusion of 3 interrelated bloodline limits can obtain the most perfect 3-attribute bloodline elimination magnetic escape, which not only has the ability of 3 bloodline limits, but also will be more powerful. However, we are currently stuck on magnetic wave escape, which is a brand new bloodline limit that needs to be created from scratch, which is quite difficult. Fuse 3 bloodline limits. The 3rd generation Reikage tapped the table with his fingers like a carrot, and felt that this idea seemed to be somewhat feasible, but the difficulty was still very high. It was extremely difficult to develop an unprecedented bloodline limit, not to mention that it had to be specific. But it can be studied. After all, they have the electromagnetic escaping bloodline limit of thunder and earth attribute in their cloud village, which is a good foundation. Even if it fails, there is no loss, but if it succeeds, it will be a big profit. Does your Shimura family have a method to fuse 3 bloodline limits? Thinking of the terrible foundation shown by the Shimura family in the past 2 years, the 3rd generation Reikage was afraid. This is a very terrible family, much more terrible than those wealthy families in the ninja world that have been passed down for thousands of years. No. He said decisively that there was no. Shimura Gendeng did not lie. He really hasn't tried to develop a method to fuse the 3 bloodline limits. This aspect can only start after Karura has gathered the 3 magnetic escaping bloodline limits. The 3rd generation Reikage and others have no doubts about this. The research on bloodline limits cannot be done by simply studying the corpses of some bloodline ninjas. The bloodline ninjas themselves need to study, sense and develop their own bloodline. Not to mention that the theory of the fusion of 3 blood limits requires the simultaneous possession of 3 blood limits, which has never appeared in the history of the entire ninja world for thousands of years. At most, there have been some ninjas with double blood limits. It is difficult to even gather 3 blood limits, let alone fusion. Obviously, the Shimura family is still in the theoretical stage in this regard. Come on, Uncle Reikage, drink one. Picking up the remaining half bucket of Shimura Urkuatu, Shimura Xianding touched the half bucket in front of the 3rd generation Reikage, and then gulped it down. Looking at the arrogant drinking method, the 3rd generation Reikage suddenly felt that he seemed to be too arrogant. The internal organs of this kid are much stronger than him. The so-called alcohol tolerance is actually the ability of the internal organs to decompose alcohol. The better the internal organs, especially the liver function, the greater the alcohol tolerance. As a ninja of ninjutsu, his physical strength is indeed not bad, but it is mainly reflected in the bones and muscles. The internal organs are very average. But can he admit defeat at this time? Okay, let's do it. He gritted his teeth and took up the half bucket of Shimura Urkuatu and drank it. His belly swelled again, like a pregnant woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. After drinking this wave, he felt uncomfortable. Not only did the alcohol stimulate his stomach, but he was also bloated. 3rd generation master, you can't drink anymore. You need to deal with that matter as soon as possible. There is no time to delay. Totoi stepped forward to persuade him, and said that there was something important that needed the 3rd generation Reikage to go over. You really can't drink anymore, kid, eat slowly by yourself. I still have things to deal with. He gave Tutai a gratified look, and the 3rd generation Reikage left in a hurry after saying hello, and even used the thunder release armor to bless his own speed. Tisk. This is the Reikage, not even as good as a woman. With a disdainful pout, Shimura Xianding poured another plate of beef into the boiling hot pot soup. The beef of the Land of Lightning is really awesome, it can't be wasted. And the people next to him, Tutai, smiled bitterly. Anyone who meets a monster like you will have to kneel down. On the other side, the 3rd Reikage rushed all the way and vomited violently in the bathroom of the Reikage building. Damn it, I was careless. After vomiting out the wine in his stomach, the 3rd Reikage panted and smiled bitterly. At first, I despised Tutai and others who were drunk by Shimura Gendori and fell under the table, but today I saw the perversion of that kid. Apart from anything else, that kid's liver is definitely not a normal person's liver. And that stomach is also quite perverted. He drank 20 liters of wine and water without changing his face. Even a cow is not as fierce as you. A whole human form, a beast. What a pity. Looking at the vomited Shimura Urkuatu, the 3rd Reikage felt very sorry. The vitality contained in this kind of wine is very pure, and it is a great tonic, especially for a physical ninja like him. The little he just absorbed made him feel that some of the difficult to heal hidden injuries in his body seemed to be relieved a lot. It was indeed a waste to spit it out like this, but he didn't care much, after all, he couldn't lick it back. 267. Chapter 266 is so terrifying. After eating and drinking, Shimura Gentoi, with a big belly, came to the mansion set up by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning in the hidden cloud village under the leadership of Tutai. After all, this time Shimura Gentoi came as the dean of the Ninja Samurai Academy, and he has already established a system in the daimyo mansion and is an official of the daimyo mansion. Little boy, why are you following me all the time? Do you want to rub my back? Stopped, Shimura Gentoi turned around and looked at the yellow-haired boy who had been following behind him. Judging from the face that vaguely resembled the third Reikage, he should be the son of the third Reikage, the future fourth Reikage, Yayuai. Just now, this kid was standing behind the third Reikage, and did not leave after the third Reikage ran away. I'm not called a brat, and you're only 1 year older than me. I followed you to see if you'll vomit. Looking unhappy, Yayuai didn't believe that this guy could drink so much, and he would definitely vomit in a while. He wanted to witness this guy's embarrassing scene and seek justice for his father. Naive. With a cold smile, Shimura Gentoi turned around and stood 3 meters away from a cherry tree in the yard, unbuttoning the bottom of his battle suit, revealing his twin brother from the same mother. There was no need to help at all, and a high-pressure water column was directly sprayed upwards and shot at the trunk of the cherry tree. This wave of jets lasted for 10 seconds. After the release, Shimura Gentoi's originally bulging abdomen returned to flat. In fact, when he was eating hot pot before, he used his innate yang attribute immortal energy to stimulate the liver to accelerate the decomposition of alcohol, and then water is stored in the bladder. Thanks to the all-round practice of Shimura-ryu's body strengthening secret technique, not only does the stomach have a strong ability to expand and contract, but the bladder also holds 20 liters of liquid. The stomach just now was supported by the bladder, not stored in the stomach all the time. Little boy, learn something. With a domineering sidelong glance, Shimura Xianding walked into the prepared bedroom to take a bath and rest. And Yayuai stared at the cherry tree in front of him in amazement, especially the hole on it that pierced the entire trunk. This is almost as good as the water escape technique. Is it still a human? Yayuai, who failed to see Shimura Xianding's joke, walked back to the Reikage building dejectedly, his heart full of confusion. The third Reikage, who was discussing things with Tutai and others, saw his son's appearance and couldn't help but teasing, "Why do you look like a frost-bitten eggplant? Did you get dumped by some girl? Dad, how did that guy practice?" Speaking depressed, Yayuia couldn't understand why that guy was only 1 year older than him, but his strength was so much stronger, and he was not in the same dimension at all. Apart from other things, his physical fitness alone was far worse, and the upward arc before made him feel inferior. What's wrong? Even more puzzled, the third Reikage could probably guess that his son must have been hit, but he didn't know what happened. Look at this. Putting the cut section of the cherry tree trunk on the table, Yayuia doubted his life. The third Reikage and others looked at the section of the trunk, and their eyes finally fell on the transparent hole on it. Others still didn't understand what was going on, but Tutai had a rough guess, and his face couldn't stop twitching. Could it be that the boy flushed it out with urine? He had led Shimura Gento to the mansion set up by the daimyo, and naturally knew Yayuai's intention to follow him in. Now that he brought back such a tree trunk, he could guess what was going on with his toes. It was flushed out with urine, and the energy in the body was not used to guide it. Nodding, Yayuai stopped talking, and this made the faces of the third Reikage and others all solemn. Even an old man came forward without disdain and picked up the wet tree trunk to observe it carefully, and even smelled it and asked for confirmation. Although it was easy for them to make a hole in such a tree trunk, even without performing ninjutsu, they could pierce it with chakra to bless their body strength. But that was under the effect of chakra. If you really rely on physical fitness alone, it is simply a fantasy to flush such a hole with urine. This shows how strong the kid's physical fitness is, especially in terms of internal organs. The Shimura family's body strengthening secret technique is really terrifying. After a long silence, the third Reikage had to admit it. Their cloud village is indeed good at using lightning chakra to stimulate and strengthen the body, but it can only strengthen the reflex nerves and tendons, but has little effect on the internal organs. But the Shimura body strengthening secret technique is an all-round strengthening, even the brain can be tempered. It is really terrifying. According to the information we have obtained, the kid has a good relationship with the first generation's wife, and the Shimura family's D-level body strengthening secret technique has also appeared in the Uzumaki clan. If we follow that plan to attack the Whirlpool country, Konoha will most likely send Shimura Danzo to preside over the war in the Whirlpool country. Our village and the Kirigakure village alone may not be enough. An old man suddenly spoke with a worried look on his face, and the others were also afraid. Although ninjas are very fragile, as long as they improve their physical fitness, their combat effectiveness will increase exponentially. If Shimura Gento, a born loser, can train his body to be so strong, then how terrible must his father Shimura Danzo's physical fitness be? With such terrible physical fitness, how terrifying would Shimura Danzo's strength be? And there must be more than just Shimura Danzo in the Shimura family. There must be other powerful ninjas, and even the older generation of Shimura ninjas may not be really dead. Also, where is the Zero Research Institute of the Shimura family hidden? What kind of terrifying people are there? Facing such a strong man, they really have no confidence that they can win. Even if they use the strength of the whole village to win, it may be a miserable victory. That is not the result they want, not to mention that there is also a first-generation Hokage wife from the Uzumaki clan, who will definitely not stand idly by at that time. The Sand Village should be tempted, but it's not enough. We have to include the Rock Village. The third Raikage had a gloomy face and felt that it was not safe enough. Although he had revealed some information to tempt the third Kazekage, given his temperament, he would definitely wait and see first and then reap the benefits. And even if the Sand Village was included, it would not be safe enough. The Rock Village must also be pulled into this plan. It would be much safer with Onoki's dust release, and it would also be an opportunity to see Onoki's strength when he was not a human. During the last battle to kill the evil demon, was Shimura Danzo pretending to hide his strength? The other old man was still wary of Shimura Danzo, and it would be best to find out Shimura Danzo's bottom before the battle. There are indeed signs of retaining strength, but I don't know how much he has retained. Thinking back to the last battle with the evil demon, the third Raikage knew that Shimura Danzo definitely had some reservations, but he didn't know how much strength he had retained. Come and take a look at this information. An old woman in charge of foreign intelligence took out a few intelligence scrolls and let everyone read them. After reading the information, everyone's expressions became solemn again, and they were even more apprehensive. This information it came from the land of water. The second generation Tsuchikage and the second generation Mizukage traveled in the land of water and fought several times. The strength they showed completely surpassed the limit of the regular cage level and reached the super cage level classified by the master of the bird in the clouds. One can be said to be an accident, but if they are like this, there is a big problem. And the two women have one thing in common, they are the teacher of the little ghost and have a close relationship with him. The second generation Mizukage, Lady Hojiki Mizura, who has become a human body and a snake tail in the intelligence, has been maintaining a water chakra mode similar to the lightning chakra mode, floating herself and walking. I don't think the Hojiki family can develop this chakra mode. The old woman calmly expressed her own analysis and concluded that the water chakra mode had a problem, at least it couldn't be made by the Hojiki family in the Hidden Mist village. It looks like it's the work of that brat again. The third Raikage thought of the golden armored boy who had drunk him and ran away before, and he was 100% sure that it was that boy who taught Gui Deng Shui Ro. That brat seems to have no resistance to older beauties with status and position, third generation, this is an opportunity. A senior executive suddenly made a strange proposal, and the others nodded in approval after being stunned. As long as they can get the powerful Shimura secret technique from that brat, it's no big deal to sacrifice a little bit. Who should go? Should we ask the master's wife to come out? The third Raikage said unhappily, not quite agreeing with this proposal. The second Raikage was his teacher, and his master's wife was indeed alive, but as a disciple, he couldn't let his master's wife sell her body. Not to mention that his master's wife's style was different from that of normal women, and she was a little stronger than him, so it was estimated that she was not the brat's cup of tea. Of course, we can't let the second-generation wife take action. I mean, it's time for those two rebellious Fianxa copyright to atone for their sins. The old man said his candidate. He naturally had the right candidate before he made the proposal, and it was not a good idea to keep those two women under house arrest. The two disciples of the master's wife. Thinking, the third-generation Raikage also thought this was a good proposal. When Kinkaku and Ginkaku killed the second-generation Raikage, they became the traitors of the entire Cloud Village, and they were hunted down and killed by him. The Feathered Clan, to which he belonged, also became the target of public criticism. At that time, some people even proposed to kill the Feathered Clan. It was the two rebellious FANFIC copyrights who decisively came forward to disband the family and hand over all the family's secrets to the village at the cost of allowing the feathered clan to survive. The two women were also forgiven by the second-generation wife and accepted as disciples. To some extent, the two women were still his junior sisters. Moreover, the two of them could become Kinkaku and Ginkaku's FANFIC copyrights, and they were both very talented. They were second only to Kinkaku and Ginkaku in the Yi clan at that time. They had reached the level of Zhengying in these years, but because of the incident, they had been under house arrest in the master's wife's house. It's not that he didn't want to release the two women and add two Zhengying-level combat forces to the village, but there was no good excuse and opportunity. After all, the FANFIC copyrights of the two killed the rebellion of the second-generation Raikage and brutally killed almost all members of the Shadow Guard at that time, which was extremely evil. Now many people hate what happened in the past, and they also hate the two junior sisters. It's really not good to let them show up in the village, otherwise it will be very troublesome, unless they make great contributions. And this time is a good opportunity. Not only can they obtain Shimura's secret technique, but they can also have an excuse to let the two junior sisters come out and add two Zhengying-level combat forces to the village. I will go and negotiate this matter. You should collect information about the Hidden Rock village as soon as possible and invite Onoki to join the plan. Finally agreeing to this proposal, the third Raikage decided to go to his master's wife in person. There is another thing. The Hidden Mist village already has a stable 3 tails Jinchuriki and 6 tails Jinchuriki, who can even release the tailed beast ball. The time when they appeared should be when that kid was in the Hidden Mist village. Should we also let that kid participate in the Jinchuriki formation plan? It was the old woman who was in charge of external intelligence work before who spoke out new information and a new proposal, which made everyone present look depressed. 268. Chapter 267 Lightning Flash Technique. The Hidden Sand Village was the first to have the tailed beast Jinchuriki. The Hidden Rock Village could see from the last Evil Demon War that their 4 tails Jinchuriki and 5 tails Jinchuriki were very stable. Not to mention the 9 tails Jinchuriki of Konoha, who showed almost invincible strength as early as the First Ninja World War. I didn't expect that even the Hidden Mist Village now has its own Jinchuriki, and it's very stable. So at this stage, among the 5 major ninja villages, only their Hidden Cloud Village does not have a stable tailed beast Jinchuriki. Although they have already started to prepare for this, they are not very sure. It is difficult to perfectly seal the 2-tailed and 8-tailed with sealing techniques alone, especially the 8-tailed guy. 8-tailed beast Jinchuriki that often goes berserk is not what they want. The formation of the tailed beast Jinchuriki of the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Mist Village all appeared in the time period where the kid was, and the other party was able to command the tailed beast, which must be related to it. Even before, we got information that the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Hidden Sand Village often went berserk, but when the kid went to the Hidden Sand Village, he strangely calmed down, which was obviously done by the other party. If the kid can stabilize the 2-tailed beasts of the 2-tailed beasts and the 8-tailed beasts, it will be of great help to their plan to form the tailed beast Jinchuriki, and it can even succeed directly. I agree with this proposal, but we must quickly draw the Hidden Rock Village into the plan. We must obtain the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique inheritance, and with the help of the tailed beast Jinchuriki use it to take the absolute initiative. The high-level officials of the Hidden Cloud Village discussed with each other and finally agreed to this proposal, but they must get the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique inheritance. After all, that kid can control the tailed beasts. If they really fight in the future, it will be a pitfall to let the 2-tailed and 8-tailed turn against them. I agree too. The third-generation Raikage finally expressed his position and agreed to invite Shimura Gentoi to join their tailed beast Jinchuriki sealing plan. At least at this stage, they can more smoothly shape the tailed beast Jinchuriki and make the tailed beast completely a strategic weapon to deter other ninja villages. However, this also strengthened his determination to plunder the whirlpool sealing technique. Only by mastering the whirlpool sealing technique can the tailed beasts be completely suppressed and made into war weapons for their Hidden Cloud Village. But what price should be paid? Chuchita, who had the least experience, couldn't help but ask. The last time he invited Shimura Gentoi to become the dean of their Hidden Cloud Village Ninja Samurai Academy, the remuneration had not yet been agreed upon, and now there was another plan for a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Tomorrow I will talk to that kid in person. The third Raikage spoke up and said that he was the only one who was qualified to discuss this matter, and agreed to the other party's request, hoping that the boy would not ask for too much. While the senior leaders of the Hidden Cloud Village were discussing Shimura Gentoi was taking a hot bath on the other side, thinking about how to strengthen the Hidden Cloud Village. Yes, he wanted to strengthen the hidden cloud village. There was no other way. In order to obtain more ninja secrets as soon as possible, the D-level body strengthening secrets were traded to the Senjua family, which greatly improved the overall strength of the Senjua family. There is also the Uzumaki family. In the next Second Ninja World War, the Senjua family needs to be destroyed, at least the main force must be destroyed. The Uzumaki family also has to contribute to the 8 diagrams Immortal Furnace, which requires a strong opponent to help him complete his plan. The Hidden Mist Village was strengthened before, but the Hidden Mist Village alone may not be able to do it. I'm afraid it's not enough. After all, the time is too short. The Ninja World War will break out in 2 years at most. This time is not enough for the Hidden Mist Village to strengthen too much. After all, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village do not have the huge vitality of the Uzumaki clan and the Senjua clan, which has a bonus in the practice of strengthening the body secrets. Therefore, it is necessary to strengthen the Hidden Cloud Village. When the ninja army of the 2 enhanced ninja villages rushes into the Whirlpool country, it should be enough to complete its own plan, kill the main force of the Senjua clan and let the Uzumaki clan sacrifice to the 8 diagrams Immortal Furnace, and at the same time, it can blame the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village, and remove itself, so as not to let Miss Midu misunderstand. After thinking for a while, he got up and lay on the bed to cultivate immortality. The next day, Tutai came at dawn and invited him to the Raikage office to discuss the matter of the Ninja Samurai Academy. Uncle Raikage, why is your complexion still not getting better? Did you vomit yesterday's Shimura Urquiatu? When he saw the third Raikage in the Raikage's office, Shimura Gentoi started to expose his shortcomings, which made the third Raikage's face turn black just as he was about to speak. You kid is really talking about things that are not related to the topic. I am just curious about the vitality in that Shimura Urquiatu, so I asked someone to extract it for research. The third Raikage firmly denied that he was vomited because of drinking, but deliberately extracted it for research. The wine that was vomited yesterday was indeed taken away for research to see if it could be imitated. That kind of wine is indeed very useful for physical ninjas. Uncle, if you want to study it, just tell me directly, why suffer? Come, use this bucket to make up for it. He unsealed the scroll with good intentions, picked up a barrel of Shimura Urquiata from the pile of barrels and placed it on the desk. She, is very respectful of the elderly and the young, and these Shimura Urquiatu are the gifts prepared for the third Raikage. Mr. Xianding, we have to talk about business next, so eat a Euro trademark s better not to drink. As a qualified secretary, Dode stepped forward to dissuade him in time. This enhanced version of Shimura Urquiatu is indeed very good for physical ninjas, but it must be consumed in moderation. If you really drink a whole barrel like the third Raikage did yesterday, you will definitely be hospitalized and cause greater internal organ damage. The gain is not worth the loss. I invited you here today for business, and there will be plenty of time to drink wine later. The third Raikage also took advantage of the situation and took down the barrel of enhanced Shimura Urquiatu and placed it beside him without making a sound. He will not let go of the good stuff in front of him. Theta Euro trademark s right. Without forcing the third Raikage to be taken to the hospital, Shimura Gentoi pulled the sofa next to him and sat in front of the third Raikage, crossing his legs and looking very cool. I have accepted the position of the Dean of the Ninja Samurai Academy, but the reward you gave me last time is not suitable for me. I want to change a secret technique. Speaking of his own thoughts very directly, Shimura Gentoi was ready to use the same old trick again and take the opportunity to get the sealed book of the Hidden Cloud Village. Although the method is a bit old-fashioned, it works. What secret technique do you want? Forget about the S-level one. Sure enough, the third Raikage directly opened his mouth to make restrictions. If it is a secret technique below the S-level, it will be given, but those secret techniques and forbidden techniques of the S-level are not allowed. This is the bottom line. I want a Euro trademark T make it difficult for you. I want the lightning flash technique, which should only be an A-level forbidden technique. Speaking of his own requirements, Shimura Gento has seen some information about this forbidden technique, which is a powerful forbidden technique possessed by the first Raikage. According to the information records, the first Raikage even fought with the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and the lightning flash technique he possessed was not inferior to Flying Thunder God in speed, at least not weaker in short distance speed. Strictly speaking, it is also a kind of instant body technique. The general instant body technique is a C-level ninjutsu, and the instant body technique with attributes is a B-level, such as the water instant body technique, the wind instant body technique, and the wind instant body technique. Body technique, lightning body technique, etc. The lightning body technique is a sublimation of the lightning body technique, and it is faster, but unfortunately there should be limitations. Since the first generation of Reikage, no one has ever mastered it. Obviously, it is either very demanding for practitioners like the Flying Thunder God technique, or it is very dangerous. Since you know it is a forbidden technique, do you still want it? The third generation Reikage was also surprised by Shimura Gento's request. In his opinion, although the lightning body technique is an A-level forbidden technique, one level higher than the lightning armor, its value is not as good as the lightning armor. You must know that the most important function of the lightning armor is to temper the body and improve physical fitness. It is also the foundation of the lightning chakra mode. Even if the Shimura family has created the lightning armor, they should not choose the lightning body technique. Forbidden techniques themselves are relative. They are forbidden techniques for ordinary people, but they are just a little more difficult to practice for the strong. Revealing in absolute confidence, Shimura Gento is determined to get it. As for the flaws of the lightning technique, it doesn't matter. It's just an excuse. His real goal is the Book of Seals. Since you insist on choosing the lightning technique, I will help you. After taking a deep look at Shimura Gento, the third Reikage stood up and went to the secret room to get the scroll of the secret technique. Only he was qualified to enter that place. Outsiders were absolutely not allowed, not even Dode, who was his personal secretary. Otherwise, if someone learned the method to enter the secret room through Dode's memory, it would be a pitfall. There are so many strange secret techniques in the ninja world. Who knows if there are any that can sneak in? It doesn't hurt to be more prepared. I want to see the one recorded in your Book of Seals. Don't fool me with other ones, and don't make any typos. He reminded, showing his distrust without disguising himself. The third Reikage didn't think much about it. After all, the two sides are hostile forces at this stage, and it is normal to be on guard. Not long after, the third Reikage came back with a huge scroll under his arm. It was the sealed book of the Hidden Cloud Village. He put it on the desk and unfolded it to the part that recorded the lightning flash technique, and gestured to Dode. Dode understood and increased the chakra supplied to the transplanted Byakugan. The meridians near his temple bulged slightly, and he looked at Shimura Gento from the side with the help of his perspective ability. As if he sensed something, Shimura Gento turned his head and looked at Dode, whose meridians were slightly bulging on the side. Before, when he could only use one perspective pupil technique, the meridians would not bulge because the chakra supplied was not much, but after repairing the pupil technique circuit with a 360-degree field of view, the chakra required to be supplied doubled, causing the meridians on the side to bulge a little bit. Although it was not as obvious as the bulge of the Hyuga ninja, it was still visible. Dode's performance was obviously to open the Byakugan. With a smile, in order to show his sincerity, Shimura Gento took off the armor on his arms and touched the seal book directly with his hands. He read and rolled the seal book at the same time. You should know that there are many contents in the practice of lightning flash technique, and it is impossible to show them all with the size of this desk, so you have to read and roll them at the same time. It didn't take long for him to memorize all the methods of practicing lightning flash technique, and Shimura Gento stroked the seal book with reluctance. Uncle Reikage, how about we make a deal? I will exchange your seal book with our Shimura family's C-level bodybuilding secret technique, how about it? You are thinking about shit. Grabbing the seal book, the third generation Reikage decisively refused, and looked at Dode at the same time, and was relieved when he saw him nod. He was really worried that this kid would play some tricks. After all, there are so many strange secret ninjutsu in the ninja world. However, no matter what kind of secret technique it is, it must be performed with chakra. Although the chakra in this kid's body is not chakra, it is almost the same, and can still be seen through by the perspective of the Byakugan. It is precisely because of the existence of Dode's Byakugan that he can bring the sealed book with confidence. As for the kid's proposal, it is even more bullshit. Although the C-level body strengthening secret technique of the Shimura family is very strong and is of immeasurable value to a large ninja village, it cannot be compared with a complete set of sealed books. Not to mention that he would have to practice a long time just to trade the D-level body strengthening secret technique from the third Kazekage, and he has no Yang attribute and no Yang escape chakra to assist, so the training efficiency is not high, and he needs to practice for at least 5 years. By then, the Second Ninja World War may be over. Instead of using the sealed book for trading now, it is better to find a way to obtain it during the Ninja World War. Without immediately sealing the seal book back, the third Reikage asked meaningfully, "You have a good relationship with the Two Tails and the Eight Tails?" He didn't like beating around the bush or making small calculations, and if he really did make calculations, he might not be able to defeat this kid, so it's better to speak directly and make another deal. 269. Chapter 268 Real Waterfall. It's okay, but those two big guys have names called Matatabi and Ashiki, and the Two Tails and the Eight Tails are just names we humans gave them privately. Smacking his lips, Shimura Gentoi corrected the third Rakich's mistake, solemnly stating the real names of the Two Tails and the Eight Tails, and at the same time made up his mind. He had previously learned through his father's intelligence network that the Hidden Cloud Village was also starting to create tailed beast Jinchuriki, and it was precisely because of this information that he rushed here quickly. I want you to help us seal them and form a stable tailed beast Jinchuriki. Just tell me what conditions you have. The third Rakich stated the request very calmly, and he was not afraid of outsiders knowing that they were creating a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Anyway, this matter has caused quite a stir, and I am afraid that the spies planted in the village from other villages have already. If you have noticed something, there is no need to hide it. It would be best if this kid agreed, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't agree. About this, I can talk to Yalo and Nyogui. I don't know if they agree or not. As an appearance fee, I want to experience your real waterfall. Pretending to think for a while, Shimura Gento nodded in agreement, and at the same time stated the conditions he had thought of long ago. He was very curious about the real waterfall in the original book. He could actually enter his own spiritual space directly. If he could study the secrets inside, he could probably open the spiritual space for others directly, which would be of great benefit to cultivation. At the same time, he needed to use the real waterfall to confirm some guesses and doubts, which was also very important. How do you know the existence of the real waterfall? Standing up suddenly, the third-generation Rakich stared at the boy in front of him. The real waterfall is a top secret of their hidden cloud village. Not many people know about it, but how did this kid know about it? Did someone leak the secret? Someone told me. Ignoring the solemn look of the third Rakich, Shimura Gentoi replied with a smile. He was not lying. Someone told him. The other person's name was Kishimoto. I can let you use the real waterfall once. With a gloomy look on his face, he finally took a deep breath and agreed to it. Since this kid already knew the existence of the real waterfall, there was no need to hide it. He didn't ask who leaked this secret. Anyway, he would never tell it if he asked, and it might not be true even if he did. Happy cooperation. Shaking hands with the third Rakich with a smile, Shimura Gentoi seemed to remember something and said, I almost forgot, I know a little about the wishes of the tailed beasts. They need a certain degree of freedom, which is the kind of split body you saw at the beginning. Uncle Rakich, please find 2 shadow-level young ladies with yin and yang attributes to help Yuta and Ashiki split into split bodies. On this basis, I can guarantee that their original bodies will not go berserk in the future. Must they have both yin and yang attributes? With a rough frown, the third Rakich was a little hesitant about this requirement. The yin and yang attributes are much rarer than the 5 escape attributes. Not everyone in 100 has both yin and yang attributes, let alone yin and yang. Even a shadow-level strongman is even more difficult. Even he, the Rakich, only has the 3 chakra attributes of fire, earth, and thunder, and none of the 2 yin and yang attributes. Not to mention that this kid wants a girl. It is indeed difficult to find a cage-level lady with both yin and yang, but there must be one, and I will find a way to let them cultivate the acquired attributes of the other to temporarily support them. Shimura Gento also knew that it was indeed difficult to find a lady with both yin and yang attributes, let alone a cage-level lady. If he really couldn't find one, he could only go the way of Karura. If that's the case, I have 2 candidates. One of them has yin attributes and the other has yang attributes, and they have both reached the level of a positive cage. With a thought, the third Rakich thought of his 2 junior sisters, who had both yin and yang attributes, and were cage-level strong men. And this was a good opportunity for the 2 junior sisters to get close to this kid. Your cloud hidden village still hides 2 positive cage-level ladies. Shimura Gento was stunned. With the help of his father, the Nabekich's intelligence network, he knew the strong men in the major ninja villages, not to mention the back of his hand, but at least knew the names of those people. As far as he knows, it seems that only the 2nd generation Rakich's wife is a female strongman at the level of the regular cage in the hidden cloud village. How come there are 2 of them now? The foundation of our hidden cloud village is no worse than that of your Konoha. The 3rd generation Rakich was very happy, with his chest puffed out proudly. It seems that Konoha's intelligence system is not omnipotent, at least it does not know the strength of his two junior sisters. This is a good thing. When will you take me to see the real waterfall? Without wasting brain cells on this matter, Shimura was very curious about the real waterfall and was very envious. I don't know if I can use that thing to expand my spiritual space. The spiritual space can assist in the cultivation and accumulation of spiritual power, but my spiritual space is too small, and it is not efficient in the cultivation and accumulation of spiritual power. It just so happens that the foundation of spiritual power is linked to the number of rays Nan Jinden that can be controlled and maintained. This is the main reason for his slow cultivation. Otherwise, after practicing for such a long time, he would not have been able to condense and maintain about 10 pairs of rays Nan Jinden. I hope the real waterfall can give me a surprise. Let's go now. He formed a seal and created a shadow clone holding the sealed book and returned to the secret room to seal it. The third Raikage walked to the inner room of the office, where there was an altar with complicated chakra rituals, which was obviously a ninja tool. Now, he was stunned again, and then saw the third Raikage standing on the altar and guessed what he was thinking. In the original work, the fourth Raikage and Tsunade used a heavenly teleportation technique to directly arrive at the battlefield and were beaten by the impure world Madara. The distance of the teleportation was extremely long, and an altar was borrowed at that time, which was very similar to the one in front of him. Without delay, he followed the third Raikage to stand on the altar and wrapped the battle suit with immortal energy to block the radiation energy inside so as not to affect the use of the heavenly teleportation technique. Soon, a masked Anbu ninja appeared. The other party's white short hair reminded Shimura of the Black Pearl in the Cloud Ninja Village in the original work. Could it be that the two of them have any relatives? Heaven sent technique. The white-haired Anbu raised his hand and quickly formed a seal. A huge amount of chakra poured into the altar and turned into an electric current that enveloped the two of them. Wrapped, then turned into a flash of lightning and rushed into the sky. Only felt a flash of lightning in front of his eyes, and Shimura found himself on an island full of huge coral spikes. What a big guy! Looking at the island, he was moved. As a man who watched Naruto to the end, he naturally knew that this was not an island, but a huge sea turtle. It was not obvious in the animation, but now that I saw the real thing, I knew how huge this big guy was. The diameter alone was 1 kilometer, and the 100-meter-tailed beast was just a small guy in front of it. You really know the existence of Turtle Island. The third-generation Raikage, who had been paying attention to the changes in Shimura expression, was in a bad mood. Obviously, he knew more information, not only the existence of the real waterfall, but also the existence of Turtle Island. Most people think that Turtle Island is an island when they see it, and they will never think that it is actually a huge sea turtle. Shrugging without saying anything, Shimura naturally would not tell the source of his own information. After all, the other party would not believe it if he told it. Moreover, he is not sure whether the fate of this world is projected into the previous life, which then formed the comics and animation of Naruto, or whether this world was born based on Naruto. These two causal relationships are difficult to confirm, and there is no ability to confirm them, let alone to explain them clearly. Follow me. After taking a deep look at the young man in golden armor in front of him, the third Raikage stepped into the depths of Kame Island, and Shimura quickly followed. Along the way, many figures of the hidden Cloud Village ninja appeared, and they hid again after seeing that it was the third Raikage who brought people here. Soon the two came to a waterfall, which was the real waterfall on Kame Island. Eye power. As soon as Shimura approached the real waterfall, he found that this was a barrier, a special illusion barrier, and there was a strong eye power inside, which was somewhat similar to the eye power of the Sharingan, but different. Could this thing be related to the Blood Pond clan's Blood Dragon Eye? After a little thought, Shimura suddenly remembered the Blood Pond clan that split from the Uchiha clan. Although the Blood Dragon Eye is a mutant product, it is very similar to the Sharingan. The pupil power is full of negative power. This is likely related to the Blood Pond clan. The big guy under our feet used to be the summoning beast of the Blood Pond clan. The third Raikage simply replied and stopped talking. He sat cross-legged beside the waterfall pool and monitored the golden-armored boy. The main reason why he followed him in person was that the boy was too strong. He was the only one in the entire Cloud Village who had the confidence to suppress him. Of course, this was when the boy did not open the 8 gates of ninjutsu, otherwise he would have to temporarily avoid it. But I think the boy would not be so foolish. After sensing the illusion barrier of the real waterfall for a while, Zhikan Xianding jumped onto the bulge in the middle of the pool, sat down cross-legged, and let go of his mind to let the illusion barrier here act on him. Soon, the pupil power in the illusion barrier poured into his mind, and then the surrounding space changed and became illusory, and at the same time, a mysterious connection was established with him. It was his spiritual space that descended, or to be more precise, it merged with the illusion barrier here, and after the fusion, the spiritual space was greatly improved. This thing can really open up the spiritual space. Looking at the spiritual space that expanded to a diameter of 10 meters, Zhikan Xianding was very excited. This place can really increase the spiritual space. Maybe it's nothing for those whose spiritual space is hundreds of meters in diameter, but it's no less than a treasure that can change his life for a loser like him. Unfortunately, this expansion is only temporary. Once it leaves the real waterfall, it will return to its original form. However, as long as you find a way to copy a real waterfall and carry it with you, you can also improve the efficiency of spiritual power cultivation. Didn't the original book say that the dark side of oneself would bubble up? Why hasn't it come out yet? After waiting for a while, he was puzzled. In the original book, after Uzumaki Naruto walked into the real waterfall, a dark version of Uzumaki Naruto emerged. Why didn't my dark side show up? Does it mean that I don't have a dark side? Then where did Uzumaki Naruto's dark side come from? With that guy's overly optimistic mentality, he shouldn't have a dark side. Falling into deep thought, Shimura Gento felt something was wrong. After all, even a dark, sinister, evil, despicable, and shameless son of a pot like him didn't show a dark side, so how could Uzumaki Naruto have such an awesome dark side? This was too abnormal, and it also indirectly confirmed some of his previous conjectures, and even made him doubt the reincarnation of the brothers Otsutsuki Ashura and Otsutsuki Indra. 270. Chapter 269 Black Lightning Beyond Chakra. Is it true that, as Kurama said in the original book, the dark side is the real Naruto, and the bright side that appears is the soul of Ashura? Thinking of a detail in the original book, Shimura Gentoi became more suspicious. In the original book, after Uzumaki Naruto eliminated his dark side, he met the Nine Tails, and the Nine Tails asked where the real Naruto had gone. At that time, many stupid netizens speculated that the dark side of Naruto was the real Naruto, just like the true and false Monkey King in Journey to the West. Some people speculated that the Tathagata Buddha killed Sun Wukong, and the one left behind was the six-eared macaque, who successfully replaced the real Sun Wukong and continued to go to the west to obtain the scriptures. If this is the case, then a new question arises. What is the reincarnation of the brothers Indra and Ashura? If it is the true reincarnation in Chinese mythology, there will be no independent soul individuals like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. This phenomenon looks like the souls of Indra and Ashura are attached to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and the Uzumaki Naruto is a real possession, killing the real Naruto and replacing him. It seems to be similar for Harudasuke. The fusion of Mangekyo pupil power and the fusion of the memory of Edo Itaki are two key points. In the original work, the Six-Path Sage also said that Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto will be the last reincarnations, so that the grievances that have been entangled for thousands of years will come to an end. It's terrifying to think about it carefully, It seems that Kushina also needs to be saved. I just don't know if Uzumaki Naruto will be born after Kushina is saved. Thinking of Uzumaki Kushina who is still far away in the Whirlpool country, Shimura Gentoi felt pity. That is also a poor girl who needs to be saved. When she was young, her country was destroyed and her family was ruined. She was then taken to Konoha to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. She lived with a violent fox all day long. She finally got married and had a child, but she died, and was killed by her husband's disciple. After her death, her son also lived a miserable life, and was killed and possessed by someone. This cannot be described with just one word: miserable, at least 9 words are needed. After realizing the nature of the real waterfall, Shimura Gentoi used the method of exiting the spiritual space to exit the current illusionary spiritual space, and his consciousness returned to his real body. You don't have a dark side in your heart. Seeing Shimura Gentoi quickly exit the real waterfall, the third-generation Raikage who was watching on the side was shocked. They have carefully studied the real waterfall. All ninjas who enter will trigger their own dark side. The only difference is the strength of the dark side. The strong ones can have a certain consciousness and power, while the weaker ones will be like a black shadow covering them, making their body and mind filled with negative emotions, and then go crazy and run away. But this kid just didn't show any abnormality, which was incredible. Have you ever experimented with ordinary people? The reaction of the third Reikage made Shimura Gentoi guess, and then asked. Of course we have experimented with ordinary people, but unfortunately the real waterfall needs chakra to resonate and merge with its own spiritual space to form a spiritual world. With his hands folded across his chest, the third Reikage was quite clear about the situation here at the real waterfall. He even came here to try it that year, but unfortunately he has not found a way to eliminate his own dark side until now. Brother over there, go find some animals without chakra, preferably primates like monkeys. Greeting several Anbu ninjas from the hidden cloud village squatting not far away, Shimura Gentoi planned to do some small experiments. But what was embarrassing was that the Anbu ninjas who were squatting not far away ignored him until the third Reikage waved his hand and turned to look for ordinary animals without chakra. The ninjas were very efficient, and soon they brought a group of monkeys over, including a chimpanzee. Use the immortal force thread to pierce the brains of these monkeys, control them to enter the real waterfall with the puppet technique, and then Shimura Xianding himself walked in. Pull the consciousness of these animals into their own spiritual space, and then resonate with the illusion barrier of the real waterfall, and the spiritual world reappears. This time, there was indeed a change. A black shadow rushed out from the waterfall on the opposite side, rushed to one of the monkeys and sank into its body, and then the monkey went crazy and attacked other monkeys around, causing a lot of chaos. Disconnecting the resonance connection between the spiritual space and the illusion barrier, Shimura Xianding carried the crazy monkey back to the shore and threw it to the third generation Reikage. Check if this monkey has chakra bloodline. Although it was just a guess, Shimura Xianding had full confidence. Go check. Signing the Anbu ninja next to him to check, the third generation Reikage's old eyes flashed with cold light, and he had some bad guesses. The Cloud Ninja village had conducted experiments on this ghost island and even built it into an experimental base with complete experimental equipment. The test results came out soon. The Anbu ninja returned without saying much, but nodded to the third Reikage to indicate that the chakra bloodline was indeed detected in the mad monkey. Do you know something, kid? Looking up at the golden armored boy in front of him, the third Reikage was sure that this kid, or the Shimura family, must have some top secret information. I do know something, but you are too weak to know. With a smile on his face, Shimura Xianding changed his job to become a fisherman, which really whetted the appetite of the third Reikage. I am too weak. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, and the third Reikage felt that he had been humiliated, and his IQ was also rubbed by this kid. I am a dignified Reikage, one of the 5 shadows, one of the strongest in the current ninja world, but now I am said to be too weak. If you have the guts, don't use the 8 gates formation. I'll beat you up and make you call me daddy. Don't be unconvinced. You are just too weak. Only when you reach the level of the first Hokage can you barely be called strong. Ignoring the ferocious look, shrugging his shoulders, Shimura Gento really didn't fool anyone or show off this time. The first Hokage can only be barely called strong in the eyes of your Shimura family? You have really high standards. With a mocking look on his face, the third Reikage realized that the Shimura family had begun to get ahead of themselves and even ignored the first Hokage, the god of ninjas. Our Shimura family has received reliable information that the legendary Six-Path Sage has a bloodline power formed by the fusion of 7 basic chakra attributes, and the strongest bloodline in the ninja world at this stage is only 3 attributes, so 4 attributes, 5 attributes, and 6 attributes are eliminated. What is the bloodline of attributes? The wood release of the first Hokage is only a 3-attribute bloodline elimination, which is at most a little special in nature. With the increase of the Thousand Hands Sage body and Senjutsu, it showed that kind of power in the Battle of the Valley of the End. Let's assume that because of the special nature of wood release itself, its power far exceeds the normal bloodline elimination, which is equivalent to the general 4-attribute bloodline. The power of wood release blessed by the Thousand Hands Sage body is equivalent to the general 5-attribute bloodline, and with the increase of Senjutsu, it can reach the power of the 6-attribute chakra bloodline. Then what about the highest level of 7-attribute bloodline? Smilingly speaking this information, Shimura Gentoi really wants to see how the third generation Reikage will react and what he will do in the future. By the way, see if he can fool this old guy and make him his guinea pig to verify some conjectures. Such a good guinea pig is not easy to find. It's meaningless to say these things. Let's be practical. What do you want to do? After thinking for a while, the third Reikage decisively gave up thinking further. He was not stupid. Although he didn't know where the Shimura family got the information from, the 7-attribute bloodline could indeed exist in theory. You should know that the 7 basic attributes of chakra can be integrated with each other. 2 attributes are integrated into bloodline limits, 3 attributes are integrated into bloodline elimination, and so on. Naturally, more attributes of bloodline can be integrated. It is just very difficult at most. But no matter how difficult it is, it cannot be denied. At least in theory, the 7 attributes can indeed be integrated into bloodline. But it is meaningless to say these now. What he cares more about is what this kid wants to do. Nothing, I just want you to cooperate with me to do some small experiments. Rubbing his hands, Shimuragento really hopes that the third Reikage can cooperate with his experiments. If the conjecture can succeed, it will be another smooth road to self-improvement, and it can also further complete the Reisnan Jinden cultivation system. You kid really dare to say it. The veins on his forehead surfaced again. If it was an ordinary person who said this, he would have been chopped to death by his knife. However, the research and development capabilities of the Shimura family are indeed amazing. If it can be guaranteed to be safe, he doesn't mind cooperating in doing some small experiments. How dangerous is it? After a moment of silence, he asked. He really wanted to hear what new ideas the Shimura family had. The previous theory of blood inheritance eliminating magnetic escape opened his eyes. He believed that there would be surprises this time. Before talking about this, can you let me see your black lightning escape chakra, uncle? Without immediately answering the third Reikage Euro trademark-s question, Shimuragento extended his hand to signal the other party to show him the black lightning escape technique. Without refusing, the third Reikage condensed a black lightning escape technique that was unique to him at his fingertips. This was a special lightning escape technique that he accidentally obtained while practicing the lightning escape chakra mode. It was more destructive than ordinary lightning escape techniques and was also the basis for him to perform the strongest hell stab. After his palm touched the black lightning escape chakra, Shimuragento copied it into his hand and sat cross-legged, pretending to close his eyes and meditate, while his consciousness entered the black cauldron space to amplify and analyze it. Sure enough, escape technique chakra is not the evolution limit of the single attribute of chakra. After understanding the essence of the black lightning chakra through magnification and analysis, Shimuragento smiled, which was similar to his previous guess. In the original work, there are 2 special lightning chakras, one is the black lightning chakra of the 3rd and 5th lightning chakras Darui, and the other is the purple lightning chakra of Hitaki Kakashi. That kind of lightning chakra does not look like a bloodline limit, and the 3rd generation of lightning chakra does not have yin and yang attributes. The 3 attributes of lightning, fire, and earth that he possesses alone cannot be combined to form that form of bloodline limit. Obviously, black lightning chakra is a pure lightning attribute, not a bloodline limit. But this kind of black lightning chakra is obviously much stronger than lightning chakra. Obviously, the lightning chakra is not the ultimate of the lightning attribute. In his imagination, the potential of chakra is not bad. Although it is only a false simulation at this stage, it should eventually evolve into real wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth. Just like those middle-level practitioners who practice the false as the real, it can be continuously improved and eventually evolve into a real existence, even exceeding the limits of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth in nature and becoming more powerful. The black lightning of the 3rd generation Reikage proves this conjecture, and a new path of cultivation can be developed based on it. 271. Chapter 270 Super Many Blood Dragon Eyes. What are you thinking about? Seeing Shimuragento open his eyes and smile, the 3rd generation Reikage's heart suddenly jumped for no reason, as if he felt a deep malice coming. If I say that I can enhance your black thunder, do you want to try it? He said with a smile. At this moment, in Shimuragento's eyes, the 3rd generation Reikage in front of him had become a perfect little white mouse. Are you so kind? Being alert and suspicious, the 3rd Reikage did not doubt that the Shimura family had a way to enhance the black thunder. After all, the Shimura family had demonstrated their terrifyingly powerful research and development capabilities in the past 2 years. But he did not expect that the young man in front of him would be kind enough to help him improve the black thunder. The black thunder was his biggest trump card. Once the black thunder was improved, his own strength would also improve. This was not a good thing for Konoha. Uncle Reikage has a keen eye. I just want to invite you to become a researcher at our Shimura family's Zero Research Institute. Rubbing his hands, Shimuragento did not hide his intentions, at least the intentions on the surface did not need to be hidden. Researcher? To be studied by others. With a sneer on his face, the 3rd Reikage was not a fool. He naturally understood that this kid wanted him to become a guinea pig for the Shimura family's experiments. I agree, but all the experimental projects that act on me must be verified by us first. After a little thought, he finally agreed to this cooperation. Although this kid and the Shimura family have bad intentions, this matter can be regarded as a mutual benefit in a serious sense, and the enhancement of Black Thunder is also good for him. Then, as if he thought of something, his expression suddenly became weird. Will Onoki also become the guinea pig of your Shimura family? Thinking of Onoki's non-human ghost-like appearance during the last evil war, the third-generation Reikage couldn't help twitching. That guy is really cruel to himself. A little attempt. With a humble smile, Shimura Xianding was still very satisfied with Onoki's guinea pig. What do you want to do by spreading the secret techniques you have developed and enhancing the strength of the 4 major ninja villages? Thinking about what the Shimura family has done in the past 2 years, the third-generation Reikage really couldn't understand the real intentions of this family. It's really strange. I can't say more. With your current strength, you are not qualified to know so much. I can only say that the gods and demons in myths and legends have really existed, but they were destroyed by the existence outside the world. If we don't want to repeat the same mistakes, we must become stronger as soon as possible, and at least cultivate a strong man comparable to the Six-Path Sage. Seeing that the third Reikage finally asked this, Shimura Gentoi said the words he had prepared long ago. This worry is real. Although in the original work, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and his 3 companions came decades later, who knows whether they will come earlier. After all, under the fanning of his butterfly wings, this world has changed beyond the original work, such as the destruction of Takigakure village and the capture of the 7 Tails. Similar changes will inevitably increase, and it is not impossible that Otsutsuki Momoshiki and his 3 companions will come earlier. It may not even be only the Otsutsuki Momoshiki and his 3 companions in the original work who will come. There may be more Otsutsuki strongmen coming. As the saying goes, if you don't plan for the future, you will have immediate worries. We must take precautions as soon as possible in this regard. The enhancement of Age Spots and Miss Mido also had this consideration. If the Otsutsuki clan really comes early, these people will be the first wave of cannon fodder to resist, buying time for the development and growth of their Shimura family. At the same time, these people can be turned into guinea pigs for some experiments, and assist in the development of some secret techniques to improve the Reisnan Jinden cultivation system. Therefore, enhancing the strength of the entire ninja world is a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, a business that is sure to make money. The pupils shrank suddenly, and the third-generation Reikage was shocked and confused. How did your Shimura family know so many secrets? The background and R&D capabilities shown by the Shimura family are too terrible, and they know too much. They don't look like a ninja clan that has been passed down for more than 1,000 years. It feels much deeper than those powerful clans that have been passed down for thousands of years. We, the Shimura family, just used the time you spent on killing and fighting for those little petty gains to study and explore the truth of the world. Shrugging, Shimura Gento said that this was just a small scene, and their Shimura family was just good at research. Petty gains. The face twitched again, and the third Reikage really wanted to stab this pretentious kid to death with a hell stab. However, when I think of this kid's ability to make money and his feat of making hundreds of billions in male and female gynecology in the Hidden Mist village, I really can't refute it. He really has the capital to pretend to be so pretentious, which makes people even more disgusted. You have to know that the annual mission reward of their Hidden Cloud village and the financial allocation of the daimyo government only add up to more than 10 billion taels, and this kid made hundreds of billions of taels in a few months, which is really incomparable. What do you want to do again? Noticing the strange look of a certain boy, the third Reikage became alert, always feeling that this kid is up to no good. Uncle, you are not ashamed to call yourself the cage of the Hidden Cloud village if you are not 250 centimeters tall? I have a height-enhancing service here, how about that? It's free. There is a lot of small money in the Hidden Cloud village, and it must be put into one's own pocket. Only increase to 2.5 meters. The third Reikage was somewhat tempted. If he turned into the non-human appearance of the third Tsuchikage Onoki, it would definitely not work, but if he only increased to 2.5 meters, it would not be a problem. After all, he is 2.05 meters tall now, and his body shape is a great improvement for a ninjutsu ninja like himself, so he can give it a try. 2.5 meters is the most suitable for the use of lightning-style ninjutsu and ninja swordsmanship. Too high is not beautiful. Nodding seriously, Shimura Gentoi's psychological expectation of the Hidden Cloud village is 250 centimeters. Moreover, the height of 250 centimeters is not uncommon in Naruto. In the original work, the holder of same hata in the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zigwashan Pufferfish, has a body of nearly 2.5 meters, which is still within the range of normal people. Okay, I'll fix it for you when we get back. After thinking about it, the third Raikage thought it was okay. Then find some medical ninjas to cooperate with him, and let Dode watch him with his Byakugan to prevent the kid from doing anything. Okay, I'll arrange it for you when we get back. Now, please clean up the pool under this real waterfall. I want to see what it looks like down there. His eyes fell on the pool under the real waterfall again. Shimura Gendo had just carefully sensed it with the immortal energy thread and found that the source of the pupil power was down there, and the foundation of the illusion barrier was also down there. We must see what is down there, and then copy this illusion barrier and go back to slowly study the copycat. Do you really think it's yours? Will you pay for it if it's damaged? He said unhappily. The third Raikage thought this kid it was floating very hard. They had thought about digging here at first, but they were afraid that they would accidentally destroy the illusion barrier here, so they never did it. Who would have thought that this kid wanted to dig it out for research, and really treated it as yours? If you want to pay, I will help you repair it. If you can't repair it, I will compensate you with the 7 chakra armor secrets of yin and yang, wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth. He said generously that he paid, but Shimura Gendo didn't care about it. Anyway, the plan is to spread these 7 chakra armor secrets, and there are even subsequent chakra modes. Only by practicing these chakra modes can the chakra attributes of the ninja be improved to the extreme, reaching the standard of fusion bloodline limit, and then creating various bloodlines for him. After all, if you want to eat more pork, you have to fatten the pigs first. These ninja villages may make a lot of money, but he is making a huge profit. Moreover, the future achievements of these ninjas have been determined to be below the 6 paths level. The 6 paths sage hiding in the dark cannot allow so many people to break through to the 6 paths level. Didn't a Euro trademark TU see that in the original work, the old guy only temporarily divided his 6 paths power to his 2 sons, Haramusuke and Uzumaki Naruto, who were reincarnated, and immediately took back the 6 paths power after sealing Kagaya. He even guarded against his sons, let alone outsiders. As long as they don't a Euro trademark T achieve the 6 paths, they are just ants. Moreover, it is unknown how many years it will take for these people to fuse the 6 attribute bloodline. By then, he may have killed his way to the Otsutsuki clan in the universe. Not to mention that after becoming the 2nd generation chakra god Tree Jinchuriki, the strength of his own father, the Nabe Cage, has been greatly improved, and will never be weaker than Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha during the Battle of the Valley of the End. With the old father as a backup, what else is there to worry about? Dig quickly. With his eyes bright, the third Raikage immediately ordered the surrounding Anbu ninjas to start digging. They had wanted to dig here to find out the secret of the real waterfall before, but they had concerns and finally did not start. But now that the boy guaranteed compensation, even if the digging was scrapped, they could get a complete set of chakra armor secret techniques, which was not a loss. After the Raikage gave the order, the Anbu ninjas naturally did not dare to neglect it. They stepped forward to divert the waterfall first, then used water escape to clean out the water in the pool, and finally dismantled the outermost barrier. This barrier was indeed not easy to break. Not long after they started, the illusion barrier that enveloped this place collapsed. The third Raikage did not care much about this, and signaled his younger brothers to continue digging. Soon the silt in the pool was cleaned up, revealing an artificially shaped circular pool, and at the bottom of the pool was a large sphere covered by a barrier. A large sphere formed by countless blood-colored eyes, so dense that it makes people's scalps numb. If someone with intensive phobia comes here, he will definitely go crazy. It is indeed a blood dragon eye. Jumping into the bottom of the pool and looking at the large sphere with a diameter of 5 meters, there are tens of thousands of blood dragon eyes inside. I am afraid that the eyes accumulated by the Blood Pond clan for thousands of years are stored here. Tearing open the outer protective barrier, Shimura Xianding took off a blood dragon eye and connected it to the immortal energy thread, and immediately learned the pupil technique inside. It is similar to the 3 Magadama Sharingan, with 3 pupil techniques inside. One is dynamic vision enhancement, the second is to control the enemy's blood, and the third is illusion amplification. The first and third pupil techniques are the same as the 3 Magadama Sharingan, but the second pupil technique is different. The second pupil technique of the Sharingan is to see through the flow trajectory of chakra in other people's bodies, while the second pupil technique of the blood dragon eye is to see through the flow of blood in other people's bodies and then control it. This is probably the foundation of the human bomb in the original book, Suddenly, Shimura Gento basically guessed how the little girl with blood dragon eyes in the original book made the human bomb. At the same time, it is precisely because of the gathering of so many blood dragon eyes that the dark side of the ninja can be triggered. The Dark Naruto in the original book said that he was strengthened and completely released in the real waterfall, which was obviously blessed by these blood dragon eyes. Uncle Raikage, do you want to give everyone in your village a blood dragon eye? Turning around and smiling at the third-generation Raikage who jumped down, he had a bold idea, but who knew that he was decisively rejected by the third-generation Raikage without any hesitation. No. Why? Blinking his eyes, Shimura Gento really didn't expect the third-generation Raikage to reject such a good thing, and he was so decisive. Could it be that this guy saw that he actually had bad intentions? 272. Chapter 271 Blood Dragon Eye Ancestor. Do you think we haven't studied Blood Dragon Eye? Looking sideways, the third Raikage crossed his arms and explained, Blood Dragon Eye is the same as Uchiha's Sharingan. The pupil power contains extremely strong negative power, which can reversely affect the user. In the Warring States period, our Yayu clan had ancestors who transplanted Blood Dragon Eye. Although it significantly increased their own strength, it consumed too much energy and had a great negative impact on their own spiritual will. They became extremely evil and cruel, and finally caused huge losses to our clan. The Suechi clan itself lives in the Land of Thunder. Their Yayu clan is also a powerful clan in the ninja world of the Land of Thunder, and is proficient in Thunder Release Ninjutsu. The Thunder Release Ninjutsu has a strong blessing effect on the body's explosive speed, which requires strong dynamic vision to cooperate, otherwise you will accidentally send yourself to the enemy's knife. A long time ago, they obtained and studied the Sharingan and the Blood Dragon Eye, two eye techniques that can greatly enhance dynamic vision, but unfortunately there was no result, and it caused considerable losses to the family. These two eyes are too bad, and they are not suitable for foreign ninjas. It's fine that it can't be turned off and consumes a lot of energy, but it can also pollute the user's spiritual will. He doesn't want to turn all the ninjas in the village into psychos because of this thing. If he does that, the Hidden Cloud village might explode on the spot before the Ninja World War begins. What if I have a way to remove the negative power in these eyes? With a smile on his face, Shimura Gentoi was not surprised that the third Raikage knew about the Sharingan and the Blood Dragon Eye. After all, the Senjua family could obtain so many Sharingans for research, so there was no reason why the Hidden Cloud village couldn't do that. Didn't Dode transplant a broken Byakugan before? What do you want to do? How much impact will it have on the ability of the Blood Dragon Eye after it is removed? He was moved. The third Raikage had been envious of the ability of the Blood Dragon Eye for a long time. If he could really remove that kind of negative power and then transplant it to the ninjas in the village, and then combine it with the Thunder Release Ninjutsu and Ninja Sword technique, his strength would definitely be improved to a higher level. This is a great thing. No matter what Shimura Gentoi has planned, let's get the benefits first. My father has to come over to deal with this matter. After removing the negative power, the ability of the Blood Dragon Eye will inevitably be reduced. The pupil technique that controls blood will be directly abolished, and the ability to increase illusion will be cut by half, leaving only the ability to resist illusion, which can greatly improve the ninja's resistance to illusion. I will find a way to strengthen the pupil technique that strengthens dynamic vision. While explaining, Shimura Gentoi controlled the immortal energy thread to pick off the Blood Dragon Eyes one by one, until finally a mummy was revealed, a mummy that has existed for a long time. The Blood Dragon Eyes on the outer layer are connected to this mummy. The most eye-catching thing is that there is a pair of eyes similar to Blood Dragon Eyes in the eye sockets of this mummy, but they are white blood pupils, not red and black pupils like Blood Dragon Eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan. Seeing the strange eyes, Shimura Gento and the third Raikage exclaimed at the same time, and both recognized that this was the Mangekyo Sharingan belonging to Uchiha. It is said that the Blood Pond clan was separated from the Uchiha clan, and it seems to be true. After being shocked, the third Raikage understood. As a noble family in the Land of Thunder, their Yayu clan had some records of the Blood Pond clan, vaguely mentioning that the Blood Pond clan was separated from the Uchiha clan, and now it seems to be true. Well, it is said that the ancestor of the Blood Pond clan's bloodline mutated, and then the Blood Dragon Eye bloodline Genkai was born, and then it was rejected by the Uchiha, and finally separated to establish the Blood Pond clan. This person should be the ancestor of the Blood Pond clan. Nodding, Shimura Gento stepped forward and pressed his palm on the mummy, and the immortal energy thread extended into it and connected with the atrophied meridians and acupoints in its body, and finally transferred the immortal energy to the pair of Manjakaya. Sharingan. The eyes were probably damaged due to overuse, but the Blood Pond clan used the blood dragon eyes of the clan members to repair them, and they are almost repaired. Now you have eyes, Uncle Rakage. After retracting his hand, Shimuragento probably guessed the Blood Pond clan's plan, and they succeeded, using tens of thousands of ordinary blood dragon eyes to repair the ancestors' Manjakaya. Sharingan. Obviously, the Blood Pond clan also knew that their own blood dragon eyes had limited potential and could not awaken a stronger Manjakaya. Like the Sharingan, so they focused their attention on the ancestor. What is his Manjakaya? Pupil technique. Staring at the pair of Manjakaya Sharingan, even the third Rakage couldn't help but get excited. With his current strength, even if he transplanted a blood dragon eye, the increase in his own power would not be too great, but if it was a pair of Manjakaya, it would be very different. The most important thing is that the Manjakaya also has a powerful pupil technique. It's the effect of the real waterfall before. One is to create an illusion barrier to temporarily increase the spiritual space, and the other is to amplify the inner darkness and make the opponent crazy. The power is only average. Speaking of the result of the previous connection with the pair of kaleidoscopes, Shimuragentoi was not very interested in this kind of pupil technique. However, the ability of the illusion barrier is very helpful for one's own cultivation, and it can be studied and copied in the future. So the illusion barrier of the real waterfall before has nothing to do with the surrounding barriers. Thinking thoughtfully, he scanned the complex chakra spells on the inner wall of the pool. The third generation Rakage understood that the barrier outside must have another purpose. I just sensed that this barrier went deep into the depths of Turtle Island and was even connected to the big guy below. It has been extracting the vitality of the big guy to nourish these blood dragon eyes and repair the pair of kaleidoscopes. It has nothing to do with the effect of the real waterfall. After scanning the chakra spells, he no longer paid attention. There are many similar methods. In comparison, the one created by the Blood Pool family can only be considered average. After I go back, I will invite your father to visit our village. We, the Hidden Cloud Village, owe you a favor for this. If there are really strong people from outside the world coming to the ninja world, we, the Hidden Cloud Village, can stand on the same front with you. While signaling his men to seal up those blood dragon eyes, the third Rakage made a solemn promise. The Yayu family has also studied the myths and legends that have been passed down since ancient times. Apart from other things, the Six-Path Sage alone is very likely to be a real person. In this regard, not only the Yi clan has relevant records, but those Six-Path ninja tools are also extraordinary. Since the Six-Path Sage is unlikely to be a fictional character, then those gods and demons in the same myths and legends may indeed exist. At least he saw that terrible evil demon with his own eyes last time, which has surpassed the ultimate strength of the current ninja world. Facing this kind of existence, they in the Cloud Village do not have a good way to deal with it at this stage. Even his strongest hell spike is useless. In order to deal with the existence that may appear again, they must find a way to strengthen their strength, and cooperating with the Shimura family is a good choice. As for the fact that the Shimura family is a ninja clan of the hostile ninja village and definitely has no good intentions, it is not important. After all, there are no eternal friends or eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. Of course, the premise is that the Shimura family can survive the next ninja world war. I believe that the other party will definitely not think that their 4 major ninja villages will join hands. It's still Uncle Rakage that you are generous, unlike the Sand Village, which is full of a group of stingy old silver coins, and it's too unpleasant to do things. With a happy look on his face, Shimura Xianding likes this kind of decisive person very much, which is much easier to fool than the old silver coins of the third Kazekage and Ebizo. The old and the young looked at each other, both smiling with sincere appreciation, with a feeling of mutual sympathy, but in fact they were both scheming against each other. Is this old guy planning something bad? Is this kid planning something again? The sincere smile of the other party made both of them alert, wondering if they were being tricked. In such mutual suspicion, time passed quickly, and the group of Anbu ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village emptied all the nutrient solution in the Kame Island laboratory, and then sealed up the tens of thousands of blood dragon eyes, and then put them into a sealing scroll and forced them into the mouth of the third Rakage. Uncle Rakage, there is no need to fight so hard. Putting it in my battlesuit will not be disturbed by the Heaven's Sent technique. Standing on the Heaven's Sent altar on Kame Island, looking at the third Rakage whose long face was deformed, Shimuragento kindly reminded. The previous sealed scroll was not small, and the third Reikage was not a humanoid monster like Orochimaru, nor had he practiced deep throat techniques, so he could not swallow anything. Knowing that his current image was not very good, the third Reikage ignored Shimura Gendo and signaled the ninja sitting on Kame Island to cast a spell to activate the Tensong altar. Kame Island was a major forbidden area in their hidden cloud village, with a specially established Tensong altar and a matching secret ninja to activate it. Once attacked by the enemy, they would use the Tensong technique to send a message back as soon as possible, and he would come to support immediately. And now this Tensong altar can just send them back. The lightning flashed, wrapped the two people and cut through the sky, returning to the hidden cloud village Reikage building at a very fast speed, and landed on the Tensong altar in the Reikage's office before. Obviously, the two Tensong altars have the function of mutual positioning. What a convenient ability! Looking at the white-haired ANBU ninja guarding the altar of Tensu, Shimura Gendo wanted to ask him if he wanted to name his daughter Mabi in the future. If he was really the father of the Black Pearl, he thought he could build a good relationship in advance. After all, the Black Pearl had a miserable end in the original work. He was killed by a 10-tailed beast jade and died without a complete body. Such a young lady needs someone like him to save her to avoid that tragic fate. Fortunately, he resisted the urge and didn't ask, otherwise he might be misunderstood and chased by others with a knife to hack all over the hidden cloud village. Uncle Reikage, let the two cage-level young ladies come to my room at night. I will teach them how to cooperate with Matatabi and Ashiki to perform the splitting technique. He didn't stay for long. After leaving a very ambiguous remark, he left the Reikage building and toured the hidden cloud village under the surveillance of a group of ANBU ninjas. This is a good opportunity to investigate the hidden cloud village openly, so it should not be missed. I always feel that it's not a good thing to let those two seniors contact him. Looking at the golden armored boy leaving, Tutai was worried. Although the two women showed enough sincerity at the beginning, they were the fiancé copyright ES of Kinkaku and Ginkaku after all, and they were also the direct descendants of the Yi family. Making that choice was both helpless and unwilling. Letting them contact that kid was like a thunderbolt, even if there was nothing wrong, they had to make something happen. This is the hidden cloud village. The third generation Reikage said it very domineeringly. He had full confidence in his village. The centripetal force of their hidden cloud village was definitely the strongest among the 5 major ninja villages, and the number of rebellious ninjas appearing in the ninja world was the least. Even the hidden rock village could not compare in this respect. As for the two guys, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, they were in a special situation. They were affected by the evil Nine-Tails chakra in their bodies. Moreover, the two junior sisters had a big grudge against the Shimura family, and it was impossible for them to cooperate with Shimura Xianding to betray the hidden cloud village. Dode, during this period of time, you should practice the perspective ability of your Byakugan more. I'm afraid you will have to work hard next, and you also need to send an invitation letter to Shimura Danzo of Konoha. Playing with the saliva-stained seal scroll in his hand, the third Reikage signaled Dode to get ready. 273. Chapter 272 The Strange Style of the Hidden Cloud Village. The third Reikage was very efficient. After a day of sightseeing in the Hidden Cloud Village, he saw 2 beautiful ladies, one tall and one delicate, when he returned to the mansion. From the Hago Romo clan. Sensing the vigorous vitality in the bodies of the 2 women, Shimura Gentoi roughly guessed their origins. In the ninja world, only the sage body Kekkei Genkai can have such vitality, and it is the sage body of the Senjua family. Even the sage body of the Kagaya clan is far inferior in this respect. And there happened to be a close relative of the Senjua family in the Hidden Cloud Village, which was the Hago Romo clan, and it was also the ninja clan where the 2 guys, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, belonged. The original book once said that Kinkaku and Ginkaku had the blood of the 6-path sage, so they were able to bear and integrate the Nine-Tails Chikarat. And from Tsunade's memory, it is known that the Senjua family seems to have a deep grudge with the Yuge clan. Not only was the 2nd generation Hokage Senjua Tobirama who was killed by Kinkaku and Ginkaku, but they had been at odds since the Warring States period. It is estimated that the relationship between the Soechi clan and the Uchiha clan should be similar. Since the incident of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, the Yuge clan has disbanded and integrated into the Hidden Cloud Village. Unexpectedly, there are still 2 powerful people at the level of Zhengying. Are you the son of Shimura Danzo? The tall beauty looked up and down. She had read the information about this boy. His father was Shimura Danzo, the great enemy of their sisters. My father is indeed Shimura Danzo. Nodding, Shimura Xianding vaguely felt the malice of these 2 young ladies. Could it be that they have a grudge against his father? Just as he was about to open his mouth to continue speaking, he suddenly felt a slight dizziness in his head, and his body swayed and fell to the ground. After all, it's just a kid. With a chuckle, the tall beauty signaled to her sister, and raised her hand to form a seal to set up an isolation barrier in the room. The mission this time is to get the secret technique of the Shimura family from this kid. Compared with those complicated methods, they prefer to be more direct. But just when the tall beauty set up the isolation barrier, before she turned around, she felt hundreds of silk threads piercing into her body accurately, blocking all the acupoints, making it difficult to circulate chakra. She turned around with difficulty and found that the golden armored boy was sitting behind her with a smile, and her sister on the other side was also restrained by the same method and could not move. "You are not poisoned." With her eyes wide open, the tall beauty realized that they were in trouble and were deceived by a junior. The two young ladies should be home girls, otherwise their experience would not be so poor. Smiling, Shimura Xianding was also quite surprised. His body-strengthening secret technique will cultivate all parts of the body, and all aspects of function will be improved as a whole. Including the sense of smell, as soon as he entered the room, he smelled a subtle smell that he had not smelled when he got up in the morning. It was not the body fragrance of the two women, but a special drug. After taking a sip, he felt a little dizzy in his head, and was sure that it was just a drug. Then he fainted, and then took advantage of the two women's slackness and decisively controlled them with the immortal power thread. As long as they enter the 3-meter range of Ji, even a strong man at the level of Zheng Ying will have to kneel. The two sisters were silent, and they really fell this time. And the next scene made them even more shocked and angry, and they struggled hard. Isa's Hikan Xianding stepped forward to undress the two young ladies, making them become open and honest people, and then they copied each other's body data. Although he had done it many times, he found that he was still clumsy and inefficient in this regard. He had to copy the data carefully, slowly, and repeatedly. Alas! It's so useless. After finally completing the data replication, Shimura Gento sighed and said, "Why are all of you ninjas working so hard? This overloaded training method should have been eliminated long ago. With your physical condition, you won't live past 50. This is because you have the sage body Kekkei Genkai from the Senjua family, otherwise you would have been lying down long ago. The physical condition of these two women is not optimistic. They have too many hidden injuries, and they are hidden injuries that even the sage body cannot heal. Obviously, they have been using overloaded training methods to squeeze their physical potential. This is also the main reason why ninjas generally have difficulty living long, and basically their strength will begin to decline after they are over 40. Think about how powerful the fourth Raikage was during the Fourth War in the original work, but in Boruto, he has become a skinny old man, and his uncle is bald. You should know that Yayuai was only in his early 60s at that time. This is the result of too many hidden injuries in the body, which will all burst out and collapse the body when they reach a certain age. This aspect is most obvious in physical ninjas, just like the miserable old age of those practitioners who practiced external martial arts in the previous life. Although Tsunade, who is also a physical ninja in the original work, is very powerful, she mainly relies on her own immortal body, medical skills, and yin seal to support her. Once she loses her chakra, she will be beaten back to her original form and become an old woman, and her essence remains unchanged. Come on, use chakra to operate according to this circuit to repair the hidden injuries in your body. Ignoring the angry eyes of the two women, Shimura Gento put his palm on her heart and slightly flattened the half of the burden with a little force, so that his palm is closer to the other's heart. The immortal force thread penetrated into it, and constructed an extremely complex circuit with the heart as the core. What are you still standing there for? Operate chakra, do you want me to give you a detailed examination? Seeing that the two sisters were still indifferent and kept glaring, Shimura Gento urged. Although the meeting was a bit unpleasant, he still decided to train these two young ladies. As long as they can cultivate the Reis Nan Jinden at that time, they can control their life and death and become their own chess pieces in the hidden cloud village. As for whether the other party is willing or not, it doesn't matter. There are many ways to make them follow his ideas. After hesitating for a while, someone's threat took effect, and the two sisters finally mobilized the chakra in their bodies to run along that circuit. There is no way. Now their meridians and acupoints are interspersed with that kind of silk thread, and there is no way to resist. This time it is really a disaster. Hey, take these 2 barrels of special edition Shimura Urquata back and drink them. It will be very effective for your injury repair. A night passed like this. In the early morning, Shimura Xianding took out 2 barrels of special edition Shimura Urquatu and signaled the 2 women to take them back to speed up their recovery. "We'll admit defeat this time, and we'll see what happens next." The tall woman spoke with resentment, suppressing her anger and not going crazy, and left quickly with her sister. She didn't know whether she had made a profit or a loss this time. Although it only ran for 1 night, the chakra circuit was indeed very effective, and the activity of cells throughout the body was stimulated, and the previous hidden injuries were repaired a little bit. Although the repair was not much, it would have a considerable effect if it was persisted for a long time. But the problem was that their virginity was gone, and their whole bodies were touched all over. What a pit! Watching the 2 young ladies leave, Shimura Gendo lay back on the bed, his consciousness entered the black cauldron space, merged with the data of the 2 young ladies' copies, and obtained all the memories of the other party, including the blood feud with his own father. Sure enough, I was tricked by my old father again. After a preliminary reading of the memories of the 2 young ladies, Shimura Gendo finally knew what was going on. It turns out that the father and grandfather of the 2 girls were members of the Shadow Guard of the Second Raikage, but they all died under the sword of their own father, the old father of the Pot Shadow. One was beheaded by Shimura's sword technique, and the other was captured by the old father to interrogate the secrets of the lightning release armor and lightning release chakra mode. That's right, the incomplete version of the lightning release armor and lightning release chakra mode that the old father took out was obtained from the grandfather of the 2 sisters. What a grievance! Forget it, there is hatred. Anyway, they are just sponsors and tools. If they really don't know how to appreciate it, send them to see the 6 Paths Sage. A ruthless look flashed in his starry eyes, and Shimura Xianding didn't care much about it. As long as the 2 women can cultivate the Raise Nanjindan as soon as possible, they can be firmly controlled, not to mention that the 2 sisters seem to care about their people very much. This is a good bond that can be used. After thinking about it, Shimura Gendo began to count the harvest. The first thing to count was the sealed book of the Hidden Cloud Village. There was a sealing technique on it, which required a specific technique to unlock. However, it was not difficult for him who inherited Miss Mida's sealing technique, and it was unlocked not long after. Oh my god, there are even design drawings of the chakra cannon. I made a fortune. Staring at the last drawing of the replica of the sealed book, Shimura Gendo's starry eyes flashed. This harvest alone made a fortune. You should know that the chakra cannon of the Hidden Cloud Village in the original book is quite awesome. It can cross hundreds of thousands of kilometers to attack the moon. It is an absolutely awesome star destroyer. It is even more awesome than the tailed beast ball of the 10 tails. It's just a concept map. It should not have been built yet, and it has just started experimental construction. After observing it carefully for a while, Shimura Gendo was disappointed. This is not a structural map of the finished product, but an initial design map, and there are still many shortcomings. However, the main concept has been designed, and the others are just minor issues. The Sky Song technique really has unlimited potential. Looking back at the piece that records the Sky Song technique and comparing it with the design drawing, Shimura Gendo sighed. The core of the chakra cannon is the Sky Song technique, which can not only perform fixed-point teleportation, but also achieve long-range attacks. Directly teleport the bomb to the enemy to attack. Wait, the Sky Song technique, the Star Destroyer cannon, and the Hidden Cloud Village. How come the style is so similar to Marvel's Asgard? Did Kishimoto copy Journey to the West Ennison mythology and legends, and then copy Marvel again? Thinking back to the Marvel movies he had seen in his previous life, especially the Thor series, Shimura Gendo felt inexplicably familiar. The Third Raikage has the strongest spear, and now he has the Sky Sen technique that can instantly teleport people, and the chakra cannon that can destroy stars. The Uegakuer village, as the mortal enemy, is also a group of tall and strong brothers, which is too similar to Marvel's Asgard. In the Marvel movie, the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard is like a combination of chakra cannon and Sky Sen technique, which can not only teleport people, but also attack from a long distance. After complaining, Shimura Gendo continued to look at the memories of the 2 young ladies. These 2 young ladies are the direct descendants of the Feathered Clan, and have all the core secret techniques of the Feathered Clan, including the use of the set of 6 ninja tools. Feathered Inu, Feathered Arashi, they are still a pair of sisters. Showing a gentleman's smile, Shimura Gendo was very satisfied with the 2 young ladies, and their qualifications were first class. Both of them have 5 chakra attributes, and they also have the bloodline limit of the Hago Romo Sage body. However, because Hago Romo Arashi has no yang attribute, the sage body is in a semi-awakened state, which can only provide strong vitality and physical fitness. In terms of chakra volume, it has not reached the level of Shatanla, and can only be regarded as Chak-Inla. Hago Romo Arashi has yin and fire attributes, so she can be paired with Matabiki. As for Hago Romo Ino, she can be paired with Ushiki. By the way, what is Ushiki's bloodline limit? Thinking about it, Shimura Genteng couldn't help but think about the bloodline limit of the 8-tailed Ushiki. The 9-tailed beasts seem to have a bloodline limit, the magnetic escape of the 1-tailed Shikaku, the netherworld flame of the 2-tailed Matabiki, the sea escape of the 3-tailed Isabu, the melting escape of the 4-tailed Sun Gaku, the boiling escape of the 5-tailed Mu Wang, the melting escape of the 6-tailed Rhino. The bloodline limits of the 7-tailed, 8-tailed and the 9-tailed are not clear for the time being, and there is no obvious reflection in the original work. 274. Chapter 273 Lunar Mutation. In Konoha, when Shimura Denzo received the invitation letter from the Reikage of Kumagakuer, he knew it was the work of his son, and immediately set off for Kumagakuer. He rushed all the way using the wind-style chakra mode and arrived at Kumagakuer in less than a day. He was not in a hurry to meet the third Reikage, but first came to the mansion to meet his son. "Dad, that Chakram master, you should find a way to have someone perfect the cannon, we may need it in the future." Shimura Gentoi told his father to pass on the seal book of the Hidden Cloud Village, the secret inheritance of the Feathered Clan, and the seal book of the Hidden Sand Village he obtained last time. This kind of star destroyer cannon must be built as soon as possible. If the group of Otsutsuki on the moon have any bad ideas, just bomb them with one shot. Shimura Danzo, who was sitting opposite, simply browsed the torrent of information in his mind and fell into deep thought. According to the information he had, this kid has only been in the Hidden Cloud Village for 3 days. He got the Hidden Cloud Village in just 3 days, the seal book of the Hidden Mist Village. This ability is a bit against the sky. With such an awesome son, can I just win without doing anything? Counting carefully, his son has successively obtained the seal books of the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Sand Village and the Hidden Cloud Village, but he, as a father, has not even got the seal book of Konoha, which is really embarrassing. I will take care of this matter. The moon you asked me to stare at has a strange fluctuation that made the second generation of Chakra God Tree restless some time ago, but the fluctuation does not seem to face the ninja world directly, but is transmitted to the depths of the starry sky. Thinking of the abnormal phenomenon he sensed some time ago, Shimura Denzo spoke solemnly. Although he didn't know why his son asked him to pay more attention to the moon and even prepare to build that astronomical telescope, it was right to listen to his son. Damn it! His face changed, and Shimura Gento knew that things were getting serious. As a man who saw Naruto to its finale, he naturally knew that the moon was not a simple planet. Not only did it have descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura, but it also sealed the Outer Path Demon statue and Miss Kagaya. The mysterious fluctuations that are now emitted into the depths of the starry sky are likely to be related to the Otsutsuki clan of the universe, or the 3 Otsutsuki Momoshiki. That is to say, the 3 Otsutsuki Momoshiki are very likely to descend on the ninja world in advance, and they may even have already descended on the ninja world. I originally thought that in the last Lulin incident, I had scared the 2 brothers of the 6-path sage in the future, but I didn't expect that they were waiting for me here. Dad, after you finish the things here in the Hidden Cloud Village, go back as soon as possible to arrange for the spies of the major ninja villages to steal the Sage Mode training method. In the next Second Ninja World War, I'm afraid we will face the existence outside the ninja world. Let the major ninja villages take the lead as cannon fodder to fight those aliens. After thinking for a while, Shimura Gentoi decided to bring the plan forward. He had long been on guard against the Otsutsuki clan in the universe, and there were only 2 most effective ways to deal with the Otsutsuki clan, which were immortal arts and physical arts. This was also the main reason why he initially insisted on developing the secret techniques of strengthening the body and immortal arts. He didn't want to spread the cultivation method of the immortal mode so quickly, but now it seems that he can only bring the plan forward. By the way, you should speed up the practice of the Wind Escape Chakra mode and push the Wind Escape Chakra to the extreme to complete the transformation. After I complete the experiment on the 3rd generation of Reikage, I will go back to help you advance to Wind Escape. Also, don't rely too much on the 2nd generation Chakra Sacred Tree, that thing has an owner. Thinking of the experiment on the 3rd generation of Reikage, Shimura Gentoi opened his mouth and warned. That experiment is very important. It can improve the strength of his old father at the fastest speed and abandon the 2nd generation Chakra Sacred Tree. Advanced wind escape? With a puzzled look on his face, Shimura Danzo didn't quite understand what his son meant. He had already practiced wind release to an extreme, how could he advance? This is my new discovery on the third Reikage. His black lightning is an advanced product of lightning release chakra, which is one level higher than the chakra of escape technique. It should be formed by the accidental absorption of natural lightning after the lightning release chakra mode was practiced to the extreme. Preliminary inference is that the lightning release can be further promoted, and even has the potential for improvement that is not inferior to the bloodline. After a brief explanation, Shimura Gento was actually quite distressed about this. If the third Reikage was a young lady, he would naturally find a way to knock her out and then copy her body data, and try it directly in the Black Cauldron space using the trial and error method. Unfortunately, that guy was a grown man, and he really couldn't do it, so he could only experiment directly on him. Come on, follow me to see the third Reikage, he should be waiting anxiously. Without delay, he took his old father to the Reikage building. Seeing Shimura Danzo coming, the third Reikage was not vague and took the two to the mountain below the Reikage building. There is a laboratory there, where the blood dragon eyes and the pair of Manjakaya Sharingan obtained in the real waterfall are sealed here. Dad, I leave it to you. Coming to the giant nutrient tank that contained countless blood dragon eyes, Shimura Gentoi gestured, then put his palm on the old father's vest to get ready. Shimura Danzo stepped forward and sealed the entire nutrient tank into the Bagua seal, controlling the second-generation chakra tree inside to extend countless slender roots to pierce the blood dragon eyes, devour the pupil power inside, and purify the chakra blood in the eye cells. Shimura Gentoi was not idle either, and immersed his own spirit into his old father's Bagua seal to assist in performing a method that he had just deduced not long ago. The secret technique that came out. Under the guidance of Shimura Gento, the old father controlled the second-generation chakra god tree to fuse the paired blood dragon eyes. Just like the Byakugan of Hyuga Tenon, it was formed by the fusion of two eyes, and the transformation became more perfect and powerful. At the same time, with the help of the god tree, the fused blood dragon eyes continued to transform, modifying and strengthening the pupil circuit inside. This operation lasted for a whole week. Shimura Gento and Shimura Danzo stood there motionless, the third Reikage and a large number of Anbu ninjas also stood guard nearby. After a week, Shimura Gentoi, who had finally completed the transformation, opened his eyes, and Shimura Danzo also released the transformed blood dragon eyes. Why are there so many less? Seeing that half of the blood dragon eyes were missing, the third Reikage was very dissatisfied. Although it is true that you have to pay someone for doing something, he would have accepted it if Shimura Danzo took away hundreds or thousands of blood dragon eyes, but now half of them are missing. Too greedy. I didn't covet your eyes, I just fused the blood dragon eyes 2 by 2. Shimura Gentoi said unhappily, and nodded to his old father. Shimura Danzo still maintained his own high cold male god style, ignoring the third Reikage and walked straight out. The Anbu ninjas guarding the door looked at their boss, and saw the third Reikage waved his hand to signal him to make way. Following the original path to the top, Shimura Danzo performed the wind chakra mode and flew high into the sky to Konoha. The blood dragon eye was born from the Sharingan, and they were essentially the same. It was naturally a great tonic for the second-generation chakra god tree. Swallowing so much blood dragon eye power at once, the benefits to the second-generation chakra god tree were unimaginable. It directly gave the god tree's Samsara Sharingan an extra Megatama, becoming a 2 Magatama Samsara Sharingan. Even Shimura Danzo felt that there was still a large part of the eye power that had not been refined. Even if he could not push the Samsara Sharingan to the level of 3 Megatama after going back to practice, he could stabilize it. There was no way to the newly added Megatama of the Sharingan was constantly flickering, which seemed a little unstable. In the laboratory on the other side, the third-generation Reikage found the medical ninja who had been waiting for a long time and asked him to go forward to check the blood dragon eyes. It is indeed different from the normal eye structure. The left and right are perfectly symmetrical, as if two eyes were merged into one, but these eyes are still the same. The medical ninjas studied for a long time and reported the results to the third Reikage. At the same time, they brought over hundreds of blood dragon eyes that were separated. These blood dragon eyes remained in their original state, either the left eye or the right eye. These eyes are not paired. It should be that the owner of the eyes lost one during his lifetime. Eyes from different people cannot be merged. Stepping forward to explain, Shimura Gento guessed that the owner of these eyes might be a one-eyed dragon. For some reason, one eye was lost and only the remaining one was sealed in the real waterfall. This eye fusion method is based on the results of the study of the Byakugan of the heavenly ninja. It must be a pair of eyes from the same person to be fused. Otherwise, cell rejection and differences in gene chromosomes alone can cause the eyes to collapse. At this time, the group of illusion ninjas in charge of the research also completed the experiment and came over to report. These blood dragon eyes do not have that kind of evil power, but the pupil power has weakened greatly, probably equivalent to the double Megatama Sharingan. The third generation Raikage was not surprised by this result. After all, Shimura Gentoi mentioned this point before on Kame Island. And this weakening is naturally the fault of Shimura Gentoi and his son. Before, they directly used the second generation Chakra God tree to devour 90% of the pupil power of these blood dragon eyes. The remaining pupil power has been purified by the God tree, so the effect will naturally be greatly reduced. Even if the two eyes are fused into one, the effect will be worse. There is another problem. The structure of these eyes is very different from that of normal eyes, and they cannot be transplanted normally. The leading medical ninja looked at Shimura Gentoi, not understanding why the other party wanted to transform the good eyes into this appearance. How can they be transplanted if the external structure has changed? Who told you that these eyes are to be transplanted into the eye sockets? Glancing sideways, Shimura Gentoi had no intention of turning all the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village into one-eyed men or eye patch men. If not transplanted into the eye sockets, where do you want to transplant them? In the eye at the back. The third Raikage said unhappily. He didn't like Shimura Gentoi's self-willed behavior. Uncle, I have no objection if you want, but I won't perform this operation on you. Shrugged, he didn't care about the vulgarity of the third Raikage. After all, the shadows of the Hidden Cloud Village were painted in this style. Stop being so rude, what do you think? Don't destroy these blood dragon eyes for me. With a serious face, he came to the blood dragon eyes that were resealed in the nutrient solution and stood still. The third Raikage wanted to hear what this kid thought. The other party must have his own ideas for doing this. If it is reasonable, it's okay to let him do it. He stood beside the third Raikage, also looking at the blood dragon eyes, and explained, the blood dragon eyes are the same as the Sharingan, they are not friendly to foreign ninjas, and they cannot be carried without the corresponding blood. Even if these eyes are weakened, the consumption is still not small. A single eye is very difficult, let alone two eyes. But transplanting only one eye will not only cause discomfort in the visual area, but also cause the blood dragon eye's field of vision to conflict with the normal eye's field of vision, which will affect the user's vision. So I thought of a good way to have the best of both worlds. What good way? Curious, the third Raikage also felt that what this kid said made sense, and at the same time he was more curious about the good way he said. 275. Chapter 274 Cloud Hidden Three-Eyed Man Plan. Two eye sockets are not suitable for transplanting blood dragon eyes. We can transplant them on the center of the eyebrows and connect them directly to the pineal gland inside the brain. The pineal gland itself is an eye of our human beings, but it has degenerated. We can connect the blood dragon eye to it and use it as the third eye. Without further hesitation, Shimura Gentoi said my own idea. Rather than letting these brothers of the Hidden Cloud Village become one-eyed men with eye patches, it is better to let them become three-eyed men. It seems that some members of the Ghost Spider clan will grow a third eye between their eyebrows. An old man thought for a while and thought of a record in the past. It seems that the Ghost Spider clan in the ninja world has similar examples, which is enough to prove that the eye can be transplanted between the eyebrows. I know the pineal gland you mentioned, but that thing is in the core of the brain, far away from the eyebrows, and there is no way to build the optic nerve. Another doctor expressed a different opinion. If it is transplanted into the eye socket, it can be directly connected to the original optic nerve, but once it is transplanted to the position of the eyebrows, the optic nerve blood vessel network and even the meridian acupoints must be rebuilt, which is very troublesome. I can do this, but it will be a bit laborious. Second senior brother, you can find more pigs, whether wild boars or domestic pigs. He responded with a confident smile. He had already thought about this. If there is no optic nerve, just transplant one directly. Anyway, only the Jonin can carry these blood dragon eyes. Although the Hidden Cloud Village is one of the 5 major ninja villages, there are not too many Jonins. Get a few pigs. After giving an order to the younger brother behind him, the third Raikage also wanted to see how Shimura Gento was going to transplant these eyes. The ninjas were very efficient, and soon the 3 second brothers were carried in. In order not to affect the subsequent surgery, they were not given medicine or knocked unconscious, so Waves of pig-killing screams stirred in the laboratory, and even one of the second brothers urinated and defecated everywhere, making the smell inside suddenly become unpleasant. "Can't you be more careful?" With a dark face, he stepped forward and used the immortal energy silk thread to stimulate the brain acupoints of several second brothers, making them fall asleep. Shimura glared at the Anbu ninjas unhappily. This laboratory could not be stayed for the time being, and everyone immediately moved to another laboratory not far away. 6 prisoners were brought in immediately, all of them were ninjas from other villages captured by the Hidden Cloud village. The third Raikage would naturally not let his younger brother be a guinea pig, so the prisoners in prison would come in handy at this time, and these 6 were all special jonin. If the 6 people could withstand the blood dragon eye transplantation surgery without any adverse reactions, it would be enough to prove that the boy's idea was feasible. Disinfect them, and then establish a sterile barrier on their foreheads for isolation. He signaled several medical ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village to prepare for the surgery, and Shimura came to the second senior brother, cruelly took out the eyeballs, optic nerves and blood vessels, meridians, and acupoints, and wrapped them with blood drawn from a prisoner to prevent contact with the air. This surgery itself is not too difficult, and the most critical point is that bacteria in the air cannot be brought into the brain, otherwise you will die. So a sterile environment is very important. After separating the second brother's eyeball and replacing it with a blood dragon eye, and after using the immortal power to try to confirm the perfect connection, he took out an auxiliary item sealed in the sealing scroll. It was a human puppet of a Kagaya clan ninja, not the one made in the Hidden Rock village, but one made in Konoha. Konoha had also fought with the Hidden Mist village and obtained many corpses of the Hidden Mist village ninjas, including the corpses of the Kagaya clan ninjas. It's just that this corpse was only a senior ninja in his lifetime, not as good as the Kagaya Quasi Shadow of the Hidden Rock village. But it's not a big problem to use it to assist in some minor surgeries. With the help of the Kagaya puppet corpse vein, the first prisoner's forehead bone deformed and sunken inward, and soon a structure similar to the eye socket appeared, and then the prepared blood dragon eye was transplanted into it. The immortal force thread penetrated into the brain, connecting the second brother's optic nerve with the pineal gland, and the blood vessels were also connected to the original blood vessels of the eyes, and finally the meridian acupoints were connected to the acupoints of the pineal gland. After completing the operation, he waited for a while, and saw that the elder brother was in good health, so he started the second operation. In just 6 hours, 6 third eye transplant operations were successfully completed, at least there was no risk during the operation. "Uncle Raikage, I told you, there will be no problem." Taking off the medical gloves, Shimura smiled proudly, but unfortunately he was slapped in the face soon. "I saw that a prisoner brother suddenly twitched without warning, foaming at the mouth, and kicked his legs before he could be rescued, and died." This scene made everyone turn their eyes to Shimura. "This is what you said, there will be no problem." "Accident, it's definitely an accident." He said decisively that it was an accident, and his theory would never be wrong. As he said that, he went forward to check the body of the elder brother, especially the brain, and soon found that part of the meridians and acupoints in the brain were destroyed, which was definitely not caused by rejection. His brain should have set up hidden curse seals, and the external pupil power of the blood dragon eye triggered the mechanism of these curse seals, destroying part of the meridians and acupoints and brain tissue. After retracting his palm, Shimura calmly began to explain. He said that there would be no problem with his theory, and the only problem was these elder brothers. A Genjutsu ninja stepped forward, pressed his palm on the prisoner's head, and sent chakra into it for inspection. After a while, he retracted his palm and nodded to the third Raikage. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. "Boy, has your father reached the level of the first Hokage?" Suddenly, the third Raikage waved his hand to signal everyone to leave, and when only himself and Shimura were left, he asked a strange question. "Don't you have yin attribute?" Looking at the third Raikage curiously, Shimura wondered how this guy could tell this. "I don't remember that there is such a powerful perception secret technique in the seal book of the Hidden Cloud village, and you must have yin attribute to practice and perform the perception secret technique. Don't underestimate our Yayu clan." The third Raikage looked proud, but then sighed and said sadly, "It was not an illusion before. He is about the same age as Shimura, and they even fought in the First Ninja World War. His strength is a little worse than his own. If it weren't for the fact that wind release can restrain lightning release, he would not be his opponent at all. But more than 10 years have passed, he is growing up, and that guy is also growing up, and the speed of improvement is even more exaggerated. They have reached the level comparable to the first generation of Hokage, leaving him far behind. How do you plan to transplant this pair of Mangekyo? For me. Take out a glass bottle. The third Raikage is very curious about what transplant plan this kid has made for him. Previously, the pair of Mangekyo was absorbed together, but it was not transformed and fused. It just purified the pupil power inside, and no longer had that evil feeling. Could it be that it is to be transplanted into his eye sockets instead of between his eyebrows? Don't rush to do the final transplant. Let's see if you can bear this thing. After all, this is a Mangekyo. And it has been nurtured by countless blood dragon eyes for thousands of years. It is much more powerful than ordinary Mangekyo. And the consumption must be more amazing. Take the glass bottle from the third Raikage. Shimuragento unplugged the bottle while speaking, and used the Meridian A cup ointment reconstruction technique to extend 2 meridians to connect with his own eyes. After contacting the chakra of the third Raikage, the pair of Mangekyo launched an amazing swallowing force and forcibly extracted the chakra of the third Raikage. The extraction speed was very fast, but in just 10 seconds, 30% of the chakra was extracted. Sensing that the chakra of the third Raikage was rapidly depleted, Shimuragento disconnected the temporary meridian of one eye, allowing the third Raikage to supply only one eye. But it only lasted for a minute before it withered. The third Raikage even panted heavily and looked at the pair of Mangekyo. Sharingan unwillingly. Although he coveted the pair of Mangekyo, which would certainly greatly increase his own strength, the consumption was really a pitfall. With his own chakra, he couldn't last a minute, and it was just one eye. Uncle, I told you that you were very weak, and now it's reflected. You can't even last a minute. I don't know how you got the position of Raikage. Did you buy it with money? Hehe, Shimuragento was very happy to see this old guy suffer a setback, and he also praised himself. Originally, the consumption of this pair of Mangekyo was not that bad, but he asked his old father to divide a part of the pupil power of the second generation chakra god tree into it, so that the mixed pupil power of countless blood dragon eyes could be sublimated. Although it is still not as good as the eternal eye, it is stronger than the ordinary Mangekyo. And the consumption is naturally greater. Not to mention that the third generation Raikage does not have the blood of the six-path sage, so it is naturally difficult to bear. In this way, it is just right to start the next plan. Bullshit, I got the position of Raikage by strength. If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you with one finger. The old face turned black, and the third generation Raikage glared at him. He would never allow others to insult his honor, which is also the honor of the Hidden Cloud Village. Yo, you are quite stubborn. Come on, I will let you use one hand. If you can't poke me to death, you are my grandson. Hooking his finger arrogantly, the third generation Raikage was swallowed up by a lot of chakra at this stage, and his strength was greatly damaged. He was confident that he could hang him up and beat him. This arrogant look made the third Raikage even more angry, but he still suppressed his anger in the end. There was no way. He was not in his prime now. Unless he overdrew his body and forcibly extracted a large amount of chakra, he might not be the opponent of this kid. What should I do with these eyes? After recovering a little, the third Raikage stood up and looked at the eyes unwillingly. He wanted to use them, but it was a pity that the thing was too bad and he was not lucky enough to enjoy it. These eyes are a bit special. I guess the Uchiha clan can't bear it. Only the ninjas of the Senju family and the Yi clan can bear it, and they must be at least the strong ones of the Zhengying level. Even so, one person can only bear one. Playing with the glass bottle in his hand, Shimura Xianding had already reserved the owner for it. You should know who I mean. It's up to you to do it or not. After saying that, he threw the glass bottle with 2 Mangekyo in his hand back to the third Raikage. He knew that the old guy would definitely agree. This is an open plot. Even if the other party knows there is a trap, they have to jump into it. Why do I feel like you have tricked me? Looking at the glass bottle in his hand, and then looking at the young man in golden armor in front of him, the third Raikage always felt that he had fallen into a trap, and it was a big trap that this kid had dug long ago. 276. Chapter 275 Three-Eyed Sisters. In the end, the third Raikage agreed to let Yi Ino and Yi Lanner transplant the pair of Mangekyo. Sharingan. After all, it would be a waste to leave such good eyes alone. It would be better to give them to their own people. Moreover, Yi Ino and Yi Lanner also proved their loyalty to the village with their actions and are trustworthy companions. The most important thing is that these two people love their people very much. As long as those members of the Yi clan are in the hidden cloud village, they will never do stupid things. This is also a kind of bond. Third generation senior brother. The sisters Yi Jingyin and Yi Laner who came to the laboratory nodded to the third generation Reikage, and then looked at Shimura, the son of their enemy, fiercely. Now new hatreds and old grudges are added together. Two young ladies, come and lie down, I will do a small operation for you. Showing his signature gentleman smile, Shimura patted the two operating tables, signaling the young ladies to come to the bowl quickly. Ignoring someone's words, Yi Rain cast an inquiring look at the third Reikage. This pair of Manjakaya Sharingan is very suitable for you, and it can make you go further. Showing the Manjakaya Sharingan sealed in the glass bottle in his hand, the third Reikage stated the plan directly. Why do we want that kid to perform surgery on us? Staring at the pair of Manjakaya. For a long time, Yi Rain was moved. As a direct descendant of the Yi clan, she naturally knew the power of the Manjakaya Sharingan. Once the transplant was completed, it would indeed greatly increase her own strength, but she was not satisfied with letting the son of her enemy perform the transplant on her. Sister, don't be prejudiced against me. Although my father killed your father and tortured your grandfather to death, it was my father's doing and had nothing to do with me. I wasn't even born at that time. After patiently reasoning with the two sisters, Shimura was very depressed. Why were these sisters so confused about him? Although his father, the pot shadow, was not a good guy, with pus on his head and sores on his feet, he was different. Unfortunately, these words of defense made the sisters even more angry. If the third generation Reikage was not present, he would definitely go crazy and kill this bastard immediately. The third generation Reikage's eyes twitched when he heard it, and he really couldn't understand Shimura brain circuit. Are you sure you are defending yourself, not adding fuel to the fire and rubbing salt into other people's wounds? This operation is currently only done by him. Before the two women went crazy, the third generation Reikage said that only that boy could do it, and no one else could. I'll go first. Knowing that she couldn't change the surgeon, Yu Rin glared at a young man in golden armor and went forward to lie on the operating table. Although she and that kid were enemies, the third Reikage was right next to her, and there were a large group of Anbu ninjas around, so she believed that kid wouldn't mess around. Just then, two Anbu ninjas came in carrying the groaning second senior brother, and then Shimura skillfully freed the second senior brother, removed the optic nerve, blood vessels and meridians, and then replaced it with a Manjakaya Sharingan. Wait, you're going to transplant that thing to me? Seeing this, Yu Rin was shocked. She could still accept the Manjakaya Sharingan, after all, it was a human eye, but what was the situation with the optic nerve and blood vessel network that guy got from a pig? To be precise, it is transplanted into your brain, so that you, Miss Union, can coexist with this second brother. While wrapping the second brother's optic nerve with the blood extracted from the little sister, he smiled and explained. He still had that gentlemanly smile, exactly the same as the last time he copied the physical data of the two sisters. At the same time, in order to prevent the little sister from resisting, he first used the immortal energy thread to control her meridians and acupoints, and temporarily cut off the neural network to paralyze her body. Yi Yunyin, who couldn't even speak, could only glare at him, feeling that she had been cheated. Yi Lanner, who had been silent all the time, wanted to step forward to dissuade him, but was stopped by the third Reikage. He shook his head slightly and explained, there have been 5-6 successful cases before, Union will be fine. At the same time, he signaled to Dode to open the perspective ability of the white eyes to see through the entire operation process to prevent Shimura from doing anything. Although everyone is cooperating happily at this stage, we must be on guard against what needs to be guarded against. After all, the two sides have different positions. With previous experience, Shimura also went smoothly this time, but brain surgery is quite dangerous after all, so he did not dare to speed up, and it still took an hour to complete. Miss Lanner, please. While taking out the other optic nerve of the second senior brother and connecting it to the last Manjakaya Sharingan, Shimura motioned to his younger sister, Yi Lanner, to go to the operating table. Worriedly looking at her sister lying on the other operating table, Yi Lanner hesitated for a moment and finally lay on the operating table. At the same time, when Shimura performed the transplant surgery on Yi Lanner, the third Reikage stared at Yi Lingyan who had completed the surgery, and keenly noticed that the Manjakaya Sharingan transplanted between her eyebrows was activated, but the consumption did not seem to be large, at least much smaller than the previous attempt. Could it be that the ancestors of Senju and Uchiha are really relatives? This abnormal change made the third Raikage thoughtful, and he always felt that it was not simple. The Yuyi clan was separated from the Senju clan, but now Yuyi Rin can perfectly carry the Mangekaya. Obviously, the relationship between the three families is not simple. Another hour later, Yuyi Lanner also completed the transplantation operation, and a Mangekaya Sharingan was added between the eyebrows. Originally, the Mangekaya Sharingan could not be transplanted to the center of the eyebrows, but after being transformed by Shimura Gento, the structure of the eyes changed and became the same as those fused blood dragon eyes, so that it could be transplanted to the center of the eyebrows to become a vertical eye. How is it? Is there any more yin attribute? Asked Yuyi Rin, who was adapting to the Mangekaya Sharingan. Shimura Gento was only a little bit of guesswork about this. The Sharingan itself is the product of yin escape mixed blood, and theoretically it is possible to obtain yin attributes with the help of the Sharingan. After all, the cells on the eyes are also cells, and they have yin attribute chakra blood inside, so they can naturally extract yin attribute chakra. Of course, because the eyeball is small, because of this, the yin attribute chakra that can be refined will be very little, but it is enough to be a trigger. I can refine a little. After replying coldly, Yuyi Lingyan now doesn't know how to say this kid. But no matter what, after obtaining a Mangekaya Sharingan, her actual strength has been improved to a higher level, and her shortcomings in illusion have been made up. Moreover, she felt as if her chakra was merging with the pupil power in the Mangekaya between her eyebrows, and the fusion speed was very slow, almost undetectable. I don't know whether it is good or bad. Come to my room tonight, I will check your body and adapt to the two eyes as soon as possible. Also, you'd better travel and fight together in the future. The Sharingan can only exert its maximum power when two are gathered together. Without staying for long, Shimura Gento left a reminder, stretched his waist, and turned to leave the laboratory. After doing such a long high-precision surgery, he was very tired and needed to relax. He didn't know if there were nightclubs or foot massage parlors in the hidden cloud village. He really needed a little sister to come and give him a big sword service to relax. Asshole! Hago Romo Ino was so angry that she gritted her teeth and wanted to rush up and tear the kid to pieces. You should forget the hatred in the past. The current Shimura Danzo is not something you can fight against, even with this pair of eyes. Seeing the hatred of the sisters, the third-generation Raikage sighed and persuaded. The results of the previous special means of sensing, plus the acquiescence of Shimura Xianding, can basically confirm that Shimura Danzo has reached the level of the first-generation Hokage. Even if he is not as good as him, he is definitely not much worse, at least he has reached that level. This kind of existence is not something that their hidden cloud village can fight alone. Are we really going to let it go? Hago Romo Ino spoke unwillingly. She would never forget the scene when her mother committed suicide for love and her grandmother died of grief. Shimura Danzo must die. Of course I won't let it go, but not now. It's not the right time yet. With a fierce look on his face, the third Raikage was more afraid of Shimura Danzo, but his killing intent was stronger. The ninja world does not need another ninja god. Whether or not they can gain benefits in the next ninja world war is not to be discussed first, but Shimura Danzo and the Shimura family must be killed, and they must be killed at all costs. Maybe we have to restart the construction of that big killer. Thinking of the semi-finished big killer sealed in the village's secret vault, the third Raikage felt a little more confident. In fact, the second Raikage had started to study that big killer as early as the Warring States period and perfected the theory. It was not until the establishment of the Hidden Cloud Village that he began to build it with the help of the power of the ninja village. However, the cost of that thing was too high, and even the family of Kumagakure could not afford it. In the end, he stopped it after the death of the second Raikage, and turned to vigorously study the sealing technique of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. But Shimura Danzo was much stronger than he expected. If he wanted to kill that man, he had to rely on the power of that big killer, even if he could only fire one shot. After all, that thing was originally built to fight against Uchiha Madara's Susanoo and the first Hokage's would release, and now it is just right to use it to kill Shimura Danzo. Not to mention discussing how to deal with the third Raikage and others of the Shimura family, Shimura Xianding, who walked out of the Raikage building, continued to wander around in the Kumagakure. To be honest, the Kumagakure is not small, and it is even much larger than Konoha in terms of area. This is mainly because the terrain of the Kumagakure is special, and all the houses are built on the top of the mountain. The population that can live on each mountain top is limited, so the scope can only be expanded. It should be enough to stimulate the third raikage to speed up the construction of the chakra cannon. While playing, Shimura Gento secretly recalled the changes in the third raikage's expression in the laboratory before. At that time, he deliberately did not deny the problem of his father's strength, and even used the trick to stimulate the third raikage. With the temperament of the third raikage, when encountering a strong man, he would never think of surrendering but fighting, and he would definitely find a way to get rid of his old father, the pot shadow, as soon as possible. And if you want to deal with a strong man of that level, it is obviously not enough to rely on personal strength and training speed alone. At this stage, the only two-tailed beasts and the chakra cannon in the hidden cloud village that can deal with such a strong man. With the existence of his own friend of the tailed beast, I believe that as long as the third raikage does not have a brain twitch, he will definitely not send the tailed beast Jinchuriki to fight, otherwise it will be no joke if the two tails and the eight tails go berserk. Therefore, the only thing the third raikage can use is the chakra cannon. After it is built, he will find a way to snatch it, and then blow up the moon with one shot to eliminate this hidden danger. That old guy is not a fool. He should not resist alone. He may also attract the hidden rock village and the hidden sand village. The power of the four major ninja villages should be enough to kill the main force of the Senjua family and the Uzumaki family. I hope that Otsutsuki Momoshiki and his men will not come too early. After thinking for a while, I couldn't help but think of Otsutsuki Momoshiki in the original work. From Boruto, Otsutsuki Momoshiki didn't fly here in a miserable way, nor did he use a spaceship at a low price. Instead, he used the space pupil technique to cross countless light years to pass through. It is equivalent to saying that as long as they know the existence of the ninja world, they can come to check at any time. This aspect is really too passive. First, train Konoha and the four major ninja villages to be cannon fodder, buy some time, and then develop slowly and then sweep the universe Otsutsuki. I just hope that the five major ninja villages can be stronger. With a sigh, Shimura Gendo can only hope that the five major ninja villages can be strong. Otherwise, he will have to sacrifice the Shimura clan to fight against Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, and even the entire the Otsutsuki clan of the universe. 277. Chapter 276 Transplantation of Tobirama Cells. The hot water is ready. You take a bath first, and then I will examine your body. Shimura Gentoi, who returned at night, waited for the two sisters to arrive and pointed to the bathroom. After all, it was the first time that the little sister took the initiative to cooperate with the examination, so she had to relax to avoid being nervous. Do you think we are here to humiliate you? With a sneer on her face, Yu Rain stopped talking nonsense. The Mangekyo Sharingan between her eyebrows slowly rotated, and the eyes of her sister Yu Arashi beside her were also rotating. A powerful illusion was performed with the Mangekyo as the medium, and then Shimura Gentoi's eyes became blurred. Humph! After all, it's just a little kid. With a proud cold snort, Yu Rain raised her hand to form a seal and cast an isolation barrier to prevent the next thing from being discovered and disturbed by others, but when the isolation barrier rose, she found that her body could not move. Just like last time, hundreds of silk threads pierced into the acupoints in the body, and even the nerve control was temporarily cut off. Little sisters, you are not obedient. His eyes regained clarity, and Shimura Xianding sighed. These two sisters are too naughty, and they need to be disciplined, and disciplined severely. How can you be okay? With shock on her face, Yu Jingyan really couldn't believe this change. You know, this is an illusion that the two sisters have joined forces to activate with all their strength. Even if it is not as good as the illusion-type kaleidoscope pupil technique, it is not much worse. Even a real shadow-level strongman can't break free. But this kid seems to be fine. Obviously, the state just now was deliberately deceiving them, so that the two of them can relax their vigilance. How did this guy do it? The bath here is big enough, let's take a bath together. With a gentleman's smile, Shimura Gento used puppetry to control the bodies of the two women to walk to the bathroom next to them. After undressing, they were honest and stepped into the huge bath. While controlling his sister Yu Lanner to rub his back and massage him, he began to check the body of Miss Yu Ino, get more data, especially check the transplantation status of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Then, in the eyes of the two sisters who were ashamed and angry, they switched positions, with Miss Ino massaging and rubbing her back, and Miss Lanner acting as the researcher being studied. Although this humiliation made the two women ashamed and angry, their nervous systems and meridians were all controlled, and they had no ability to resist. Sure enough, you are very suitable for this pair of eyes. After the examination, Shimura said as expected. The ancestors of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan are all six-path sages, and most of the power they inherited comes from the sacred tree. In theory, the bloodline power of the two clans can complement each other. The Yi clan was born from the Senju clan. Although the characteristics of the sage body they possess are somewhat different from those of the Senju clan, their essence has not changed and they can also be integrated with the Sharingan. However, it's just a preliminary integration. It may be difficult to go further, and the consumption of maintaining these two eyes is too great. If you really do this, you can't practice at all. Thinking about the physical conditions of the two women, Shimura understood that if he wanted to make the experiment go further, he had to do something. Do you want to transplant Hashirama's living cells into them? The first thing he thought of was Hashirama's cells, but then he rejected it. Hashirama's cells are not something that everyone can carry, even the kind of cells after death, otherwise Tobirama Senju would not have stopped the wood release reconstruction plan. Since Hashirama cells don't work, let's use Tobirama cells. He did it as soon as he thought of it. Shimura took out the sealed scroll that his father brought this time and took out several glass bottles from it. This time, his father brought a lot of good things, including the cultivated Tobirama cells. He still ignored the angry eyes of Miss Yunyin, controlled her to lie on the bed, cut open her chest, integrated a Tobirama cell into her heart, controlled the Tobirama cells to accelerate division and erosion, and soon replaced Yunyin's heart. Then there was the heart reconstruction surgery for Miss Lanner. After the completion, the chests of the two women were sutured and repaired, without even a scar left. Even the cut ribs were repaired with the corpse bone veins of the Kagaya puppet. It has to be said that the ninja world is really suitable for the development of black technology, especially biotechnology. The previous male pendant transformation technology and beauty technology were very successful. In the previous life, it was definitely black technology. Although the lifespan of these two cells is a bit short, it's not a big problem. You all come here every night and I will help you nourish them. When you can hold on until you can merge with Yuta and Nihogui, I will have a way to solve it. After checking to make sure that the rejection reaction has disappeared, Shimura constructed a new set of chakra circulation circuits in her body while admonishing her. When Tobirama Senju died, he was quite old, nearly 50 years old, and the number of cell divisions was not much. Now that he has split into a heart, the number of divisions has reached the limit. If it weren't for his innate yang attribute immortal energy nourishment and stimulation, these two young ladies might not last more than a week. However, it will also bring considerable benefits, such as being able to obtain the full attribute chakra qualifications of Tobirama Senju. Although the full attribute chakra can only be extracted from the heart area, it is at least a seed. As long as he practices with the chakra of the tailed beast, he will sooner or later have the qualifications of full attributes. What are you going to do? Feeling the heart that was becoming stronger and weaker, Yi Lingyan calmed down and couldn't figure out what this guy was going to do. It's very simple. They must become stronger, fuse a stronger bloodline limit, bloodline elimination, and even a stronger bloodline power. Without shying away from revealing the ultimate goal, Shimura really wanted to help these two young ladies fuse a stronger bloodline power, or even the ultimate bloodline network. At the same time, let them practice with the tailed beasts, let the tailed beasts also practice bloodline network, and have conflicts with the six-path sage. In this plan, these two sisters are the key points and must be trained well. Aren't you afraid that we will kill you and your son after we become stronger? Hayuri Ryan spoke with hatred, still not understanding Shimura operation, but it did not prevent her from hating the father and son. As long as you have that ability, I have no objection. Shrugged, Shimura was very happy to see hatred become the motivation for these two young ladies to practice, so that they can exert their abilities to the extreme and become stronger at the fastest speed. Okay, let's do another physical examination. Showing a gentlemanly smile again, Shimura started to update the body data for the two girls. After all, he had undergone a major operation and replaced his heart, so the update of the body data had to be synchronized, and he also wanted to see what changes would happen when the Tobirama cells with the body of the Thousand Hands Sage met the body of the Hago Romo Sage. The two sisters were naturally ashamed and angry again, but unfortunately their bodies were controlled and they had no power to resist. In the end, they could only close their eyes and turn a blind eye. However, they kept this in mind and would repay tenfold in the future. After completing the body data update, Shimura Gentoi embraced the two young ladies and realized his dream of hugging them left and right. At the same time, he activated the Manjakaya Sharingan between his eyebrows to release the pupil technique, connecting his own spiritual space to expand the spiritual power of cultivation. This kind of cultivation plug-in is useless if it is not used. The next morning, the two sisters Yuyi and Union walked out of someone's bedroom with cold faces and went straight to the laboratory under the Reikage building. They extracted a little bit of heart cells for research through medical ninjutsu. They also sensed the new heart last night and found that it could extract chakras of all attributes, and even a special chakra, which made them very curious and worried. Although the cells were strong, they were very weak. It was a symptom of the cell division reaching the limit. They were afraid that they would suddenly stop at the next moment. They couldn't even do strenuous exercise, let alone fight. After comparison, it is indeed the body cells of the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, and the number of cell divisions has reached the limit. If there is no special means to alleviate it, it can only last for a week at most. The medical ninja gave the exact test results. In fact, this experiment is very easy to do. After all, there are only a few people in the ninja world who have all the attributes in the past few decades, and they are all in Konoha. They are the second Hokage, the third Hokage and Orochimaru. The cells can only come from these three people. And that kind of cell contains extremely strong vitality. Only the second Hokage Senju Tobirama meets this condition. It happened that when they returned Senju Tobirama's body to Konoha, they extracted some of his cells, which is a good comparison. Can we do this kind of cell transplantation? After confirming that it was the cells of Senju Tobirama, the third Reikage asked anxiously. Just now, Hago Romo Rain explained the changes in his body in detail, and that kind of full attribute chakra qualification made him very envious. Even if he could only extract that kind of full attribute chakra from the heart, it was very tempting. The most important thing is that Senju Tobirama has a very strong spatial talent. It is estimated that the special chakra that Hago Romo Rain mentioned should be the chakra of spatial attribute, which is more important. Imagine, if he can have space ninjutsu, coupled with the hell stab, he would dare to fight even if the first generation of Hokage was in person. No, we just tried it. In essence, the body cells of Hago Romo Rain and Hago Romo Arashi cannot be integrated with Tobirama cells. There is a very strong rejection reaction. I can't see how that kid solves this rejection reaction. The medical ninja was also very puzzled as to how Shimura Gentoi did it. It was really too strange. Shimura family. With a sigh of regret, the third Reikage was even more wary of the Shimura family. If a boy under 15 years old can possess such means, then how powerful must the Shimura family's own technical foundation be? This family must not be allowed to continue to grow and develop. Bringing the two sisters Yuyi and Union to the Reikage's office above, the third Reikage took out a scroll and placed it in front of the two women, and said seriously, "This is the information about the Flying Thunder God technique that we searched from Senju Tobirama's brain back then. It is very incomplete, only about 60%. You try to practice it and see if you can complete it." Since the two women have obtained the space-attributed chakra of Senju Tobirama, they can theoretically practice the Flying Thunder God technique, but the information they obtained from Senju Tobirama's brain is very limited. Even the most complete Flying Thunder God technique is only about 60%. We will try our best. Without rejecting the scroll, Yuyi Rain also decided to practice seriously, and after mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, she would go and settle accounts with that kid. You have also seen the results of the examination just now. The two hearts temporarily need that kid to maintain them. This is an opportunity for you. Seriously reminding, the third Reikage has been keeping someone on the lookout for Shimura Gendo's room, and naturally saw the faces of the two sisters when they left in the morning. It was obvious that they had suffered a lot from that kid at night. But this is indeed a great opportunity for the two of them. We know. Nodding in approval with a cold face, Yuyi Rain also knew that this was indeed an opportunity. The sisters' qualifications are much worse than their fiancé copyright-s Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and the inherent disadvantage of being women makes them even weaker. They have basically reached the top before, and it is difficult to go further. But after meeting that boy, they got opportunities one after another. First, there was a chakra circulation circuit to repair the hidden injuries of the body, and then the Manjakaya Sharingan was transplanted to improve their strength to a higher level. This time, he got the cells of the second generation of Hokage, and his potential increased. Not to mention the opportunity to merge with the two-tailed beasts, he will definitely be stronger. With these great opportunities, it is nothing to let the little ghost touch him. At most, he will not kill the boy when he takes revenge in the future. Well, it's okay not to kill him, but that thief's hand must be chopped off. 278. Chapter 277 Bull Demon King Bull Ghost. Time is like a scumbag who dumps a woman, leaving quickly and without any nostalgia. Just like this, a month passed. During this month, Shimura Gentoi embraced the two girls every night, enjoying the happiness of having two wives. It was a pity that the two sisters did not react at all every time, like a vegetable, which made someone very regretful. After a month of practice and adjustment, the yin and yang chakras of the two girls were barely completed, and they were practiced to a certain level, barely reaching the standard of fusion with the tailed beasts. Uncle Rakage, we really don't need to be so cautious, just complete the seal in the village. In a valley thousands of kilometers away from the hidden cloud village, Shimura Gentoi couldn't help but complain. Look at the hidden cloud village and the hidden mist village, they started to seal the tailed beasts directly 100 kilometers away from the village. Do you have the nerve to run thousands of kilometers to seal the hidden cloud village, whose military strength is second only to Konoha? Stop talking nonsense, communicate with them quickly. Signed the Anbu ninja to bring the two Six Paths ninja tools over, and the third Rakage was ready for battle. Once this guy fails to communicate with the two-tailed and eight-tailed beasts, or has other plans, he will immediately knock down the two-tailed beasts and seal them again. It is precisely because of this that he chose this place thousands of kilometers away from the village as the sealing location. Even if a battle occurs, the tailed beast balls cannot be shot to the village. Matobi, can you hear me? Pick up the red gourd first, stroke the red gourd to copy the data, unplug it and look into the gourd and shout. Is it finally going to start? The voice of the two-tailed Matobi came out of the red gourd, with an excitement that was hard to conceal, and it was obvious that he was looking forward to what was going to happen next. She will finally have her own split body. It seems that you already know. I have discussed with Uncle Rakage that you will cooperate with them to seal the main body to form the tailed beast Jinchuriki and let them use your chakra. In exchange, they agree to let you split into a split body and gain freedom. Do you agree to this deal? After explaining, Shimura Gentoi knew that Yuta would definitely agree. This was also what the nine-tailed beasts had already discussed in that spiritual space. We actually need the ninja to agree to our actions. I agree. Yuta snorted in dissatisfaction, then decisively agreed, and then rushed out of the red gourd, waiting in front. Without saying much, he threw the red gourd back to the third-generation Rakage behind him, and turned to communicate with the eight-tailed cow key in the amber bottle, and still copied the data of the amber bottle and the eight-tailed cow key in it. He is using that energy to check the amber bottle, but that energy thread cannot penetrate the amber bottle. Tuchai, who opened his Byakugan, whispered, seeing that Shimura Gentoi took the opportunity to check the two Six Paths ninja tools. Let him see. The third Rakage crossed his arms and didn't care about it. Ever since Hago Romo Rhine handed over those Six Paths ninja tools, he had people start researching them, but unfortunately, there has been no results in more than 10 years. The manufacturing methods of those ninja tools have exceeded the limits of the current ninja world, and they are not something that can be made by human power. He didn't think that Shimura Gentoi could explore the secrets of the two ninja tools in just a few minutes. On the other side, he quickly completed the communication with the eight-tailed Ushiki, and the huge body of the Ushiki also emerged from the amber bottle and stood side by side with the two-tailed Matatabi. By the way, Ushiki, what are your and Kurama's bloodline limits? While throwing the amber bottle with copied data to the third Rakage, Shimura Gentoi asked curiously, and the third Rakage and others also became interested. We are a little special. The bloodline limits we have are yin-yang escape, so our strength is stronger. Without hiding this, the eight-tailed Ushiki revealed his and Kurama's bloodline limits. So that's it. With a look of sudden realization on his face, Shimura Gentoi had also made this guess before. Among the nine-tailed beasts, the nine-tail and the eight-tail are obviously stronger than the other tailed beasts. It turns out that they have bloodline limits of yin-yang escape. Among the 7 basic attributes of chakra, the yin-yang attributes are higher than the 5 escape attributes, and the bloodline limits with the yin-yang attributes are also stronger than the general bloodline limits, and the same is true for bloodline elimination. For example, even if wood escape does not have the characteristics of the sacred tree, the power it possesses is stronger than the dust escape of the hidden rock village, because yang escape is more powerful. The yin-yang escape fusion of the yin-yang attributes is naturally stronger. No wonder the 9 tails and 8 tails are stronger than other tailed beasts. What do you think of the shape of the split body? You can tell me now. I will adjust the chakra circulation circuit of the split technique for them. When asked about the business, Shimura Gentoi could probably guess that the two big guys should have new ideas about their split bodies, but he didn't know if the changes were big. I want a humanoid body that can stand up and walk, just like Shikaku and Sun Wukong. Looking down at his own octopus-shaped lower body, the 8-tailed Ushiki was full of disgust. I didn't think so before, but after seeing the new looks of Shikaku and other brothers, I immediately felt that my build was very low. The most important thing is that the movement speed of this octopus tail is very touching, and it is difficult to exert its own powerful strength. This is easy to solve. Looking at the shape of the Ushiki, Shimura Gento nodded and said that it could be done, at least it was much better than the change of the 6-tailed rhino dog. You should know that the upper body of the Ushiki is originally humanoid, and even has complete arms. It only needs to transform the octopus body of the lower body into 2 legs. What about you, you travel again? Turning his head to look at the big blue cat, I believe that this big cat must have some ideas. I want a human female body. Speaking of his own thoughts, Yalu decided to be a human for once, so that he could blend into the human city without any worries and taste those delicacies, as well as those exquisite clothes. The change is a bit big, but it can be handled. He was a little surprised by Yalu a Euro trademark's choice, but he didn't Euro trademark care much, anyway, it was within his ability. Miss Ying Ian, you go first. Jumping onto the big head of the 8-tailed Ushiki, Shimura Gentoi signaled Yi Ying Ian to come up. Yi Ying Ian, who had long understood his mission, jumped onto the head of the 8-tailed Ushiki, and was very surprised by this, not understanding how this guy did it. Their fiancé copyright Kinkaku and Ginkaku tried to capture the 9-tailed tails that year, but unfortunately failed in the end. Later, they tried to subdue the 8-tailed tails purchased from Konoha, but still got nothing. I didn't Euro trademark expect that the 8-tailed tails, which used to have a violent temper, would be so gentle today, and even allowed humans to step on its head, which was really incredible. Could it be that the tailed beasts like despicable, shameless, insidious, and cruel people? As for the fact that Hago Romo Rain jumped onto his head, Ushiki didn't care. This was a necessary step. Like humans, the closer the tailed beasts are to their heads, the easier it is to control chakra, and they can also perform fine manipulation, so they all use their mouths to condense the tailed beast jade. Now if they want to fuse chakra with that human woman and perform ninjutsu, they must do it on the head. After Hago Romo Rain came up, the 8-tailed Ushiki emerged with his own chakra to wrap it up and slowly penetrate into its body. Open up your mental consciousness as much as possible to accept the chakra of the fused Ushiki, and then operate according to this circuit. Put your palm on the vest of Jinyin, and build a special version of the hybrid transformation circuit in her body, and let it run. The fusion of the 2 chakras went smoothly. Although Jinyin of Hago Romo did not recognize the existence of the tailed beasts like Kiruta, because of her own blood of the 6-path sage and the Mangekaya Sharingan, she was able to fuse with the chakra of the Ushiki to a certain level. Instantly, a strong chakra was transformed, and the might displayed made the third Raikage's face change suddenly, and he was even more excited after coming to his senses. It is this level of power. Staring at Hago Romo Inu, whose body was wrapped in brown-red chakra, was this level of power. At the beginning, he was also a member of the Shadow Guard who followed the first Raikage to attend the 5-Cage conference, but he was not qualified to enter the venue, but he had sensed the power possessed by the first Hokage from afar. So far, he has only sensed that power in 4 people, one is the first Hokage, the second is Uchiha Madara, the third is the first Hokage's wife who took action in the last Ninja World War, and the last is Shimura Danzo, but the chakra on Shimura Danzo is very obscure and not very clear. Compared to the first Hokage, the strongest, Uchiha Madara is second, the first Hokage's wife is third, and Shimura Danzo is not easy to classify, but he must be at that level. And now Hago Romo Inu's chakra has faintly reached that level, at least touching the threshold. Obviously, the power of the tailed beasts is stronger than they know, and this is a very promising development path. This power must be controlled. Gritting his teeth, his face became a little ferocious. The third Raikage was determined to let the village master this power completely at all costs, and to create a strong man at the level of the first Hokage, so that he could protect the inheritance of the Hidden Cloud village and even further unify the ninja world. Shimura Gento, who has always been paying attention to the third Reikage, raised a barely detectable smile at the corner of his mouth. Yes, he did it on purpose to show the huge potential of the power of the tailed beasts. I believe that the third Reikage will definitely increase the research and plunder of the power of the tailed beasts in the future. This will inevitably further stimulate the 2 tails and the 8 tails, making them hate ninjas even more, and will also recognize his ideas even more. Even if the 6th-path sage resurrects in the future, it is estimated that it will not be possible for the tailed beasts to continue to believe in humans. Shimura Gento was very worried about this plan. I couldn't help but give myself a thumbs up, he is really a genius. Yi Lingyan's side went very smoothly. First, he mixed his own chakra with the cow ghost's chakra to perform a mixed transformation technique, turning into an oversized Yi Lingyan, and then used it as a basis to perform the exclusive version of the splitting technique tailored by Shimura Gento, successfully splitting the cow ghost's split body. The cow ghost split body is indeed roughly human-shaped, with complete legs and feet, but the soles of the feet are not human feet, but a pair of huge and hard cow hooves. The original huge bulge on the back also disappeared, allowing the cow ghost to straighten his back, appearing very tall, and his head is closer to the human face shape, just like a copycat version of the Bull Demon King. After taking a look at the shape of the cow ghost split body, Shimura Gento hurriedly carried Yi Lingyan, who had released the transformation technique, horizontally to the ground, and began to check. The stomach is gone. She was shocked. This time, it was the stomach that was split off from Yi Lingyan. The entire stomach was gone. Although the cow's stomach is indeed a little special, it is not so bad that it will be split off. Hurry up and bring that second brother over. I want his stomach. She quickly called the Anbu ninjas nearby. Soon, 2 Anbu ninjas came over with a humming big white pig. Shimura Gento skillfully gave the second brother a quick death. Then, he took out his stomach and cleaned it carefully. Finally, he transplanted it into Yi Lingyan's stomach. Fortunately, the human stomach is almost the same as the pig's stomach, and it can eat more. You will have a good time in the future. After completing the operation, Shimura Gento smiled. This young lady was indeed blessed. The stomach of the second brother just now was 1.5 times that of a normal person, and it was more elastic and could eat more. Why didn't you tell me about this step before? Struggling to sit up, Yi Rain stared at the boy in front of him, wanting to kick him. I'm afraid you won't agree to this plan. Still with that gentlemanly smile, but the words he said made Yi Rain so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This guy is such a bastard. On the other side, the third Reikage also took this opportunity to seal the 8-tailed Ushiki's body into a boy's body, and the boy's hair was very distinctive, half white and half black, which meant he wanted to take both the black and white worlds. 279. Chapter 278 Ushi-Horned Mother. Ushiki, please turn her heart into chakra. After making sure that the rejection reaction of the second brother's stomach disappeared, Shimura Gento signaled the Ushiki split body to start. Are you sure it's all chakra? Turning his head, Ushiki asked seriously. Half chakra and full chakra are 2 completely different concepts. This human woman's body cannot bear a fully chakra heart. It's only temporary. I will turn it into half flesh and blood later. Nodding in confirmation, he began to explain. This is not an experiment, because it has been done countless times in the Black Cauldron space, and it is 100% successful. That's okay. Nodding suddenly, the cow ghost stretched out his hand to press Yi Lingyan's heart, but Yi Lingyan turned around to avoid it, revealing the position of her vest. She didn't want to be touched there by a minotaur. Being touched by that little ghost before was already the limit. Tisk. Human woman. Pouting disdainfully, the huge palm of the cow ghost split body pressed on Yi Lingyan's vest, guiding the original power remaining in Yi Lingyan's body to gather to the heart, and using yin-yang escape to turn it into chakra. Then Shimura Gento took action and turned it into half flesh and blood again. It's done. After carefully checking the current heart, Shimura Gento smiled. Is there any use in doing this? Totoi, who was standing by, couldn't help asking. With the ability of the Byakugan to see through things, he naturally saw the entire transformation process, but he didn't understand why Shimura Gento had to do this. There is something wrong with her heart cells, and the full chakra transformation just now solved that problem to a certain extent. This explanation made Yi Rain alert, and she heard the implicit meaning in the words. To a certain extent, that is to say, it was not solved. Sensing the unfriendly look of the young lady, Shimura Gentoi responded with a gentleman's smile. You are right, but I have at least bought 3 years for your heart, young lady. Proudly raising 3 fingers, Shimura Gentoi was very satisfied with the operation. Being able to extend the life of a heart that is close to its limit for 3 years is already a black technology. After all, even the bodies of the 2 brothers of the 6th-path sage could hardly resist the passage of time. This is simply fighting against the sky for life. Then I have to thank you. Gnashing her teeth, Yi Rain really wanted to punch this kid to death. It's so abominable. You're welcome, this is what I should do. She pushed her glasses and showed her gentlemanly smile again, which made the girl on the other side even more angry. Miss Lan Er. Standing up and looking at Yi Lan Er, who had been silent, Shimura Gentoi couldn't help but feel pity. This girl was also a miserable person. Her grandfather and father were killed by her own father, the old pot shadow. Her grandmother died of excessive grief, and her mother committed suicide for love, which stimulated this girl to become autistic. Since then, she has never said a word. It's all the sin of her own father, the pot shadow. Seeing that her sister was fine for the time being, Yi Lan Er followed Shimura Gentoi and jumped onto the head of the second tail Matatabi, and then performed a wave of mixed transformation and splitting techniques. Yalu obtained a split young lady with cat ears and a cat tail, and Yi Laner also obtained a pair of cat ears and a cat tail, but the missing items were a little special. Looking at the young lady's suddenly flat chest, Zhikan Xianding cast a strange look at Yalu's split body. How did you take away the young lady's 2 breasts? And Yalu looked down at himself, especially after seeing the magnificent chest, he felt very satisfied. Hurry up and get an isolation barrier, you are not allowed to peek. Signaling the surrounding Anbu ninjas to quickly come up and set up the isolation barrier, Zhikan Xianding extracted fat from the previous second brother and processed it. From the situation, there was no blood flowing, and Yi Laner did not have a painful expression. Obviously, only part of the fat should be taken away. This thing is easy to replenish, and there is no need to kill the second brother, just use the previous one. After the isolation barrier was established, Zhikan Xianding skillfully undressed the young lady, revealing she took out a chest that was several levels smaller in size, and began to fill it with the processed fat of the second brother, and soon restored its original size. It must be said that Yi Laner and Yi Jinyan really don't look like a pair of sisters, their body shapes and personalities are too different. Although Yi Laner has a delicate figure and is only 1.5 meters tall, her chest is not much worse than Tsunade's, a typical childlike face with a big thing. If you look at it again, I'll dig out your eyes. After glaring at someone fiercely, Yi Jinyan stepped forward to put on clothes for her sister, and walked hand in hand to the 3rd generation of Reikage. The 3rd generation Reikage and others have also completed the seal of the 2-tailed Matatabi, and the selected Jinchuriki is also a teenager with very dark skin, the kind of black that you can't tell the facial features in a photo. After that, everyone didn't talk much, rested on the spot, and roasted the second brother by the way, and even the one prepared for Yi Laner before was not spared. Although the 2 tails and the 8 tails cooperated well and did not resist, the sealing of the 2-tailed beasts also made the group of sealing ninjas very tired. It was unrealistic and too dangerous to cross thousands of kilometers to return to the hidden cloud village in this state. It was the best choice to rest here and recover the damage first. The next day, everyone set out to return to the hidden cloud village at dawn. The split body of the trip and the split body of the cow ghost still needed Shimura Xianding to set up exclusive Meridian A cup ointment reconstruction techniques and raise Nan Jindan cultivation methods, so they naturally followed back. Old cow, what are you looking at? Seeing the cow ghost split body looking behind the body from time to time, Shimura Xianding asked in confusion. According to the form I visualized at the time, there should be another tail, but the tail did not grow after the split. Looking back again, the cow ghost split body was very puzzled. And Shimura Xianding instinctively looked at Miss Yi Yunyan. After noticing someone's gaze, Yunyan turned back fiercely and glared, but there was more shame and anger on her perfect jade face. Yes, this girl must have stolen the cow tail of the split body of the Ushiki. Then he looked up at the small cow horns buried in the wild hair, and Shimura Gento looked even weirder. This is the cow horn girl and the cow tail girl. Then he looked at Yi Laner on the other side, his eyes followed the other's blue cat ears all the way down, along the slender waist to the slender cat tail extending from the trouser legs. The form of the 2-tailed Matatabi is that of a long-haired cat, and the hair on the tail is also longer, which looks more fluffy and must be more pleasant to touch. Those who can be brought here are at least special jonin, so the running speed is very fast. They set off at dawn and arrived at the hidden cloud village in the afternoon of the next day. Come to my room at night, I will teach you the method of half-chakra body transformation, as well as the technique of recreating meridians and acupoints. When they parted, Shimura Gento greeted the two sisters, and the ambiguous words full of ambiguity made all the Anbu ninjas look sideways. It also made Hago Romo Inu so angry that she wanted to chop people. Half-chakra body, meridian acupointment reconstruction technique, is it the secret of the second-generation Psuchikage lady and others' strength? The third-generation Reikage was thoughtful. The previous intelligence showed that the bodies of the second-generation Psuchikage lady and others had undergone some changes, with more tailed beast parts, which was similar to the current sisters Hago Romo Inu and Hago Romo Arashi. Obviously, the Shimura family has developed a series of exclusive secret techniques for them, and they must get this secret technique. Inu, Arashi, please. Thinking of this, the third-generation Reikage bowed solemnly to the sisters. He knew that these two junior sisters must have been wronged by that kid, but for the sake of the hidden cloud village, he had to wrong these two junior sisters. We know, but let's go to that lab first and find a few female medical ninjas. Repressing her anger, Yi Rain knew that they had no choice for the sake of the hidden cloud village, and could only bite the bullet and go find that guy, but before that, they had to solve their problems first. Soon the group came to the lab under the Reikage building. After a series of complicated inspections, several female doctors spoke helplessly. I'm sorry, the hardness of these two horns is very high, the same as the horns of the 8 tails. Perhaps only the hell spike of Reikage can cut them off, and it must have a strong enough impact force, but in comparison, your skull and body strength cannot withstand such an impact. They really couldn't cut off this horn, the hardness was too high, and it seemed to have a certain self-repairability. What about the tail? After putting on her clothes, Yi Rain asked. If the small horns on her head could be barely accepted, then the oxtail behind her back was unacceptable to her anyway. I'm sorry, although the tail is not as strong as the horns on your head, it is an extension of your original coccyx and is connected to the spinal cord. It is difficult to remove it safely with current medical methods. Maybe Mr. Xianding has a way. She spread her hands helplessly again. They really couldn't handle this matter. It's just a tail. It's no big deal. No one can see it when you wear a skirt in the future. Besides, it's a body part of the tailed beast. Whether you can get that kind of power in the future may depend on it. The third generation of Reikage came in to comfort him, and he didn't think it was a bad thing. The second generation of Psuchikage's wife also changed physically. She grew horns on her head, and the second generation of Mizukage's wife, Kizuna Mizura, turned her lower body into a snake tail. In comparison, the changes of the sisters Yui and Ino were small. The Ino sisters didn't say anything, but they were even more angry. The guy didn't say that this kind of change would happen before. I always feel that I was tricked by that bastard. They discovered that their family seemed to be in conflict with the Shimura family. Their grandfather and father were killed by Shimura Denzo, and their grandmother and mother were also killed. Because of this, the two sisters were now being held in the hands of Shimura Denzo's son. What sins did they commit in their previous lives? Let alone the anger of the two sisters Yui Ino, Shimura Gentoi took the Yatobi split and the Ushiki split to the clothing store of their Shimura family's agent in Kumagakure village, selected a lot of suitable clothes and brought them back to the mansion, and then taught the two the art of meridian acupointment reconstruction. You are all in human form now, and your meridian acupoints can be infinitely close to ours, but before that, you have to turn your body into half flesh and blood. I don't need to teach you this step, right? Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, Shimura Gentoi explained to the two. We can handle the half-flesh body. You just need to set up the operation circuit and acupointment layout of the meridian acupointment reconstruction technique for us. Nodding to show that he understood, the Ushiki split body still admired the Shimura family in this regard. They could tailor-make the meridian acupoints for their alien bodies. Otherwise, if they were to try little by little, it would take at least 1,000 years. I heard from Shikaku that you are studying how to evolve the bloodline limit into a 3-attribute bloodline elimination. The Matatabi split body, who turned into a cold and beautiful Catwoman, asked, and the Ushiki's bull eyes looked over, and he also attached great importance to this. 280. Chapter 279 9 Attributes. We are indeed researching the evolution of bloodline elimination and stronger bloodline, and even the ultimate 7-attribute bloodline. First, this is the way for us to continue to become stronger. Second, I don't know if I can finally achieve my own ideal. If I fail, you will also have a strong power to protect yourself and no longer be enslaved by ninjas. Nodding, Shimura Gentashi was extremely sincere, and at the same time showed a little bit of worry about the future, worry about the brothers and sisters of the tailed beasts. This performance moved the opposite Ushiki and Matatabi to a mess, secretly thinking that Gentashi is indeed the person predicted by the old man. The 7 attribute bloodline network is not the limit. In addition to the current 7 types of chakra basic attributes, there are also 2 types of time and space. However, these 2 powers generally require the 7 attributes of yin, yang, wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth to be complete before they can appear. After calming down, Matatabi told a secret, which they learned from the old man of the 6 paths, and it was also inherited from the knowledge of Kagaya-hime, which was extremely precious. Time and space. Thinking, Shimura Gentoi did not doubt this, and only this could make sense. The real Otsutsuki clan all have bloodline nets, but those bloodline nets are very powerful, far beyond the concept of the 7 attributes of yin, yang, wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth. For example, Kagaya-sama's aim no Michu, that thing is obviously a spatial ability. How could it be combined with the 7 attributes of yin, yang, wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth? Obviously, spatial power is an attribute independent of the 7 basic attributes, and the same is true for time power. Otsutsuki Ura's Hiki in Boruto has time power. However, spatial power does not necessarily require all 7 attributes as a basis. In the original work, Minato Namikaze has a spatial talent, but he does not have a talent for all attributes. Uchiha Obito also does not have a talent for all attributes, but having the qualifications for all attributes will definitely reduce the difficulty of obtaining spatial power. Wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, yin and yang, time, and space correspond exactly to the 9 gates. Thinking of a problem he had in the past, Ziken Xianding suddenly realized. The 8 gates of Dunjia itself corresponds to the attributes of the 8 trigrams one by one. The Shenmen Genshin represents the earth attribute, the Shangmen Zhenli represents the thunder attribute, the Dumen Sunfen represents the wind attribute, the Jingmen Luo represents the fire attribute, and the Jingmen Dui Marsh represents the water attribute. There are still 3 gates left in the 8 gates, and there is 1 gate left after separating the 2 gates corresponding to yin and yang. But these are only the 8 gates and the 8 trigrams. In addition, they correspond to the 9 palaces, and there is also a central palace in the 9 palaces, which just corresponds to the 3 threes technique and the meaning of infinite changes. The human body also had 9 gates and acupoints in the beginning, but the A-cup ointment in the pineal gland has degenerated. If the 9 gates and acupoints are used as the basis, the 9 single attributes of yin and yang, wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, time, and space are integrated into it, and then various levels of blood inheritance are evolved based on it, it will definitely be more perfect. The 2 young ladies are here. Suddenly turning his head to look outside, Shimura Gentoi sensed the chakra of the 2 sisters, Yuyi Ino and Yuyi Arashi. I won't disturb you to rest. You can stay in any room you like. He stood up and said goodbye apologetically, and Shimura Gentoi returned to his room to wait for the 2 sisters to fall into the tiger's mouth. The young ladies after the transformation are even more attractive. Although the old man's profit came a little late, it's really good. Lazily lying on the sofa, admiring the long skirt he had just changed, Yulo couldn't be more satisfied with this profit. Although she can condense the tailed beast coat to cover her body, it's better to wear these human clothes. It's just that the high heels need some time to get used to. I don't know how that bastard Ashura was reincarnated. Jiahogui couldn't help but complain. They, the tailed beasts, were living well in their own territory, but Senju Hashirama insisted on establishing that bullshit ninja village, which not only made the fighting between ninjas more brutal, but also harmed their tailed beasts. In the past, a single ninja clan could not fight against their tailed beasts, but now they have become a more powerful ninja village, and the existence of the sealing technique has made them miserable. Before they could survive for a few years, Senju Hashirama personally captured them and sold them as animals, and then they were enslaved by the ninja village, and even created the kind of horrible the laughing Jinchuriki. Now if they want to split a clone, they have to get the consent of the ninja village. How sad and ridiculous. The old man only left some troubles. Why did he give birth to those 2 troubles? When he was young, he couldn't resist the temptation of beauty and turned against his biological mother. When he was old, he couldn't resist the temptation of beauty and gave birth to 2 troubles. Yalo couldn't help complaining. It was all the fault of the old man Liudeo. He left the 3 powers of Sharingan would release and sealing technique to restrain their tailed beasts. It's really a pit. Fortunately, we met the prophet. As long as we can cultivate the Raise Nan Jindan, we don't have to be restrained by those 3 powers, and we can even become stronger. Thinking of Shimura Gendo, Nyogui showed a ferocious smile on his cow face, and he was extremely fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, before things evolved into an unmanageable situation, they met the prophet, who guided them to a smooth road. Let alone the 2 of Ushiki and Matatabi were complaining about the 6-path sage, Shimura Gendo was waiting for the 2 sisters in the room. As usual, Yu Rain raised her hand and formed a seal to set up a set of isolation barriers. She didn't want to be seen in such a mess with her sister. She took off her dress and lay on the bed with her eyes closed. Anyway, she had been touched many times, so it didn't matter if she was touched again. Compared with this, it was more important to obtain this guy's half-chakra body and meridian acupointment reconstruction technique. Everything was for revenge in the hidden cloud village. Shimura Gendo was very satisfied with the active cooperation of the little sister. He immediately updated the little sister's body data, and updated it very carefully, especially the tail. Have you touched enough? Yu Rain couldn't help but grit her teeth and turned her head to glare at her, and the skin of her whole body became pink. Hey! This is your sensitive spot, little sister. Noticing the changes in the little sister's body, Shimura Gendo once again showed a gentleman's smile. Shameless! Furious, Yingyan turned around and covered her body with the quilt, leaving only her head exposed. Shimura Gendo did not tease the little sister anymore, but went to Miss Yu Laner and updated her body data carefully, especially the cat tail. It turned out that the 2 of them were indeed sisters, with the same sensitive spots and their skin turned into a lovely pink, which was very attractive. After completing the body copy, Shimura Gendo lay down in the middle of the bed and embraced her left and right, but this time his hands were firmly holding the 2 little tails. If you are so afraid of death, why do you have to die? Staring at someone who put down his mask and covered his entire body tightly, Yingyan really wanted to stab this guy to death. Although dying under the peony flowers and becoming a ghost is the ideal of countless men, I am not one of them. Compared with that, my life is more important. After closing the eye holes of the mask, Shimura Gendo used a respirator to filter the air and spoke helplessly. There was no way. Although he wanted to save those poor young ladies, those young ladies had too deep a misunderstanding of him. He was obviously a good man. And the 2 sisters beside him were even more outrageous. With the hatred of killing their father and grandfather, he dared not take off his battlesuit in front of them, not to mention that this was the hidden cloud village. God knows whether the old guy, the 3rd Raikage, would have a brain twitch and capture him at all costs, so it would not hurt to be cautious. The practice of half-chakra body is to transform the body into a half-chakra and half-flesh form. We humans are originally flesh and blood, while the tailed beasts are pure chakra bodies. This is also the secret of their survival for thousands of years. It is also the ultimate form of your ninja practice. Pure chakra requires a strong strength to carry. We are not up to the standard for the time being, so we can only do a half-chakra first. Your heart is now in a half-chakra state. Next, we will use the heart as the foundation to transform the whole body into half-chakra, and at the same time practice the meridian acupointment reconstruction technique to transform the body's meridians and acupoints. Without hiding, he opened his mouth to tell the next training arrangement for the 2 women. Why do you want to transform the meridians and acupoints? Being alert, Yu Lingyan was very sure that this kid was not a good person, and there must be a conspiracy for such an arrangement. Of course it is to better control you. A Euro trademark. After saying this to himself, Shimura Gendo explained seriously, our meridians are incomplete now, so there are 2 forms of left and right spirals. The perfect meridians should have both left and right spiral forms at the same time, so that a perfect circuit can be formed. Just like the arteries and veins of our blood vessels, blood flows from the arteries to the veins through the capillaries, and then is pressed into the arteries through the heart, forming a perfect cycle. The art of meridian acupointment reconstruction is to create perfect meridian acupoints, which is also the basis for the practice of the next Raise Nan Jindan. Still did not hide it, and Shimura Gendo was very optimistic about these 2 tool girls. Raise Nan Jindan. The emergence of another new term made Yu Yingyan very confused, and at the same time, she was very puzzled about how the Shimura family created so many powerful secrets. That's not something you can know now. After the transformation of the meridians and acupoints is completed, I will teach you the Raise-nan Jindan practice method. After that, Shimura Gendo used the two girls' tails as the starting point and used the immortal energy thread to construct a special version of the half-chakra body practice method for them. Can you change your position? Repressing the strange feeling in her body and the embarrassment in her heart, Yi Ling whispered that she didn't like being caught by the tail all the time. Ba. On the other side, Yi Lanner was also twisting her body uneasily, and the pink on her skin became more intense. No. Righteously refusing, Shimura Xianding pinched the two little tails in his hands, and he couldn't let go. No wonder so many people loved to pet cats in their previous lives. It turns out that the touch is really addictive. On the other side, Miss Yi Ling little calf tail feels very good. You bastard! Biting her teeth tightly and glaring at someone hatefully, Yi Ling resisted the strange feeling and memorized the operating circuit in her body. After memorizing this operating circuit, it was the training circuit of the Meridian A cup ointment reconstruction technique, which was extremely complicated. The two sisters had a hard time memorizing, but Shimura Xianding was very happy to pet. This is probably the legendary pain and happiness. Sure enough, happiness built on the pain of others is the real happiness. However, what he didn't expect was that the two sisters exploded at dawn. The explosion was very brutal and caught people off guard. Even with his state of mind, he couldn't help but be confused. After the explosion, the two sisters immediately put on their clothes and fled the scene, leaving Shimura Xianding sitting on the bed with a confused face. 281. Chapter 280 Black Zetsu as a father. So sensitive. Looking at the marks on the left and right sides of the bed, Shimura Xianding didn't expect the two sisters to be so sensitive, and they both had that kind of special physique. Hey? Who? Suddenly sensing that the immortal energy thread next to him was touched, Shimura Xianding turned his head and found that a black mass emerged from the floor. Xianding, I am a special clone created by your father with the power of the sacred tree. My name is Black Zetsu. I was sent to assist you in your work in the Hidden Cloud Village. In addition, the main body asked you to create a set of exclusive training methods for me to enhance my abilities. The black mass revealed blurry eyes and mouth, opened its mouth to reveal its identity, and even revealed the chakra of Shimura Danzo. The corners of his eyes could not help but twitch, and Shimura Xianding was speechless. Although he did have the idea of creating the second-generation chakra sacred tree to attract this Otsutsuki Chen Xiang, he never expected that it would start like this. Did his own father, the Pot Shadow, get the script of the age spot? And this guy really knew that the so-called Shimura Zero Research Institute was himself, and his reconnaissance ability was really amazing. Do you have any special abilities? After a brief silence, Shimura Xianding asked. The coolie who came to the door, it's a waste not to use it. My ability is very simple. I can't be discovered by any chakra sensing ninjutsu, and I can freely penetrate any seal and barrier constructed by chakra. I have helped the main body obtain the Sharingan that Uchiha has accumulated and sealed for thousands of years. Black Zetsu modestly introduced his own abilities, but the pride in his voice could not be concealed. As the incarnation of Kagaya's will, he has the highest control over chakra. As long as the chakra comes from his mother, it will be ineffective for him. Stole it directly? It won't arouse Uchiha's suspicion, right? Shocked, Shimura Gento didn't expect that his old father and Black Zetsu played such a big game, and actually stole the Uchiha sealed Sharingan directly. Uchiha's Sharingan is a special blood organ, and it has the precious power of pupil power. In addition, the 3 Magadama Sharingan can also assist the Mangekyo in performing the Izanaga technique. The Uchiha clan is not stupid, so they will not bury the Sharingan of their ancestors together. They will use special methods to seal it up as a strategic resource for the clan members to use. After thousands of years, the accumulated Sharingan will certainly not be small. Even if some are consumed by Izanagi, there must be a lot of stock. However, the Uchiha clan must be very strict in guarding these eyes. If they get them directly, they will definitely be suspicious. In addition, they have traded those scrapped Mangekyo from the Uchiha clan before, which may make them suspect their Shimura clan. It is not appropriate to fall out with the Uchiha clan now. We are very measured in what we do. After the main body uses the sacred tree to devour almost all the pupil power of those eyes, we put them back. As long as the Uchiha family does not use those eyes, they will never find any abnormalities inside. Black Zetsu said that they did it perfectly and did not leave any clues. Even if the Uchiha family finds that the pupil power in those eyes is almost exhausted in the future, they will only think that they are not sealed well and are the result of natural loss. That's good. By the way, did you get the Byakugan sealed by the Hyuga clan? He felt relieved and asked about the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan is a special blood organ like the Sharingan. Naturally, the Hyuga family would not be so stupid as to bury the Byakugan of the ancestors of the main family together, otherwise the tombs of the ancestors might be targeted by some people with ulterior motives. No, the Hyuga main family has no habit of sealing the Byakugan. It seems that they are all sacrificed to some ancestors. Moreover, the caged bird seal of the Hyuga branch family is also a means of sacrifice. After the death of the Hyuga branch ninja, the Byakugan's pupil power will be extracted and sacrificed. Answering honestly, even with a hint of regret in his words. Sacrificed to the ancestors. His starry eyes narrowed slightly, and Shimura Gento immediately thought of the giant reincarnation eye that appeared in the original book. There are countless Byakugan of the Moon Otsutsuki clan stored in it. Does the Hyuga family also have such a giant reincarnation eye? And the caged bird seal is also green. Is it related to the reincarnation eye chakra? Come to my hand, let me see your physique. Suppressing these amazing speculations, Shimura Gento motioned Black Zetsu to the bowl, no, to his hand, and explained the armor under his palm. Black Zetsu has a deep understanding of Shimura Gentoi's development capabilities, and he shrunk himself into a black ball and fell into Shimura Gentoi's hands, allowing him to check it with the immortal energy thread. It is a pure chakra creation, a bit similar to the tailed beast, and it also has chakra of all attributes, which is a very good qualification. So, you first transform yourself into a half-flesh and blood form, and then I will construct the meridians and acupoints for you, and then practice the Raise Nan Jinden together. After copying Black Zetsu's data, Shimura Gentoi spoke up and said that he would tailor a set of training methods for him. During this period of time, you should find a way to collect the ninjutsu secrets of all the ninja clans in the Hidden Cloud Village. That will be very helpful for me to create a stronger training method. Putting the black ball, no, Black Zetsu on the ground, Shimura Gentoi opened his mouth and ordered. Such a good laborer must be squeezed well. I was worried about not being able to obtain more ninjutsu secrets before. Although he obtained the seal book of the 4 major ninja villages, the seal book does not represent all the ninjutsu secrets of a ninja village. Those ninja clans will not be stupid enough to hand over their inheritance of survival. The inheritance of these ninja clans is his goal. I won't let you down. He replied in a low voice, and Black Zetsu slowly sank into the floor and set about carrying out the task ordered by Shimura Gento. Damn, I obviously wanted to be Black Zetsu's stepfather, but I didn't expect him to become my father first. After Black Zetsu left, Shimura Gento secretly complained. Black Zetsu's current identity is a special clone created by his old father, which is equivalent to his own father, the Pot Shadow, and naturally he can be regarded as his father. What a pit! The appearance of Black Zetsu was indeed a surprise, but he didn't care much. He got up, brushed his teeth and washed his face, and then went to the Reikage building. On the way back, the third-generation Reikage said that he had considered it and started to accept plastic surgery services, and at the same time transplanted blood dragon eyes for all the senior ninjas in the entire Cloud Hidden Village. Of course, the transplant of blood dragon eye is charged, 10 million taels each. Originally, he proposed a price of 30 million taels, but who would have thought that the third-generation Reikage, looking at the thick eyebrows and big eyes, was actually a bargaining expert, and directly cut the price to 10 million taels. Brother Tutai, don't you want to buy a blood dragon eye? He looked at Tutai beside him with full temptation. In Shimura Gento's eyes, this brother was a complete white man, and he definitely had a lot of small money in his pocket. Forget it, I'm struggling to afford this white eye now, and I don't have that much money. Decisively refused, Tutai would not accept the transplant of the blood dragon eye. Unlike the white eye, the blood dragon eye is the same as the Sharingan. After the transplant, it cannot be closed and will continue to consume chakra. Even wearing a ninja tool such as a sealing eye mask can only reduce it to a certain extent. The most important thing for him now is to master this white eye and reserve chakra to cooperate with the opening of the white eye for long-term investigation at any time. Besides, he is not a combatant, but a civilian, so it is useless to have the blood dragon eye. You are a quasi-cage, but you don't have a net worth of 10 million taels. With a look of disbelief, Shimura Gentoi really couldn't believe that this old man was so poor. It is normal for a quasi-cage to have a net worth of tens of millions of taels, after all, ninja missions are still very profitable. Our family was destroyed as early as the Warring States period, and my lava release was awakened by the next generation, so I am a commoner. How much wealth do you think I can accumulate? What's more, I am a civilian and I get a fixed salary. Suki explained gloomily, and he was also very depressed about it. Although he has a blood limit, his family was destroyed long ago, and there is no inheritance left. Even the ninjutsu of the blood limit has to be developed by himself, and his combat effectiveness is very average. Besides, as a civilian, he gets a fixed salary, and he has only accumulated 2 million taels so far, and he hasn't even married a wife. Brother, you are so pitiful. How about this, you come and hang out with me. Apart from anything else, you will definitely get an annual salary of over 100 million taels, which is much more promising than following that poor Uncle Rakage. He patted his brother's shoulder sympathetically and invited him. You little brat, do you think I don't exist? The third Rakage, who was preparing for the operation, had a dark face. He was very displeased with someone's poaching behavior in front of him and wanted to poke him with a finger. Brother, the door of our Shimura family is always open to you. After saying this, Shimura Xianding ran over to prepare for the operation for the second brother next to him. There was no way. The third Rakage's body would expand a lot, and the expanded part could not be fully supplemented by nutrient solution alone. It needed physical substances to supplement, so he got an innocent second brother. The operation started soon, and Tutai opened his white eyes as usual to monitor from the side to prevent someone from making small moves. A large group of medical ninjas were assisting and observing. The medical knowledge involved in this operation was quite profound. If you could learn 1 or 2 tricks, you would make a fortune. Uncle, put on this eye mask and earplugs first, so that the operation will not be affected by the outside world. First, put the eye mask and earplugs that had been prepared long ago on the third generation of Rakage, and then use the fairy energy thread to construct a special version of the amplification technique in his body. Controlling the attributeless chakra in the body to operate, the body shape quickly changed. The Akimichi family's multiplication technique is indeed a secret technique of Yang escape attribute, but if the change is not large, it can still be performed with attributeless chakra, and even with the vitality of the samurai. However, everyone present couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when they saw the changed body shape of the third generation of Rakage. This is too cruel. Uncle Rakage likes this kind of tune, he is indeed worthy of being the cage of the hidden cloud village. Shimura Gentoi exclaimed at this time, causing Dode and others who were about to step forward to stop him to stop. Originally, it was thought that this was a distortion caused by Shimura Gentoi's deliberate guidance, but who would have thought that it was the third Rakage's own choice, so naturally he couldn't stop it. But it's true, after all, the caster is the third Rakage himself, and this magnification technique similar to the Akimichi family should be similar to the transformation technique, which is based on the image imagined by the caster's consciousness. The operation continued, and Shimura Gentoi accelerated the delivery of the dozens of bottles of nutrient solution hanging to the third Rakage's body, first filling the blood vessels with blood, and then using it as a foundation to accelerate the cell division of the third Rakage himself. Even the bones are in Kagaya. The human puppet corpse was constantly filled under the control of the bone veins, and the materials used were exactly from the second brother next to it. It was not until all the bones of the second brother next to it, weighing 1,000 pounds, were completely extracted that the bones of the third generation Rakage were filled. Then the cells of the internal organs and other parts divided and multiplied to fit the current body shape. It took a full half an hour to complete the operation. After all, he had helped those warriors in the hidden rock village to shape their bodies, so he had sufficient experience. Besides, the change in the physique of the third generation Rakage was far less than that of the group of warriors in the land of Earth, so it would naturally be very fast. Hurry up, move that big mirror over so that Uncle Rakage can take a good look at this domineering new image. He signaled several Anbu ninjas to work quickly. Soon a large mirror 3 meters square was brought over. The third Rakage took off his eye mask and sat up. He looked at the new image in the mirror and fell into deep thought. 282.